Chapter 1. Rebirth. Goodness, this person fights while shackled? Is he eager for a swift demise? Oh dear, he's even got a paralysis knife stuck in his leg. That foolish woman is truly remarkable. Her actions are rather extreme. Someone come. Let's chop this lad into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Xiao Ruo stood on the grass, his expression vacant, as fragments of memories flitted before his eyes, remnants of his death. These memories were seared into his mind with an unsettling clarity. Instinctively, he touched his neck. There was no collar, nor any wound. Not even a scratch marred his body. What was happening? Xiao Ruo staggered backward. Am I dead or alive? A gust of wind swept through, and without resistance, he was knocked to the ground. As he tilted his head, his gaze fell upon a dark, square stone nearby, which bore a display screen. His face was etched with disbelief. A territory monument? This object was all too familiar. The time displayed left Xiao Ruo in a state of confusion. The first day, Xiao Ruo felt disoriented. It was as though he had experienced a nightmare lasting 3 months. In this dream, he encountered countless disasters: floods, plagues, sweltering heat, biting cold, monstrous hordes, cannibals, and the malice of his own kind. Ding! Survivors! Welcome to the world of dark survival. This is both a trial and a test, a journey of survival starting from scratch. There lies a stone monument. It must be protected at all costs. The monument possesses various functions and comes with a mobile terminal. This is your foundation for survival in this world. Endure here, relying on your intellect and physical strength. For the first 7 days, the sun will shine, and disaster shall not descend upon you. Will you become slaves to others, or will you rise as the sovereigns of this world? Time will reveal all. The voice resonated profoundly, akin to a great drum pounding in his ears. Is this an announcement? Xiao Ruo murmured to himself. If memory served him correctly, announcements only appeared on the first day. Could it be that he had truly been reborn? The monument displays the first day, and there's an announcement? Ha ha, ha 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 ha. I've been reborn. I can't believe I've actually been reborn. Xiao Ruo lay on the ground, a manic smile spreading across his face, his hands gripping the grass fiercely. His eyes gleamed with an uncontrollable fury. He Qiuyan, Wang Fei. He Qiuyan was his wife, and Wang Fei was his neighbor. Fortune had smiled upon him when he found a treasure chest containing a cross-border scroll, which unexpectedly allowed him to contact He Qiuyan. Her shelter was rich in resources, prompting him to relocate and merge with her. He had initially believed that with his skills and the resources He Qiuyan possessed, they would soar to great heights together. Moreover, her reasoning was indeed sound. Am I not your husband? Would I treat you poorly? A day as husband and wife, 100 days of affection. In his previous life, he had been a foolish romantic, a hopelessly devoted lover. He admitted his foolishness and wished to slap himself twice. Upon arriving at He Qiuyan's shelter, he discovered that reality was not as he had envisioned. The nightmare had begun. Her shelter not only housed Wang Fei, a person who astonished him beyond measure, but after merging territories, he had not been granted any privileges. Xiao Ruo was bewildered. Was he being treated as a slave? However, the subsequent treatment made Xiao Ruo realize how gravely mistaken he had been. He lacked even the treatment of a slave. Slaves received 2 meals and a straw hut, whereas Xiao Ruo resided in a beast shelter. Food. He was left to rummage through the slop bucket. For 3 months of survival, while the first 2 months were arduous, he at least had freedom and dignity. Yet upon entering He Qiuyan's territory, his dignity was ground into the dirt. To prevent Xiao Ruo from escaping, He Qiuyan even shackled him. And had it not been for his distinct skin color, the disheveled Xiao Ruo would have resembled a slave entirely. His once robust physique had been reduced to a skeletal frame. Thus, Xiao Ruo labored for them for a month, consuming slop and working harder than a donkey. Failure to comply meant the whip awaited him. This drove Xiao Ruo to madness, rendering him neither human nor ghost. Simultaneously, He Qiuyan and Wang Fei subjected him to daily verbal abuse, making life exceedingly tormenting. Then, he unearthed a shocking truth. His daughter had not perished from a fall. Rather, Xiao Yin had cast her away herself, simply because she did not wish to hire a maternity nurse, which would encroach upon her money for handbags. As she recounted the tale, Xiao Yin wore a look of satisfaction, as if she had accomplished a grand deed for the greater good. Wang Fei lamented, believing he could have raised her for his own use, even if only until she reached 4 or 5 years of age. Xiao Ruo was shattered. Reflecting on the myriad injustices of his previous reality, he truly wished to obliterate himself. He had paid a bride price of 660,000, even gifting her brother a new car, while the dowry was merely 3 quilts, nothing more. In her twisted justification, it was labeled as triple repayment. Transportation fees, bowing fees, entrance fees. His parents were already deceased, yet he still needed to pay for a name change fee, adding up to over 200,000. After marriage, she wouldn't even let him buy a pack of cigarettes, yet she would gamble away tens of thousands in a single night. He was utterly fed up. Nearly 1 million spent to marry someone else's wife. Moreover, she was the murderer of his child. 3 years of false affection, a month of living worse than a pig or dog. Fortunately, that gang of robbers had liberated him. Xiao Ruo suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up straight, gazing at the monument. His expression was icy, his fingernails caked with earth from gripping the ground. Xiao Yin, Wang Fei, what manner of death do you desire? Xiao Ruo yearned to rush over and eliminate the 2 scoundrels. Yet he understood that he could not squander his precious novice protection period on those 2 wretches. The first 7 days, later termed the Golden 7 Days. The distance between people is established during this time frame. Bosses slumber, no undead creatures roam, and beasts do not run rampant. This period is relatively safe. Of course, this is in comparison to the ensuing chaos. Since he had been reborn, he must utilize the advantages of a reborn individual wisely. In his previous life, he had learned the location of an excellent treasure chest. Lower tier, crude, ordinary, good, excellent. Middle tier, rare, exceptional, epic. Upper tier, perfect, legendary, mythical. The fellow who obtained this treasure chest boasted extravagantly, even claiming to have acquired a female slave. While he did not disclose the specific location, Xiao Ruo was well aware of it. Rubble, stone pillars. It should be the area where goats refresh. The novice 7 days is the time to obtain the best treasure chest. Since you revealed it yourself, do not blame me for being impolite. Xiao Ruo stood before the monument, deftly retrieving the portable terminal housed within. It resembled an old-fashioned mobile phone. This device served as a mobile version of the monument, with functions such as friends, forums, chat, trade, and more. All essential features were included. Moreover, it also functioned as a 20-slot backpack containing a novice gift pack, a stone dagger, a stone axe, a stone pickaxe, essential trio of tools, 10 200-gram loaves of bread, 3 500-milliliter bottles of water, 2 100-gram pieces of dried meat. The gift pack was bountiful, allowing for sustenance to last through the 7 days without worry. At the very least, hunger would not be a concern. This was the game's mercy. Xiao Ruo took out the stone axe and ventured to the outskirts to chop down a tree, using the stone pickaxe to strike some flint. After gathering materials, he began crafting the monument's built-in blueprint, the stone spear. Requirements: 1 wood, 1 flint. With a crisp ding, the stone spear was produced, consuming 1 point of monument energy. Xiao Ruo gripped the stone spear and glanced at the item description. Stone spear crude, the lowest grade weapon crafted from the monument. Though the shaft is quite resilient, the joints are not sturdy. Please use with caution. A smirk curled at the corner of Xiao Ruo's lips. As described, the spearhead was prone to breaking, but the shaft was durable, allowing for resharpening or carbonization over fire for continued use. One of the most cost-effective weapons from his previous life. As for the remaining 99 points of monument energy, Xiao Ruo smirked wryly. This thing was a massive pitfall. In the early stages, monument energy was exceedingly scarce, but once the undead and anomalies emerged, defeating them with anti-evil weapons would yield spirit essence. This could be processed into fragile energy blocks, serving as a substitute for monument energy blocks. Those who collected large amounts of monument energy blocks early on would soon find themselves in dire straits. Xiao Ruo deftly operated the monument. He consumed 10 points of energy to conceal the area he occupied. This way, if anyone passed by, they would not be able to see anything within the concealed area of the monument. Xiao Ruo navigated according to his memories. The individual had obtained that treasure chest at noon. Departing now would still be timely. If the chest were snatched by someone else. Xiao Ruo gazed at the stone spear in his hand, his eyes cold. He must obtain that excellent treasure chest. 2 months in a survival game, 1 month of inhumane torment. If he could not discern the gravity of the situation, he might as well end it all. This lifetime, he would live for himself. Chapter 2. The Battle for the Treasure Chest. The time was approximately 9 a.m. At this moment, people had arrived in this world for less than half an hour. They were still struggling to adapt. Using the monument or terminal, they lamented in the chat channel. Each region is populated by 100 individuals, the majority of whom are engrossed in diving, resulting in a rather sluggish dissemination of information. Don't let me know who did it. Once I'm out, they'll have him killed on the spot. Stop fooling around. Didn't you hear that announcement just now? What kind of absurd game is this? Who are you going to kill? The Jade Emperor or the Queen Mother of the West? What the hell? Have you heard of Long Go from Erheo Lake? Are you an idiot? Who knows what you're talking about? Seriously? You've really never been beaten up, have you? Where are you? Why? I just started my freshman year. My life has only just begun. How could this happen? Brother, your arrival in this world is part of your life too. Hitting your head against a rock could be considered a form of liberation. I'm a girl. Oh, dear sister, let your brother take care of you. I have an 8-pack, and when we meet, you can touch it. Fool, instead of wasting time chatting, think of a way to survive. You bastard born of a mother, but never raised by one, clean up your mouth. You little brat, better not let your long go catch you otherwise. I'll stick a stick up your backside. Xiao Ruo cast a glance at his portable terminal and scoffed. In his previous life, those who failed to adapt, even during the novice period, would be easily slain by wild wolves. The safety of a novice period is relative to what comes after. If they cannot even adapt to the novice phase, they need not even dream of surviving the hell that lies ahead. This Longo is none other than that fool who flaunts his good fortune, indulging in arson, murder, and robbery in abundance of wicked deeds. However, he seemed to have met his retribution, not surviving beyond 3 days. Xiao Ruo snorted coldly. 3 days? If he were to encounter him while scavenging for treasures, he would not hesitate to ensure that long-guessed lifespan was further shortened. He closed the portable terminal and continued towards his destination. At that moment, Long Gu was perched atop a stone tablet, incessantly typing and boasting on his portable terminal. His real name was Wang Xiaolong, a Near-Dao street thug who scraped by through petty theft. Please do not place heavy objects on the stone tablet. Please do not place heavy objects on the stone tablet. This notification is so damn annoying. Can't someone turn off this stone tablet? Wang Xiaolong slammed the stone tablet in frustration, irritated by the incessant prompts. He was reluctant to sit on the ground. The grass was damp with dew, which would soil his borrowed Armani pants. Although ill-fitting, they were expensive. Adjusting his trousers, he suddenly burst into laughter. There are no laws, no order. Is this a survival game? This is clearly paradise. He would wager that no one could live better than a scoundrel like himself. He was acutely aware of how despicable and devoid of morals he was. Since this world is about survival, it must lack clothing and food. And the novice package contained a plethora of sustenance. While others were struggling to acclimate to this world, he could easily plunder their food for trade. Wang Xiaolong cackled, mocking the individuals in the chat, before leaping down from the stone tablet. He drew forth his axe and dagger. This world is mine. I am the protagonist of this realm. He murmured softly, then loosened his shoulders, wielding the axe and dagger as he made his way back to the original spot. In his previous life, that location was relatively easy to find. The forest had formed small paths through foot traffic. Following the trail for an hour would lead him to his destination. Xiao Ruo had a vivid memory of that place, because when he was capturing goats, one had rammed him, causing him to tumble off the cliff and nearly meet his end. He looked up into the distance and could already see a notably tall stone pillar. So, he made his way over. After a brief search, however, he found nothing. In his previous life, he had also acquired quite a few treasures. He was well acquainted with the characteristics of these treasures. Such items were conspicuous. There should have been a small blue beam of light indicating their presence lower tiers. Gray, white, green, blue. Could it be? Xiao Ruo murmured to himself. Has it been looted so soon? The dragon brother is truly fortunate. Xiao Ruo couldn't help but mutter about her misfortune. She worried that upon arrival, she would clash with this scoundrel, so in order to conserve her energy, she did not proceed at a particularly brisk pace. As a result, there was not even a morsel of meat left. The soup had been completely drained, just when Xiao Ruo believed the excellent grade treasure chest was lost and was preparing to return home. She suddenly heard a piercing scream. Ah, don't come any closer. Upon hearing this commotion, Xiao Ruo's spirits were instantly lifted. It must be him. I need to check it out. After assessing her surroundings and estimating the location, she determined that although the voice was not loud, its penetrating quality was remarkable, and it was definitely no more than 100 meters away. Gripping her stone spear tightly, Xiao Ruo charged towards the source of the sound. Upon reaching the scene of the incident, she took cover for the time being. Peering through a crack in the rocks, she observed a lecherous-looking man, his expression even more lascivious, gradually closing in on a girl. Don't be afraid. Weren't you going to steal my treasure chest? But Big Brother has a great treasure too. Do you want to touch it? Huh? Just moments ago, he had been so arrogant. The man, with bruises on his shoulder, smirked as he rubbed it. This little vixen has a wicked mind. If I hadn't dodged in time, my head would have been smashed. The girl, terrified, was frantically retreating, using all her limbs to push against the ground. Brother, please, I was wrong. Spare me. I truly regret it. I beg you, spare me. Her gaze darted towards a cave where a treasure chest glimmered with a faint blue light. This must be something valuable. However, she was filled with immense regret. Both for provoking this pervert and for failing to strike a fatal blow. As Wang Xiaolong advanced, he began to unfasten his shirt buttons. What's wrong? Regretting it. Too late. You wanted me dead. It's only natural I return the favor. He flung his shirt aside. But before you die, you need to compensate your dragon brother. Ahaha. The girl, in a fit of tears and snot, cried out, I can sleep with you, but please don't kill me. Don't kill me. At these words, Wang Xiaolong felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This woman was exceptionally beautiful. In the civilized world, she wouldn't even glance his way. Now, as chaos reigned, he could do as he pleased. Ha ha ha. Heaven has eyes. Suddenly, Wang Xiaolong felt a sharp pain in his chest. His laughter froze as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. In disbelief, he looked down at the stone spear protruding from his chest. He wanted to turn around to see which bastard dared to ambush him, the dragon brother of Erheo Lake. But before he could fully turn, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him and collapsed to the ground. Xiao Ruo firmly grasped the spear's long shaft, kicked the corpse away, and withdrew the spear, flicking off the blood. The girl, still in shock, looked at Xiao Ruo. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. I will repay you in the future. She stood up trembling. Xiao Ruo glanced sideways at the girl. Recognizing her as a notable figure, he realized who she was, an infamous con artist known for luring victims and then eliminating them. She was indeed a ruthless individual. Having frequently seen her post explicit photos in the channels, Xiao Ruo had a vivid impression of her. Moreover, she possessed numerous blueprints. Living quite comfortably, she hurried towards the nearby cave, intending to claim the treasure chest and leave. Wait, that treasure chest is mine. The girl, taken aback by his voice, found it hard to believe. Was he really trying to snatch something from a girl? There should be a sense of order, a first come, first served basis. She considered contesting it, thinking that although he was rude, he seemed somewhat reasonable. I saw it first. Xiao Ruo did not wish to engage in further discussion and simply raised the bloodied spear. I won't say it twice, scram. The girl hesitated for a moment before lowering her head, a flicker of resentment in her eyes, quickly concealed. How dare he look down on me? Chapter 3. Destroying the Stele. The unnamed girl wanted to say something, but upon seeing the bloodied spear, she swallowed her words. Frustrated, she relented. Fine, fine. Yet, despite her words, she moved to the side, seemingly curious about what the treasure chest might yield. Casually standing, her foot rested on a stone axe. In the moment Xiao Ruo turned around, she seized the stone axe and swung it fiercely towards the back of his head. She had learned from her previous mistakes. This time, she would strike to kill. He appeared benign, but was far more dangerous than that pervert if she was going to attack. It must be decisive. Crack. It seemed as though Xiao Ruo had eyes in the back of his head. He swiftly pivoted, his arms swinging powerfully, and the spear struck her on the head. Given his considerable strength, the blow lifted her feet off the ground, sending her flying before she crashed heavily to the earth. The girl lay sideways, her head having taken a severe blow, followed by a harsh impact with the ground, her eyes glazing over as she foamed at the mouth. Half dead, Xiao Ruo approached to deliver a final blow. After confirming both were utterly lifeless, he turned his attention to the treasure chest. Did they truly think he was unaware of their intentions? Upon recognizing that this woman was also ruthless, Xiao Ruo had kept a vigilant watch on her movements. Once she positioned herself near the stone axe, he understood her scheme. Since she repaid kindness with malice and sought his life, he could not be blamed for his actions. He bent down to open the treasure chest. Treasure chests of this caliber, especially during the novice phase, often contained remarkably good items. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the contents. Treasure chest locator. Rare grade can scan for rare grade treasure chests in the current area. Equipped with a built-in battery lasting 7 days, the sturdy box in his hands was attached to 2 wires, presenting a rather vintage and hefty appearance. By its name, it was undoubtedly a valuable item. However, after examining the description, Xiao Ruo let out a heavy sigh. He recognized this item to be rather useless. If it had been a good-grade treasure chest locator, he would have cherished it, using it to track where treasure chests refreshed daily. But it was rare-grade in this area, which was exceedingly barren. If treasure chests had a production level, his area was undoubtedly rated E. Moreover, he had never heard of anyone else obtaining a rare-grade treasure chest in the vicinity. This meant that rare-grade treasure chests would no longer appear here. Such a precious item wasted. Truly frustrating. Xiao Ruo was already contemplating how to trade this item for an abundance of resources. While he understood the true nature of this item, others would not. He could easily exchange it for several good-grade treasure chests. If only he could access other areas. He prepared to head home. Muttering to himself, he suddenly had a realization and stood frozen in place. There were 2 methods to reach other regions. Point 1 was to use a teleportation scroll, the same one he had previously used. That was the conventional method. The second method was akin to a glitch. During the novice phase, there were certain dungeons that provided various items, currency, food, clothing, weapons, and even rare items. If one were particularly unlucky, they could enter the dungeons to acquire basic supplies, ensuring they amassed enough resources before the novice phase concluded. But that was not the crux of the matter. The key point was the dungeon's mechanics. Xiao Ruo trembled with excitement. Dungeons would teleport survivors away, and upon completion, would return them using a stele as an anchor point. However, wanderers could also join the dungeons if the stele was damaged. Yet, due to the stele's destruction, they would be randomly teleported within a vast area. This was a free teleportation. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Ruo felt conflicted. The stele was the foundation for survivors in this world. Without it, it was nearly impossible to withstand the harsh environment. Although wanderers could kill ordinary survivors to seize their stele, it could no longer be relocated. This meant that if he wished to become a wanderer, he would need to find a sufficiently prosperous place to settle before the novice phase ended. Was there such a place? Xiao Ruo steeled himself, a grin spreading across his face. Indeed, there was. In his previous life, he had been deceived by He Chuyen into her impoverished region due to its desolation. That place boasted an abundance of trees and metallic resources, and its deposits of coal and clay were particularly plentiful. There were even abandoned mines, orchards, and vast rivers spanning dozens of meters in width. Most crucially, it was He Chuyen's domain, the very same woman who had tormented him for an entire month in his past existence, the same He Chuyen who had forced him to don shackles and serve as a mere pawn. All he needed was to acquire the transfer scroll. The mere thought of being able to strike He Chuyen with a resounding slap filled Xiao Ruo with an exhilarating tremor. He stowed away his treasure detector and, after scavenging the spoils from the corpses, hurriedly made his way home. That a man who had faced death once knew no fear. This moment, he was eager to shatter his own stone tablet. On his way back, fortune smiled upon Xiao Ruo as he discovered a common-grade treasure chest nestled within a dry tree trunk. The contents were quite satisfactory, yielding a bag of flour and a jar of honey, both excellent resources for consumption or trade. He recalled the number of He Chuyen's region. As long as he entered her territory on the 7th day, he would be set. The thought of that despicable woman ignited an endless fury within him. His expression remained calm, but his fingers turned pale from excessive pressure, and his teeth ground together tightly. Just wait. What you inflicted upon me, I shall repay in kind. Xiao Ruo endeavored to calm himself, adjusting his breathing, exhaling slowly, and then, with axe in hand, he approached the stone tablet. He swung his arm in a wide arc and struck the tablet with force. Your territory stone tablet is under attack. Defense mode activated. Remaining energy 89. He nearly forgot about this detail. He had overlooked retrieving the tablet's energy. If he didn't, he would have to chop for half an hour. Xiao Ruo extracted the crystal-clear energy core from the tablet, reflecting inwardly on its value. This item was a form of hard currency, recognized as a type of currency. Crafting items from the tablet required energy, as did its defense, and no one would ever consider having too much of it. However, for Xiao Ruo, it felt somewhat redundant. After all, he was on the brink of destroying the tablet, and this energy would be of no use to him, especially since it was highly sought after on the first day. It could potentially be exchanged for something valuable. After securing the stone tablet's energy core, Xiao Ruo resumed swinging his axe. Boom! Your territory stone tablet is under attack. Energy depleted. Without energy for protection, the tablet became akin to a massive wafer cookie. Crumbling with each strike, after a dozen or so blows, the tablet was destroyed. Your, Xiao Ruo's, stone tablet has been destroyed. Destroyer. Xiao Ruo, a wanderer's ring has been generated for you. Please do not lose hope for survival. You may become a vassal of others at the cost of your freedom or plunder others to regain a stone tablet. Wishing you all the best. Chapter 4. Speedrun S-Rank Dungeon. This was Xiao Ruo's first experience as a wanderer, and his understanding of the role was limited to hearsay. However, upon seeing the wanderer's ring, he comprehended the greatest disadvantage of being a wanderer: storage slots. Originally, even the 20-slot terminal felt insufficient. The wanderer, however, was even more absurd. Possessing only 10 slots, what could he possibly do with such a meager capacity? He already had 11 types of resources, leaving him with no room to spare. Stone tablet energy core, 30 loaves of bread, 9 bottles of water, 6 pieces of jerky, flour, canned honey, a 3-piece tool set, a stone spear, and his planned core item, the treasure chest detector. With only 10 slots, he was one over the limit. Items that could not be stored in the backpack or were not in contact with his body would remain in place when entering the dungeon transfer. In his previous life, most people had resorted to a dubious method of utilizing the trading post as a storage solution. Despite having quantity restrictions, the trading post did not impose taxes, leading many to use it as a transparent warehouse and a place to showcase their spoils. Xiao Ruo intended to do the same, placing the stone tablet energy core for sale, hoping for a suitable price. The demand for tablet energy was insatiable on the first day, causing prices to skyrocket. Many rare items had been sold in this manner in his past life. After listing the item, Xiao Ruo paid it no further mind. He needed to clear the dungeon swiftly, seizing the opportunity to snatch treasure chests before others. He gazed at the screen, where light coalesced, and identified a dungeon that suited his needs: to S-Rank Dungeon. Logic Maze. Dungeons of this nature were one-time events. Once entered, regardless of success or failure, one could never return. The reward was an excellent grade voodoo doll, a one-time item that could sacrifice an organ to create a protective barrier for 5 seconds. An impressive effect, albeit with a severe cost. An organ. Upon reflection, trading one organ for a life was undoubtedly a worthwhile exchange. A faint smile crept across Xiao Ruo's lips. In his previous life, this dungeon had taken a full 3 days to decipher. With few successful challengers, the details of its resolution only emerged after its disappearance. Thus, it was time to deliver a small shock to the survivors. Xiao Ruo pressed the confirmation button. In an instant, his figure vanished, leaving behind only the remnants of the shattered stone tablet. The faint impressions of his footsteps were the only evidence that someone had once stood there. At this moment, Xiao Ruo's item listing sparked discussions across the 100 District channel. Spreading to the forums, the 100 District channel, as the name suggests, comprised 100 districts with a multitude of participants. The forums were accessible to all. Xiao Ruo's listed stone tablet energy core was one of only 2 good-grade items in the entire trading market. The other was an exquisite tissue, described as absolutely tear-proof. What use was that? Moreover, there were already individuals offering blueprints for toilet paper on the market. For those who had obtained these blueprints, they had secured a competitive edge in this arena. If they could seize the opportunity, they would accumulate wealth exponentially. Did they lack materials? Yes, but not excessively. What they truly lacked was energy. Energy was the primary raw material for crafting. Thus, when news spread of someone listing a stone tablet energy core, many sought to privately message Xiao Ruo. However, none were successful. This was to be expected, as he was currently focused on deciphering the dungeon. Flawlessly managing these trifles, he was acutely aware that trading this item would incite a measure of uproar. Hence, he chose to disregard it entirely. This instance was titled Logical Labyrinth, divided into 3 segments. The initial segment featured a colossal bookshelf, brimming with an abundance of tomes. The middle segment encompassed several rooms, each housing countless shelves. The final segment presented a living maze. Point 1 must first decipher which book was required, obtain a route map, and ultimately navigate through the labyrinth. The greatest challenge lay in locating the correct book. Before the maze stood 4 stone statues, a treeman, 2 gargoyles, and a goblin. They needed to identify the corresponding books on the shelves, note the numerical codes, and then combine these numbers in the correct order to ultimately seek out the true book of Revelation. Within this book was an illustration containing the passage route. Without this fixed path, one would find themselves ensnared. Most individuals, upon encountering the maze, would simply venture inside, only to be trapped by the living maze. Left with no choice but to surrender, countless failures found themselves lamenting their decision to enter this instance. Choosing to extricate themselves from the maze would result in a punishment duration of 3 hours, during which they could accomplish nothing within the instance, forced to wait in silence. Xiao Ruo cast a distant glance at the bases of the 4 statues. These bases bore various protrusions, and based on intelligence from a previous life. The larger protrusions signified the number 5, while the smaller ones indicated 1. The treeman's base was 17, 17. The gargoyles were 23, 23, and the goblin was 9, 9. The remarkable regularity of these protrusions often went unnoticed by the average person, rendering it particularly insidious. Once Xiao Ruo had recorded the numbers, he turned to leave. Before the maze, a considerable crowd had gathered, all too aware of the labyrinth's terrors. The wide path lay ahead, but stepping forward would cause a wall to rise abruptly, leaving many who attempted to retreat with no path behind them, thus compelled to abandon their efforts. Some, particularly unfortunate, encountered not a wall but spikes from the ground, impaling them like candied hawthorns. These failures, recognizing the peril of the maze, swiftly retreated, waiting quietly near the entrance for the 3 hours to elapse. Xiao Ruo paid no heed to these individuals, instead approaching the grand bookshelf to find 3 specific tomes based on the noted numbers. There was no need to open them, as the codes were emblazoned upon their spines. The Treeman's Ecology. Book number B4. The Origin of the Gargoyle. Book number A3. The Social Structure of Goblins 2. Book number 45. Given that there were 2 gargoyles, A3 referred to both. Thus, the sequence was the B4 room, the A3 shelf, and the 3rd book on page 45. Xiao Ruo proceeded to the B4 room, locating the book and finding, on the lower right corner of page 45, a removable sticker. The moment Xiao Ruo peeled it away, the book vanished from his grasp, returning to the shelf. Sighing in relief, he turned to depart. However, as he did so, he was startled to find a burly man standing at the entrance of the B4 room. The man was also a failure in navigating the maze, having approached out of boredom to observe Xiao Ruo's actions. He glanced at the sticker in Xiao Ruo's hand, astonished that a book had vanished from Xiao Ruo's possession, replaced by the sticker. This was undoubtedly a crucial item for completing the maze. The man was about to inquire, but Xiao Ruo interjected. No trade, no information. Figure it out yourself. Chapter 5. New area, concealed treasure chest. Xiao Ruo harbored no fear of him. Even in the presence of hundreds, Xiao Ruo remained unfazed. Aside from the slaughter instance, other instances prohibited any form of attack. This meant they could not even attempt to seize anything from him. The man, visibly perturbed, stepped aside. As Xiao Ruo made his exit, the burly man could not restrain himself. How did you manage that? You must have just entered. Xiao Ruo paused, glanced back at the man, and pointed at his head. Using my brain. With that, he walked away, leaving the man in a state of utter confusion. The man abruptly turned to the bookshelf where Xiao Ruo had previously stood, vaguely recalling the book he had taken. That he approached, retrieved a book, and began to flip through its pages rapidly. Upon passing page 45, he hastily turned it over. Discarding that book, he seized another. Not this one. Let's check the other. At the entrance of the maze, The crowd continued to swell. They observed the presence of others who had similarly failed, feeling a surge of satisfaction. If they could not succeed, what right did anyone else have? Just then, Xiao Ruo reappeared. A few bored individuals took note of his face. After all, he was the only coward who dared not enter the maze. He must have realized he couldn't exit, so he came to try his luck. What good will that do? He'll still be trapped inside. But what if he dies in there? Their voices, unrestrained, reached Xiao Ruo's ears that he stood before the maze wall, with the grand entrance to his left and the gathering crowd to his left. Xiao Ruo raised a middle finger toward the crowd. Dimwits. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then quickly reacted, ready to unleash their wrath. In the next instant, a small door opened in the wall, and Xiao Ruo stepped inside, which closed immediately behind him. The foul language they intended to spew was left unuttered as they watched Xiao Ruo vanish. They were left dumbfounded. What incredible luck! There's another door? Had the designer's mind been gnawed by a dog, not only was there a grand entrance, but also a small one? What purpose did the small door serve? The maze was alive, evidently unwilling to allow passage. Dare to mock me? I shall punish him despite any penalties. After waiting for 10 minutes, Xiao Ruo still had not emerged. Their anger, rather than dissipating with time, intensified. Ding! Logical labyrinth has been completed for the first time. Completer. Anonymous. Rewards have been distributed. The irate crowd suddenly jolted, clearly taken aback. He actually completed it. How is that possible? Stopping their vitriol, they exchanged glances, vaguely sensing a red ball perched on their noses, akin to clowns. At that moment, Xiao Ruo stood upon the ground, surrounded by gravel. Upon receiving his reward, he was instantaneously transported back. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the area was barren of tree resources, clearly not his previous zone. Xiao Ruo opened the Wanderer's ring, checking the area ID. ZG-UI-239-04.IT was not the ID of his former area. He had succeeded. Elation surged within him. He retrieved the treasure chest detector and commenced his search. Ding! Treasure chest location discovered. Xiao Ruo swiftly punched the air in triumph. Excellent. He placed the honey on the shelf and stored the voodoo doll in his backpack. This item would serve as a reliable safeguard. Following the indicated path, he suddenly heard a notification. His expression turned peculiar. It appeared someone had sent him a parcel. Who could it be? Standing on the ground, he opened the Wanderer's ring. This individual is quite affluent. What a stroke of luck. The note indicated a desire to exchange energy blocks. Xiao Ruo recognized that energy blocks were in high demand on the first day, but he had not anticipated their overwhelming desirability. Someone had sent over a lighter, seeking to negotiate with Xiao Ruo. Their earnestness was evident. Thus, Xiao Ruo promptly responded, "You wish to purchase the energy block from the stele." The individual had evidently set Xiao Ruo as a special notification. Or perhaps they were simply unoccupied at the moment. Their response was nearly instantaneous. "Apologies for the intrusion. I certainly wish to buy. Please name your price." Xiao Ruo pondered for a moment. Not many had acquired energy blocks on the first day, and those who had would likely use them for themselves. To him, these blocks were somewhat superfluous. He no longer possessed a stele, making it preferable to trade the item. With this thought in mind, he replied, "You name your price, and I'll assess your sincerity." After a brief pause, the reply came, "How about 200 units of wood, or 100 units of stone?" Xiao Ruo, upon reviewing the offer, shook his head. "I don't want materials. Do you have anything else?" The other party fell into silence, seemingly incredulous at Xiao Ruo's refusal. These items were nearly sufficient to upgrade to a level 2 monument. How could he possibly decline? What could no materials possibly mean? As Xiao Ruo continued on his path, it took a considerable time for the response to come. "Boss, what do you need? Do you require food?" No, the other side appeared somewhat vexed. But then his eyes lit up as he gazed at the items within the monument. "Boss, would you like a thermal suit?" Xiao Ruo was taken aback by this unexpected offering. Could it be a thermal suit? Was such a thing obtainable on the very first day? That sounds good. The two engaged in a transaction. Once the items were secured, Xiao Ruo placed the stone manuscript and stone axe for consignment in the marketplace. Subsequently stowing the thermal suit and lighter into his backpack, a sense of surrealism enveloped him. He had not anticipated that the energy block from the monument would yield such valuable items. The thin layer of the thermal suit undoubtedly possessed remarkable temperature retention abilities. Given that the initial catastrophe involved frigid temperatures, this item would allow him to venture into the wilderness without resembling a Michelin man. Significantly enhancing his safety. In his mind's eye, he envisioned his agile form teasing the snow beasts. Shaking off his reverie, Xiao Ruo pressed on towards the treasure chest locator. As he neared his destination, he still did not observe the light beam indicating the chest's presence, leaving him perplexed. Could it be hidden within some cave? Suddenly, a fleeting glance revealed something unusual amid a pile of dead leaves on the path. Catching the glint of metal, could it be a trap? He approached and used his spear to clear the leaves, uncovering a beast trap beneath. Xiao Ruo's expression hardened. This location was in the center of the pathway. Not a common route for wild animals. This implied that, aside from the trap setter, there must be others nearby. Did they harbor a grudge? Or had someone acquired something valuable, inciting envy in others? At that moment, the detector in Xiao Ruo's hand emitted a warning. Alert. Unable to detect treasure chest. IT has been claimed or obstructed. Damn, I missed it. Chapter 6. The yellow sparrow lurks behind. The straight-blade red sky re-entering the instance requires time, and failure or abandonment incurs additional penalties. Xiao Ruo glanced at the ring of the wanderer. It was now 2 in the afternoon. He had 1 hour before he could re-enter the instance. The pathway where the trap was set was quite spacious, lined with numerous smooth stones. It resembled a desiccated riverbed more than a road. The barrenness of this area paralleled that of his previous surroundings. Xiao Ruo decided to take a chance and follow the riverbed, hoping to encounter someone. The individual who had discovered the excellent-level treasure chest was most likely the one who set the trap. Rustle. Suddenly, Xiao Ruo heard the sound of brush being disturbed from a distance. Someone was approaching. He concealed himself, directing his gaze towards the source of the noise. A man wielding a straight blade appeared. Seemingly enamored with his new toy, though he occasionally glanced ahead, it was evident that his attention was diverted from the pile of dead leaves in the riverbed. Xiao Ruo watched as the man boldly approached the heap of leaves. He was certain that this individual was not the trap's master. Sure enough, moments later, crack. The man stepped directly onto the trap. A wail echoed through the riverbed. He hopped on 1 foot, attempting to shake off the trap. But to no avail. Gritting his teeth, the man cautiously surveyed his surroundings while attempting to dislodge the trap. Though not a large beast trap, its potency was undeniable. While it might not cause a fracture, it would certainly inflict a hairline crack. Xiao Ruo chose not to intervene, remaining vigilant for the trap setter. The man's cries served as a terrible alarm. If Xiao Ruo's suspicions were correct, the trap's master would soon arrive. His prediction proved accurate. Within 5 minutes, a hulking figure sprinted over, holding a spear identical to Xiao Ruo's. Without a word, the giant charged at the man. His attack was remarkably decisive. Xiao Ruo felt no burden in taking a life, having grown accustomed to it during 3 months in hell. However, the giant's swift action caught him off guard. This individual, like Long Gu and the celestial jumper, was evidently ruthless. A fierce brawl ensued, with insults exchanged regarding each other's ancestry. Xiao Ruo knew instinctively that the limping man was doomed. He was already at a disadvantage, and with the muscular giant wielding a spear, the adage "an inch longer, an inch stronger" rang true. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The limping man countered with a swift slash, severing the giant's stone spear in two. Xiao Ruo narrowed his eyes. What a fine blade! The spear's shaft was undoubtedly sturdy. Yet that straight blade sliced through it as if it were mere tofu. Furthermore, the strike also grazed the giant's arm, causing blood to gush forth in alarming quantities. Wait! Suddenly, a thought struck Xiao Ruo. A limp, a red blade, excessive bleeding. Wasn't this the limping blood blade? If his deductions were correct, then the blade in the man's hand must be the red sky. If so, the giant was surely doomed. After all, the limping blood blade had a fearsome reputation in his previous life. Notorious for his brutal live streams targeting women. In the slaughter instance, he had repeatedly claimed first place. His blade left a profound impression on witnesses. Anyone who dared to challenge the red sky was often strung up and drained of their blood, ultimately becoming a desiccated corpse. A truly horrific fate. It turned out that the limping blood blade had not been a cripple from the start. He had merely fallen into the trap. How tragic! Xiao Ruo mused from his hiding place. The battle drew to a close. The giant, having lost too much blood, was swaying precariously. Seizing the opportunity, the limping blood blade plunged the red sky into the giant's abdomen. The fight was over. Blood blade spat upon the giant's corpse and, in a fit of rage, kicked the body, only to wince in pain from his injured leg, baring his teeth in agony. Observing this, Xiao Ruo silently thanked the giant. Not only had he hindered Bloodblade's speed, but he had also depleted his stamina. The man was indeed ruthless, though not particularly clever. Engaging a cripple in close combat was rather foolish. Xiao Ruo emerged from his hiding spot. The limping bloodblade was taken aback, astonished to discover he was not alone. He was already more than halfway exhausted, and continuing to fight would leave him no match for this stranger. Moreover, the newcomer was clearly cunning, revealing himself only after the battle had commenced. "Damn, this is bad," the limping bloodblade exclaimed. "Brother, let us talk it over. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Let us leave a line for future encounters." Xiao Ruo produced his spear from the ring of the wanderer, signaling his intent. "What I desire, I can simply take from the corpse, can't I?" Seeing Xiao Ruo brandishing the spear, Bloodblade's heart sank. He decided to resort to threats. "Even if you can kill me, I can still severely injure you. You must be a wise individual. I'm sure you can discern the pros and cons here." Xiao Ruo chuckled. "Then you can hand over that blade to me. The rest is non-negotiable." Bloodblade fell silent. That blade was too exceptional. He was unwilling to part with it. However, a thought crossed his mind. "I didn't bring my terminal, and I can't trade. You can come over to retrieve it." However, in response to the limping bloodblade, a stone the size of a fist was hurled. Xiao Ruo felt an overwhelming sense of cruelty. He had directly used a rock to crush the incapacitated bloodblade to death. Whether the pain led to death or the bleeding was indiscernible. Nevertheless, he felt no remorse. This was not merely a game of survival, but a fierce competition for existence. Resources were limited. If one wished to live with dignity, countless others would be relegated to a life akin to that of a dog. This truth was clear to Xiao Ruo. Even after his rebirth, he took the portable terminal from Bloodblade and the burly man, scavenging their supplies. Bloodblade had brought a portion of supplies upon his departure, while the burly man had everything on his person. In total, he collected 14 loaves of bread, 4 bottles of water, 3 pieces of jerky, 2 bottles of orange juice, and a crude hunting trap. Most importantly, he acquired the straight blade of the Crimson Sky, an exceptional grade weapon, measuring 1 meter 20 in length. The blade was straight and entirely dark red, with a smooth tip and an unadorned surface, exuding a sense of simplicity yet palpable quality. The handle, 30 centimeters long, was comfortable to grip. What made this weapon truly remarkable was its accompanying skill, bloodletting. When used to strike an enemy, it inflicted a bleeding buff, rendering the wound unable to heal, with continuous bleeding that worsened with the depth of the injury. Although it indicated that recovery was impossible, being an exceptional grade weapon, it could still be restored with higher tier healing potions. However, such potions required exceptional grade herbs for their creation. In the novice phase, this weapon was akin to the Scythe of Death. Xiao Ruo tidied up his supplies. It appeared these two had been hastily searching for treasure chests and lacked materials, thereby alleviating his burden of organizing his backpack. Ding! Detection indicates you have killed a survivor in the capacity of a wanderer. Congratulations, you have earned the title, Slayer of Kings, Chief, Slayer of Kings. Entering another's territory will not trigger alarms. Chief Privilege. You can detect the locations of all Slayers of Kings, completely conceal your ID, and ignore barriers when entering other territories. Xiao Ruo was momentarily stunned. Slayer of Kings, that mad organization. The reckless band that killed on sight and plundered at will? These individuals were elusive, conducting surprise attacks that instilled fear among the populace. That it was precisely because of them that alarm devices sold so well. In his previous life, the leader of the bandits who ambushed He Chuyan had mentioned something about Slayers of Kings. However, he had been in a daze at the time and hadn't paid close attention. That it seemed he was indeed fated to cross paths with them, having been killed by them in his past life, and now becoming one of their leaders in this life. Xiao Ruo flicked the blade of the straight blade, producing a metallic chime. Ding! Celestial Leap, S-grade dungeon, Bloodblade, Slayer of Kings. Ha! What a perfect beginning. After a long day, Xiao Ruo's stomach grumbled. The treasure chest should have been thoroughly searched by now. Therefore, he decided to set up a temporary camp here. However, the wild beasts tonight could pose a challenge. With a knife in hand, he felt momentarily at ease. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a stone cave at a splendid location. Chapter 7. Night Attack of the Wolf Pack. The Sleeping Boss at T7 in the evening. The Crimson Sky was exceptionally sharp, cutting through trees with greater efficiency than an axe. A strike from above, then below, carving out a triangle, and with a kick, a tree would tumble with a resounding crash. Xiao Ruo had completed the defensive structures within the cave, though it had exhausted him considerably. His physical condition had not yet improved, and he had to haul materials from afar. The initial stages were manageable, but as he built up the structure, it became truly taxing. The cave entrance was spacious, measuring only 2 meters in length and width, with a depth of about 10 meters, resembling a funnel shape. providing ample space inside. The interior of the cave was adorned with stones that emitted a faint glow, and at the bottom lay blocks of black stone, appearing remarkably sturdy. Xiao Ruo recognized the glowing stones as light quartz. Later on, an organization would purchase them in large quantities, though he was uncertain of their purpose. Nevertheless, having encountered them, he decided to collect them. Outside, he kindled a fire, toasting the bread until it was crisp and heating the jerky. Preparing a simple meal. He also consumed 2 bottles of orange juice to free up space. The first night would undoubtedly see the spawning of wild beasts, serving as a warning to the populace. These creatures roamed freely in search of prey. Knowing he would be outside, he was certain numerous beasts would come to attack. That in his previous life, there had been speculation that these beasts materialized out of thin air, their sole purpose being to eliminate humans. Therefore, Xiao Ruo had made ample preparations. The wooden barricade was thick, with a narrow gap left for slaying the beasts. Additionally, he had set traps outside, albeit meagerly. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Xiao Ruo retrieved the crimson sky and a stone spear. Returning to the cave, he opened the group chat to pass the time, quietly awaiting the wolf pack's assault. Help! There are wolves around my territory. Is there a brother who can rescue me? Don't worry, sister. As long as your stone tablet has energy, these beasts can't enter. If you expend 10 points of energy, you can activate the hidden stone tablet function for a day. Wow, brother, you're so impressive. How do you know so much? Private message me, and I'll teach you in secret. All right, brother, I've added you as a friend. Bro, deceiving fools is against the law. Everything in the manual is clearly stated. Xiao Ruo glanced at the messages in the chat, instantly invigorated. Here they come. Once he survived this period, the latter half of the night would likely see fewer beast attacks, allowing him to conserve his energy and get a sound sleep. Tomorrow, he would rise early, delve into the dungeon, and scour other regions for treasure chests. Whoa! At that moment, a wolf's howl reached Xiao Ruo's ears. He abruptly closed the chat window, ignited the nearby campfire, and grasped the crimson sky. Gazing towards the cave entrance, through the defensive structures he had erected, a multitude of green eyes peered in, their numbers significant. Xiao Ruo was certain he and T encountered any wolves while chopping wood in the vicinity. Indeed, these beasts had materialized from thin air. Bang! The wolf claws struck against the wooden barricade, sending splinters flying. They howled from outside, desperately attempting to squeeze inside. Xiao Ruo's defenses were commendable, although the gap was small. The wolves could squeeze through with considerable effort. The head of one wolf emerged first, snarling at Xiao Ruo. With a swift motion, Xiao Ruo brought down his blade, decapitating the creature. A direct strike to a vital point. Under the influence of the crimson sky's buff, the headless wolf's body erupted like a fountain. Xiao Ruo sidestepped to avoid being splattered with blood. The sheer number of wolves was overwhelming, with green eyes surrounding him. More wolves began to emerge. The weasel, resembling a yellow marten yet possessing a slightly larger physique, lunged swiftly towards Xiao Ruo's neck, its small size granting it an unexpected advantage. Damn it. Naturally, Xiao Ruo could not allow this creature to sink its teeth into him. He swiftly raised a hand to block the attack, while his other hand relinquished his grip on the Qiqiong, seizing the yellow marten and hurling it towards the log pile. The marten hit the ground with a thud. However, in that brief moment, 2 wolves had nearly squeezed their way in. Xiao Ruo lifted the Qiqiong once more and struck down at a wolf. Adrenaline surged through him. The stench of the monster's musk mingled with the spattering blood, creating a nauseating odor. Boom, boom, boom. Outside, the bear continued to batter against the log wall. This structure had been painstakingly constructed by his own hands, although he had not slacked off during the building process. The lack of tools had limited his construction capabilities. With each resounding blow from the massive bear, one of the supporting logs collapsed with a thunderous crash. The sense of dread settled in Xiao Ruo's heart as he tightly clutched the voodoo doll obtained from the dungeon. Damn it, if it comes to it, I'll just sacrifice an organ and charge out. That he couldn't fathom why so many beasts were drawn to him. In his previous life, countless wanderers had spent nights outdoors without incident. Those individuals had faced far worse challenges, contending with the undead, bizarre entities, and fantastical creatures. They had survived in such hellish conditions. Why was he struggling so much during his novice phase? Yet, overthinking was futile. Another wave of attacks surged forth. Xiao Ruo was immensely grateful to have snatched the Qiqiong from the limping bloodblade. Had he still possessed only a stone spear, he would have succumbed long ago. With a swift motion, he dispatched 2 wolves, severing their heads. The quick count revealed he had already slain over 20 wolves. Yet the outside remained teeming with those ominous green eyes, showing no sign of dwindling. This number must be at least 30. This was utterly ridiculous. Boom! Another pillar fell. Xiao Ruo's heart sank. He had only managed to secure 4 log pillars, and he had not even slain half the beasts. His defenses were already in tatters. Just as Xiao Ruo prepared to use the voodoo doll in a desperate gamble, an unexpected howl erupted from outside. Seemingly startled by something, in an instant, the wolves and the bear turned tail and fled. Not even glancing back, Xiao Ruo was taken aback. What was happening? Was this some sort of sick joke? He had readied himself for a fight. So why had they suddenly retreated? Ugh, Xiao Ruo covered his nose. He had taken a deep breath moments ago, and the repugnant stench was overwhelming. He bent over, gagging. A sudden noise caught his attention. Thud! Behind him, 2 eyes the size of millstones emerged from the neatly arranged black stones. This pair of emerald vertical pupils fixed their gaze upon Xiao Ruo's back. A chill ran down his spine, as though something truly terrifying lurked behind him. Exuding immense pressure, he turned around to meet the gaze. And their eyes locked. Damn it, this is it. This must be the sleeping boss. Chapter 8. Defeating the boss. Avenge and retaliate. The term boss is what the survivors themselves refer to such creatures. In survival games, there exists a clear nomenclature for these beings, lord-level creatures. These beings share a common trait, strength. Typically, such monsters find a secluded spot to rest, awaiting a worthy challenger to awaken them. Once roused, they obliterate their opponents as if crushing insects beneath their feet, then return to slumber. However, there are exceptions, namely the beast-tide lords. In his previous life, Xiao Ruo had encountered a colossal lizard that led a beast tide sweeping through an entire region. At that time, the 100 districts had merged, and organized groups had pooled their resources to launch an assault. Although they succeeded, the casualties were severe. A hired mercenary, Xiao Ruo had witnessed firsthand how these monsters mercilessly slaughtered humans. It wasn't just their size that was intimidating. These lord-level creatures were fundamentally fantastical beings. Take the giant lizard, for instance. It could unleash venomous acid through its spines, ensuring instant death upon contact. The creature before him, however, was a massive black serpent, its head resembling that of a viper, yet adorned with a cobra's hood. Clearly, this boss's crown was not supported by ribs. It was a permanent feature. Xiao Ruo sensed that this giant serpent was at least as formidable as the giant lizard. The serpent flicked its tongue. Akin to a whip cracking in the air. It had been peacefully slumbering when the sounds of beasts howling and bloodshed invaded its territory. The overpowering scent of blood lingered heavily. The serpent's vertical pupils regarded Xiao Ruo as one might regard an insignificant ant, devoid of any pretense of concealment regarding its murderous intent and contempt. That gaze was chilling, causing Xiao Ruo to shiver involuntarily. Was this the essence of a lord-level creature? So powerful, merely its presence was nearly suffocating. Yet Xiao Ruo was not inclined to resign himself to defeat. He drew the qiqiong and swung it upward. Clang, the sound of metal clashing echoed. The recoil sent Xiao Ruo staggering backward, leaving his hands numb. The sight before him filled him with astonishment. The qiqiong was an exceptional weapon. Yet it had only left a slight mark? This meant that the boss was also of exceptional caliber? Absurd. The giant lizard had merely been a good quality boss. Just now, when Xiao Ruo struck the giant serpent, he had anticipated a fierce counterattack, but none came. He found this peculiar. Was this lord-level creature so docile? Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. It wasn't that the boss did not wish to fight. It was simply incapable of doing so. During the novice phase, the golden 7 days, based on experience, no fantastical creatures could appear during this period. In his previous life, there had been numerous speculations regarding the 7-day timeline, positing that creatures would emerge only after this period. Upon encountering this lord-level serpent, Xiao Ruo understood that it was a matter of rule suppression. The 7 days were granted for developmental growth, and indeed, no fantastical creatures could emerge during this time. That it was not that they did not want to appear. They simply could not. Xiao Ruo swung the qiqiong again, striking the serpent's head. The creature, aside from growing more enraged, did not take further action, further confirming Xiao Ruo's hypothesis. Ha 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 ha. Heaven is aiding me. He swung his arms vigorously, delivering blow after blow. Meanwhile, he recalled that certain monsters occasionally dropped special equipment. Lord-level creatures were guaranteed to drop items, often superior ones, along with blueprints and materials. Even if Xiao Ruo were to strike for an entire day, it would be inconsequential. After all, a boss was worth far more than a few treasure chests. Some organizations were founded on the unique items and blueprints dropped by bosses. With renewed vigor, Xiao Ruo relentlessly struck at the giant serpent. When his right hand grew numb, he switched to his left. When his left grew numb, he returned to his right. Throughout this ordeal, the black serpent remained fixated on Xiao Ruo. If looks could kill, he would have perished countless times by now. Crack. A sound akin to shattering echoed within the dim cave. Xiao Ruo's heart soared with joy. Shattered. He estimated that he had been hacking away for at least an hour. Finally managing to break a scale of the giant serpent. It was no easy feat, just as Xiao Ruo had surmised. The serpent's primary defense relied on its scales. With the scales shattered, the serpent's flesh could no longer withstand the sharp Qiqiong. Xiao Ruo plunged the Qiqiong deep into the serpent's body and yanked it out with a swift motion. Splatter. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Success. Relying on this minor wound to slay the giant serpent was unrealistic. However, as long as it was a living creature, it could bleed and ultimately perish. Ugh. The specters and the eerie do not count. At present. The only concern for Xiao Ruo is the Lord's regenerative capabilities. It would be quite absurd if his own strikes did not surpass the Lord's healing rate. The colossal serpent glared furiously at Xiao Ruo, who remained fixated on the wound. Time ticked away. Second by second, Xiao Ruo came to a realization. An elite-level Lord seemingly cannot withstand an elite-level Qiqiong. After several minutes, Xiao Ruo shattered another scale, further enlarging the bleeding wound. Observing the gaping injury that resembled a faucet left unwound, Xiao Ruo nodded in satisfaction that he decided to cease his efforts. The giant serpent was not yet ready to perish. The beasts outside had merely been driven away, not entirely exterminated. He still needed to rely on the Lord's aura to deter any lurking threats that might disrupt his slumber. After all, one must be well rested to exert oneself fully. Once he repositioned the top beam, Xiao Ruo waved at the giant serpent. Good night. I shall take my leave. Xiao Ruo's sleep was shallow, and his quality of rest was poor. Nevertheless, managing to fall asleep under the Lord's oppressive presence and amidst the stench of the blood pool was nothing short of remarkable. Thanks to the torment inflicted by He Qiuyan, he had become quite accustomed to such an environment. That night, no beast clawed at the door, nor did the giant serpent go mad. Around 6 o'clock, Xiao Ruo heard a chime. He grasped Qiqiong, instantly awakening. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a fantastical creature. Reward. Title. Hunter Chief. Hunting. Increases damage to creatures by 10. Chief privilege. Further increases damage to creatures by 10. Enhances mobility. Would you like to announce? 1. Decline 2. Announce after naming yourself. Ding. Congratulations on defeating a good level lord. Tide Shadow Serpent King. Reward. Title. Pioneer Chief. Pioneer. Strong mental fortitude. Sand value is difficult to diminish. Chief privilege. Immune to poison, paralysis, and bleeding. Other negative buffs are resisted. Duration halved. Would you like to announce? 1. Decline 2. Announce after naming yourself. Xiao Ruo was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Aside from being a regular survivor, he now possessed 4 titles. The Wanderer who lost the steel was a blank slate. As the Wanderer. Slaying a survivor granted him the title of Usurper, which could be used for stealth. The Hunter title, gained from defeating fantastical creatures, bolstered his combat prowess. The Pioneer title, obtained from vanquishing Lord-level beings, conferred resistance to abnormal states. However, what surprised Xiao Ruo was that such a formidable creature was merely classified as a good-level lord. No wonder it could not withstand his Qiqiong. Had it been an elite-level lord, it might have already healed. As for whether to make an announcement, he pondered and ultimately opted for the second option. He recalled He Qiuyan's face and clenched his fist. I will make you wish for life and death. I shall seek vengeance. He decided to name his title Xuecho. Chapter 9. The Anomalous Ring. The Pedeg at 6 o'clock. It was the first night. Some individuals rose early, while others had not slept at all. They were either having breakfast or industriously venturing out with stone axes to chop wood. At that moment, everyone heard an announcement. Usurper. Xuecho has first slain a fantastical creature, becoming Hunter Chief. Listening to this bewildering announcement, everyone stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. Who was Xuecho? What was this usurper? Fantastical creatures? Did such beings even exist in this world? After all, they all entered in the same state of vulnerability. Why could one find such things so early? It was only 5 o'clock. Who on earth is this person? Xuecho? Never heard of them. Is that a code name? That can't be. If Xuecho is a code name, then what is the usurper? Who knows? The focus should be on the title, right? Shouldn't we be concerned about what they killed? A fantastical creature. It couldn't possibly be an elf. Could it? How ruthless. I think this person is just average. They probably got lucky and took down some special rabbit or something. After all, we all came together. How impressive could one really be? Exactly, it's only 5 o'clock. How could they fight all night? Disgusting. I can't stand people like that. What skill is there in bullying small animals, right? And they had the audacity to announce it, as if no one would know otherwise. I could do it too. Discussions erupted throughout the area. They would rather believe that Xiao Ruo was a weakling taking advantage of small creatures than accept that someone could surpass them. In the next moment, another announcement arrived. Usurper. Xiao has first slain the king-level boss, Tide Shadow Serpent King, becoming Pioneer Chief. Everyone's fingers, which had been tapping away on their portable devices, suddenly froze. What? Is there a bug in this system? The first kill was a boss. Is this person for real? This individual is a major player, an extraordinarily significant one. Who was barking earlier? Why is there silence now? This clearly indicates a powerhouse, and yet they had the gall to mock others. They should take a good look at themselves. Didn't someone just say they took down a special rabbit? Retract. Where's the retraction button? Xiao Ruo did not pay attention to the channel. His gaze was fixed on the most valuable items at hand. The corpse of the giant serpent was slowly dissipating, revealing a good-level treasure chest dropped by the Lord. This chest could yield equipment materials and blueprints, offering more than double the richness of a regular treasure chest. Xiao Ruo kicked open the treasure chest. Tide Shadow Serpent Egg, normal level. Anomalous Ring, excellent level. Dispel Enchantment Potion Blueprint, good level. Dark Tide Dagger Blueprint, good level. Tide Shadow Serpent Black Scale, good level material. 400 Tide Shadow Serpent Dark Bone, good level material. 20 Tide Shadow Serpent Tough Tendon, good level material. 20 Tide Shadow Serpent Prime Meat, good level food. 200 He had struck it rich. Truly, he had hit the jackpot. Xiao Ruo stood there, lost in thought, his gaze fixated on the second item. Anomalous Ring, contains a 5-5-10 space, can be enhanced with anomalous stones to gain additional capacity. What was his greatest limitation at present? Was it protection? Incorrect. It was the Wanderer's Ring, which only had 10 scant slots. This anomalous ring was precisely what he needed in a moment of urgency. Furthermore, its capacity was considerable, ensuring he could easily navigate through the beginner phase. Xiao Ruo's attention shifted to the latter part of the anomalous ring's description. Can be enhanced with anomalous stones that he snorted softly. If his memory served him right, He Chuyin possessed a good-level anomalous item, a pitch-black bracelet. She had boasted about it to him, though he did not know its capacity. Excellent. Yet another reason for He Chuyin to meet her demise. Xiao Ruo then turned his gaze to the pet egg. After examining its description, he was astounded if the anomalous ring provided him with the greatest assistance in the early stages. Then this pet egg would serve as his most significant safeguard in the later phases. Xiao Ruo had not forgotten the level of the Lord he had slain. Good level. Yet, the level of this pet egg had regressed to normal. It was not a descendant of some talentless being. Rather, it was a product of anomalous birth. Tide Shadow Serpent Egg, normal level. A mutated egg, containing an anomalous fetus. Using blood will forge a blood pact, recognizing you as its master, the Tide Shadow Serpent King. Humiliated by being slain through despicable means by a human, imbued its offspring with enhanced strength due to its lingering resentment. Indeed, it is as such. To put it plainly, the vengeful spirit of the Tide Shadow Serpent King, driven to madness, has imbued its resentment into its progeny. This phenomenon is something I have encountered in my previous life. Or perhaps it is too renowned. It is nearly impossible to have not heard of it. The technique of otherworldly embodiment, a method employed by a certain top-tier figure in my past existence. It is said that he possessed a soul state bear with which he could merge, resulting in a dramatic enhancement of his power. He could slay anyone who stood in his way, whether they be human or divine. However, the acquisition of such an embodiment remains a mystery. 70% of his strength relied solely on this ability. Everyone is eager to learn how to obtain an otherworldly embodiment, yet it is evident that he would never disclose such knowledge. Now, by sheer happenstance, Xiao Ruo has stumbled upon it, and at such an early stage. Splendid. Xiao Ruo then perused the 2 blueprints, equally exhilarated. Exorcism Potion, good quality blueprint. This potion can be crafted to exorcise evil. Applying it to a weapon enables the wielder to directly harm undead and anomalous entities. Materials for crafting must be checked at the stone tablet. Shadow Tide Dagger, good quality blueprint. This dagger can be crafted to inflict water poison upon enemies, clouding their consciousness. Materials for crafting must be checked at the stone tablet. Truly, it is no wonder that these items are dropped by bosses. There is a reason why that organization in my previous life was willing to exhaust their resources to eliminate the boss. Setting aside the necessity of the potion, even the dagger alone is remarkable. Although it pales in comparison to the paralyzing blade that once pierced my leg, this item can be mass-produced, and this is merely the first day. There is no basis for comparison. As for the potion, it is even more vital. Undead creatures cannot be slain, and anomalous beings lack a physical form. The only means of vanquishing these entities is through the use of exorcism weapons. Without them, one is truly left to await their demise. You may survive 3 days without water, but without the potion, death is imminent. Alas, Xiao Ruo currently lacks the stone tablet and remains ignorant of the required materials. Perhaps he shall craft them once he occupies Xiaoyan's tablet. Next, Xiao Ruo's gaze fell upon the pet egg. He bit his thumb, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the egg. Instantly, a connection formed in his mind with the creature within. Success. Chapter 10. Xiao Ruo, merely a waste, inferior even to a single hair of Xueqiu. Xiao Ruo cradled the black egg, standing still, yet his consciousness linked with the being inside. He felt as though he were submerged in a viscous liquid, encased within a grand, curved chamber. He found himself transformed into an indescribable entity. Could there truly be a telepathic connection? Does the pet possess such capabilities? In an instant, a sharp pain surged through Xiao Ruo's head, severing the link with the creature inside the egg. He stood there, momentarily disoriented, and after a lengthy pause, he realized his consciousness had returned. Xiao Ruo gasped for breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had just been attacked. The egg's description indicated that resentment influenced its form. Yet it did not mention an ambush. It seems the Tide Shadow Serpent King has indeed left a lasting impression on him. Xiao Ruo rubbed his temples to ease the throbbing pain. He had established a connection with the egg. Now, he could only quietly await its hatching. He donned the otherworldly ring, storing all his belongings within its space. He then glanced at the wolf carcass, waving his hand to similarly enclose it within the otherworldly ring. Typically, a corpse cannot be taken without decomposition, but Xiao Ruo was utilizing the volume of space rather than a mere backpack compartment. Thus, he could transport it directly to AS for decomposition. He was not inclined to pursue that at the moment. This leads to another drawback of being a wanderer, the severe resource depletion. For example, a wolf would typically yield 10 pieces of meat and several materials. Yet a wanderer could only extract 1 piece. As for the materials, they were utterly unattainable. Thus, decomposing it now would be a poor trade. Xiao Ruo planned to address it later. If only he could acquire decomposition skills. Such circumstances would no longer apply. He hoped for a stroke of good fortune. Once organized, Xiao Ruo prepared to enter the instance, shifting regions. He pointed and tapped at the screen before him, unable to suppress a sense of wonder. If one were to compare, being a wanderer does have its advantages, such as the expansive screen before him. A survivor exploring the outside world would rely on a mere handheld screen to access the game's systems. While he enjoyed a 30-inch display, what a triumph! After selecting his options, he prepared to enter the instance, only to suddenly recall that he had forgotten to check whether this area had respawned. Xiao Ruo retrieved the treasure chest detector and activated the scan. Ding! Treasure chest location detected. Ha ha ha. Xiao Ruo was pleasantly surprised that, despite the area's resource scarcity, treasure chests were abundant. He immediately set off in the direction indicated by the treasure chest signal. Wang Fei, rise and shine. Stop lying like a dead dog. Others have slain the boss. And here you are, still sprawled out. Hurry up and scavenge for items. Wang Fei remained unmoved, reclining on the ground with his legs crossed. What does Xueqiu amount to? Just a boss. After all, a boss that can be killed now can't be that formidable. Besides, I've just engaged in physical labor. Do you really expect me to go out and scavenge? Aren't you worried I might die out there? Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. The two of them were quite the odd pair. Having been transported here during a couple's activity, both were lazy by nature. Having made no effort to seek out treasure chests, merely scavenging a few materials. Furthermore, the outside world was desolate, offering little to collect. So you're saying I, a woman, should venture out? You, a man, have the audacity to suggest that? Wang Fei scoffed and ignored her. Suddenly, he had a thought and turned to Xiaoyan. Where do you think Xiao Ruo is? Should we look for him to help us? He has a soft spot for you. We could easily enlist him as our laborer to gather items. If he dies while scavenging, it wouldn't matter. Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. Oh, you have a plan? She, too, was eager for Xiao Ruo to bring them supplies. Whether or not it would work, she had not considered. In her mind, Xiao Ruo was simply her ATM, obligated to support her unconditionally. Whatever she desired, he must provide. In the real world, this principle remained unchanged. As for her, she merely needed to play the part of a little princess, enjoying the fruits of Xiao Ruo's labor. It was only fair. Wang Fei looked at her, as if she were foolish. Are you out of your mind? What could I possibly do? If Xiao Ruo saw us together, with his temperament, wouldn't he cleave me in too? The chance of us being in the same area with a population of 10,000 is too slim. You should try the world channel and shout, I am He Xiaoyan. Xiao Ruo, come find me. Maybe that way, we can locate him. He Xiaoyan lowered her head, contemplating the feasibility of this idea. Wang Fei was taken aback, rolling his eyes at her. You really are hopelessly naive. The speed at which messages roll by, it would be a miracle if he saw it. Shouting in the world channel is less effective than praying that Xueqiu is Xiao Ruo. Upon hearing this, He Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned. Indeed, why must I rely on Xiao Ruo? Xueqiu is far superior. After all, he is the first to claim a world-first kill on a lord-level creature. Compared to Xiao Ruo, he is 1,000 times stronger. If I could earn Xueqiu's favor, wouldn't that mean I could soar to great heights, even if she does not engage in gaming? She is aware that defeating a boss yields rewards if Xueqiu were to keep those rewards for herself. He Xiaoyan indeed possesses certain advantages, although her character may be questionable. She undeniably has a striking appearance. Her beauty is quite formidable. Initially, her nose had a slight flatness, but after undergoing cosmetic surgery, it now stands high and proud. Aside from a somewhat squared jaw, she is beyond reproach. She exudes confidence, firmly believing that if she obtained Xueqiu's contact information, she could mesmerize him completely. Wang Fei observed He Xiaoyan's foolish grin with a hint of confusion. What mischief is this foolish and wicked woman concocting now? This time, Xiao Ruo successfully acquired the treasure chest with the aid of the chest indicator, the process proving quite seamless. She kicked the chest open. A crafting blueprint for a wolfskin coat, good quality, was revealed, leaving Xiao Ruo somewhat disappointed. To her surprise, the excellent level chest contained only a good quality blueprint. She paused momentarily, then smacked her forehead. She was indeed being unrealistic. It was the second day, and she was turning her nose up at a good quality blueprint? According to the patterns from her previous life, it seemed that the blueprints found in newly refreshed chests were indeed one tier lower than the finished products, acceptable enough. Suddenly, the nearby bushes began to rustle. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiao Ruo's senses heightened. Instantly, a stone spear and the Qiqing appeared in her hands, while she also secured the voodoo doll at her waist. Whoosh! A burly man sprang forth, eyeing Xiao Ruo cautiously before glancing at the unusual empty chest. His eyes glinted with greed. Not far away, he had spotted a beam of blue light and had hurried over, only to find someone had beaten him to it. How could he tolerate this? That treasure belongs to him. Kid, hand over that chest. A man wielding a Nepalese knife in his left hand and a stone spear in his right glared menacingly at Xiao Ruo. Suddenly, he felt that Xiao Ruo looked familiar. Wasn't this the very person who had taunted him during the S-level dungeon's logic maze? Damn. So it was you. Hurry up and give me your voodoo doll and the contents of that chest. Chapter 11. The Power of the King Slayer. Title. The burly man recognized Xiao Ruo, but she had no recollection of him. With so many worthless characters around, how could she possibly remember? Yet, what a small world it is that they would cross paths again. Based on Xiao Ruo's experience, this man was likely finished. His claim of having seen her in the dungeon indicated he had been trapped there for 3 hours. 3 hours of downtime was ample time for others to thoroughly loot the chests. Xiao Ruo touched the voodoo doll at her back. Although the chance of this man being a threat was low, having numerous trump cards in a confrontation was never excessive, for one could not predict whether the opponent might possess exceptionally powerful equipment. Xiao Ruo chose not to respond. Instead, she bent down and charged towards the burly man. Startled, the man's expression turned vicious. This little brat was asking for trouble. His Nepalese knife was of good quality. Chopping him would be as easy as slicing tofu, despite the fact that the opponent also wielded a knife. The burly man believed his Nepalese knife was superior. What? Do you possess something better? Ridiculous. That knife looks quite ordinary. If it were truly of high quality, I might as well end it all now. The only thing to be wary of was that the kid had obtained the doll from the S-level dungeon. That item was a lifesaver, and he needed to quickly eliminate this brat and seize that item. Xiao Ruo halted her advance abruptly, thrusting the stone spear forward towards the burly man's chest. Although the Qiqing was razor-sharp, the spear had greater length and posed less risk. If the burly man was armed solely with the Nepalese knife, she could indeed risk using the Qiqing. The opponent, however, was not slow to react, sidestepping to evade the thrust while swinging his Nepalese knife downwards onto the spear, sinking it halfway into the wood. The burly man grinned maniacally. Ha! Shocked, are we? Such a sturdy spear has been utterly cleaved by my strike. What do you have to contest with me? With that, he swung the spear at Xiao Ruo with full force, his muscles bulging as he exerted all his might. Xiao Ruo remained unfazed by the spear's damage. She bent low, using the Qiqiong to block the swinging spear while planning her next move. Swish! The spear struck the Qiqiong and was instantly severed in two, the cut clean and precise. The burly man was taken aback. What kind of divine weapon is this? Seizing the moment of the man's astonishment, Xiao Ruo swiftly pivoted, delivering a strike with her weapon. Whoosh! A flash of red light zipped past as he narrowly avoided the lethal blow, yet a gash appeared on his chest. He quickly retreated, wiping at his wound. Thankfully, it wasn't deep enough to reach the bone. That was close. He was seething with frustration. Damn it, why does this brat have a voodoo doll and such a formidable weapon? This time, he had messed up. Thankfully, his shelter was not far from here. As long as he could return, this person would be powerless against him. Taking a step back, he quietly spoke to Xiao Ruo. Brother, it was my oversight. Let us leave some room for future encounters. Xiao Ruo chuckled softly. Leave room for future encounters? You are mistaken. Leaving room for others only invites stronger retaliation after surviving in this world for 3 months. Even a fool would understand this principle. Relying on the promises of others for future benefits, it would be far better to seize what one could directly from the fallen. Moreover, this was merely a faude of submission while harboring plans to deal with her in secret. Even a fool could see through that. However, Xiao Ruo gazed at the wound on the burly man's chest, mentally sentencing him to death. The injury was neither large nor small. It was not life-threatening. Yet under the effects of her Qiqiong, the bleeding would not be slowed. In 10 minutes, he would surely perish. As for the burly man's attempts to flee, it mattered little. She would pursue him like a hyena, closely trailing until he was incapable of resisting, at which point she would deliver a fatal strike. Xiao Ruo followed the fleeing man closely, contemplating what it would be like to ambush others. Surely, it would not involve announcing, "Hand over your belongings, or I will kill you," as this fool had done. However, one could hardly blame them. These ruffians had yet to adapt. In the real world, highway robbers would often shout robbery. They were simply prisoners of their habitual thinking. Were Xiao Ruo in the burly man's position, she would first launch a ranged attack with the spear to create an opportunity for a preemptive strike. If successful, she would charge in. If not, she would retreat, especially since she had no knowledge of what lay inside the chest. Rushing in blindly was sheer folly. If, after suffering severe injuries, the treasure turned out to be merely a roll of excellent quality toilet paper, one would surely wish for death. As Xiao Ruo pondered, she remained close on the burly man's heels. At this point, he was staggering, his face devoid of color, lips pale, clutching his chest wound as he made his way toward his shelter. Xiao Ruo kept a distance of about 10 meters behind him to avoid any last-ditch efforts. She occasionally threw stones to distract him, leaving the burly man in despair. He realized that his blood loss was far from ordinary. At this moment, he was filled with regret. Why had he provoked this person? Hadn't he merely called him a fool? Was it worth it to risk his life over that? He had initially mocked the other. Once the tables turned, it was only natural for the other to retaliate. I was wrong. I was wrong. Xiao Ruo scoffed softly as she followed. Wrong? Relying on someone like him to acknowledge their mistakes is like expecting a sow to climb a tree. He was not regretting his actions. He was merely aware that his life was in jeopardy. The burly man's face turned ghostly pale. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted his shelter. An instant surge of strength coursed through him as he quickened his pace, rushing into the protective barrier of his sanctuary. I was wrong. Where the hell did I go wrong? Once I recover, you better watch out. He shot a fierce glare back at Xiao Ruo from within the barrier, then activated the protective function of the stone tablet. You just wait to die. Once I heal, you will have hell to pay. He witnessed firsthand how the barrier thwarted the attacks of several wolves. Furthermore, his own monument's energy still exceeded 90. Even if this brat wielded divine weaponry, could he truly breach the barrier in an instant? As long as he tended to his wounds, he would join forces with the brat to confront their foe. He was indifferent to the brat's attempts to hack at the barrier. Once the brat exhausted some of his stamina, he would emerge to engage him in battle. He tore his clothing, hastily wrapping the ragged fabric around his wounds, yet blood continued to seep through. Need any help? The burly man did not lift his gaze. Intent on tying off his own injury, he muttered under his breath, "No need, it's already bandaged." Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and cold sweat broke out across his face. His neck jerked up mechanically. He beheld Xiao Ruo standing before him like a demon, wielding a simple yet deadly long knife. He gulped audibly. His composure shattered as the voice was faint, audible only to Isuali. Yet, despite its softness, it bore a wealth of information. Isuali was taken aback, his hand halting in mid-swing. The whip, propelled by inertia, gently grazed Xiao Ruo's heel, causing no discomfort. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. What was happening? What had this individual said to the grotesque figure? Why did the creature seem so intimidated by him? Chapter 13. Quality coal. Isuali gazed up at Xiao Ruo, astonished by his knowledge of both his and the leader's names. It was one thing to know his name. After all, some goblins were quite loquacious, and they did not shy away from calling names. However, the leader, Mo Li Jian, rarely ventured out, and the goblins never dared to utter the tyrant's name. Who, then, was this individual? Xiao Ruo surveyed the distressed goblin with a feeling of triumph that he had truly frightened him. It seemed the reputation of the troll leader loomed heavily over these green-skinned creatures. They trembled at the mere mention of his name. Xiao Ruo was poised to stoke the flames further. Do you think I could reach him? Cold sweat instantly broke out on the goblin's brow. He dared not gamble. He had pilfered resources here, believing the leader would remain oblivious. This mine was a lucrative opportunity. Should the leader discover his theft, he would either be expelled or executed, both outcomes far too dire for him to endure. In a hushed tone, Isuali inquired, "My lord, what is it that you desire? What must I do?" The crowd, witnessing their whispered exchange, stood in stunned silence. What was happening? They had witnessed the goblin's volatility firsthand. It regarded them not as humans, but as mere livestock. Would you converse with a pig? Certainly not. Yet, what if that pig spoke human words, revealing the next winning lottery numbers? What is he saying? Hurry, let us listen. Several quick-witted individuals moved closer, eager to eavesdrop. However, as they approached, they were met with a sharp crack from the goblin's whip, causing them to howl in pain. Isuali was now seething with anger. Just as he prepared to lash out, Xiao Ruo called out to him, "Enough, let us continue our discussion." Immediately, Isuali ceased his actions, turning to Xiao Ruo with a fawning expression. "Very well, my lord." The individuals who had been whipped stood in utter shock, bewildered by the stark contrast in demeanor. What had this person said to the goblin? The tension in the air was palpable. Xiao Ruo spoke softly, "I require a pass, and 400 pieces of coal." The impending disaster was a cold wave. Burning coal was undoubtedly safer than using wood, hence Xiao Ruo's intention to extract some from this encounter. Moreover, coal was essential for smelting. Isuali hesitated. His expression conflicted. In comparison to food, coal held far greater importance. If he were to pilfer food, he might still find a sliver of hope, but lacking coal would certainly lead to his demise. Yet, he was reluctant to take such risks. My lord, that is excessive. Would 200 suffice? No, it must be 400. Xiao Ruo's gaze fell upon two baskets beside Stele, which had been delivered by two individuals earlier. Each basket contained 200 pieces of coal that he intended to extract every last bit, for he felt entitled to do so. Isuali gritted his teeth and nodded. "Very well, but please do not inform the leader of this transaction." Xiao Ruo nodded in agreement. While he might wish to inform Mo Li Jian, there was no feasible way to do so. Isuali turned, raising his whip with a furious expression, extending his hand toward the onlookers. "You swine! Return to work at once. Everyone, your quota has increased by 20 pieces of coal." The whip cracked against the crowd, resulting in a chorus of anguished cries. "Damn it, this greenskin creature is insane. What did that person say to provoke this? This cursed green fiend demands we work harder. He truly deserves to perish." After dispersing the crowd, the goblin handed Xiao Ruo a card along with 2 pieces of 300-gram black bread. This card would allow him to exit the instance upon tearing it. As for the coal, Xiao Ruo promptly stored it within his otherworldly ring. The onlookers, witnessing this, were left in disbelief. What the hell? How did he just take the coal? Is there a portable terminal in use? I didn't even see him take it out. Could he be the leader of these grotesque creatures, disguised as an overseer? One individual dropped his pickaxe and rushed toward Xiao Ruo. "Brother, take me along." Xiao Ruo cast a sidelong glance at the man, but chose to ignore him, using the pass to exit the instance, leaving behind a crowd in a state of bewilderment. First, there was the mysterious Xueqiu, and now, another who had wrested resources from the green-skinned creatures. Truly, there were many capable individuals around. Upon entering the new region, Xiao Ruo was astonished by his substantial haul from the E-grade instance. 400 pieces of coal were more than sufficient to see him through the impending cold wave. He examined a piece of coal closely. Although he had mined before, the absence of a terminal made it difficult to ascertain its quality. Coal, quality, grade of fine quality coal, requiring only a few pieces to warm an entire room. The quality of this coal is quite impressive, reaching the standard of quality grade. Previously, in the dim confines of the mine, it was hard to discern, but now, illuminated by the morning light, the coal shimmered like a jewel. Utilizing such coal for smelting would elevate the quality of metal ingots. Employing it for warmth would be a waste. After stowing the coal, he retrieved a treasure chest detector and activated it. Ding! Treasure chest location detected. Xiao Ruo smiled and headed toward the chest's direction, taking half an hour to stretch his limbs. This area appeared more prosperous than the previous 2 regions he had traversed. Though it still paled in comparison to He Qiuyan's domain, the river here was not dried up. Its rushing waters splashed against Xiao Ruo's face. Standing at the riverbank, he felt a twinge of frustration. He needed to cross, but the river obstructed his path. The concern was whether taking a detour would reveal that the river bisected the entire region. Upon reaching the barrier, he realized the river flowed right beside it. Leaving him momentarily stunned, Xiao Ruo decided to take the plunge. Though the current was swift, the river was only 6 to 7 meters wide. He glanced at the trees lining the riverbank, planning to use a rope as a safety line to wade across carefully. It was risky, but worth the potential reward. However, there was a dilemma. He possessed no rope. Yet, he knew that someone in the trading market would surely sell such an item. Speaking of which, despite acquiring numerous high-grade treasure chests, he lacked quality basic and ordinary chests. Daily necessities, tools, and parts primarily emerged from those chests. Xiao Ruo felt he was quite imbalanced in his acquisitions, with the otherworldly pet egg, a bloodletting Qi, and even the blueprint for a dispelling potion. He had weapons of remarkable quality. However, he had yet to acquire basic items like an iron axe or an iron pot. Upon entering the trading market, Xiao Ruo searched for ropes and similar items. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Someone was indeed selling a wooden bow. In his previous life, wooden bows had only appeared after 4 days. This was 2 days earlier than before. What could account for this anomaly? Chapter 14. Quality wooden bow. Tangqing. This news was not favorable for Xiao Ruo. While archery required practice, most individuals would struggle to hit a target even 10 meters away. It still posed a threat. Xiao Ruo surmised that perhaps his actions had inadvertently caused a butterfly effect. For instance, the individual selling bows might have been slain by Bloodblade in his previous life. Yet, since Xiao Ruo had killed Bloodblade, this man had survived and begun selling bows. Xiao Ruo's greatest asset was his 3 months of experience in survival games. However, in this altered future, could it still be the same future he once knew? After all, without the presence of Xianren Tiao and Bloodblade, many would continue to survive. Although the trend of catastrophe would remain unchanged, the minor details might differ significantly. Fearing the unknown, Xiao Ruo gently patted his own face. Were it not for his foolishness in believing He Qiuyan's deceptive words, he might have been thriving. In his previous life, despite lacking experience, he managed to live quite well, even being hired to hunt down a boss. Yet now, with experience under his belt, he found himself entangled in doubts. What could be the reason for this? Xiao Ruo glanced at the wanderer's ring on his hand. There was no turning back. Having shattered the stone tablet, he could only forge ahead into the darkness. At worst, he would need to exercise caution in the future. Xiao Ruo reached out to a buyer, preparing to purchase a bow and arrow. To his surprise, the seller was none other than the individual with whom he had previously traded for a thermal suit. It seemed this person had made considerable strides after acquiring the stone tablet's energy shard. Xiao Ruo's speculation was correct. The seller had utilized the blueprints to amass the first batch of resources, trading for weapons. Originally, he had ventured out on the 3rd day to hunt beasts for their sinews. But now he was ahead by 2 days. Upon realizing he was conversing with Xiao Ruo, the seller became quite enthusiastic, as Xiao Ruo could be considered his benefactor. Xiao Ruo felt similarly. He had obtained the thermal suit from this individual, which was indeed a significant boon. Brother, what would you like to buy? I can offer you a discount, the seller said. Xiao Ruo inspected the items for sale, a bow and arrows, as well as a wooden bed. Both items were essential. Fortune smiled upon him. I'll take a set of arrows, Xiao Ruo declared. The seller replied, Done. Just provide me with a sinew, and I'll charge you at cost. I truly appreciate your stone tablet energy shard. My name is Tangqing. How shall I address you? The sincerity from the other side was palpable. The cost of a bow seemed to require wood, resin, and sinews. By asking for just 1 sinew, he was practically taking a loss to promote his business. However, Xiao Ruo found himself in a predicament. He could not dissect any carcasses at the moment, and he lacked wolf pelts. This was quite awkward. I don't have any wolf pelts. Upon seeing this message, Tangqing responded with a puzzled huh? He had assumed Xiao Ruo would not be indecisive. Why hadn't he gone out to hunt beasts last night? Had he misjudged him? If so, that was fine. More friends meant more pathways to explore. Xiao Ruo retrieved some bread from his ring, preparing to barter with food. He had taken down quite a few people, and with 47 loaves of bread in reserve, he had more than enough food. Moreover, he also possessed snake meat, so sustenance was not an issue. However, his gaze swept over the materials for the Tide Shadow Serpent King stored within the ring. A thought sparked in his mind. He recalled a particular feature of the blueprints, that using high-quality materials to craft lower-tier blueprints could elevate their quality. The bow and arrows Tang Cheng possessed were of ordinary quality. Using the sinews and black scales from the Tide Shadow Serpent King would elevate them to good quality. Xiao Ruo crouched by the riverbank, holding a stick and feeling the swift current. Should he have him craft it for him? Although he was not a master archer, he was quite skilled. Possessing a bow would certainly yield better results. In encounters with others, he would not find himself fleeing in panic. His only concern was Tang Cheng's character. Xiao Ruo tossed the stick into the river. It was settled. He had plenty of sinews and black scales. Even if he were swindled, it wouldn't result in any significant loss. Xiao Ruo replied to the other party, I don't have wolf pelts, but I have something else that I would like you to assist me in crafting. Tang Cheng's mind instantly conjured images of wild beasts attacking Xiao Ruo's shelter, perhaps bears or foxes. Sure, of course. In that case, I won't charge you a crafting fee this time. Ha ding, an anonymous trade request was sent to you. Tide Shadow Serpent King's Sinew 1, Tide Shadow Serpent King's Black Scale 4. What is this? Tide Shadow Serpent. Holy cow, this guy is a snow vengeful. Tang Cheng's skin prickled all over. No wonder he lacked wolf pelts. With such a boss around, what wolf would dare cause trouble? He inquired of Xiao Ruo, are you the snow vengeful boss? I wouldn't call myself a boss. I'm merely a person with good fortune, Xiao Ruo replied. Tang Cheng felt exhilarated. Goodness gracious, he had latched onto a significant figure. Boss, leave the crafting to me. He accepted the trade request, holding the sinew and scales in his hands. They felt heavy. Holy moly. Tang Cheng stared at the face-sized scales in the wrist-thick sinew, momentarily stunned. His mouth hung open, and question marks appeared on his forehead. The scales were that large. How immense must the creature be? What kind of monster had the snow vengeful taken down last night? While Tang Cheng crafted the bow and arrows for Xiao Ruo, he sought out a rope. The seller was demanding 6 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of water, given that most people only had 8 to 10 loaves. This was an outrageous price. This rope was not even worth trading with food. Moreover, he still wanted bread and water. When Xiao Ruo attempted to haggle, he was met with a barrage of insults. What are you whining for when you can't afford it? Get lost, you broke loser. Don't disturb me while I do business. You might as well save it for hanging yourself. Xiao Ruo had seen plenty of such individuals in his previous life. It was disheartening to finally find a treasure chest only to discover it contained worthless junk. Their treasures seemed magnificent, yet they demanded exorbitant prices at the trading post. Anyone who attempted to negotiate was met with scorn. Such people were especially prevalent during the novice phase. The instability of prices in the early stages was largely due to their antics. Typically, these individuals held some power or status in the real world. In essence, they had failed to accept reality. After blocking this person, Xiao Ruo began to privately message another seller. Suddenly, it dawned on him. What a fool he had been. Did he not already possess beds? Why not purchase a few more beds to serve as platforms? With his current enhanced athletic abilities, achieving this task would be a breeze. Having thought of this, he prepared to message Tang Cheng. Before he could reach out, however, Tang Cheng sent him a message first. Snow vengeful boss, the bow is ready. This bow is invincible. The bow is complete. Tang Cheng promptly initiated the trade with Xiao Ruo. Upon receiving it, Xiao Ruo's eyes lit up at the sight of the wooden bow in his hands. The bow was entirely black, with a recurved design, the strings sturdy and resilient. It felt substantial in his grip. A testament to its quality. Wooden bow, good quality, a bow crafted with superior materials, 1 tier higher than other products, resulting in arrows with greater power. However, it has not been bound with resin, making its quality somewhat fragile. Please use with caution. Moreover, Tang Cheng returned 2 scales to Xiao Ruo, saying, Boss, I replaced the resin with these scales, used 2 of them, and returned the rest to you. Xiao Ruo silently nodded as he regarded the scales in his hands. Tang Cheng was indeed an honest man. They could work well together. Chapter 15. Crossing the river with wooden beds, excellent skinning knife. Wolf-Pack Tang Cheng crafted some wooden arrows for Xiao Ruo. He lacked metal ingots. Otherwise, he would have provided metal arrowheads. This was a golden opportunity. He had to hold on tight. Boss, do you have any other matters? If not, I'll continue selling goods. Xiao Ruo called out to Tang Cheng. Hold on a moment. I would like to purchase 3 beds from you. 3 beds. Tang Cheng was momentarily stunned. Impressive. The boss truly lived up to his title. Even sleeping required 3 beds. Or perhaps the boss had many people and needed 3 beds? How enviable. All right, boss, I don't have any in stock, but I'll trade them to you right away. 3 beds. Please provide me with 60 pieces of wood. It would take some effort to craft them. Xiao Ruo replied, Hey, if you call me brother, then we are brothers now. What trouble could there possibly be between brothers? I appreciate it. Suddenly, Xiao Ruo remembered something. Tang Cheng, could you keep an eye out for anyone who has cross-region scrolls? If you find any, please let me know. I need that item. No problem, I'll take care of it. Tang Cheng nodded in agreement. After the novice period of the cross-region scroll, it became rather prevalent. However, Xiao Ruo lacked the assurance to proceed without a stone tablet, and he didn't possess ample wood. Thus, he planned to exchange 6 loaves of bread for a bed, although 3 beds hardly warranted 6 loaves. Xiao Ruo had no time to linger at the trading post observing transactions. This was also the remuneration he entrusted to Tang Cheng, despite his jest about clinging to someone else's leg, who would willingly offer assistance without any benefits. After accepting the bread, Tang Cheng patted his chest, assuring Xiao Ruo that he would certainly keep an eye out. A smirk played at the corners of Xiao Ruo's mouth. That was sufficient. Tang Cheng was reliable. He dismissed the communication panel and gazed at the river, awaiting the construction of the wooden bed. Once Tang Cheng completed the transaction, he promptly stowed it away in his dimensional ring. Contemplating where to place it securely, he observed the rushing waters and felt that there was no safe spot. It might be better to use it as a makeshift float. Xiao Ruo extended his hand towards the river, tossing the wooden bed directly into the water. Then, he leaped, landing squarely on the bed. It functioned like a balance beam, lacking a proper point of support. Nonetheless, Xiao Ruo seized the fleeting opportunity. Whooshed, he leaped forward with great force, directing his palm towards the river, sending the bed crashing into the water, splashing droplets everywhere. With a firm push-off, he managed to traverse the river, albeit losing his balance and tumbling onto the opposite bank with a splash. That was close, Xiao Ruo muttered under his breath, rising and brushing off the dirt from his clothing. He glanced back at the treacherous river. 2 beds floated downstream, carried by the current, colliding with rocks and instantly splintering apart. Xiao Ruo shook his head. Did he really think he could wade across? How naive. Unexpectedly, he had jumped quite a distance. Having used 2 of the 3 beds, he would not waste the remaining one. It would provide him with a good night's sleep. The night spent in the cave had been torturous, rife with foul odors, the oppressive presence of the Lord, and insects drawn by the scent of blood. Fortunately, Xiao Ruo had been tempered through experience and could manage it. After stretching a bit, he continued on his journey towards his destination. He truly feared nothing now, equipped for both ranged and melee combat. He realized he was still lacking a shield. This would mitigate the threat of being shot at by archers. After crossing the river, Xiao Ruo's path became remarkably smooth. Along the way, he foraged a wild fruit for a snack. It tasted both bitter and numbing, yet it was non-toxic and filling. In his previous life, Xiao Ruo had consumed this fruit before, making it familiar. Half an hour later, he arrived at the location indicated by the treasure chest detector and discovered the chest nestled within a hollow of a dead tree. The chest was well concealed, its light beam obscured. Had he merely passed by, he might have overlooked it. What an arduous endeavor. Crossing that river had truly been a trial. Xiao Ruo opened the chest, revealing only a small knife within. His eyes lit up. Skinning knife. Excellent quality. This knife can dismember corpses and yield additional materials. Xiao Ruo's brow relaxed. While this item might not offer substantial benefits, for Xiao Ruo wielded the Qiqiang, slicing through the body of the wild wolf, leaving behind a gaping wound of over 20 centimeters. Though it did not succumb instantly, blood flowed profusely, rendering it a mere threat for only a few minutes more. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ruo swiftly increased the distance between them. Having witnessed the fate of 2 of their comrades, the remaining wolves did not pursue as aggressively. The alpha wolf, gazing at its feeble companion, was consumed by an intense fury, letting out a mournful howl before charging forward. The chase persisted for half an hour. The wolves had grown wiser, recognizing the lethal threat posed by Xiao Ruo. They refrained from direct confrontation, opting instead to linger at a distance. Each time Xiao Ruo brandished his bow, they sought refuge behind cover, evading his aim. Frustration gnawed at Xiao Ruo, who was now drenched in sweat and could hardly continue. Realizing the toll it was taking, he slowed his pace. Yet, as he did so, the wolves quickened their advance, intent on surrounding him. Xiao Ruo's face paled. Did this wolf possess a strategic mind? It seemed to embody the principles of military tactics. Retreat when the enemy is strong. Engage when they are weary. This was a plan to exhaust him to death. With a fierce determination, Xiao Ruo resolved to fight back. He drew his bow and swiftly turned to take aim. The moment he revealed his wooden bow, all the wolves appeared to receive a silent command, scattering to find shelter. Although this maneuver prevented him from hitting them, it disrupted their formation, an opportune moment. Instead of retreating, Xiao Ruo advanced, the wooden bow vanishing from his grasp as he replaced it with the qiqiong. His adrenaline soared as he sprinted towards a wolf's hiding spot, eyeing the dazed eyes of the wolves. He raised the qiqiong high and brought it crashing down. Instantly, a wolf's head severed from its body, blood splattering across Xiao Ruo. Suddenly, he felt something sharp graze him from behind, an excruciating pain coursing through him. Yet, he could endure it. After all, it was still less painful than a whip laced with salt water. He understood without hesitation. The wild wolves were now retaliating, and a desperate struggle was imminent. It was time to demonstrate to these beasts that humanity's dominance atop the earth was not solely reliant on intellect. Xiao Ruo spun around, seizing the neck of the ambushing wolf, forcefully pinning it down. Drawing forth a Nepalese dagger, he plunged it into the wolf's throat, nailing it to the ground. Rising swiftly, he swung his right arm, cleaving another charging wolf in half. Suddenly, a jolt of pain shot through his right hand. A wolf had sunk its teeth into his arm. With a grim expression, Xiao Ruo retaliated, tearing at the wolf's fur and throwing it harshly to the ground. In that moment, he transformed into a berserker, fueled by a primal fury. Humanity possesses a remarkable instinct for survival. Before experiencing pain, even a goose can bully a grown man. Yet, once the threshold of pain is breached, this large mammal unleashes its latent potential, daring to confront even lions and tigers with bare hands. You may perish, but adrenaline will whisper to you that your capabilities far exceed your expectations. After casting the wolf aside, Xiao Ruo plunged the qiqiong into its body, eliciting a final howl from the creature as it breathed its last. Suddenly, Xiao Ruo felt a powerful impact, sending him rolling. In his peripheral vision, he glimpsed the alpha wolf striking him. Using the momentum, he sprang to his feet, kneeling on one knee as he stared at the two weapons embedded in the wolf's corpse. Momentarily taken aback, what impeccable timing! This alpha wolf was no fool. But soon, a fierce expression returned to Xiao Ruo's face. Damn it! Am I afraid of you in a one-on-one? Instantly, a nearly broken stone spear appeared in his grasp, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. The alpha wolf lived up to its title, exhibiting considerable strength. Xiao Ruo sustained several gashes across his chest, yet he retaliated, inflicting numerous wounds upon the wolf with his spear. With a crack, the spear shattered. Xiao Ruo spat on the ground in frustration. He discarded the broken spear and, as the alpha wolf charged, he delivered a powerful uppercut. Pain surged through his right hand. But propelled by adrenaline, he felt as if his punch possessed 300% of its usual force. Both he and the alpha wolf suffered as a result. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ruo mounted the alpha wolf, producing a wooden bow and wrapping it around its neck. Pressing down on the wolf's head, he yanked back violently. The alpha's eyes rolled back in its head as Xiao Ruo gritted his teeth. Muscles taut, blood oozed from the contact point between the bowstring and the wolf's skin. With a swift motion, he jerked the bowstring side to side, slicing through flesh and embedding itself within the muscle. Only halting upon encountering a hard object, the alpha wolf's limbs stiffened, gradually succumbing to a lack of breath. In this brutal confrontation, Xiao Ruo emerged victorious. He sheathed all his weapons and glanced at the bow, realizing it had sustained damage before he could fully appreciate it. Yet, he still had a 10-minute journey to the treasure point. Stowing away the wolf's carcass, he departed from the scene. After Xiao Ruo left, a short-haired girl peeked out from a nearby thicket. Goodness, this person is incredibly fierce, she murmured, having initially sought to scavenge a treasure chest. However, upon hearing the howls of wolves, she had hidden in fear. While praying to remain undetected, she overheard the man's furious shouts and the wolves' lamentations. Summoning her courage, she emerged to witness a battle she would never forget. The man, drenched in blood, effortlessly throwing a wolf weighing over 60 kilograms to the ground, dispatching it with a knife, and ultimately engaging in a fierce struggle with a larger wolf, whose stone spear he broke before strangling it to death with a bowstring. The girl gulped, astonished. Were there truly such formidable individuals in their region? Within their small community of 100, rumors had circulated about a formidable pack of wolves, responsible for the demise of several scavengers. Initially skeptical, She had speculated whether this was merely a tactic to instill fear and deter others from scavenging. Yet now, she not only witnessed the wolves but also this fierce warrior. Others had their nemesis, but they had this formidable man. However, compared to the nemesis, this warrior seemed to fall short. After all, a boss could not be compared to mere minions. Xiao Ruo discovered a treasure chest hidden within a thicket and took a deep breath, hoping for a healing item. Otherwise, given the state of his arm, he dared not venture into other areas to scavenge. As the adrenaline subsided, he felt a sharp ache in his arm. The biting strength of wolves was truly astonishing. Having been bitten once, he felt as if his bones were about to shatter. But regardless, the ultimate victor was still he. Upon opening the treasure chest, he found sniper Leica crossbow, good quality. Leica crossbow bolts X30. Leica crossbow blueprint. Xiao Ruo grimaced in frustration. Useful, but not urgently needed. What he truly required was medicine. That he lifted the Leica crossbow, appreciating its substantial weight, which instilled a sense of security. That it was equipped with a detachable scope that could serve as a telescope. The camouflage paint was to Xiao Ruo's liking. Pondering his next move, he contemplated whether to venture into a slaughter dungeon. With the Leica crossbow, he felt equipped for self-defense. Yet, reconsidering, he checked the time. It was already 10 o'clock. The treasure chest should have been thoroughly looted by now. That he had already found 3 excellent chests today. That was sufficient. Perhaps he would rise at 4 tomorrow and head straight for the dungeon instead. After all, it was still early. Why not go at dawn? But where to reside? After contemplating her subsequent plans, Xiao Ruo suddenly heard a faint sound. Startled, he swiftly found a place to take cover, judging by the footsteps. It seemed to be a human. Fortunately, it was not a wild beast. With the considerable amount of blood on him, encountering a beast would surely lead to his discovery. After all, humans are not dogs. No matter how keen their senses, they are still somewhat limited. Xiao Ruo appeared from behind a bush to catch a glimpse of the newcomer. Humph! A girl with short hair bounced over, humming a cheerful tune. Observing her demeanor, Xiao Ruo couldn't help but scoff. Such optimism. But optimism is a good thing. It's not easily shattered. That moment, the girl spotted a treasure chest and was overjoyed, rushing towards it only to find it already claimed. Her expression fell instantly. Ah, had I known there was a treasure chest here, I wouldn't have gone that way. This chest looks rather exquisite. What a loss. The girl bit her nails, muttering to herself. Was it that person who touched it? No, I must hurry back. It would be troublesome if I ran into him. Xiao Ruo was merely a bush away from her. He was on one side, and she was on the other, a mere 2 meters apart, enabling him to hear her musings clearly. That a wave of unease washed over him. If he was correct, this girl had witnessed him slaying the wolf in its entirety. How had he not noticed her? If she harbored ill intentions, in his current state of exhaustion and injury, he might not stand a chance against her. However, as he watched her retreating figure, he recalled her mention of returning. This implied that her shelter was nearby. Xiao Ruo glanced at the wound on his arm. A smirk forming on his lips, he opened the auction house, preparing to procure some supplies. Tonight's resting place was secured. As the girl wandered through the woods, she suddenly felt goosebumps rise on her skin and sneezed several times. That it was as if something vile was watching her. Wiping her nose, she murmured to herself. Did I catch a chill while sleeping last night? I must remember to cover my belly button when I sleep. The girl, named Xiaomingyu, was a junior in college. Her situation was rather unfortunate. Her cohort had not experienced much of college life. Just as the pandemic had ended and the city had not been locked down again, they were thrust into a survival game as classes were about to commence. Initially, she struggled to adapt. Yet, she was resilient, capable of accommodating various situations. After a night of contemplation, she found a new perspective. Humming merrily, Xiaomingyu skipped back to her shelter. What shall I have for lunch today? Perhaps some stewed meat? The beast she had attacked last night was a wild boar. Although quite ferocious, it was solitary and not particularly large. Xiaomingyu had crafted dozens of stone spears, ultimately skewering the boar to death, leaving it resembling a porcupine. She had plenty of meat and materials from the beast. Furthermore, she had exchanged some of the boar's meat for water. She hadn't ventured too far and was unaware of any lakes or rivers in her vicinity. Seizing the opportunity before the boar meat spoiled, she aimed to trade for more supplies. Humming once more, Xiaomingyu tossed a few mushrooms into the pot and began stewing them. She had seen wild boars consume them, so they should be safe. Right? She slapped her forehead. She had also taken some salt this morning. I'm quite lucky. Xiaomingyu added the ingredients into the pot, sprinkled some seasoning, and patiently awaited the meal's completion. Suddenly, she sensed movement behind her and turned in confusion. Was that the wind? In the next moment, a bloodied hand seized her collar, and a leg swept beneath her, sending her world tumbling as she fell to the ground. Staring at the shadowy figure before her, she froze at an enemy. Who was this person that had slain the wolf? How did he enter her shelter? Xiao Mingyu fought back fiercely, aware that Xiao Ruo's right arm had been bitten by the wolf. She struck at his wound with fervor. Yet, it was futile. The disparity in their weights was too great. Xiao Ruo forcibly flipped Xiao Mingyu over, kneeling on her back and binding her tightly. Her face paled in terror as she grasped the impending reality. A tear escaped her eye. Witnessing this, Xiao Ruo felt a headache coming on, but he found himself unable to explain, utterly incapable of justifying his actions. Chapter 18. Tang Cheng's self-strategy. Xiao Ruo was not a virtuous person. Yet he was not the epitome of villainy either. However, this situation rendered him at a loss for words. After all, he had intruded on another's sanctuary and bound her. This was not a dignified act, and he accepted it without excuse. No one would allow a stranger into their shelter. Thus, he had resorted to this desperate measure. Glancing at the pot of stew, his expression darkened. This foolish girl dared to consume the mushrooms from the forest? Those mushrooms were known in their previous life as lachalai. Eating them would lead to severe diarrhea lasting several days, ultimately leaving one emaciated and dangerously dehydrated. Without nutritional replenishment, it could even be fatal. Consequently, Xiao Ruo seized the pot and disposed of its contents. Afterward, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He had bound her and then thrown away her meal that hadn't. He just fought a wolf as well. Even a stray dog would deserve a kick in such circumstances. He truly was the quintessential villain. Bound, Xiao Mingyu remained indifferent to Xiao Ruo, discarding the food, seemingly resigned to her fate. Xiao Ruo crouched down, retrieving the meat of the Shadow Serpent King. The meat appeared translucent and substantial. Additionally, it was of excellent quality. Prolonged consumption would enhance one's physical constitution. That it was undoubtedly a precious find. Had he not been in a hurry at that moment, he would have savored it himself. Xiao Ruo cast a sidelong glance. Considering it a form of compensation for her, he diced the meat and placed it into the pot, adding water and covering it. On the ground, a bag of 400 grams of rock salt lay, of decent quality, which he added in. He also poured in some honey he had gathered to enhance the flavor. Even before the water boiled, a faint aroma began to waft through the air. Then, Xiao Ruo produced the wolf carcass from his dimensional ring and, with a skinning knife in hand, began to dissect it, skillfully guided by the knife. He efficiently completed the dismemberment. Moments later, the process concluded. 40 pieces of wolf meat, wolf liver, 2 wolf pelts, and 4 wolf tendons. Xiao Ruo examined the wolf liver and the 2 pelts, noting the additional tendons. It seemed the skinning knife had yielded extra materials. The experience was not as dreadful as he had imagined. Indeed, practice yields true knowledge. After clearing the wolf carcass, Xiao Ruo promptly moved on to the next. Maintaining a steady pace, Xiao Mingyu was left in astonishment. This man continued to slice meat, having already processed over 20 wolves. How many had he killed? And where was he retrieving them from? She hadn't seen his terminal at all. How was he accomplishing this? After a flurry of activity, Xiao Ruo had completely dissected the wolf corpses. Xiao Mingyu counted, a total of 27. She was stunned. That was an astonishing number. Would they even be able to consume all that? Just as Xiao Mingyu exhaled in relief, Xiao Ruo abruptly stripped off his clothes. Her eyes widened in shock, quickly followed by a look of despair. Was the inevitable about to transpire? However, things did not unfold as Xiao Mingyu had anticipated. After shedding his garments, Xiao Ruo produced a bottle of water and began washing the blood and grime from his body. The claw marks were long and numerous, visually striking, aside from a fractured bone. The most severe injury on Xiao Ruo's body was a deep gash on his chest from his struggle with the wolf. Although it bled minimally, the incision was quite extensive, with 3 claw marks running from his collarbone across his pectorals to near his ribs. Xiao Ruo was drenched in sweat. The salt from his perspiration flowed into his wounds, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. After enduring the agony, Xiao Ruo glanced at the tattered shirt in his hands and tossed it aside. He intended to head to the trading post to procure a new one. Moreover, he possessed over 100 wolf tendons, which he planned to trade with Tang Cheng. If Tang Cheng had items he required, he would exchange for them, while also seeking any healing supplies that might be available. Thus, Xiao Ruo awaited the completion of the stew and began to engage in private conversations with others. Tang Cheng, boss, do you have a moment? Is your bow and arrow functioning well? Xiao Ruo, I'm waiting for the food to be ready. My bow and arrow are broken. Tang Cheng, looking at the terminal in his hands, was filled with confusion. Had it broken less than half a day after being made? Was it perhaps a case of misusing an explosive bow? Although perplexed, Tang Cheng surmised that Xiao Ruo must be seeking him out to craft another bow for him. This was a positive development, as it allowed him to build rapport with the snow enmity. Then, if you provide me with the materials, I shall remake one for you. I believe that using higher grade wood might enhance its durability. I can gather some for you. Xiao Ruo responded with a sound of approval, genuinely surprised that Tang Cheng had recognized this. Indeed, Tang Cheng was quite astute. Despite possessing a crossbow, Xiao Ruo understood the advantages of having a bow. Hence he planned to have another crafted. However, his primary intention in seeking out Tang Cheng was to deal with the substantial amount of wolf tendons he had acquired. Yes, that is feasible, but I didn't come here solely for that purpose. I have slain several wolves and obtained a considerable quantity of wolf tendons. Do you possess any medical supplies? Ideally, something of a higher grade. That moment, Tang Cheng was brewing tea, having amassed a significant amount of resources through his blueprints. Life was quite pleasant for him. Upon hearing Xiao Ruo's request for medical supplies, Tang Cheng deduced that Xiao Ruo must have sustained injuries while hunting wolves to inflict wounds upon the boss. He must have faced at least 4 or 5 wolves. Although he lacked medical supplies, he was still interested in Xiao Ruo's wolf tendons and decided to inquire. Boss, I do not have any medical supplies. However, I received a bottle of 44-degree high-proof liquor, which can be used for sterilization. I will gift you this liquor. By the way, how many wolf tendons do you have? Xiao Ruo found it quite pleasant to engage in dealings with Tang Cheng. This individual was relaxed yet generous, willing to part with valuable items like liquor, which served as a hard currency, without any greed. Additionally, he would even return excess scales. However, Tang Cheng had lived a life of obscurity in his past. Perhaps due to unforeseen circumstances that I will accept the liquor, but I do not have many wolf tendons. Only 122 at a tea that moment. Tang Cheng, who had just taken a sip of tea, spat it out in astonishment. How many? 122. I can only obtain 2 or 3 tendons from a single wolf. Even if Snow Enmity had extraordinary luck, yielding 3 tendons each, how many wolves has he killed? At least 40 or more. If we account for those yielding only 2 tendons, it could be upwards of 50. Tang Cheng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He believed without a doubt that Snow Enmity was not deceiving him. He had no wolf tendons in the morning, which meant he had not hunted wolves then. This implied that Snow Enmity had been hunting from morning until now, and oh wonder his bow had broken. Tang Cheng's hand trembled as he held the terminal. Boss, are your injuries severe? Do you need me to inquire further? Xiao Ruo examined the wound on his chest and then looked at his right arm. It was somewhat serious. Tang Cheng thought to himself. Indeed, it was as he suspected that a normal person could not emerge unscathed after facing such a multitude of wolves. The boss might even be in a life-threatening situation. Quite serious. I suffered a scratch on my chest and a bite on my right arm that if I do not receive treatment today, my subsequent plans may encounter difficulties. Tang Cheng dropped his terminal with a clatter. What he perceived as a grave injury, blood gushing forth, a gaping hole in the chest, life hanging by a thread, was trivial in comparison to Xiao Ruo's real predicament. You are bleeding. That is quite serious. For one of your caliber to sustain such injuries is indeed a remarkable honor for us mere mortals. Chapter 19. Is this person foolish? Xiao Ruo was not pretending. 2 days had passed since the Golden Week began, but if this injury delayed him further, he would miss out on numerous treasure chests. Moreover, the biting power of the wolves was indeed extraordinary, having shattered bones. He could barely hold a knife steady. Was this not serious? As for Tang Cheng's conjectures, even if Xiao Ruo were aware of them, he would not bother to clarify. It was quite delightful. Tang Cheng informed Xiao Ruo that he would seek some medical supplies and higher-grade wood in the channel, and would also keep an eye out for some peculiar items. Xiao Ruo, in turn, handed over the materials from the Tide Shadow Serpent King to Tang Cheng, and additionally gifted him 5 wolf tendons as a reward for his efforts in promoting his trade. Of course, he was not entirely neglecting the trading market. More eyes meant more opportunities. However, the most pressing matter was to eat. That morning, he had merely consumed a single bread roll, and after a day of intense activity, he was now ravenously hungry. Xiao Ruo turned to glance at Xiao Mingyu, whom he had tied up, and helped her sit up. Upon seeing Xiao Ruo approach, Xiao Mingyu's heart sank that it seemed she could not escape his clutches after all. How unfortunate that she had yet to experience a romantic relationship. Farewell, cruel world. However, as Xiao Mingyu watched Xiao Ruo straighten her up and then turn toward the pot, she was filled with confusion. What on earth was this person planning to do? Xiao Ruo set the pot down in front of Xiao Mingyu and then seated himself on the ground. The two faced each other, exchanging glances. Gulp. Xiao Mingyu stared at the almost transparent meat in the pot, her eyes nearly popping out. It smelled so heavenly. She understood now he intended to eat in front of her, deliberately tantalizing her senses. What a wicked person he was. Xiao Ruo took a spoon, scooped up some broth, blew on it gently, and took a sip. Quite delightful. This is far superior to jerky. It is smooth and flavorful, a true delicacy. Most importantly, it is high-grade food. Consuming it benefits the body, instilling boundless energy within. Xiao Ruo took another sip. Xiao Mingyu, drawn in by the aroma, felt her mouth watering uncontrollably. How infuriating. This individual was truly trying to tempt her to the brink of madness. Yet, she resolved not to yield. Opening her mouth, before she knew it, a spoonful was thrust into her mouth, complete with a piece of tender meat. This is exquisite. After feeding Xiao Mingyu a few mouthfuls, Xiao Ruo took the pot and began to walk away. Xiao Mingyu was left dumbfounded. She could not comprehend the intentions behind this man's actions. He had stealthily infiltrated her sanctuary, bound her. And yet, all he did was feed her a few bites of food. Even with a lack of intelligence, she found the situation utterly absurd and implausible. He must have some ulterior motive, but what that was remained a mystery. Nevertheless, the food was remarkably delicious and satiating. After consuming only a few pieces of meat, she felt her stomach full. Xiao Ruo continued to eat, glancing at Xiao Mingyu from the corner of his eye. He felt compelled to reassure her. Rest assured, I am not a pervert. I have no interest in children. Xiao Mingyu was momentarily taken aback, turning her head to look around. Children? Where are the children? She asked. Puzzled. Children? Me? Yes. Xiao Mingyu exploded in anger, puffing out her chest. I am not flat-chested. You are the child. Your whole family are children. Xiao Ruo ignored her outburst and continued to savor his food. Xiao Mingyu could no longer restrain herself. She realized that apart from ambushing her, this man had not engaged in any outrageous behavior. Perhaps he was, in fact, a decent person. She resolved to clarify his intentions. What did he seek? He entered her sanctuary, neither killing nor robbing, yet still fed her. What was his goal? Xiao Ruo raised the pot and drank the remaining broth. In the astonished gaze of Xiao Mingyu, he stored the pot away in his ring. Lodging. Xiao Mingyu was utterly bewildered. Her mouth agape. I just said you didn't steal my belongings, and now you take my pot? Wait, what do you mean by lodging? Xiao Ruo reclined on Xiao Mingyu's bed. Taking a moment to rest, he had overindulged in exquisite food. Fit for a lord, a single piece of meat had filled him to the brim, nearly forcing itself down his throat, leaving him brimming with energy. As the name suggests, I shall slumber here tonight. Recuperation. Recuperation? Xiao Mingyu echoed, her voice tinged with curiosity. Yet, Xiao Ruo offered no reply at that moment. A message arrived through the ring, sent by Tang Chung. Snow enmity. I found someone selling healing items. But that scoundrel is taking advantage. Each potion requires 2 blueprints, and one must provide their own herbs. It's utterly outrageous. Xiao Ruo frowned. It seemed that individual had obtained a potion blueprint. However, the type remained unknown. While potions are indeed life-saving, demanding 2 blueprints is excessively greedy, especially when one must also supply their own herbs. Xiao Ruo opened the public channel, where he spotted a user whose profile had been altered to read, if you lack money, then perish, spewing forth arrogance. If you can't afford it, you needn't trade. The items are in my possession. I shall set the prices as I see fit. Let me whisper a secret. My initial price was 1 blueprint. But someone deemed it unfair, so I changed it to 2. How about I raise it to 3? Or perhaps 4? If you have nothing to trade, then what's the big deal? So what now? Strike me. Xiao Ruo let out a cold snicker. Such a demeanor is truly ubiquitous. That wretched individual, not only pricing exorbitantly, but also mocking others. Even if I were to perish or be left crippled, I would never trade with him. Damn it. I would like to trade, but I lack the materials. This scoundrel has ruthlessly made it impossible to trade without providing my own materials that I do possess herbs, but I lack the blueprints. Please, esteemed expert, assist me in crafting. Very well, the individual responded. Thank you, esteemed one. Thank you. Moments later, damn it, that scoundrel has deceived me out of my herbs. Ha ha, I have just imparted a lesson upon you. You should be grateful. Instantly, the group was in an uproar. They soon discovered that this scoundrel had actually listed the blueprint on the trading exchange at an astronomical price that no one could afford. This scoundrel, posting the blueprint to mock us. It's insufferable. If you wish to sell, then sell, but mocking us is simply inhumane. Xiao Ruo paused. He noticed a transaction pinned at the top of the exchange. Could this person have a pinned trading scroll? This is blatant mockery. Wait, restorative ointment blueprint, good quality. Trading requirement, 999 wolf meat. Note. See it? Can't touch it? Envious, aren't you? Huh? Xiao Ruo glanced at his inventory. 1083 wolf meat. In the next moment, the blueprint found its way into Xiao Ruo's hands. He felt somewhat surreal. This person is truly foolish. Chapter 20. The deathly healer. The mocker was named Yi Fan. Individuals with such names are typically quite exceptional. Earlier that morning, while scavenging, he had encountered a chest that appeared extraordinarily prestigious. Of excellent quality. Upon opening it, he discovered a treasure that could elevate him to the pinnacle of the world. The restorative ointment blueprint, good quality. That I've struck gold. If I don't soar, who will? However, at present, Yi Fan stared blankly at the 999 wolf meat in his hands. Your transaction has been completed. Trader, anonymous. What the hell? Who is this? Yi Fan gawked at the wolf meat, stunned, before he violently slammed it to the ground in a fit of rage. He never imagined he had overstepped, nor did he foresee that someone could actually produce 999 pieces of wolf meat. This must be an organization. Who could it be? Who? This person is truly malicious. Even mocking him publicly. Let us not buy from him anymore. Let it rot. I refuse to believe this is merely one blueprint. If that person prices it high, I shall buy from others instead. Save it for your mother's coffin fund. You heartless fool. Suddenly, someone noticed something amiss. Why did this fool's listing disappear immediately after posting? After checking the transaction records, they froze in shock. What the hell? Look at the transaction records. This fool's listing was bought in an instant. 999 wolf meat, purchased at a single price. Incredible. Which big shot did this? As this news spread, everyone eagerly checked the message records, since Yi Fan had utilized a pinned trading scroll. This transaction information remained at the top. All one had to do was open it to see. The crowd felt an immense sense of vindication, followed by unparalleled satisfaction. This fool has been overly arrogant. He never expected someone could possess so much wolf meat. Did he? Which big shot could it be? Step forward so I may pay my respects. Could it be Snow Enmity? It's very possible. He can slay bosses. So he can certainly hunt that many wolves. Not necessarily. There are many talented individuals in this world that IT may not be him. Tang Qing stared at his terminal, lost in thought, upon seeing Lin Fan list the blueprint. He had intended to alert Xiao Ruo to seize it instantly. However, he pondered that the value of the blueprint compared to 999 wolf meat was not easily determined. Caught in this dilemma, it was swiftly claimed that he never anticipated Xiao Ruo would be so swift and decisive. Big shot. Was it you who claimed it? Tang Qing inquired of Xiao Ruo. Yes, it was I. Xiao Ruo gazed at the blueprint in his hand, feeling a swell of emotion. It was indeed worth it. Such an essential resource blueprint could sustain a large organization. Although wolf meat had decent pricing initially, later on, they would sell only graded food items. And as for the ointment, this is a good quality ointment, not to mention 999 wolf meat. Even 99.99 would be worth it. Xiao Ruo glanced at his right arm. It seemed he would be able to resume activity tomorrow, thus not wasting any time. Next, he merely needed to gather some herbs from others. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had changed his ID to, "Don't let me find out who you are." He was furiously cursing in the group. "Don't let me discover which scoundrel snatched my item. Damn it. Although you obtained the blueprint, I will not suffer losses. Once I know who you are, prepare to meet your end." Xiao Ruo paid him no mind. He was merely a clown. He then activated anonymity, preparing to gather some resources. It was mentioned that they were ready to exchange the blueprint for life-saving items. Hearing this, Xiao Ruo turned to look at Xiaomingyu. Lacking the stone tablet, he could not craft items. Thus, he needed to find someone to assist him in the crafting process. Although Tang Cheng had performed admirably thus far, their acquaintance was too recent. Simply put, the trust level was insufficient. Xiao Ruo possessed ample materials for the Tide Shadow Serpent King, but with only one blueprint, he did not wish to gamble on his character. What if he valued the blueprint more than clinging to Xiao Ruo's coattails? Human nature is not immune to testing, and Xiao Mingyu was right beside him, allowing him to maintain control over her, should any irregularities arise. With that thought, Xiao Ruo drew out his Nepalese knife in front of Xiao Mingyu. She gasped, startled. "What are you planning to do?" "Do not be alarmed," Xiao Ruo replied, his expression impassive as he cut the ropes binding her. "I return your freedom." As the ropes fell away, the restraints on Xiao Mingyu vanished. She stood up timidly. "What do you intend to do?" She genuinely could not comprehend this man. Xiao Ruo raised the blueprint in his hand, gesturing to Xiao Mingyu. "I have consumed my provisions and require your assistance. Shortly, I shall exchange some herbs with you, and you will craft the items specified here." Xiao Mingyu glanced at the Nepalese knife in his hand and nodded weakly. "All right, but there is no need to barter." "I have some." Xiao Ruo was taken aback. You have some? I was just about to tell you, but you were preoccupied with messages, so I hesitated to disturb you. I encountered a cave yesterday and gathered quite a bit. Moreover, one herb has blossomed, yielding a good number of herb seeds." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruo's heart surged with joy. "What?" "Struck by a stroke of fortune, not only did I encounter wild herbs, but I also stumbled upon herb seeds. After my rebirth, my luck has been astonishing, as if the heavens themselves are favoring me. Typically, herbs are acquired from treasures found within chests, yet it is said that wild varieties can be discovered in certain regions. Additionally, I managed to procure herb seeds." Xiao Ruo handed the blueprint to Xiao Mingyu, explaining that the primary use of these herbs is to craft medicinal ointments for treating external wounds. "Rest assured, once prepared, you will not be shortchanged." Xiao Mingyu felt a wave of confusion wash over her. This individual was rather peculiar. He clearly possessed more convenient methods, so why bestow the blueprint upon her? She dismissed her thoughts and began to craft the ointment using the herbs she had retrieved. Xiao Ruo's breath hitched as he observed the quality of the herbs Xiao Mingyu had brought forth. Good quality. By heavens, he realized who she was. For the sake of caution, he decided to inquire, "What is your name?" "I am Xiao, and my full name is Xiao Mingyu," she replied. In turn, she asked, "And you, what is your name?" Xiao Ruo did not respond, but merely rubbed his forehead. What an extraordinary coincidence it was to encounter three renowned figures within just 2 days. Indeed, had he not acquired the Leica crossbow, Xiao Mingyu would likely have been the one to obtain it. The death medic, in his past life, a formidable and ruthless female archer, well-versed in herbs and surgery, skilled in crafting prosthetics. Nearly every organization sought to recruit her. And unlike other regional celebrities, the death medic had made quite a stir. Her reputation was renowned even across all territories. Xiao Ruo gazed at Xiao Mingyu, whose head was tilted in confusion, and couldn't he help but wonder what could have transpired in her life to bring about such a transformation. Chapter 21. Ointment Trade. In the exorcism gem. In his previous life, the death medic charged exorbitant fees, displaying no visible emotions. It seemed she possessed not only the Leica crossbow, but also some medical instruments unknown to him, capable of providing others with bionic prosthetics. She was nothing like this girl, who was so carefree as to boldly tell her captors that she was not flat-chested. The contrast was staggering. After a brief pause, Xiao Ruo spoke up. "I am Xue Qiu." Xiao Mingyu was momentarily taken aback, then expressed her astonishment. "You are Xue Qiu, the one who defeated the boss?" She fell into a daze. "Then that meat earlier?" Xiao Ruo nodded. "Indeed, the meat you consumed was that of the Tide Shadow Serpent King." Xiao Mingyu sensed that Xiao Ruo was extraordinary, but never imagined he was Xue Qiu. While his combat prowess was indeed remarkable, it did not quite match her expectations. "My monument is broken," she explained, "but I can enter others' sanctuaries. Therefore, I cannot craft anything and require your assistance." Nodding in agreement, Xiao Mingyu turned and began to prepare the ointment. After a while, she presented Xiao Ruo with 9 portions of the ointment, a hint of grievance in her expression. "Perhaps I can no longer assist you. Although I have a few herbs left, I lack the energy from the monument. It requires 10 energy points to create even once. This is all I have." Xiao Ruo took the ointment and reassured her, "Do not worry, I will compensate you for the energy expended." He then offered Xiao Mingyu 3 portions of serpent meat, 1 ointment, and the energy stones he had seized from the Nepalese man. Though the blueprint is mine, the raw materials are yours. Consider the serpent meat as part of our transaction. Rest assured, you will not suffer any losses. This energy stone serves as compensation to prevent your sanctuary from being breached by beasts. Additionally, I'll exchange some seeds with you. As Xiao Ruo applied the ointment, he noted its remarkable effects. Crafted from good quality herbs, it surpassed the previous version despite not reaching an exceptional grade. The moment he applied it, a tingling sensation coursed through his arm. Having only used half of it, he saved the remainder for his chest. Where the good quality ointment worked wonders for his condition, it could almost be described as regenerative. Almost immediately, scabs began to form on his chest, accompanied by an unbearable itch to tea. That moment, Xiao Mingyu's gaze fell upon the wanderer's ring in Xiao Ruo's hand. Her curiosity piqued. Is that a terminal as well? It looks so advanced. Advanced? Xiao Ruo mused. If you truly understood the principles behind it, you would not think so. That he contemplated selling some ointments, as several individuals had already expressed their willingness to trade blueprints for them. Several ointments are available for sale. They are now listed in the trading post. First come, first serve. No freeloaders allowed. Their effectiveness is outstanding. Personally tested. The previously calm channel was suddenly inundated with activity. Good heavens. A big shot has appeared. Big shot. Do you take apprentices? I can do anything. Why does this person resemble that fool trading blueprints? I thought there might be some integrity, but turns out they are all cut from the same cloth. Many individuals began to complain about Xiao Ruo's trading post. Open your eyes and see. They are selling finished products, not offering labor. No need for self-provided herbs. This is a lifesaver. Which is more important? Your life or the blueprint? Freeloader, buy if you wish. I won't. Buy if you want. It's as if I'm begging you. Xiao Ruo, overwhelmed by the influx of private messages, grew increasingly agitated. Hello, I am a famous idol. I cut my hand on grass, and it's quite severe. Although I do not have a blueprint, I can offer you my autograph. Fool, get lost. Xiao Ruo promptly blocked the user. Brother, I twisted my ankle. Could you spare an ointment? I promise to repay you in the future. Oh, I look like a fool to you. Blocked. Brother, our greatest strength as humans is unity. If you help me today, I will surely assist you tomorrow. As a gesture of goodwill, I can offer you 30 pieces of wood. Please, just give me the ointment, and I'll remember your kindness. Xiao Ruo disdainfully shook his head, blocking yet another user. One after another. The messages were filled with such freeloading requests. Big shot. I have a blueprint. Please, I beg you for an ointment. Xiao Ruo's interest piqued. A potential deal. Big shot. I currently possess a blueprint for a rot 10 basket. Please, I'm in dire need. Xiao Ruo frowned, feeling discontent. After all, this was a good quality ointment. The rot 10 basket blueprint was of no significant value, making the exchange feel unworthy. Xiao Ruo replied, your blueprint lacks sufficient value. Without additional items, this will not suffice. The other person was visibly distressed. Big shot. I truly have no other blueprints. Just this one. Xiao Ruo furrowed his brow. If the individual had no other blueprints, then their negotiation would come to an end. He believed in equivalent exchange, not charity. Big shot. While I don't have another blueprint, I do have a gem. Would this suffice? The person sent a description of the item. Exorcism gem. Xiao Ruo's eyes lit up. Impressive. He was well aware of the benefits of such an item. This gem was related to the soul system of weaponry. After holding a weapon for an extended period, one's soul would bind to it, transforming the weapon into a soul weapon, colloquially known as a specialized weapon. Without special means to shorten the process, refining a soul weapon typically took about a month. Once a weapon's soul was bound, various gems could be used to enchant it. The exorcism gem served as one of the materials for such enchantments, offering permanent effects akin to those of exorcism potions. Encountering it at this early stage was indeed a stroke of luck, eliminating the tedious process of applying potions for enchantment. Although he did not yet possess a soul weapon, it was only a matter of time, was it not? Xiao Ruo responded. Deal. 1 ointment in exchange for the gem and your blueprint. As for the ointment's efficacy, rest assured, unless you are severed in two, it will save your life multiple times over. Thank you, big shot. Thank you. Through the screen, one can sense the palpable excitement. Xiao Ruo engaged in a transaction with the individual across from her, acquiring a quality-grade healing ointment and simultaneously securing both a gem and a blueprint. The gem, deep purple and the size of a fingernail, featured remarkably smooth facets, even devoid of any special effects. It would serve as a splendid adornment. Xiao Ruo caressed it gently, savoring its warmth. She considered herself fortunate. Her progress was astonishingly swift, as long as she could discover that particular item and refine the soul weapon. There would be no need to fear the ubiquitous undead creatures. After all, the Sun post-beginner phase was a rare sight indeed. Chapter 22. A bounty of blueprints. Tang Cheng's resolve. Damn it. This is my blueprint. Observing a player in the chat praising Xiao Ruo's ointment, he was filled with indignation at as he scavenged for materials outside. Yi Fan felt a surge of frustration that it should have all belonged to him. That detestable thief. At this moment in the chat, someone exclaimed, "This ointment is incredible." I rolled down a slope and gashed my arm. Applying this immediately stopped the bleeding, and scabbing has already begun. Doubt arose among the crowd. Is it real? Could it possibly be a scam? Is it truly that miraculous? Upon noticing the skepticism directed at him in the group chat, the individual decided to share a video that in the footage. His arm was smeared with the pitch-black ointment, and the ground was speckled with blood. His arm was covered with a thick layer of scabs, resembling a wound that had healed over a month. Leaving the viewers astonished, Yi Fan, seething with anger, typed furiously, "What nonsense! I don't believe you. Everyone, don't buy it." The moment his ID, which read "Don't let me know who you are," appeared, the focus of contention shifted to "Oh, the clown has arrived. Ha ha, he's losing it, about to drop some little pearls. Goodness, if I were this fool, I'd definitely smash my head against a wall." Yi Fan, infuriated by the messages, felt his vision blur, lost his footing, and tumbled down the slope. Help! Damn it! He desperately clung to a tree, halting his descent, precariously hanging in the middle of the slope, narrowly escaping death. Halfway up, he climbed onto a protruding rock to regain his balance, glancing nervously at the summit and then at the base of the hill. He gulped audibly, fear evident in his eyes. Had he not found an excellent grade glove yesterday that enhanced his grip, he might have perished. It's all their fault for distracting me. I am the protagonist of this world. I once let them off easily. Yi Fan rubbed his chest. Feeling the impact from his tumble, a slight tightness emerged. Suddenly, he caught sight of a cave out of the corner of his eye. Something seemed to be inside. Should he venture in for a look? As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, Xiao Ruo completed 4 transactions for the ointment, acquiring several blueprints she deemed satisfactory. A lantern blueprint, inferior grade. A small planting box, disposable blueprint, and a bug-repellent incense blueprint, normal grade, including the previously obtained rattan woven basket blueprint, inferior grade. It was indeed a bountiful haul. What use are blueprints for chopsticks? Spoons or tables? I could easily fashion those with 2 branches from Chi Cheong and a stone stump, she thought, resolutely rejecting their requests. Regardless of their pleas, she remained unmoved. Once they lost hope of survival, they began to vilify her in the chat, branding her a heartless merchant devoid of conscience. Sitting quietly beside the terminal, Chiu Mingyu remained silent. Xiao Ruo flexed her wrist and murmured, "Do you think I am cold-blooded? I still possess 4 ointments, yet I refuse to sell them to them." Chiu Mingyu shook her head, saying nothing, merely letting out a sigh. Xiao Ruo glanced at her, sensing the irony. In her previous life, known as the Death Doctor, seeking her aid came with stringent conditions and exorbitant costs that seemed she had experienced too little. Human life was so cheap that even a few pieces of wood could incite bloody conflict. Chiu Mingyu, having just arrived and not yet faced any setbacks, could hardly adapt. For her, the greatest misfortune in this world was likely being tied up after falling to the ground. If you wish to survive, it is best to suppress that absurd kindness of yours. If they possess valuable blueprints, I shall save them. If not, I will let them be. Besides, I am but a mortal. I require ointments as well. I am no savior. I have no obligation to act as their caretaker. She raised her head with a smile that was quite unsettling, saying, "If it were not me, but someone else, a beautiful girl bound by me, what do you think I would do? I could incapacitate you, and no one would ever know. There are no police here, nor any laws." Xiao Ruo recalled Bloodblade, and the thought of the brutal scene left her cold. Chiu Mingyu turned pale, nodding slightly. She sensed that Xiao Ruo's demeanor towards her was markedly different from how he treated others. He need not divulge his reasons to her. It felt as though Xue Zhou knew her intimately. Akin to a teacher frustrated with a student's lack of ambition. "Why is that? Are you helping me?" Xiao Ruo turned her head away. "I have no conflict of interest with you. Don't overthink it." "Nonsense. You are the Death Doctor, after all. Can you be compared to those useless individuals flaunting their blueprints in the marketplace? If you were to lose a limb, would you still expect this person to reattach it for you? Xiao Mingyu chuckled softly. Thank you. I will be cautious. It seemed that Xueqiu was not a bad person after all. Xiao Ruo remained silent, quietly holding a Nepalese knife. At that moment, she received a message from Tang Qing. Xueqiu, I've crafted the bow. It's amazing. I managed to obtain a piece of good quality wood, and with your materials, it is incredibly durable. Additionally, I've gathered some iron ingots and feathers, crafting you 40 arrows. This is a formidable weapon. Xiao Ruo regarded Tang Qing's offer with approval. He truly was commendable. Not only had he traded directly with her, but he had also asked for nothing in return. Accepting the wooden bow, she sent him a piece of snake meat in exchange. What the? Boss, can I really have this? It's far too precious, Xiao Ruo replied. Take it. The good quality wood and iron ingots must have cost you quite a bit. This piece of snake meat will restore your health. And it's beneficial for you. Tang Qing was taken aback by Xiao Ruo's willingness to reimburse him, astonished that he had received a boss's meat. This was entirely different from his expectations. He had also seen the criticisms in the chat, denouncing Xiao Ruo as a heartless merchant. Although he wished to refute them, he felt powerless. How could he argue? Exposing the one selling ointments was Xueqiu, but if Xueqiu remained silent, he would certainly not disclose anything. It could jeopardize whatever plans the boss had. Originally, he had thought Xueqiu was one who viewed lives as expendable, but now that he had received a piece of snake meat, it seemed Xueqiu was not as indifferent as he had presumed. Initially, Tang Qing had hoped to cling to Xueqiu for protection, but now his perspective was shifting that he looked at the snake meat in his hand. He must align himself with Xueqiu. Chapter 23. Can eggs feel hunger? The moments of rest always pass so swiftly. Listening to the distant howls of wolves and observing the gradually dimming sky, Xiao Ruo smiled faintly. Although she was sheltered by others, the sense of security was unparalleled. Suddenly, she felt a stirring within the tide shadow snake egg, and her heart leaped with joy. The ring she possessed froze time, so she dared not place it inside for fear of disrupting the hatching. However, the slots of the Wanderer's ring gradually diminished with the passage of time. After an entire day, the egg began to react for the first time. Xiao Ruo focused intently, trying to sense the egg's thoughts. Hungry, Xiao Ruo was momentarily bewildered. What on earth? However, the bond that Xiao Ruo established with the egg would not deceive him. He took out the egg for a closer inspection. The Tide Shadow Serpent egg, ordinary level, a mutated egg, containing an alien fetus, has formed a blood pact through the infusion of blood. It was once tainted with resentment, but that has since dissipated. The description had changed. Moreover, the resentment of the Tide Shadow Serpent King had also vanished. Xiao Ruo used a Nepalese knife to cut open his hand, letting his blood drip onto the egg. The moment the blood made contact with the eggshell, it was absorbed seamlessly. A wound formed quickly, and the blood drained away. Thus, Xiao Ruo repeatedly cut his hand. This bizarre scene caused Xiao Mingyu to furrow her brows. Her teeth ached at the sight. What on earth are you doing? Doesn't it hurt? Xiao Ruo replied while feeding the Tide Shadow Serpent egg. My pet is hungry. I'm just giving it something to eat. As for the pain, it's bearable, certainly not as painful as a saltwater whip. Once Xiao Ruo noticed the blood flowing down the egg's surface, he understood that the Tide Shadow Serpent egg had been satiated. That was that. Subsequently, Xiao Ruo and Xiao Mingyu began preparing dinner. Xiao Mingyu had 3 packets of instant noodles, which she directly boiled. Notably, Xiao Mingyu's pot had been snatched away by Xiao Ruo, so she had to buy a new one along with some bowls. Xiao Ruo was simmering serpent meat in his pot and had even torn black bread into it, transforming it into a mushy concoction. The broth combined with the black bread effectively acted as a thickening agent. Though it was unappealing in appearance, however, the taste was surprisingly pleasant. While most people could only gnaw on bread, they were fortunate enough to enjoy a warm meal, surpassing the majority of survivors. Xiao Ruo and Xiao Mingyu each had a bowl. At this moment, the emotions in the regional chat were somewhat subdued, tinged with a hint of melancholy. It was dinner time, and they all knew that beasts would soon descend upon them. Today they had caught only 2 palm-sized fish while fishing, barely enough to get by. Sighing, one person remarked, I wouldn't even want to eat this fish in the real world, but right now, taking a bite feels so good, as if I'm still alive. Another added, indeed, surviving is no easy feat. Just today, a fellow said he wanted to team up with me. We became friends, and then he mentioned seeing a bear preparing for a sneak attack. Minutes later, his icon turned gray. I used to work as a forest ranger. Take my advice. Don't provoke bears. They can eat people alive. You might not survive even a few minutes if they attack. When will this life come to an end? I hope the beast attacking my shelter is just a rabbit. Or at least a sheep. Stop spamming. It's here. With this message, the chat speed suddenly halved. Hearing the heavy footsteps in the distance, Xiao Ruo stood up. He took a deep breath to calm his nerves. How fortuitous. It was indeed the bear mentioned in the chat channel. He promptly drew out his crossbow, stepped out of the shelter, and aimed at the towering creature nearly 2 meters tall, pulling the trigger without hesitation. With a whoosh, the bolt shot forth from the crossbow. Although the light was dim, the silhouette of the massive bear allowed him to find his mark. The bear let out a roar as the powerful projectile struck its head, obliterating it instantly, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Xiao Mingyu had just drawn her stone spear when she realized the encounter was over. She stood there, momentarily stunned. This crossbow is incredibly powerful. Xiao Ruo collected the bear's corpse without addressing Xiao Mingyu's question and instead asked, "Is it all right if I take this bear?" "Of course." Xiao Ruo nodded. "Very well then. Time to sleep." "Huh?" Xiao Mingyu was taken aback. Xiao Ruo initially planned to rest early, aiming to wake up around 2 or 3 to scour other areas for treasure chests. However, he underestimated his biological clock and the invigorating energy from the serpent meat. The abundant energy coursing through him made it impossible for Xiao Ruo to fall asleep. Another reason was that this was Xiao Mingyu's shelter, and having someone nearby made him feel insecure. Originally, Xiao Ruo had intended to tie Xiao Mingyu up and return her freedom after he left. However, upon discovering that she was the infamous death doctor from the future, he could no longer entertain such thoughts. Yet, a knife remains dangerous in the hands of a child. After 3 months in this survival game, to stay alive, it was best to regard everyone as harboring ill intentions and to consider whether they had reason to act against him. Xiao Mingyu appeared to have a rather innocent disposition. What if it was all an act? After all, she was known as the Death Doctor in the future. Xiao Ruo contemplated for a moment, then sat up on the bed he had borrowed from Tang Chung. He grasped the Nepalese knife tightly, opting to sleep while seated. This felt somewhat safer to ask for why he didn't just hold on to Chicho. Xiao Ruo worried that he might accidentally injure himself while sleeping. Sensing movement from the other side, Xiao Mingyu turned to glance. She soon noticed Xiao Ruo sitting up, clutching the Nepalese knife, and she sighed softly. I wonder what Shuecho is thinking. I in this place. I should be the one feeling scared, right? A man suddenly intrudes into my shelter, ties me up, and even spends the night here. Yet, this man seems more cautious than I am. Where's the logic in that? Xiao Mingyu felt that Shuecho was inherently distrustful of others, likely due to his past experiences. She decided to stop overthinking and focused on sleeping. Time passed quietly. At 11 o'clock, Xiao Mingyu stared wide-eyed, feeling utterly frustrated. I can't sleep at all. It's not just the energy from the serpent meat. How can I possibly sleep with a stranger beside me? She rolled over. The moment she did, Xiao Ruo's eyes snapped open, but he quickly closed them again upon realizing it was merely Xiao Mingyu turning over. The night passed. Xiao Ruo awoke around 4 o'clock, feeling a surge of vitality within him, which pleased him greatly. The effects of consuming high-quality food were beginning to show that he sensed that in 3 days, no, in 2 days, he would be able to advance to the ordinary first level. Quite promising that to enhance his strength, he could temporarily set aside territory construction. Xiao Ruo noticed Xiao Mingyu stirring on the other side of the bed, and he was quite surprised that you're awake. Xiao Mingyu sat up, sporting dark circles under her eyes, looking utterly exhausted. With a man holding a knife beside her, how could she possibly sleep? Xiao Ruo did not deny it. You should catch up on sleep. Perhaps we will meet again by chance. In the next instant, Xiao Ruo vanished. Xiao Mingyu was left dumbfounded. What a strange man. Chapter 24. Death Racing Tournament. The instance Xiao Ruo entered this time was a slaughter instance, A-level instance, Death Racing Tournament. This was not the same slaughter instance from yesterday. It was a freshly reset one. What attracted Xiao Ruo to this instance was a single point. The rewards were substantial, and the limit was set at 100 participants. Those who were quick would benefit, while the slow would miss out. The first 20 could receive an ordinary level stimulant. This substance, once injected, felt akin to taking performance-enhancing drugs. In his previous life, Xiao Ruo had once used this to save his life, and he was well aware of its potency. The top 10 would receive random good-quality armor, while the top 5 would obtain random good-quality weapons. The first, second, and third places would earn an additional 300, 200, and 100 survival currency, respectively. Xiao Ruo focused on securing a place in the top 10, although he had the athletic bonuses from being the chief hunter and had consumed high-quality food for enhancement. He currently resembled a glass cannon, high attack but low health. This was a racing tournament in a slaughter game. If you wanted to avoid a cold arrow, it was best to play it safe and hang back. Survival currency could always be accumulated later. At this moment, the waiting hall was bustling with voices. This hall resembled a train station waiting area, complete with vending machines. Those with survival currency could purchase snacks to eat. Some participants who had previously engaged in currency reward instances were indulging at the vending machines, even buying a considerable amount of additional items. Xiao Ruo shook his head. Useless. Slaughter instances do not allow you to take anything out. Slaughter instances? Huh. I love this stuff. I didn't realize it was a slaughter instance. I thought I had stumbled upon a good deal when I saw the 100-person limit. Yesterday. Someone who had participated in the slaughter instance informed you that there is no option to exit the dungeon. Upon hearing this, the person's face turned ashen. The crowd, witnessing his reaction, erupted in laughter. Every individual present exuded an aura of malice. Some bore brutish features, while others were adorned with tattoos. The few individuals, despite appearing refined, still harbored a menacing glint in their eyes. That moment, a spirited young man clad in tight pants, clogs, and a bowl cut approached Xiao Ruo. With a slight tilt of his chin, he addressed her. How about teaming up for that district? Xiao Ruo couldn't be bothered to cast a glance at the young man. His presence reminded her of Wang Fei, igniting a desire to give him a good thrashing. Not interested. The young man, undeterred, seemed to sense that Xiao Ruo was an easy target. Don't be ungrateful. It's a privilege that I'm looking to team up with you. He rambled on. But Xiao Ruo remained unresponsive. Damn it. Are you playing mute? The spirited lad scoffed dismissively and moved on to the next person. Xiao Ruo observed his retreating figure and then scanned the room. Most of those present harbored murderous intentions. Of course, Xiao Ruo was no exception. It was merely a matter of who would emerge victorious in the end. Ding. The number of participants has reached 100. The total distance for this race is 3,000 meters, and each of you must reach the finish line to meet the requirements. In this instance, terminal usage is prohibited. Each participant may carry only one item from their terminal. Wishing you all a successful start. Friendly reminder. At the beginning, do not form groups. Be wary of your life. As the announcement concluded, the atmosphere in the hall fell into a hushed silence. Everyone began to make their way toward the starting line, where a long track lay before them, 100 meters wide, extending straight towards a lake. Aside from the absence of bicycles, this resembled a triathlon. Xiao Ruo understood that since this was a slaughter instance, there would undoubtedly be dangers lurking in the water. Positions ready, go. With the order given, 80 of the participants shot forward, while the remaining 20 jogged slowly to conserve energy. The leader among them produced a bicycle, pedaling furiously and accelerating at a remarkable pace. The crowd was taken aback. The individual with the bicycle was none other than the one who had claimed to have entered the wrong dungeon. Quite the performer, he was. However, he seemed to have overlooked one crucial detail. This was a slaughter instance. Speed alone was irrelevant. The objective was to eliminate those ahead. Instantly, several individuals brandished various ranged weapons, recurve bows, longbows, compound bows, and even a crossbow, all obtained from treasure chests. Whoosh, arrows flew from the crowd, although most lacked precision. Their sheer numbers were overwhelming. The bicycle rider was struck by 2 arrows, howling in agony. Mere seconds later, a second volley of arrows transformed him into a pincushion. With one arrow finding its mark in his head, he was no more. Xiao Ruo lingered at the back, clutching a Nepalese weapon, her gaze continuously scanning the front. The participants were not running swiftly, conserving their stamina. A few individuals gradually approached those wielding bows and crossbows. Armed with knives and harboring ill intentions. A brawl was imminent. In a situation where melee weapons are scarce, those who chose ranged weapons naturally became vulnerable. Let us take them out. Otherwise, we won't be able to run. A shout rang out as one individual lunged toward another, igniting the chaos. You dare to ambush me? You're asking for death. Kill. Amidst the clamor of clashing weapons and cries of pain, the track became a scene of carnage. With many falling, clutching their wounds. Others saw this as an opportunity and sprinted away, swiftly dividing into 2 groups. One engaged in combat, while the other fled. At this moment, regret washed over some. They had rushed in, blinded by the prospect of rich rewards, only to find themselves amidst such madness. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruo had become a target. Though she hadn't sprinted, she also refrained from joining the fray, maintaining a safe distance behind the fleeing participants. This position was advantageous. Arrows could not reach her, and though she faced some minor disturbances, it was far safer than being subjected to deadly projectiles. Suddenly, an individual surged from behind her, wielding a machete, aiming a strike at Xiao Ruo. Despite her continuous movement, she remained vigilant of her surroundings. As he drew near, Xiao Ruo had already formulated her counterattack. Ding! Her Nepalese weapon instantly transformed into the Akatsuki, parrying the oncoming strike. Due to the superior tier of the Akatsuki, she effortlessly deflected the ordinary machete, leaving it with a significant dent. The unexpected turn of events left her assailant dumbfounded. According to the system's regulations, terminal usage was prohibited, and only one weapon was allowed. Xiao Ruo's swift weapon transformation had left him in shock. Seizing the moment of distraction, she swiftly struck, severing his head. "Curse you! Prepare to die!" a voice thundered from behind her, as another individual brandishing a makeshift spear lunged at Xiao Ruo. This spear, fashioned from tape and a fruit knife, appeared robust and bore traces of blood, indicating it had already claimed a victim. Xiao Ruo sidestepped, observing the crude spear. With a swift motion, she cleaved it in two. Just as she prepared to deliver the final blow to its wielder, an unexpected figure emerged from behind him, striking him down with a heavy baton, instantly ending his life. The assailant turned to Xiao Ruo, giving her a thumbs up. "That knife is impressive. One strike took out his spear. I avenged my teammate who was ambushed." Xiao Ruo regarded him with a strange expression. It seemed this individual possessed a sense of loyalty. Or did he? Did he truly believe she hadn't noticed his treachery amidst the chaos? He continued to gaze at her Akatsuki, undoubtedly plotting something. Chapter 25. The mechanisms of the slaughter instance. At this point, the journey had yet to reach its halfway mark. Yet half of the 100 participants had already perished. This was the nature of a slaughter instance. Rankings were inconsequential. Survival was paramount. Xiao Ruo lingered at the rear of the sprinting pack, maintaining a safe distance from all. This positioning rendered her relatively secure. She was out of reach from attacks behind her, and the chaos ahead was of no concern. Though the front runners dashed forward, each held weapons, wary of one another, their gazes fixed ahead. A group arrived at the lake's edge, instinctively halting, maintaining significant distances from one another. Save for a few temporary alliances. "How do we cross?" "Obviously, we swim across. Go on. You first." "Let me see." "Why should I?" A brief exchange ensued, but they could not remain stationary. As time passed, the survivors from the chaotic melee would soon catch up, creating a precarious situation, especially since that group had eliminated most of the ranged weapon users. As moments passed, some began to falter. Plop. One individual leapt into the water, vigorously swimming towards the opposite shore. Initially, he had approached with a mindset of desperation, but after a minute of no apparent danger, he rejoiced and quickened his pace. Observing him nearing the midpoint without incident, others began to follow suit. "Damn it, what is this? You think it's a triathlon? I used to bathe in the river as a child. I'm a natural swimmer." They cursed as they bolstered their courage. Xiao Ruo lingered behind, quietly maneuvering towards the riverbank. She had no desire to enter the water. It imposed too many restrictions and visibility was poor. Moreover, even if they faced no immediate threats, dangers might still lurk in the lake's depths. Xiao Ruo noticed the bowl-cut young man trailing behind her. He too had refrained from entering the water, merely keeping his distance. Xiao Ruo's wariness heightened. "Hey, why aren't you swimming?" he called out from behind. Xiao Ruo ignored him, subtly shifting aside to indicate he should go ahead. The bowl-cut fellow paused for a moment before approaching her with a grin. "Relax, no need to be so tense. Once, we fought side by side, sharing the burden of conflict. One might as well consider us comrades." "Wouldn't you agree?" As the individual with the bowl haircut approached within 4 or 5 meters of Xiao Ruo, he suddenly struck, raising his baton to smash it down upon him. "Damn it. Hand over the knife." Xiao Ruo had anticipated this individual would harbor ill intentions towards him. The covetous glint in his eyes was far too blatant to ignore. With a swift motion, Xiao Ruo deflected the baton with his hand, cleaving it with such force that it left a gash, causing the bowl-cut man's hand to go numb. He staggered back, astonished to see the damage inflicted upon his weapon, without a moment's hesitation. He turned and fled. Was that a knife? Certainly not some cutting tool. It was merely a baton. Though of ordinary quality, it was still made of iron. How could a single strike render it half destroyed? It seemed he had unwittingly encountered a formidable opponent. He glanced back to see if Xiao Ruo was in pursuit. In the next moment, his pupils dilated, filled with disbelief. What the hell? Was it not agreed that only one item could be taken? How could this person produce a crossbow? With a swift pull of the trigger, Xiao Ruo unleashed the powerful energy of the crossbow, propelling the bolt with deadly precision. This strike pierced through the young man, leaving a gaping hole in his chest, resulting in his immediate demise. Meanwhile, the swimmers in the lake reached its center. The severed tentacle suddenly erupted a jet of blood, the volume of which was exceedingly alarming. Xiao Ruo swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the splatter of crimson. A swift sound whistled past his right side as a tentacle, insidiously emerging from a blind spot, lashed out towards him. Despite his efforts to evade the blood spray, his body could not keep pace with the sudden threat. With a resounding thud, Xiao Ruo was violently flung to the ground. A gash opened on his right shoulder from the suction cup's sharp teeth. The effect of the pioneer chief's skill, paralysis immunity, had been triggered, and Xiao Ruo recognized the warning as a stroke of fortune from his title that had spared him from calamity. The state of paralysis was now his greatest bane. Rising from the ground, Xiao Ruo beheld the creature crawling out from the lake, finally catching a full glimpse of its grotesque form. Its upper body resembled a blue-skinned humanoid, complete with a nose and eyes. Yet its mouth was grotesquely large, filled with jagged teeth, and a crossbow bolt protruded from its shoulder. The lower half was composed of two octopus-like appendages, one of which was severed, oozing blood, had it not been submerged in water. Xiao Ruo felt certain that the Leica crossbow could have obliterated its arm. After a fleeting glance at the creature, Xiao Ruo turned on his heel and fled. It would be folly to engage in battle when his attacks had proven effective. However, a flicker of confusion gnawed at him. The number of tentacles seemed amiss. He had personally witnessed over 20 tentacles in the lake, which had driven the survivors into a panic, scurrying home to their mothers. Something was decidedly off. As he sprinted, his peripheral vision caught sight of the opposite shore of the lake. Indeed, this was no singular monster. That moment, several torrents surged towards the shoreline. The terrified survivors were left in a state of dread. Stay calm. That person over there managed to injure the creature. With so many of us, we can surely do the same. Do not be intimidated by its appearance. Suddenly, a tentacle lunged straight at the individual who had shouted. The man, undeterred, charged forward, his expression fierce. Armed with a high-quality axe, he believed he could sever the tentacle without issue. With a clash, the axe struck true, embedding deeply into the tentacle, yet it became ensnared within the flesh. Simultaneously, he was violently hurled away, left weaponless and bewildered. This shouldn't be happening. My weapon is formidable, he cursed, fleeing in panic. After running a considerable distance, Xiao Ruo noticed the pursuing creature had slowed considerably. It seemed the loss of blood was taking its toll. Glancing towards the opposite bank, he witnessed a massacre unfolding. It was utterly merciless. This cannot stand. I must eliminate this creature and swiftly distance myself from the lakeside. With a sudden halt, Xiao Ruo skidded across the grass, then propelled himself forward, charging at the monster. Once vibrant blue, its skin was now turning gray, indicating severe blood loss. Its awareness appeared dulled as it failed to react to Xiao Ruo's advance. With a swift stroke, Xiao Ruo severed the creature's head with his blade. Ding! You have slain. Deep blue tentacle, normal level 3. Completed extra objective, reward points 10. Deep blue tentacle blood essence 1. There's an additional reward. Xiao Ruo mused. Though this was not a ranking type slaughter instance, what used were points. The blood essence, however, was valuable, instantly absorbed into his Wanderer's ring, indicating it could indeed be carried away. Many high-grade items required it as a material. Though it was merely normal grade, it would certainly suffice for crafting good quality items. Moreover, Xiao Ruo had heard in his previous life that blood essence was excellent for pets. Without hesitation, he fed it to his hybrid pet egg, which had been yearning for sustenance the previous night. The Tide Shadow Serpent egg has absorbed the blood essence. Hatching time has been reduced. Xiao Ruo pumped his fist, an uncontainable excitement illuminating his face. Excellent. Chapter 27. Pet hatching. Xiao Ruo glanced at the remaining survivors. Only 7 remained. The lethality of the deep blue tentacle was astonishing. The lone survivor on the opposite side was in a perilous situation. Suddenly, Xiao Ruo felt a jolt of urgency, hastening his pace towards the forest. At that moment, he wished he could sprout additional legs. Meanwhile, the deep blue tentacles split into 3 groups. 1 pursued the lone survivor, while 3 turned towards the path behind Xiao Ruo. And now, 3 were advancing toward him. Such audacity! Xiao Ruo found himself a mere 2 or 3 minutes from the forest path, his heart racing. Why was this slaughter instance so overwhelmingly difficult? They must have triggered some mechanism. What could it be? Glancing back at the torrents charging towards him, a thought struck him. Could it be that entering the lake was forbidden? Wait. The initial prompt echoed in his mind. All must reach the finish line to achieve the objective. Damn it. Xiao Ruo realized the implication as long as he was not running, whether swimming or cycling. He would inevitably trigger a punishment mechanism. After all, the deep blue tentacle's combat prowess completely outmatched the current survivors, akin to a punitive measure, only activated upon reaching the lake's center. How insidious. The path led directly into the lake, making it seem like a detour was the only option. Moreover, why should he be the one to suffer for a punishment mechanism triggered by others? For a brief moment, Xiao Ruo simmered with indignation, only to swiftly reconcile with the situation. Slaying the deep blue tentacle yielded blood essence and points of uncertain use. The blood essence would expedite the hatching of the Tide Shadow Serpent egg. Perhaps this instance with its punitive mechanism was a fortuitous opportunity for him. Xiao Ruo ran with all his might, the three deep blue tentacles relentlessly in pursuit. Their tentacles lashed out with alarming speed. As the distance between them closed, Xiao Ruo cursed under his breath. They were faster than he anticipated for aquatic creatures. It felt as if he could not endure until he reached the forest's edge without being caught. He needed to take the initiative. Having dispatched the first deep blue tentacle, he had neglected to reload his Leica crossbow, and the good quality wooden bow posed little threat to the creature unless it struck a vital area. With a wild glint in his eyes, Xiao Ruo resolved to take a gamble that he abruptly halted, drawing the wooden bow and knocking a metal-tipped arrow, pulling it taut in a crescent shape. Swoosh. After releasing the arrow, he dashed away without looking back, fully aware that his shot had gone awry. Damn it. Just one arrow fired, and the distance between him and the deep blue tentacle shrank alarmingly, regulating his breath. He focused on exhaling and inhaling, recalling the hardships he had endured, leading to a moment of clarity. Yes, he had yet to exact his revenge. He could not perish before confronting Hichuan. 3 foes were beyond his capability. But 2, while challenging, presented a chance if he were to exchange injury for life. With a calm determination, Xiao Ruo abruptly stopped, his mind tranquil. Memories of hunting rabbits with a bow in his past life flooded back. Gathering his strength, he drew the bowstring back. With a gentle exhale, he released the arrow. In that instant, he knew he had struck true. 1 deep blue tentacle was sprinting toward him when its prey suddenly halted. Brandishing a dark wooden stick, what was this creature up to? Though perplexed, the deep blue tentacle thought little of it. The next moment, swoosh, a slender, metal-tipped arrow surged towards it. Ding, you have slain. Deep blue tentacle, normal level 2. Completed extra objective, reward points 9. Deep blue tentacle blood essence, 1. Xiao Ruo immediately fed the blood essence to the Tide Shadow Serpent EGG. In the following moment, 2 deep blue tentacles appeared before him, raising their appendages to strike down upon him. Inside a cave, a man with bloodshot eyes gazed at the colossal creature dissipating before him and the gradually coalescing treasure chest, momentarily stunned. Ha! It worked. It actually worked. My all-nighter was not in vain. He stared at the notification in awe, unable to shake off the shock. Ding! Congratulations on your vanquishing of the fantastical creature. You have been awarded the title, Slayer. Slaying. Damage to creatures increased by 10. Congratulations on defeating the commendable level lord, the pure white rat king. You have received the title, Pioneer of the 4th Seat. Pioneer possesses formidable mental strength. Sand value is not easily diminished. 4th Seat privilege. Bleeding is ineffective, and resistance to other negative buffs is granted. With their duration halved, he realized something, and his expression instantly transformed into one of ecstatic joy. What a load of nonsense regarding snow enmity. Merely a fortunate fool, nothing more. A boss-level creature. What kind of boss does not retaliate? It is less threatening than the badger that unexpectedly appeared last night. I am the chosen one, the man bellowed, his voice echoing through the cave. The man before us is Yi Fan. He bent down to open the treasure chest, his eyes glimmering with avarice. What a splendid find. Undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. Good heavens, this blueprint is extraordinary. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If he could obtain this, could Snow Enmity also acquire it? If he had the chance to seize it from Snow Enmity, would he not strike it rich? Since the announcement, Snow Enmity has been silent. It seems he has not acquired anything currently useful. No matter, I have no qualms. And that fool who eliminated me, having taken your father's possessions, you will eventually have to return them. Yi Fan pulled out a piece of pure white rat king meat, and then produced the wolf meat obtained in exchange for the ointment blueprint. A comparison between the two made the superiority evident. Just wait and see. Those who have offended me shall all meet their demise. I in the slaughter dungeon, by the lakeside, Xiao Ruo gazed at the fallen corpse before her and let out a long sigh of relief. Just moments ago, the tentacle of the deep blue demon foot had nearly ensnared her neck. Fortunately, she had managed to swap it out with her left arm, but it was worth it. Ha! This is beyond worth it. Xiao Ruo looked at the small, pitch-black snake, as thick as her thumb, dancing around her, her heart filled with joy. The anomalous birth-tide shadow snake, an ordinary level tier 3 creature, after sacrificing her life to eliminate the first one. The second was already preparing to unleash a lethal strike against her. However, the blood essence dropped by the first was sufficient for the tide shadow snake to directly hatch. Moreover, it allowed her to unleash her combat power, severing the head of the deep blue demon foot in one swift stroke. From now on, you shall be called Mo Lin. Ding! A challenger has reached their destination. This challenge will conclude in 3 hours. Howl. Has someone already completed their objective? Xiao Ruo was not surprised. After all, this race was only 3 kilometers long. If they pressed on without incident, they should have arrived as well. Xiao Ruo needed to say nothing else. Simply hatching the anomalous birth-tide shadow snake was already a source of great satisfaction. If she employed the anomalous birth possession, her combat power would surge explosively. This was far superior to any weapon. Regrettably, in its soul state, the tide shadow snake resembled a mere shell. Although it could clearly hear her commands, it lacked vitality. Rather than a pet, it was more akin to a biological weapon, based on her past experiences. Merely utilizing the anomalous birth possession could elevate her combat power to an ordinary tier 2 at a rather absurd level of strength. While others remained mere mortals, she had not only consumed the flesh of the tide shadow snake king, but could also enhance her power with the anomalous birth possession. She applied ointment onto herself, reflecting on how her newly acquired clothing had already been soiled. After applying the ointment, Xiao Ruo proceeded towards her destination, since they had already crossed the finish line. It indicated that there were no triggered penalties ahead. Would he have her treated as a tumor? Absolutely not. He possessed his own integrity. Chapter 28. Mistaken Identity. Xiao Ruo was the third to arrive at the destination, securing a place among the top 3. Not only did she receive all the rewards of those preceding her, but she also received an additional 100 survival currency. The 2 individuals before her lay on the ground, their gazes hollow from exhaustion, while the other was also sprawled out, having run until he was utterly depleted, with remnants of vomit at his mouth, clearly having run until he felt nauseous. Upon noticing her arrival, they both lifted their heads, and upon seeing Xiao Ruo's bloodied and mangled arm, they felt reassured. With everyone in poor condition, it signified that none posed a threat to one another. After Xiao Ruo crossed the finish line, a few minutes later, the hidden individuals were discovered and eliminated by the deep blue demon foot. All survivors had crossed the finish line, thus concluding the dungeon. Xiao Ruo gazed at the rewards before her. Her heart elated. Stimulant potion, random good quality armor, black sleeveless t-shirt, good quality, random good quality weapon, cleaver, good quality. The rewards were bountiful. Should others have witnessed that the random good quality weapon was merely a cleaver, they would have exploded with indignation. However, Xiao Ruo was different. She possessed Qiqiong. No matter how good the good quality weapon was, she would still utilize Qiqiong. Originally, Xiao Ruo had come primarily for the armor and the stimulant potion. You have accumulated 37 points. The limited dungeon points shop is now open. A limited dungeon shop? This was something he had never encountered in his past life. Xiao Ruo glanced at the screen before her and quickly understood the purpose of the limited dungeon. It was akin to an additional reward, better than nothing at all. Random good quality armor, 30 points. Stimulant potion, 5 points. Random good quality weapon requires 40 points. She had no need for it, while the items Xiao Ruo needed were just within her purchasing capacity. Is there truly such a fortuitous occurrence in this world? Xiao Ruo promptly purchased the random good quality armor and a vial of stimulant potion. Random good quality armor, tactical boots, good quality, not of the same type. She was incredibly fortunate. She tore off her tattered shirt and donned the sleeveless t-shirt, which made her arms appear particularly robust due to its fitted design. Moreover, with the anomalous birth-tide shadow snake present, it would usually manifest as a tattoo upon her, appearing quite dynamic. The appearance was not the main concern. The crucial factor was that she was no longer fragile. After equipping the boots, she directly ventured into the new area. After spending some time in the slaughter dungeon, she emerged, feeling the air here was exceptionally fresh. Moreover, This area was entirely different from the previous 3 zones that as she surveyed her surroundings. She noted the presence of mountains and water. Her sight was drawn to a pond, where edible wild fruits grew along the edge, and several fish, as thick as her fingers, swam about. This place was simply unbeatable. Its abundance rivaled that of Hichien's territory. How wonderful it would be to settle here. Ding! A treasure chest has been detected. Xiao Ruo's eyes lit up. Splendid. 1 hour passed, and as Xiao Ruo strolled along the woodland path, she continually marveled at the lushness of this region. Suddenly, she spotted something familiar, an unmistakable relic of a mine. The entrance to the decayed tunnel was flanked by several empty chests. Clearly, the contents had been taken, but a faint glow emanated from within. She was stunned. This place was all too familiar to her. It was where she had been forced to labor alongside indigenous slaves. Hichien's territory. Xiao Ruo glanced at the code for this area, momentarily frozen in disbelief. ZG, UI 239-01. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. In the fleeting moment when Xiao Ruo shattered the stone tablet, he contemplated the fortunate possibility of being randomly transported directly into Hichien's territory. However, the 1% chance felt exceedingly low, prompting him to prepare a teleportation scroll. Little did he expect that before he could even receive the scroll, he had already arrived at Hichien's domain. At this juncture, Xiao Ruo's focus had shifted entirely from treasure chests to eliminating Hichien. The surroundings bore a striking resemblance to his previous life, with familiar paths and trees lining the way. The sun shone brightly overhead, rendering lanterns unnecessary. The sole difference was that the individual traversing this path was a person named Xiao Ruo, rather than a mere beast bearing the same name. Xiao Ruo's hands trembled slightly, excitement coursing through him to the point that he could barely maintain his grip on the dagger, based on that fool's routine. She was undoubtedly asleep at this hour. With the title of regicide now bestowed upon him, he could effortlessly bypass any barriers and eliminate her. Yet, allowing her to perish in her slumber seemed far too simplistic. Xiao Ruo was determined to ensure that she experienced the torment she had inflicted upon him, returning it tenfold. He proceeded down the path, one he could navigate even with his eyes closed. Having traversed it countless times in his past life, often shrouded in darkness as he moved forward, unexpectedly, he discovered that the path he walked mirrored that of the treasure chest's route. Fortune was on his side as he stumbled upon a treasure chest hidden behind a massive boulder. This boulder held a vivid memory for Xiao Ruo. Wang Fei had deemed it too perilous and had insisted that Xiao Ruo and the slaves attempt to demolish it. Unfortunately, during the endeavor, they were ambushed, resulting in heavy casualties among the slaves. Since Xiao Ruo survived, all punishment fell upon him. The mere thought of this sent a wave of irritation through him. After recalibrating his mindset, he knelt to open the treasure chest. Inside lay a refined forge, excellent grade, a higher tier existence than a standard forge, capable of enhancing the quality of metal ingots by 1 level. With an upper limit of excellent grade, not bad.it was a rather useful item, though using it in the early stages felt somewhat extravagant, as it consumed more than twice the coal, while he had not acquired any equipment to enhance his combat prowess. This was sufficient. One must learn to be content. Having located Hichien, what more could he desire? Continuing onward for a few minutes, he finally beheld the protective canopy, beneath which stood a constructed wooden cabin. Hichien had evidently thrived, even managing to establish a dwelling. That a smirk crept across Xiao Ruo's lips. Your life, your stone tablet, your resources are all mine now. Stealthily, he entered, his arm adorned with a black snake tattoo emitting a faint glow. This was the energy he had accumulated in anticipation of channeling it into himself. Navigating past the handcrafted items with utmost care, Xiao Ruo deftly used his stone axe to carefully disengage the door latch before slipping inside. The room, though sparsely furnished, was impeccably tidied. A faint snoring resonated within, accompanied by the sound of Xiao Ruo's own heartbeat. His gaze fell upon a single bed against the wall, where a figure lay covered by a blanket, their body rising and falling with each breath. Observing the silhouette, he hesitated for a moment before drawing forth his stone axe. Using the red sky technique would ensure Hichien's swift demise, far too quick for his taste. In an instant, Xiao Ruo propelled himself onto the bed, pinning the individual beneath him, his grip tightening around her neck. With a swift motion, he brought the stone axe down. Suddenly, his expression changed. Something was amiss. This was not Hichien. He diverted the axe, striking the pillow beside the startled figure instead, causing the contents within to spill out, staring at the awakened individual, who now wore a look of sheer terror. He was taken aback. Xiao Mingyu was on the verge of panic. The previous day, a few honey badgers had intruded upon her space, and she had spent the night in a state of unrest. Just as she had finally drifted into a deep sleep, she felt a hand abruptly constricting her throat. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of a stone axe poised to strike. Crashing down perilously close to her ear, just mere centimeters from death, Xiao Ruo maintained his grip around Xiao Mingyu's neck, albeit with slightly less pressure. I am not Xiao Mingyu. I'm Xiao. Xiao Mingxue. Xiao Mingyu is my sister, Xiao Mingxue stammered, her words tumbling out in a rush. Suddenly, she realized something. This person had seen her sister. Sensing Xiao Ruo's momentary distraction, the grip on her neck loosened. And Xiao Mingxue seized the opportunity, wrapping her arms around his. Before Xiao Ruo could react, her smooth legs clamped around his shoulders. Xiao Ruo was taken aback at a scissor hold. This was happening far too quickly. He couldn't allow her to gain leverage. Mo Lin, with a resonant hum, Xiao Ruo's arm glowed intensely. Enveloped in a layer of black scales, he exerted his arm, countering Xiao Mingxue's entire weight, and he felt himself gaining the upper hand. Xiao Mingxue's expression shifted dramatically. Xiao Ruo's strength had transcended the realm of biology. How could there be such a monstrous individual? In the next moment, she felt an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness. Realization dawned upon her, filling her mind with disbelief. Standing at 170 centimeters and weighing 60 kg, the Xiao Ruo possessed muscle. He did not appear excessively powerful. How could he possibly lift her with one hand? This was the last thought that crossed her mind before. Boom! The next instant, Xiao Ruo slammed Xiao Mingxue onto the bed, exerting no restraint this time. The wooden bed frame creaked under the impact, and Xiao Mingxue's eyes rolled back as she lost consciousness. Xiao Ruo withdrew his arm, rubbing his joints. That was close. Far too close. Had he not possessed sufficient strength, he might have lost his arm. But he gazed at his arm, delivering a sharp slap to himself. Just because she bore a resemblance to Xiao Mingyu did he let his guard down. This foolishness had cost him dearly. Taking a moment to regain his composure, he began to ponder the situation. It was perplexing that at this moment, he was uncertain about the identity of the death healer. Xiao Mingyu and Xiao Mingxue were identical twins with similar names, based on Xiao Mingxue's abilities and temperament. The likelihood of her being the death healer was higher, yet her presence here indicated that her shelter had been seized by He Qiuyan. However, he had never heard of Xiao Mingxue being associated with regicide in his previous life. As Xiao Ruo wrestled with these thoughts, his gaze fell upon a bracelet adorning Xiao Mingxue's wrist. It was a jet-black bracelet, the very one that He Qiuyan had possessed. In an instant, Xiao Ruo understood the reason behind Xiao Mingyu's drastic change in personality. The issue was resolved. Xiao Mingxue was not the death healer, but rather a victim. Given He Qiuyan's jealousy of Xiao Mingxue's beauty, she would have undoubtedly subjected her to torment, perhaps even filming it to boast. After all, that was precisely how she had treated him. By a stroke of fate, this video had come to Xiao Mingyu's attention, leading to her altered demeanor. It was entirely plausible. He had never anticipated such a connection between himself and the death healer in his previous life. He Qiuyan, you truly deserve your fate. Although you narrowly escaped this time, you can evade neither the initial nor the final reckoning. Xiao Ruo glanced at his wanderer's ring and sent a message to one of his two remaining friends. Xiao Mingyu, your sister Xiao Mingxue is in my possession. Xiao Mingxue slowly opened her hazy eyes, as if emerging from a deep, chaotic abyss. The back of her head throbbed with pain, akin to being scorched by fiery flames, causing her consciousness to oscillate between clarity and confusion. What had just transpired? Why had she lost her memory? She had been sleeping, and then a man found himself ensnared by his own grip around his neck. Having inadvertently knocked himself unconscious with a cross-dash hold, in an instant, cold sweat broke out all over Xiao Mingxue's body. She attempted to wipe her face, only to discover that her hands had been bound. Panic-stricken, she glanced at her attire, relieved to find that this individual had yet to lay hands upon her. Observing Xiao Ruo, who was roasting meat with her back turned, she felt a pang of regret. She had placed too much faith in her jujitsu skills. Had she initially lunged at him with a dagger, she might have avoided this peril altogether. Nonetheless, the bindings were made of rope, not steel. If she could sever them while he was distracted, she could make her escape. This man was terrifying, utterly unlike a normal person. Fighting was futile. Her only option was to flee. Xiao Mingxue endeavored to steady her breath, striving to quell her rising anxiety. Yet, in the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. Where was her anomalous gear? Where was her bracelet? Had it been confiscated? This man was aware of anomalous gear. Who on earth was he? At that moment, Xiao Ruo, having finished roasting a piece of snake meat, turned to face Xiao Mingxue. Awake? Looking for this? He said, shaking the bracelet in front of her before tossing it onto Xiao Mingxue's bed. He then added, cut yourself free. I saw a dagger inside. Xiao Mingxue froze momentarily. What was the purpose of this? Although confusion swirled within her, she reached for the anomalous gear, extracting the dagger and laboriously attempting to cut the ropes binding her wrists. Observing her efforts, Xiao Ruo spoke up. Would you like to say something to your sister? Xiao Mingxue was taken aback. Without waiting for her consent, Xiao Ruo dialed a video call to Xiao Mingyu. Beep. The call was answered almost instantly. Hello, Mingxue. Are you all right? Xiao Mingyu, seated on an outdoor bed, looked at Xiao Mingxue with urgency. Upon seeing her sister unharmed, she exhaled in relief. Immediately, she threw a punch at the screen. Directed at Xiao Ruo. Xuecho, how dare you hurt my sister? I will kill you. Xiao Ruo scoffed dismissively, a smirk playing on his lips. You, with those spindly arms and legs, do you really think you could withstand being tied up again? You, Xiao Mingyu huffed in indignation. Turning back, Xiao Ruo noticed tears welling in Xiao Mingxue's eyes. Sighing, he decided to refrain from interfering in their reunion. He couldn't bear the sight of two girls engaging in sentimental displays before him. As if their familial warmth and closeness were mocking his solitude and misfortune, those memories weighed heavily upon him, and he wished to avoid them. Look over there by the monument. Your friend codes are there. Add each other and chat. I'm going for a walk outside. Chapter 30. Intelligence on He Chuyan. Xiao Ruo stepped outside for a smoke. To his surprise, he discovered that cigarette prices had dropped. A single cigarette could once be exchanged for a loaf of bread. Now, a loaf could fetch 3 or 4 cigarettes. He understood that this was a consequence of food scarcity, with nightly assaults growing weaker. The meat acquired had dwindled. If his memories served him, badgers would be making appearances now, yielding only scant meat. With over 80 pieces of wolf meat still in his possession, he exchanged 2 for 10 cigarettes. He bent down to light one. Inhaling deeply. Bliss. He stood outside, exhaling clouds of smoke. A touching reunion unfolded within. After lighting 2 cigarettes and finishing his roasted meat, the conversation concluded, primarily because Xiao Mingyu was too fatigued to continue. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Xiao Mingxue with reddened eyes, clearly having cried, that I didn't expect you to be Xuecho. Xiao Ruo nodded in acknowledgement. Your sister can understand, but why did you come here ready to kill me? The abruptness of the topic left him at a loss for words. Should he confess that he was a reincarnate who had mistaken her for an enemy? Xiao Mingxue evidently found his evasive answer unsatisfactory. My sister mentioned that you would stay here for a day to recover. I've studied medicine and can help you. But you must tell me why. Xiao Ruo shook his head. You're mistaken. First, I had no intention of killing you. I merely aimed to break your arm. Second, who said I would be staying here for a day? Xiao Mingxue was momentarily stunned. You're leaving right away? Of course not. Xiao Ruo shook his head again. A look of bewilderment crossed Xiao Mingxue's face, mirroring her sister's. You intend to stay here? Xiao Ruo nodded, then lit another cigarette. Exhaling a long plume of white smoke, he turned to the still dazed Xiao Mingxue. What's wrong? Do you have a problem with that? As Xiao Mingxue prepared breakfast, she occasionally glanced at Xiao Ruo. She was clearly more perceptive than her sister. Xuecho was peculiar. He had just been in her sister's area. Yet now he was here. According to her sister, he had left without any injuries. Yet now his arm was a gruesome sight. Blood and flesh in disarray. Strange, very strange, whether in his decisiveness or strength. He did not resemble a typical individual, especially with his remark about mistaking someone for an enemy. Xiao Mingxue cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Ruo, who was tending to his wounds. He surely harbored some secrets from her. Exuding a sense of pity that intrigued her deeply, his capabilities, identity, and his ability to traverse zones that painted him as a player who had participated in the game's closed beta. Far ahead of her, meanwhile, Xiao Ruo contemplated the need to alter his original plans. His earlier decision to remain here had been impulsive. He could not afford to miss the opportunity if He Chuyan were to arrive at any moment. However, this would also mean relinquishing his advantages. What were his advantages? The ability to switch zones and collect treasure chests. His current haul of treasures was limited, although he had gathered most of the essential items. Who would ever turn down more resources? Xiao Ruo turned his back to Qiu Mingxue and activated his treasure chest searcher. After a brief inspection, he closed it, noting the absence of any chest in this area. If he chose to remain here for a day, he would effectively squander that time. Based on his experiences from the previous days, he would lose out on a treasure chest, a considerable loss. After a moment of deliberation, he made his final decision. He turned to Qiu Mingxue. Her skills in counterattacks and timing were commendable, and with her anomalous gear, she was undoubtedly not a victim of brute force, but rather had fallen prey to He Chuyin's schemes. They shared a common adversary. Aiding her would ultimately be aiding himself. I'll return in a few days. Be cautious and don't rely too heavily on your defensive barriers. Qiu Mingxue blinked in surprise. Huh? You're leaving? Yes. Are you pleased? Xiao Ruo pointed at his nose and chin. Watch out for a woman with a surgically altered nose and a square jaw. When you meet her, don't believe a word she says. Qiu Mingxue nodded, still perplexed. All right. After Xiao Ruo departed, he vanished into a dungeon, leaving Qiu Mingxue in a state of bewilderment. He left, just like that. Be cautious of a surgically altered nose. A woman with a square jaw? Qiu Mingxue felt a sense of deja vu. She was convinced she had seen this before. Wait a moment. She scoured her message history, discovering a photo within a begging message that depicted a disheveled, yet beautiful girl reaching out for help. Qiu Mingxue, having developed quite well, with a house and ample resources, had noticed many individuals seeking to exploit her on the trading platform. Although she hadn't given the girl anything, she had found her quite attractive and had paid her some attention. Upon closer inspection, she noted that the girl's nose seemed slightly translucent, suggesting it had been augmented, and her jawline appeared somewhat pronounced. Xuecho warned me to be wary of this person. Qiu Mingxue's gaze sharpened. Had he merely mentioned her in passing? Did he consider her a rival? Did he harbor a grudge against this woman? Upon reaching this point, she sent a message to Qiu Mingyu. Sister, after you wake up, please send a message to Xuecho that I might have information about that woman. Xiao Ruo participated in a straightforward instance, and, after acquiring 30 survival coins, ventured into another area. This region, in comparison to Qiu Mingxue's Zone 01, was markedly inferior, completely barren, with scarcely a few trees in sight. From a vantage point, one could even spot several unmasked shields. The struggles here were undoubtedly brutal, given the scarcity of resources and the proximity of each position, which was almost transparent. Xiao Ruo glanced at the regional channel, noting that there were only 70 individuals present. The casualty rate was rather alarming. Similarly, the treasure chests were in short supply. This was the first time Xiao Ruo employed the treasure chest locator without finding anything. Yet, he could not afford to squander the cooldown of his entry that he intended to spend the next hour searching for good quality treasure chests. To be candid, while excellent treasure chests were indeed prestigious, good quality treasure chests were the cornerstone of survival. Most blueprints and items that enhanced survival capabilities and withstood natural disasters primarily dropped from good quality treasure chests. In his previous life, Xiao Ruo had obtained a blueprint for a standard quilt from a good quality treasure chest, which had yielded considerable resources. However, an hour was not ample time for such a search. Nevertheless, he could not remain idle. He had to put in the effort. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before Xiao Ruo. You have been directed to the Kingslayer, 9th seat. The end of the line. Chapter 31. Shall I say it again? Chopped up and fed to the dogs? Xiao Ruo deemed the generation of the Kingslayer during the novice period to be rather stringent. Firstly, the destruction of the monument was a formidable challenge during this phase. Judging by conventional novice combat power, it was clear that this was not a matter to be resolved swiftly. Anyone scavenging for supplies would undoubtedly return upon hearing the alert of the shield being attacked. Either something insurmountable had breached their defenses, or a group had formed, intimidating the survivors from returning. The latter was evidently more probable. Now on the third day, it was not surprising to encounter a coalition. Thus, after casting a glance towards the direction of the Kingslayer, Xiao Ruo proceeded forward. Hit me hard. 3 individuals surrounded a man, delivering a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Nearby, a scar-faced man sat on a chair, observing the scene with a cold, mocking smile. Did this fool truly believe he could kill him? Did he think he was Yin Zili-san? He picked up a piece of wolf meat, examined it, and then gently placed it on the table. What good is strength without power or backing? A lone fist cannot contend against many hands. You little scoundrel, the scar-faced man grinned, revealing his gold tooth. Was it? Without some discernment, one cannot survive if you don't act like a wolf to feast. You'll inevitably end up like a dog eating filth. The man being beaten, you, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Damn you, Wang Jinlong, you will not die a good death. Do you think you can rise just by relying on that bastard Yi Fan? I will haunt you even in death. I will avenge Xiao Wan. I will." Wang Jinlong chuckled derisively. "Thanks for the reminder. I almost forgot about your wife. Go. Someone check if she has awakened. This time, we shall play right before his eyes. Ha!" Upon hearing this, Yu Yu's blood boiled, and his eyes turned crimson. He yearned to confront Wang Jinlong. But he was restrained, his already battered body rendered immobile. "You cowards! If you have the guts, come at me. What skill is it to bully a woman? You beasts!" Wang Jinlong smirked. "What's wrong? Did I not invite you? If it weren't for my curiosity to see you like this, I would have killed you long ago." Suddenly, a man darted into the straw shed and excitedly called out to Wang Jinlong. "Brother Wang, the woman has awakened." Wang Jinlong laughed heartily. "Bind this kid up. Let him see how we entertain his wife. Let's demonstrate once more. Ha ha." It was truly a hell on earth. Xiao Ruo, being the chief of the Kingslayers, could sense that the bound man was indeed the ninth seat he sought. What a tragic sight. The woman, tormented to the point of screams, must be acquainted with this Kingslayer. The man struggling on the ground bore a visage that seemed ready to flay this group alive. This expression was all too familiar to him. Having once endured humiliation at the hands of He Chuyin himself, as Xiao Ruo approached the shelter, he could hear the woman's desperate pleas and the man's raucous laughter. That scar-faced man appeared somewhat familiar. Why you? Save me, please. I'm sorry. Just let me go. I beg you. I beg you. Yu struggled fiercely, veins bulging on his forehead. "Wang Jinlong, release Xiao Wan. Come at me if you dare." Wang Jinlong slapped the woman hard. A lewd grin plastered on his face as he taunted Yu. "What's the matter? Feeling pity? Look, is your wife enjoying herself? Ha ha! Wang Jinlong." Yu's eyes reddened as he screamed. "I will kill you. I will kill you." Wang Jinlong spat at Yu. "Kill me. You want to get the chance. Biaozi, go, chop him up and feed him to the dogs." A man who had been groping the woman stood up, laughing heartily, and drew a knife, advancing towards Yu. Midway, however, his movement halted suddenly as a powerful crossbow bolt struck him in the head, exploding it and splattering everyone with red and yellow matter. A stunned silence enveloped the group. Die well. Die well." Yu laughed maniacally, his face brimming with madness, utterly oblivious to the brain matter splattered across his face. Wang Jinlong's confidence instantly evaporated as he pulled himself together. He stammered, "Who the hell was that?" He gulped, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, he spotted a man at the edge of his shelter, armed with a modern crossbow, which was strikingly ornate and evidently not of ordinary make. His legs trembled slightly as he pointed a finger at Xiao Ruo. "How the hell did you get in here? Do you know who I am? I am Wang Jinlong. I have the backing of Yi Fan." Xiao Ruo's eyes narrowed. "Why Yi Fan? No, that wasn't he the focus. What was this fool's name again?" "Wang Jinlong." Xiao Ruo effortlessly drew back the string of the Leica crossbow, swiftly eliminating another of Wang Jinlong's lackeys. This sent Wang Jinlong's spirit plummeting. "Get him! Don't let him shoot." The last lackey, brandishing a machete, charged at Xiao Ruo. Xiao Ruo regarded this deranged individual, his expression hardening. Killing him might sully his crimson sky. But with the red sky in hand, he had no choice but to make a concession. In an instant, he sidestepped the approaching lackey's machete. With a thud, the head fell, the body slumping forward like a fountain, rolling a few times with an expression that bore both confusion and fear. Wang Jinlong, witnessing his lackey's instantaneous demise, gulped audibly. "Who is this person? Who on earth is he?" Xiao Ruo approached Wang Jinlong, his hands trembling slightly as he fought to suppress his excitement. "Wang Jinlong? Yi Fan?" Noticing Xiao Ruo's mention of Yi Fan and his slight tremor, Wang Jinlong's expression shifted to one of arrogant triumph, his glee palpable. "What's the matter? Are you trembling in fear?" "Too late. Let me tell you, my brother possesses a transfer scroll. You know what a transfer scroll is? The moment I die, my brother can arrive in the next second, leaving you with no chance to survive or die." Wang Jinlong pointed at the ground. "Now, immediately, kneel and kowtow to me, and I might still forgive you. Hurry." In an explosive moment, Xiao Ruo suddenly appeared before Wang Jinlong, gripping his neck with a fierce intensity. Their faces were mere inches apart, and Wang Jinlong could feel the heat radiating from Xiao Ruo, who scrutinized him with an unsettling gaze that seemed to pierce through every pore of his skin. A ludicrous thought flickered in Wang Jinlong's mind. Does he know me? Yet, he barely knew Xiao Ruo at all, their noses nearly touching. Xiao Ruo's eyes widened, his pupils dark and abyssal, void of any light. Blood vessels reddened his sclera, and then he smiled. A smile that was chillingly cruel. Repeat that phrase, he commanded. The one that ends with being fed to the dogs. Chapter 32 merely replayed the torment he had experienced. Wang Jinlong's legs weakened. He seemed to glimpse his great-grandmother beckoning to him. His trousers, unfastened, became instantly damp, releasing a foul odor that he swallowed hard. The demon pressing ever closer, their foreheads nearly touching. Wang Jinlong heard the demon's voice. Flat yet tinged with a barely concealed thrill. He knew that the person before him was suppressing an excitement that bordered on madness. This was indeed a lunatic. Absolutely a lunatic. Wang Jinlong stammered. Struggling to articulate a response, his body fought for survival, desperately attempting to speak. Yet his mind was acutely aware that uttering the name Wang Jinlong would seal his fate. Xiao Ruo tilted his head like a marionette, urging him, speak up. Just repeat that you are Wang Jinlong, and we can proceed to the next phase. That moment, Wang Jinlong felt as if he could no longer hold back his fear. The image of Xiao Ruo's dark, frenzied eyes consumed his thoughts, his body betraying him against his will. Trembling, he finally managed to utter, I am Wang Jinlong. Xiao Ruo stepped back and broke into a maniacal laughter. Ha! Wang Jinlong. Wang Jinlong. This is the very Wang Jinlong who has been tortured and shattered, the true slayer of his own self. He coughed, realizing he had lost his composure, and took a moment to regain his calm. Patting Wang Jinlong's shoulder, he offered a semblance of reassurance. There you go. Nothing lost. I am a good person, a truly benevolent soul that I enjoy gifting others. What do you desire? What would you like to eat? I will ensure it reaches your stomach through your rear end. After this, Xiao Ruo flashed a radiant smile. Wang Jinlong was on the brink of collapse. Gripping Xiao Ruo's wrist tightly, he demanded, Who the hell are you? Who are you really? Xiao Ruo chuckled softly, leaning in close to Wang Jinlong's face, locking eyes with him. To me, I am a demon risen from the depths of hell. The torment that had initially been sparked by He Chuan's seduction now found a target in Wang Jinlong. Much to Xiao Ruo's delight, this was indeed a divine intervention. Nearby, Yu opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by a wave of Xiao Ruo's hand. He placed a finger to his lips. Shoo, no talking. Let me play first. I am pressed for time. We'll get to you later. Suddenly, he remembered his primary objective, the Slayer of Kings. Hastily, he turned and dragged the nearly lifeless Wang Jinlong along with him. Fearing Wang Jinlong might escape, he shattered his limbs with a stone axe and bound him tightly. That he genuinely feared Wang Jinlong's flight. Even when speaking with Yu, he kept a firm grip on Wang Jinlong, nearly forgetting his own mission to rescue him. Initially, Xiao Ruo believed the massacre was orchestrated by this Slayer of Kings, but upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a retaliatory strike after a monument was breached, leading to capture. With one foot planted on Wang Jinlong's body, he began unbinding Yu. As he worked, he frequently glanced down to ensure the unconscious Wang Jinlong didn't escape. The moment Yu was freed, he expressed his gratitude and dashed away. Xiao Wan. Yu. It's fine, Xiao Wan. Everything will be all right. The two embraced tightly, tears flowing freely. After a brief moment, Yu sprang to his feet. Wang Jinlong. He seized a stick and charged at Wang Jinlong. But in the next instant, Xiao Ruo intercepted him. His expression turned serious. I told you. I play first. Why Yu pleaded with Xiao Ruo. Please, brother, I have a blood feud with him. I must exact my vengeance on this beast. Xiao Ruo shook his head. No, I will play first. But I assure you, he will not die. I suggest you comfort your girlfriend for now. Yu gritted his teeth, expressing his gratitude. I will never forget your kindness. Before rushing off to console his girlfriend, time slipped away swiftly. Yu and Li Wan found solace in each other's arms amidst Wang Jinlong's agonized cries, while Xiao Ruo perspired profusely, needing to reserve some energy for Yu. Feeling somewhat constrained, observing Wang Jinlong lose consciousness again, he delivered a sharp slap. Wake up! Stop sleeping. If you don't wake up, I will rip off the rest of your fingernails. Xiao Ruo gazed at Wang Jinlong, smeared in medicinal ointment, feeling a twinge of regret for his impulsive cruelty. To prevent the threat of death, he had applied nearly an entire tube of ointment, which weighed heavily on his conscience. Now, having calmed down, his demeanor was no longer that of a madman. He had many more tricks up his sleeve. If he were to return the torment Wang Jinlong had inflicted upon him, the latter would have perished long ago. Surely, he didn't believe that the method of feeding through the stomach was something Xiao Ruo had concocted on a whim. Of course, there were precedents. Seeing that Wang Jinlong remained unresponsive, Xiao Ruo exchanged 5 pieces of wolf meat for a bag of salt without haggling, for he had the means. Mixing the salt with water, he poured it over Wang Jinlong's battered body. Ah! The sharp sting jolted Wang Jinlong awake. The first thing he did was beg for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. I truly was. I don't know what I did to offend you. Please spare me. Yi Fan is nothing. A mere insect compared to you. Wang Jinlong pleaded desperately. Just let me go, or grant me a swift end. I am your grandson. Spare me. Xiao Ruo furrowed his brows, a smirk creeping onto his lips. With a swift motion, he poured more salt water over him. Ah, I was wrong. I was wrong. Wang Jinlong cried out, his eyes fixated on the remaining third of the water bottle that Xiao Ruo waved before him, causing his eyelids to twitch violently. I ask, you answer. Fail to respond or answer incorrectly, and you know the consequences. Wang Jinlong nodded frantically, his expression one of sheer terror. As he moved, a piece of his severed scalp flapped in the wind. Under Xiao Ruo's amiable inquiries, Wang Jinlong divulged all the information he possessed that Yi Fan was an extraordinarily fortunate individual. Having struck a bond on the very first day, he possessed an abundance of wolf meat. And although he denied being the one who had dismantled the blueprint, everyone knew the truth. Having obtained the desired intelligence, Xiao Ruo called out to the couple huddled together nearby. That you, right? I'm done here. This scoundrel is now yours. Chapter 33. Yu and Yi Fan. Yu was ruthless and exceptionally decisive. His strikes were delivered with the intent to obliterate. Particularly, the 2 quail eggs nestled between Wang Jinlong's legs had been reduced to a pulp. A fitting expression of his pin-up fury. Just as he was poised to deliver a fatal blow to Wang Jinlong, Xiao Ruo intervened. Yu, perplexed, watched as Xiao Ruo gestured to the black bread in her hand. I am of a kind heart. Wishing to offer him something to eat. 10 minutes later, Wang Jinlong lay lifeless, his body marred and unrecognizable. A pitiful sight indeed. Yu glanced at Xiao Ruo, swallowing hard. This person was genuinely deranged. The stick had pierced through the bread from below, and she carried on as if nothing was amiss, akin to stringing a fish or a piece of cured meat. Displaying no signs of distress whatsoever. Is he dead? Li Wan quivered, pointing at Wang Jinlong's corpse. Yu nodded solemnly. Suddenly, Li Wan erupted into tears, her emotions collapsing. Yu, affected by her sorrow, joined her in weeping. He was bewildered as to why calamity had befallen him. He had been on a steady path with his girlfriend, their business thriving, and life had seemed blissful. But then, this cursed doomsday game emerged, causing his life to plummet into despair. Once they regained their composure, Xiao Ruo pieced together the events that led to this moment. Yu and Li Wan had initially arrived together on their first day. While scavenging for supplies, they clashed with one of Wang Jinlong's lackeys over a rare treasure chest. Despite having the upper hand, Yu refrained from lethal action due to moral reservations. Yet, as fate would have it, that lackey, a petty thug, drew a knife. Unexpectedly, Yu demonstrated commendable skill, incapacitating the thug with a stone axe. Just as he was about to finish the job, Li Wan intervened, urging him to desist. In recounting this incident, Li Wan expressed profound regret. Though the thug was gravely injured, he was not incapacitated and stealthily followed them after they departed. As a thief by nature, he concealed himself well, and, upon discovering their territory's monument, fortuitously witnessed Wang Jinlong recruiting allies in the 100-person channel. After relaying their coordinates, they set out on the first day. Yu's monument's energy was drained by their assault, leaving it unable to maintain the protective barrier. Nevertheless, Yu proved his mettle, managing to slay one of his assailants amidst the 5-person ambush, earning the title of King Slayer. Yet, this achievement proved futile in altering the course of the conflict. Wang Jinlong's words rang true. Although Yu was formidable, he was ultimately outnumbered. The ensuing narrative was one of torment, endless suffering. Xiao Ruo seized the spoils collected by Wang Jinlong. The materials and ordinary items were cumbersome to tally. Yet the most valuable acquisitions were 2 blueprints. Wolfskin pants, common grade. One-time blueprint for a wooden house, common grade. The remaining items included a good quality knife, 80 pieces of wolf meat, and 40 loaves of bread. Resources were never superfluous. Wang Jinlong also possessed 2 fragments of energy monuments, totaling 160 energy. It was evident that his victims numbered more than just these. However, attacking the barrier consumed monument energy, suggesting they had lain in wait outside the barrier, striking down their prey before retrieving from the now unguarded monument. Xiao Ruo meticulously packed the gathered resources into her ring. It was then that Yu noticed the peculiar manner in which she collected her items. He pointed at the ring on her hand. Is that the ring of the wanderer? Being a wanderer himself, he recognized its significance. Xiao Ruo nodded, unable to conceal the truth, yet she refrained from disclosing her possession of an alternate dimension ring. It is indeed the ring of the wanderer, but my ring is superior. Fortune smiled upon me. I discovered an expansion stone for my backpack. After listening to their tale, Xiao Ruo contemplated her next moves. She was certain she would soon confront Yi Fan, yet knew nothing of him. Here, she had the chance to utilize someone with a personal vendetta against that very individual if she could cleverly insert herself into Yu's plans. The subsequent events would unfold favorably. She approached Yu, patting him on the shoulder, and revealed her identity as Shueqiu. To validate her claim, Xiao Ruo produced the scales of the Tide Shadow Serpent King. I eliminated him and seized his blueprint. He will not let me off easily. We share a common goal. That Yu's eyes sparkled with surprise. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yi Fan, willing to go to any lengths for revenge. Xiao Ruo, like him, had a mutual enemy, and naturally, the stronger she was, the better. Yu regarded Xiao Ruo with determination. What must I do? I am willing to do anything to ensure his demise, Xiao Ruo replied. Do not rush. Haste is of no benefit. Intelligence is paramount. We are both Kingslayers. Once we obtain the coordinates of his territory, he will surely meet his end without a sound. Yu, not foolish, inquired. You want me to infiltrate his ranks? Don't you? Xiao Ruo countered. Infiltration is a harsh term. I prefer to call it internal support. She gestured towards Li Wan, indicating to Yu, look, you could have lived a fulfilling life. It was that scoundrel who brought ruin to your home. You heard Wang Jinlong's words. He was the one who sent Wang Jinlong to attack your sanctuary in search of monument energy fragments. The true culprit is that scoundrel. You wish to see him dead? Yu gritted his teeth. It's not a matter of desire. It is a certainty. Xiao Ruo nodded. So, will you act? Yu hesitated, torn between vengeance and the moral quandary of serving a mastermind who orchestrated his suffering. While he would fight without question, this matter weighed heavily on his conscience, especially considering Li Wan's sentiments. He glanced at Li Wan. Would you mind? You cannot pose such a question, Xiao Ruo interjected. You seek revenge? Upon hearing Xiao Ruo's words, Li Wan clenched her teeth, tightened the blanket draped over her, and nodded resolutely. I want revenge. I want them dead. Yi Fan's organization was named the Mortal Assistance Association upon entry. New members were required to disclose their gender and special skills, along with submitting items such as food, water, resources, and tools to join. Members enjoyed 2 primary benefits: access to low-priced wolf meat and the ability to exchange neighbor coordinates for a piece of wolf meat. Although they were unaware of the association's intentions for the coordinates, they still submitted their neighbors' locations. At that moment, the association boasted over 30 members. Yi Fan lounged in a thatched hut, relishing roasted rat meat. Is Wang Jinlong lagging behind? Yi Fan mused, picking up his terminal in exasperation. Wang Jinlong had claimed to have discovered a one-time blueprint for a wooden house, yet there had been no further updates. Such half-finished statements were indeed irksome. Chapter 34, Soul Weapon Scroll, Specialized Weapon. Yi Fan furrowed his brow. Could something have gone awry? He opened his terminal and sent a message to Wang Jinlong, urging him for an update. Wang Jinlong, what are you up to? User offline. Yi Fan stared at the message, suddenly rising to his feet in alarm. He understood the implications of this notification. Had Wang Jinlong been slain? By whom? He possessed a good quality long knife and had 3 companions. How could he possibly be defeated? The absence of a distress signal indicated a swift execution. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. Could it be an inside job? He opened his terminal to review his friends, ultimately focusing on 3 individuals. It must be one of these 3. User offline 3 all dead. It seemed there was no infighting. Yi Fan felt little emotional response to Wang Jinlong's demise. Merely tempering his inflated ego, lighting a cigarette, he contemplated his next move. Perhaps it was time to acquire that woman. After completing a copy, Xiao Ruo received a small planting box upon arriving in the new area. He pondered while holding a treasure detector why Yi Fan possessed an item that greatly intrigued him, a transfer scroll. During the Golden 7 days, this item could only drop at a quality level of good or higher. However, it would not remain so rare later on. Extracting this item from the fool's mouth would not be an easy task. It all depended on Yu Dado. Xiao Ruo noticed the ring of the wanderer flickering twice. As Qiumingyu sent him 2 messages. Point 1 read, Xiao Shui might know information about the woman who underwent nasal surgery that you are looking for. The other was Qiuming Shue's friend code. That woman who had surgery? Could it be He Chuyan? A shiver coursed through Xiao Ruo's body. An adrenaline surged. He took a deep breath. Calm down, he told himself. He needed to remain composed. Xiao Ruo had acted too decisively earlier and had not added Qiuming Shue as a friend. After doing so, he directly inquired about the circumstances surrounding the matter. If Xiao Ruo harbored a hatred of 50 towards Wang Jinlong, then his animosity towards He Chuyan surely exceeded 100. Adding another 0 would not be an exaggeration. The hatred stemming from the real world collided with the torment he faced in the gaming realm. His life had been thrown into chaos by He Chuyan. The mental humiliation, the physical torment, the enmity among kin. This made Xiao Ruo loathe He Chuyan to the core. Thus, he added Qiuming Shue. What do you know about that woman who had surgery? Qiumingyu explained the background and sent a photo of He Chuyan begging. She asked Xiao Ruo if it was indeed her. Without even looking at the photo, Xiao Ruo knew it was something He Chuyan would do. Upon seeing the image, he smiled, a smile that was cruel in nature. Xiao Ruo activated the treasure box detector and began to scour the area. As he moved towards the treasure box's location, he spoke to Qiumingyu. It's this person. See if you can get in touch with her. It would be best to extract her location, but do not reveal my identity. After Qiumingyu agreed, she began to privately message He Chuyan. Well, I'm not as foolish as my sister. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Qiuming Shue messaged Xiao Ruo. The anger in her words was palpable. That person was so fierce. She scolded me and then blocked me. She typed so fast that I didn't even have a chance to respond. It infuriates me. She was utterly perplexed. Their earlier conversation had gone well, but suddenly He Chuyan exploded. All she had said was that Yi Fan did not seem like a good person. Just after sending the message, she was immediately met with a barrage of insults from He Chuyan, who began with a tirade against her ancestors, leaving Qiuming Shue utterly bewildered. While preparing to retaliate, she discovered she had been blocked. Qiuming Shue was dumbfounded. She had failed to extract any information and had inadvertently revealed her gender to He Chuyan. Yet, she did receive a verbal lashing. Xiao Ruo understood. He Chuyan was adept at crafting scathing retorts, and her typing speed was impressive. Although Qiuming Shue claimed she had not gained any intelligence, Xiao Ruo knew better. He Chuyan had undoubtedly made contact with Yi Fan, based on her previous experience as an obsessive fan of boy bands. If Qiuming Shue spoke ill of Yi Fan, it would surely provoke a fierce response in her eyes. If Wang Fei and He Chuyan were indeed aligned, then his efforts could prove to be well worth it. Xiao Ruo closed the chat window and took a drag from a cigarette. He Chuyan, no matter where you are, I wish to slay you. Even if I must walk 8,000 miles, I shall find you. The location of the treasure box was relatively close to Xiao Ruo. Although it was somewhat late, having reached midday, no one had yet claimed it. After several minutes, Xiao Ruo arrived by a river and discovered the treasure box resting atop a stone. Upon opening this excellent quality box, he was momentarily stunned by the sight of something resembling a sheepskin scroll. Once he confirmed he wasn't seeing things, he gasped in astonishment. What the hell? A soul weapon scroll. He picked up the scroll for a closer inspection. Soul weapon scroll shortens the time required to refine a soul weapon and allows for immediate soul binding. Previously, Xiao Ruo had obtained a broken evil gem using ointment. The broken evil gem required a soul weapon for binding. This scroll was precisely the special method for rapid refinement that Xiao Ruo had mentioned earlier. It was indeed wise not to remain at Qiuming Shue's side waiting for He Chuyan to show up. Strength was paramount. Crouching by the riverbank, Xiao Ruo contemplated silently. Most individuals bind soul weapons because they can be summoned at will. Additionally, soul weapons possess growth potential. In simple terms, they change tiers according to one's own strength. The pre-refinement quality of the Qi Qiong was excellent, yet upon becoming a soul weapon, its quality would not diminish. It would retain its excellent status. In his previous life, the strongest individuals barely reached this level. Currently, the Qi Qiong bore no distinction from a soul weapon, making the use of the scroll somewhat wasteful. In the later stages of his previous life, Once most people became aware of the uniqueness of soul weapons, they cautiously selected which weapons to refine. They concluded a rule: either choose weapons with bizarre abilities, similar to the bleeding effect of the Qi Qiong, or opt for those with immense power, like the Leica crossbow, which became even more formidable as their tier increased. However, both of Xiao Ruo's items already possessed quite high tiers. Utilizing them would indeed be wasteful. After some thought, Xiao Ruo decided to store the soul weapon scroll away. It was truly frustrating to possess something valuable yet be unable to utilize it. However, he had to endure it, for there were even greater treasures worth pursuing. Xiao Ruo's eyes narrowed. A handgun materialized in his mind. Why wield a knife when one could use a gun? How could one claim to be a master otherwise? He envisioned using a handgun as his sole weapon. He had contemplated this in his previous life, but lacked both a gun and a scroll. Now, the conditions were favorable for him to pursue this ambition. In his previous life, some prominent figures had indeed used guns as their specialized weapons. For instance, the renowned sharpshooter, Qiu Mingyu, wielded a Glock 17 as her specialized weapon. Chapter 35. The second boss time swiftly passed, and night had fallen. Having learned from his previous experience, Xiao Ruo no longer sought caves, but instead constructed a shelter high in the trees. Fortune smiled upon him, as he discovered an ordinary quality treasure box while scouring the forest. Upon opening it, he found an ordinary quality mattress, which was quite comfortable when laid out. Positioned high, he no longer had to worry about wolves launching nocturnal attacks. After fending off a giant bear that had attempted to climb the tree, Xiao Ruo fell into a deep slumber. The night passed uneventfully, and he awoke feeling refreshed. Breakfast was a simple affair: bread drizzled with honey, accompanied by jerky and water, which he gulped down. After breakfast, he checked the treasure box detector to see if any boxes were nearby. Finding none, he participated in a dungeon and acquired a low-quality fruit knife. Then prepared to scour for treasure boxes with full vigor. Upon arriving in a barren land, Xiao Ruo checked the treasure box detector and found no boxes present. This was rather vexing. Xiao Ruo felt his luck had been rather poor lately. The area he had encountered yesterday had also yielded no treasure boxes. Yet, he could not afford to be idle, although there was still some time before the dungeon cooldown expired. He could occupy himself with other tasks. Thus, he roasted some snake meat and consumed it. Given his current physique, he could barely digest one piece of meat a day. Anything more would be wasteful. Xiao Ruo clenched his fists. His body was telling him that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Although he could exercise to accelerate absorption, he was currently in the wilderness. If he were to strain himself and become sore, only to be confronted by a stranger or a wolf, it would be quite embarrassing. Suddenly, Xiao Ruo recognized the area. He stuffed a piece of snake meat into his mouth, climbed a tree, and surveyed the surroundings from above. With a heavy sigh, he exclaimed, "Damn it, I'm home. ZG. UI 239-24. This was Xiao Ruo's original starting position. He never expected that after wandering outside for 4 days, he would return. Perhaps he should return home for a visit? However, the moment Xiao Ruo thought of the stone tablet she had shattered with her own hands, an overwhelming sense of frustration welled up within her. Although her own prowess far surpassed that of others, she found herself adrift in the world, lacking a place to call home. In the face of calamity, she remained nothing more than a robust antas. She fed herself morsels of food. Her mind wandered to the potential value of this region. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Ruo reluctantly conceded defeat. This place was simply too impoverished, exceedingly so. If one were to speak of any local specialty, it would have to be the goats found atop the mountain. Known for their treasure-seeking capabilities, rubbing her head in contemplation, Xiao Ruo acknowledged that while goats were primarily for milk production, it wouldn't be out of the question to slay a few. The taste of less conventional meats like wolf or snake felt peculiar to her. Thus, she preferred to try her hand at butchering a few goats for a change. With this thought in mind, she rose to extinguish the fire pit and made her way along the narrow forest path toward the rocky outcrop. After nearly 40 minutes of walking, Xiao Ruo reached her destination. Though the number of goats was scarce, they were not entirely absent. Drawing forth her dark wooden bow, she nocked an arrow and prepared to strike. After a diligent hunt, she managed to take down 3 goats within 10 minutes. Had she not lost sight of the remaining goats and faced a cooldown for entering the dungeon, she would have continued her pursuit. Initially, when she used her bow to hunt rabbits, it was driven by necessity. Now, her mindset was markedly more relaxed. Suddenly, a goat sprang forth, and Xiao Ruo swiftly drew her bow, taking aim before releasing the arrow. Unfortunately, the goat's position was rather evasive, and she missed. The goat, startled by the shot, bounded away in fright. Xiao Ruo snorted disdainfully and stowed her bow in a flash of white light. The Leica crossbow materialized in her hands. Kneeling down, she steadied the crossbow's base while adjusting the scope with her other hand. Through the scope, she spotted a distant cave. Even as the goat fully revealed itself, she refrained from pulling the trigger. Xiao Ruo froze momentarily, suddenly recalling something significant. Indeed, there were bosses within her territory. A formidable boss, the frost acid giant lizard. Moreover, the organization known as Dawn, which had suffered grievous losses in their attempts to vanquish the boss, certainly hadn't begun their journey in this vast channel of thousands. They must have employed some special means to arrive. What a pity. Xiao Ruo held a very favorable impression of the Dawn members. Even if they did not hire her, she would still lend a hand, for the boss resided in her territory. Upon realizing she was a local, they had nonetheless compensated her generously. This group was remarkably straightforward. With the red sky in hand, Xiao Ruo approached the cave. The entrance was small and appeared rather unremarkable. Yet, Xiao Ruo was well aware that a boss surely awaited within. She steadied herself, placing her palm against the cave's mouth, and listened intently. Who? HSSS. The sound of heavy breathing pounded against her senses. It was indeed within. Xiao Ruo silently cheered in her heart. With the golden 7 days, she could acquire another boss, propelling her strength to unprecedented heights. Thus, she ventured into the cave, grasping the red sky tightly. Inside, the cave seemed to stretch into an abyss, causing her some trepidation. That it was exceedingly dark. If sensing her unease, the ink scale seamlessly merged with her. And instantly, black scales appeared on her neck, spreading to her temples. Xiao Ruo was taken aback. At that moment, her eyes radiated a faint golden light, her pupils transforming into slits. Her vision shifted to a heat-sensing mode akin to infrared, allowing her to switch freely, while her hearing and perception heightened dramatically. Could this truly be the essence of possession? Xiao Ruo believed that possession meant merging with the host, enhancing one's powers. However, it seems that is not the case. While humanity possesses sufficient agility, their perception remains somewhat lacking. Although this form does not outwardly enhance his physical attributes, it undeniably amplifies his combat capabilities significantly. Xiao Ruo experiences a peculiar illusion, as if he were born into this state, adapting to it effortlessly. The black scales affixed to his neck have elevated his perception, leading Xiao Ruo to dub this state as the perception form. As he traverses deeper into the cave in this form, he begins to sense the flow of air brought forth by his breath. Perhaps he has mentally prepared himself when confronting the acid lizard. He distinctly feels that its oppressive aura pales in comparison to that of the Tide Shadow Serpent King. Despite the latter being significantly larger, Xiao Ruo scans the surroundings but finds no minions of his. Feeling slightly disappointed as he had hoped to acquire a substantial amount of acid lizard meat. According to his recollections, the acid lizard typically assaults the area accompanied by hundreds of lizards the height of a man. Though formidable in numbers and strength, the acid lizards are herbivorous, their flesh comparable in taste to beef, equally delectable. Never mind, Xiao Ruo muttered as he suddenly swung his weapon towards the acid lizard. The blade, Qiqiong, sliced through its flesh, and he felt a surge of joy. The creature's hide was evidently not as resilient as that of the Tide Shadow Serpent King. It appears that among the lords, the Tide Shadow Serpent King is indeed quite formidable. Chapter 36. A day of great explosions. As Qiqiong moved, the skin of the giant lizard erupted like a fountain. Its blood, tinged with mild acidity, splattered onto him, causing a tingling sensation. The skill effect of the chief pioneer has been activated. Toxin immunity is now in effect. Xiao Ruo had not anticipated that the blood of this giant lizard would be toxic, perhaps due to ruptured venom glands mixing its blood with potent acid. Even without infrared sensors, Xiao Ruo could sense the creature's vitality waning. The wound, relative to its size, could only be classified as a minor injury. Had he not wielded Qiqiong, he wondered how long he would have needed to hack away. He struck again, this time seemingly hitting an artery, causing a considerable amount of blood to spill forth. He knew he needed to dispatch the boss swiftly and then scour the dungeon for treasure chests. With each strike, he repeated the cycle. As time passed, the blood accumulated, soaking his boots, concerned that the blood might corrode his high-grade tactical boots. He stepped onto a nearby stone. Meanwhile, the boss's aura had weakened to the point of near invisibility. In the next moment, the giant lizard's pupils, which had been fixated on Xiao Ruo, suddenly shattered. Congratulations, you have slain the high-grade lord. Acid lizard. It took Xiao Ruo less than half an hour from entering the cave to slaying the lord, a remarkably swift accomplishment that he stowed away the treasure chest and examined his spoils. Revenge coat, excellent grade. Quick growth fertilizer, good grade blueprint. Water purifier, good grade. Single-use blueprint. Water filter core, good grade blueprint. Acid lizard black scales, good grade material. 300. Acid lizard dark bones, good grade material. 40. Acid lizard tough tendons, good grade material. 20. Acid lizard fine meat, good grade food. 150. Goodness gracious! Xiao Ruo exclaimed, marveling at the excellent grade equipment and 3 blueprints. His eyes widened in delight at the blueprint for the water purifier, noting its good grade, which implied rapid production speed. The water filter core, also of good grade, would ensure that the filtered water would be of the same standard. Although he had scarcely tasted such high-quality water in his past life, he recognized its immense benefits. Water and food are interdependent, enabling him to enhance his strength more swiftly. Moreover, this caliber of water could be utilized for irrigation, bolstering the vitality of crops that in his previous life, he had struggled for a barrel of good-grade purified water. Now, he had this marvelous item, which alleviated the regrets of his past. If it were a standard water purifier, it would be of little use to the masses, for purifiers require a source of water to cleanse. In the presence of a river, boiling the water suffices, saving one the trouble. Even without a river, fresh water could be reasonably purchased from survivors selling it. Thus, water sources are not particularly scarce. However, Xiao Ruo was acutely aware of the significant events that would transpire in the future. Following a catastrophic plague, all water sources would become undrinkable, and merely boiling would prove futile. The price of water would skyrocket, alongside other beverages that it is during such a crisis that water purifiers would capture the attention of the populace. Organizations lacking stable water sources would find it challenging to gain traction. Individuals and organizations possessing water purifiers would reap immense profits. Yet, one cannot overlook the ingenuity of the laboring populace. Within 2 days of the plague outbreak, someone devised a distiller using a pressure cooker. Although the taste of that water was questionable, it was ultimately harmless. Xiao Ruo sighed, recalling how he had survived on such distilled water during a particularly trying period. But now, he relished in his fortune. As for the fertilizer in his possession, it was a highly sought-after commodity. Having dabbled in agriculture in his previous life, Xiao Ruo possessed a basic understanding of its fundamentals. Planting requires seeds, akin to Blue Star, where one reaps what one sows, taking into account soil fertility and pest issues. However, planting in pots diverges from this norm. Much like in a game, one merely sprinkles fertilizer, waters, and waits to reap the harvest. These crops typically mature in 20 days. With a greenhouse, that time is reduced by 20. The good-grade fertilizer further cuts the time by an additional 20. If equipped with specific structures, another 10 days could be deducted. Xiao Ruo recalled hearing from members of the Dawn organization that their greenhouse crops could mature in just 10 days. It was utterly absurd. They had likely acquired the fertilizer blueprint, which explains their remarkable efficiency. Now, he had intercepted a treasure from many others. These items are indeed fated to be his. Xiao Ruo stored his spoils and donned a revenge coat. There was little to discuss regarding this excellent grade equipment. Alongside it were Qiqiang, the voodoo doll, the dimensional ring, and the treasure searcher. Worth it. A day swiftly passed. Xiao Ruo had shattered records, collecting 3 rare treasure chests within a single area. His total for the day reached 5 rare chests and 1 good-grade chest. An unprecedented bounty. Sunlight lantern, excellent grade, a lantern radiating brilliance akin to the sun, greatly benefiting crops. Energy gem, a gem exclusive to soul weapons, capable of storing energy for a powerful strike. Life capture scroll 4. Creatures rendered unconscious can be contained within this scroll for 4 hours. Tiger claw, stabbing edge, excellent grade, a lightweight claw that feels effortless when worn. Rainbow cake, excellent grade, a 10-inch cake, made from high-grade materials. Consuming it bestows significant benefits to the body. The good-grade chest yielded an unexpected item. Relocation scroll. This allows the relocation of one's monument and merging with others. Had he possessed this in his previous life, he would not have been so easily deceived by He Chuyen, losing all privileges. Truly, fate is capricious. Food, weapons, items, and furniture were all encompassed. Furthermore, the dungeon Xiao Ruo participated in today was particularly targeted. he acquired 2 small planting boxes within the dungeon, bringing his total to 3. The remaining dungeon featured a B-grade slaughter mission for no other reason. The rewards were simply too bountiful. The backdrop was a village afflicted by a pestilence, where they entered to slay the insects. Of course, while they were dubbed insects, they were the size of calves, possessing strength around the ordinary first tier. Xiao Ruo, in his possessed state, slaughtered with ease. The enhancements to his physique, the power of the hunter chief, increased mobility, and the sharpness of Qiqiong allowed him to dispatch one after another. Leaving onlookers in stunned silence, he dominated the leaderboard, exchanging points for energy blocks to amass 800 energy. As evening approached, Xiao Ruo rested within a shelter. The owner of this shelter, a man, found himself bound by a blanket at Xiao Ruo's hands. Xiao Ruo felt increasingly adept at such undertakings. Meanwhile, the man's face turned pale. Casting Xiao Ruo an odd glance, one might wonder if this man harbored any peculiar proclivities. Xiao Ruo paid him no mind. After helping him fend off several wild boars and badgers, she donned her spiked armor and fell into a deep slumber. Cradling her Nepalese belongings at by 6 o'clock, Xiao Ruo arose promptly. The 5th day of the Golden Seven had commenced. Chapter 37. Capturing a tongue for information. This moment, Xiao Ruo was fervently delving into those quests related to agricultural cultivation rewards. After acquiring a watering can, she ventured into a new area. However, her expedition did not begin favorably. The treasure detector remained silent, indicating the absence of any exceptional grade chests in this region. Undeterred, Xiao Ruo proceeded to kindle a fire and prepare her meal. This giant lizard meat is quite sour. The sourness contorted her expression, yet she couldn't bear to waste the food and forced herself to consume it. Her surprise, the meat from the small monsters had been so delectable, while that of their leader was utterly unpalatable. She resolved never to eat this again. The taste was akin to drinking vinegar. Enduring the discomfort, she awaited the cool down of an hour before re-entering the dungeon. Diligent Master Xiao resumed her arduous labor. Today, luck was decidedly not on her side. At by 10 in the morning, after scouring 3 different areas, she had only managed to locate a single treasure chest. Yesterday had been the most prosperous day, while today felt like the starkest contrast, a day of scarcity. After obtaining a garden spade from the dungeon, Xiao Ruo found herself in yet another new instance. She retrieved the treasure detector, silently praying for a stroke of luck. Ding! Treasure chest detected. That a profound sigh of relief escaped her lips. As long as there was a treasure chest, she felt reassured. Her daily psychological threshold was set at a mere 2. With no upper limit, as she advanced towards the chest, she tightened the hood of her revenge cloak around her. The weather had shifted from the oppressive heat of her arrival to a slight chill. Xiao Ruo estimated the temperature to be around 15 or 16 degrees Celsius, reminiscent of her past life. That a drop in temperature would ensue, followed by an abundance of warm clothing as the cold wave would arrive on the 7th night, bringing with it devastating casualties. She vividly recalled the first disaster. Back then, she had no home, not even a thatched hut. Shaking her head to dispel those unpleasant memories, she continued down the path, sensing a presence watching her. Unwilling to be complacent about this anomaly, she donned the hood of her revenge cloak, using it as cover to activate her possession ability. Dark scales sprouted on her neck as she scanned her surroundings with heightened perception. Indeed, there were lurking foes, though she could not see them. Xiao Ruo was acutely aware that 2 individuals were concealed behind the trees ahead of her. Whether they were male or female eluded her senses. But one thing was clear. These individuals were up to no good. Who ambushes others on the road like good Samaritans? Since they wished to lay in wait for her, they needn't blame her for being ungracious. Hey, brother, look at that guy wearing a hood. What a show-off. One of the concealed individuals whispered to his companion. The other scoffed in disdain. Just a fool who hasn't adapted to this world. That delusional Chinibu thinks he's the main character. He paused for a moment. Brother, how should we split the loot? 55, or based on merit? Let's skip the merit part. 55 sounds good. If someone is missing a limb, just remember to compensate them. What about Yifan's side? Damn, are you really supplying that idiot? You must be joking. As they finalized their plans for dividing the spoils, a chilling realization struck them. Where did that person go? He was just here. They exchanged bewildered glances. Did he hear us and run away? The other was equally perplexed. That shouldn't be. I didn't hear any rustling. Damn it, the lamb we were about to feast on has flown away. Let's find another one. Both were notably frustrated as they prepared to leave. This dagger isn't too shabby. If only it weren't borrowed, don't you think? The companion remained silent. Hey, where did he go? The one in front, unable to hear his partner's movements behind him, turned back in confusion. What he saw next nearly made him wet himself in terror that a figure clad in black, hooded attire had locked onto his companion, covering his mouth, as a long knife plunged straight into his skull, rendering him lifeless. Realization dawned upon him. Trembling, he glanced up towards the treetops. Indeed, a sturdy branch swayed slightly that he was dumbfounded. Had this person ascended the tree in an instant? Was this still a human? Xiao Ruo released the lifeless body she had restrained and tossed it aside. She wiped the blood off her weapon on the corpse's clothing, erasing the evidence. Damn it. The man, aware that this matter could not end well, drew a well-crafted machete to strike at Xiao Ruo. Clang! In the next instant, the sound of metal clashing echoed as Xiao Ruo forcefully deflected the machete, sending a shockwave through his arm, leaving it numb. His complexion paled instantly. I'm going to die. Boom! Xiao Ruo retracted her weapon, delivering a powerful punch to the man's abdomen, causing him to crumple like a shrimp. Ugh! The man, unable to withstand the assault, violently expelled a mouthful of bile. Brother, please, I was wrong, don't kill me. Xiao Ruo brandished her weapon, resting it against his neck. Answer my questions. Failure to do so means death. Name. The man trembled like a leaf, stammering. My name is Zhang Liang. That I've never killed anyone. This is my first time. Please, consider my first offense and spare me. Xiao Ruo, uninterested in his ramblings, kicked him hard, knocking him over. The weapon grazed his neck, drawing a thin line of blood. No more nonsense. All right. Are you from this area? Zhang Liang nodded vigorously. Yes, I am from this area. Xiao Ruo squinted her eyes. Are you connected to Yi Fan? Is he here? Zhang Liang shook his head. No, he never mentioned which area he was in. Xiao Ruo pressed on. Share all the information you possess. Zhang Liang's eyes lit up. He was being asked for intel? Brother, I can tell you everything, but you must promise me one thing. Once I share, you must spare my life in O games. Xiao Ruo's gaze fell upon the wound on his neck, and she smiled. All right. Zhang Liang was puzzled by her swift agreement. People from Huaxia don't deceive one another. Once he spoke, information flowed from him like beans spilling from a bag. The more Xiao Ruo listened, the more her brows furrowed. What he relayed was indistinguishable from what Wang Jinlong had stated, lacking any substance. Key information was conspicuously absent in her previous life. Xiao Ruo had never heard of this mutual aid association, leaving her utterly confused. Zhang Liang's account mirrored Wang Jinlong's closely, while Yu was currently unable to access that information. Brother, are you planning to deal with Yi Fan? Zhang Liang inquired softly, feeling slightly dizzy, but unsure why. Perhaps it was the tension bearing down on him. Though I don't know where Yi Fan is, I know the area code of his top lackey. In the video, he had a particularly beautiful companion. At the mention of this, a figure flashed in Xiao Ruo's mind, instantly invigorating her. What is his name? Wang Fei. His female companion's name seems to be He Qiuyan. Chapter 38. The countdown to He Qiuyan's death according to Zhang Liang's revelation. He and Wang Fei joined the Mutual Aid Society simultaneously, essentially as contemporaries. Aside from Wang Jinlong, who was initially courted by Yi Fan, they were all considered newcomers. However, Wang Fei had a remarkable talent for flattery. He could make even Yi Fan's most mundane actions seem commendable. In just one evening, Wang Fei ascended to the rank of Wang Jinlong's subordinate. He became quite arrogant, boasting about events occurring in their region. Coincidentally, Zhang Liang had heard of these matters within the instance, and, with his big mouth, he revealed his own region number. Region 4. Region 4? Xiao Ruo felt a sense of familiarity with that designation. What was Wang Fei referring to? Zhang Liang, feeling somewhat weak, shook his head to dispel the discomfort, and continued. It seems to be something about ruins. The next day, they discovered a cave with some wooden stakes and a thick layer of blood on the ground, which looked rather unsettling. A cave? Wooden stakes? Blood? Xiao Ruo was taken aback. Wasn't that where he had dealt with the Tide Shadow Serpent King? And as for ruins, were those fresh logging marks just a figment of his imagination? Wait a moment. Did that mean he had brushed shoulders with He Qiuyan and Wang Fei? Xiao Ruo's teeth ground together audibly, his resentment coalescing into a tangible force. No wonder He Qiuyan became a wanderer. With a crippled blood blade and a Tide Shadow Serpent King around, it was a miracle her shelter could withstand such threats. Observing Xiao Ruo's current state, Zhang Liang felt a twinge of fear. Worried that Xiao Ruo might retaliate with a knife. Brother, I've said it before, you can't go back on your word. Xiao Ruo took a moment to calm himself, a smirk playing on his lips. Of course, you may leave. Zhang Liang, overjoyed, quickly rose to prepare for his escape. Though he wore a facade of happiness, his heart simmered with rage. Just wait. Once I find an opportunity to acquire a ranged weapon, I'll make you pay. Stealing for 1,000 days is easy, but preventing theft for 1,000 days is another matter. Just wait for your ENDAS. He stood up. Darkness suddenly enveloped him, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Xiao Ruo cast a glance at Zhang Liang, whose breath was growing faint. The amount of blood loss. There was no saving him. At midnight, Xiao Ruo arrived at the location where the treasure chest had appeared. Crouching down to open it by now, it was noon. Although the sun blazed overhead, he felt no warmth. The contents of the chest were intriguing. A one-time blueprint for a refined stone house, good quality. Counting Wang Jinlong's wooden house, this was his second house blueprint. With this in hand, building a shelter would be a breeze. The stone walls were significantly sturdier than those of the wooden house, offering better insulation, and it even featured a fireplace and chimney, ideal for heating and cooking. Xiao Ruo recalled that this item was obtained by a rather fortunate individual, who, however, attracted the ire of many due to his ostentation. Jealous peers revealed his location, leading to his demise on the third day of boasting. At that time, he had no house and had barely survived by burning wooden planks in a shelter. Leaving a deep impression on Xiao Ruo, Xiao Ruo realized he needed to stockpile some timber, not merely for winter, but also to construct a house, which would require a considerable amount of wood and stone. He had quite a bit of wolf and bear meat on hand, which could be exchanged for supplies. Although the prices of timber had slightly increased with the colder weather, they remained relatively stable. However, food was a different story. Now, a single piece of meat could be bartered for a day's worth of labor for one person. After the novice bread was consumed, many had only managed to find a scant few treasure chests. The frigid weather was not merely about low temperatures. If food was not processed or properly preserved, it would quietly succumb to an indescribable force. Within 3 days, no matter how fresh the food, it would resemble ancient relics that had endured prolonged freezing. Its exterior would be coated in a thick, waxy layer, while the interior would become rigid and ineatable. By that time, fresh food and warm supplies would fetch exorbitant prices. Don't ask Xiao Ruo how he knew this. It was all a lesson learned through blood. At that moment, Xiao Ruo received a message from Tang Cheng. Snow Cho, I found someone selling transfer scrolls. However, the situation is a bit complex. What do you think of this photo? Everything seemed predestined. Ever since Xiao Ruo had given Tang Cheng a portion of snake meat, Tang Cheng had not eaten it. He believed that rather than consuming it, it would be wiser to exchange it for some precious material blueprints. He had an inkling that this world was not as simple as it seemed. After posting the item on the trading platform, it wasn't long before someone approached him for a transaction. After dismissing several individuals with absurdly low offers, one person arrived, ready to trade a transfer scroll. Tang Cheng's eyes lit up. This was precisely what Snow Cho needed if he wanted to board Snow Cho's ship. This was the perfect opportunity. He conversed with the person briefly. Initially, this individual had been very cordial. But upon learning that Tang Cheng was not Snow Cho, their demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming quite haughty. Their condescending attitude made Tang Cheng uncomfortable. Nevertheless, for the sake of the scroll, he endured. Upon discovering that the snake meat was a gift from Snow Cho and that the scroll was something Snow Cho had asked Tang Cheng to procure, the person's attitude flipped again. Following this series of events, Tang Cheng realized that this individual was not after the snake meat, but rather the owner of the meat. She claimed to be a fan of Snow Cho, aspiring to be his future girlfriend, and hoped Tang Cheng could introduce her. Tang Cheng was taken aback by her audacity. He had never encountered someone so brazen. Who was this bold woman? Such flamboyance could only come from a dinosaur. However, after viewing the photos she sent, Tang Cheng fell silent. She was a beauty who could easily score an 8 out of 10. It was no wonder. People like Snow Cho often attracted many attractive individuals, sending him explicit photos in hopes of being kept. Tang Cheng was not swayed by this. After saving the image, he promptly blocked her. He prided himself on knowing his worth. After all, he had merely obtained 2 decent blueprints. Nothing more. He pondered for a moment before deciding to share this information with Snow Cho. The person had even suggested that a friend request could suffice to obtain the scroll without needing the snake meat. How could he pass up such an opportunity? Thus, he replied to the individual, "I'll ask for you, but don't get your hopes up. Please leave a name for convenience." The other party appeared to lack common sense that I'm not interested in you. You're merely a subordinate of Snow Cho. I've been polite enough. Don't overreach. Once I'm with Snow Cho, I'll be sure to inform him of your harassment, so he can teach you a lesson. Tang Sheng was baffled. Was this person foolish? Only someone with a brain the size of a fist could utter such words. Suppressing his anger, he sent the photo to Xiao Ruo. "Snow Cho, I found someone selling transfer scrolls. However, the situation is a bit complex. What do you think of this photo?" Xiao Ruo lightly tapped the ring to open the photo sent by Tang Chong, and he was instantly stunned. "What the hell, He Chuyan? Huh? He Chuyan?" Chapter 39. This damned world, how do you know this person? Do you have her friend code? Give me her friend code. Tang Chong sighed at the messages on the screen. He hadn't even spoken yet Snow Cho was evidently eager about this woman. Had he misjudged Snow Cho, who was perhaps short-sighted? Tang Chong felt a twinge of discomfort, but still provided Xiao Ruo with He Chuyan's friend code, informing him that adding her would allow him to obtain a scroll for free. Naturally, Xiao Ruo could not let this friend code slip away. After all, if he didn't act, he would be wasting her good intentions as he read through the flirtatious messages in the chat window. A cold smile crept onto his face. That a shameless person is indeed shameless. How dare she boldly claim to be single? With a poker face, Xiao Ruo began typing, extracting the location of her region from her words. It was more of a revelation than a subtle inquiry. Conveniently, she possessed a compass, capable of discerning directions. That I heard there's a ruin in your region. Indeed, the ruins are quite distant. I heard from my friend that they are conveniently located diagonally across from us. She wishes to visit and snow revenge. Could you accompany me? I feel a bit frightened to go alone. Fortunately, it is not near the cave. If we were to cross paths, Xiao Ruo would surely be infuriated. After acquiring the approximate location of the area and the scroll, Xiao Ruo immediately blocked her. Just looking at that thing is bothersome. He Chuyan, however, was still enthusiastically typing a lengthy message, which she promptly sent. "You have been blocked. He Chuyan." At this moment, Tang Chong took a sip of tea, his brow furrowed, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a trade for a piece of high-quality, acidic giant lizard meat came through. "Thank you for your efforts." Tang Chong felt a mix of emotions. He desired the meat, yet taking it would leave him feeling stifled. Ultimately, he politely declined. It was merely a trivial task, requiring no effort. "Big brother, although we have not known each other long, I regard you as an elder brother and wish to share my thoughts. This world is perilous. It is best that we focus on our own development. There is no need to squander energy on women, as it will certainly hinder your progress. If you require companionship, there is no rush. Once you advance further, many will naturally come to your side. What are those fresh models, campus beauties, and starlets if not easily chosen? Heed my advice. This person is not of sound mind. Big brother, I will send you screenshots of our conversation. It is utterly absurd." Xiao Ruo sighed and replied to Tang Chong, "I added her solely for the scroll, and I have already blocked her in the eyes of others. I must appear as a person driven by lust. Yet, there is no alternative. He Chuyan is far too important to me that I would willingly offer her my heart and soul." However, upon calming down, I began to ponder the peculiarities of the situation. He Chuyan must be eliminated. Yet, to offer undue flattery is either treachery or theft. From Xiaoming Shui, I learned that He Chuyan is fiercely protective of Yi Fan. Even a remark about Yi Fan's unreliability earned her harsh rebuke. He Chuyan is both foolish and wicked, not merely overweight and unattractive. I cannot dismiss the possibility of a setup that in this world, one can never be too cautious. The more Xiao Ruo contemplated, the more unsettling it became. According to the intelligence from Wang Jinlong and Zhang Liang, Yi Fan's development appears quite promising. That He Chuyan has little reason to abandon Yi Fan. Could it be that Yi Fan intends to target me? But to specifically name me would be far too conspicuous, wouldn't it? Xiao Ruo glanced at the name Yu in his friend list and inquired about him. "How are you?" Yu did not respond. Xiao Ruo felt a twinge of confusion but dismissed it. After all, not everyone is glued to their messages in front of a stone tablet. Since he did not reply, Xiao Ruo decided it was time to take He Chuyan's life. Area 4, the opposite of the cave, that would be the southeast corner. Xiao Ruo picked up the scroll, preparing to tear it open and use it, Ding. Point 2 messages arrived. Brother, I'm doing well. Do you have any alcohol? Xiao Ruo saw that it was from Yu. He frowned. Why Yu suddenly asking for alcohol surely indicated that something was amiss. Having lost everything, he must be feeling the impact of Li Wan. Could it be that Li Wan is in trouble again? What happened? Yu remained silent for a long while before finally sending a message. Xiao Wan is dead. She stabbed herself 3 times in the stomach. I was chopping wood at the time. She held on without crying out, and I only realized it after she had passed. In that moment, Yu sat on the ground like a wooden doll, surrounded by piles of earth. His eyes were vacant, staring at the terminal in his hands like a soulless husk. Xiao Ruo sighed. After being tormented by Wang Jinlong for 2 days, witnessing his wife being violated before him. Just as he was about to start a new life, his wife had taken her own life. This was quite a blow. It appeared that Yu would not be of much assistance to me now. Just as Xiao Ruo was contemplating this, Yu sent another message. Brother, Yi Fan is making some moves that he is recruiting at the Mutual Aid Association, seemingly targeting someone. Xiao Ruo's eyes brightened. Indeed, Yi Fan is up to something. Do you know who he is targeting? Yu. I don't know. He has only recruited 2 individuals. They are akin to Wang Jinlong, devoid of any moral compass. And also, while I may not know who they are going after, they did mention that ruin, the one that has been causing quite a stir, the bloody cave of raw logs. They are likely headed to that area. After a moment, Yu continued. Brother, I know this is a long shot, but I still wish to ask you for a favor. Xiao Ruo, go ahead. He saw his former self in Yu. Why Yu was about to voice something, and he could easily guess what it was. Big brother, I want to kill Yi Fan. I know this request is absurd, but I feel utterly helpless. Just the thought of that scoundrel, the one responsible for Xiao Wan's demise, still roaming this earth makes me want to strap explosives to myself and take him down with me. Snow Revenge, please help me. I completely understood Yu's current state. The mere sight of Xiao Yin still alive made him feel physically ill. He longed to sink his teeth into her throat, to flay her alive without any satisfaction. As for Yu's request, he intended to acquiesce. There is a significant possibility that Yi Fan is coming after me, though there is a slim chance he is after the ruins. Of course, I cannot rule out the possibility that he is targeting Xiao Yin, planning to employ forceful means. However, that possibility is minuscule. Moreover, with the 3 of us, that amounts to 6 scrolls for a round trip. Only a fool would embark on such an endeavor. Most importantly, Yi Fan possesses a firearm. Both Wang Jinlong and Zhang Liang have mentioned that he wields a rather exquisite pistol, one so beautiful that its model is indiscernible. Xiao Ruo glanced at his soul weapon scroll. Wasn't this quite fortuitous? Thus, Xiao Ruo replied to Yu that I will help you eliminate this person, but what will I gain in return? Yu responded promptly. My life. From now on, my life will belong to you. Very well. Xiao Ruo tore open the scroll, his figure flickering as he instantly arrived at Area 4. Chapter 40. Xiao Yin's sanctuary. A drowning person will frantically grasp at anything within reach. So too do those in the depths of despair. In Yu's eyes, he was Xiao Ruo's lifeline, that if he merely extended a hand, he would gain an ally as steadfast as iron. He must hold on tightly. Xiao Ruo had experienced such dark times himself and could deeply relate to that mindset. Additionally, he held a favorable impression of Yu. In this wretched world, those with dark hearts may thrive. Yet it does not mean that there are no righteous souls. Does Xiao Ruo look down upon them? No, quite the opposite. He respects them immensely. A woman in her 50s once shared a meal with him, helping him through a crisis. The dawn's light could disperse all the giant lizards and defeat them one by one, yet they still chose to confront them head-on. Those who can uphold their principles in the face of life-threatening struggles are truly admirable. Yu bears a striking resemblance to such individuals. That he is resilient, values emotions, and is in the depths of despair. He is worth forging a bond with. Moreover, Xiao Ruo's intentions were already directed at Yi Fan. When he eliminated Yi Fan's blueprint, the conflict between them became irreconcilable. An irreconcilable conflict signifies a fight to the death. The only difference now is that he is assisting Yu instead of himself. The actions remain the same, yet the outcomes are entirely different. At this moment, Xiao Yin was in a furious rage, squatting on the ground and wailing. She could hardly believe that Snow Revenge had blocked her. How could this person dare to block her? Wang Fei found it somewhat strange. What was going on? Who had blocked whom? Thus, Wang Fei inquired of Xiao Yin. Snow Revenge actually had the audacity to block me. How dare he block me? He Yin seethed with impotent fury, shouting at Wang Fei. Wang Fei merely scoffed. Given her temperament, managing to refrain from violence in person would be a saintly feat. Who was her husband again? Ah, indeed, Xiao Ruo. That individual possesses an admirable temperament, capable of enduring such abominable behavior. Being blacklisted is hardly a loss, is it? Wang Fei, cheerfully holding a wooden stick to pick his teeth, interjected. Who says there's no loss? Xuechou deceived us regarding the scroll. Upon hearing this, Wang Fei sprang to his feet, his face turning an ashen green, disbelief etched upon his features. What? He lunged forward, seizing He Yin by her collar. You gave the scroll to Xuechou, didn't you? He Yin forcefully broke free from Wang Fei's grip, shouting back. What use do you have for me? The item is with Xuechou. Go find him. Only a useless man would vent his frustrations on a woman. Slap? A resounding slap struck He Yin's face, leaving her momentarily stunned, trembling as she pointed a shaky finger at Wang Fei. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly screamed. Ah! Her soprano voice pierced the air, overwhelming in its intensity. How dare you strike me? Get out of my sanctuary, immediately. Wang Fei inhaled deeply, then kicked He Yin to the ground. You insufferable wretch, you think you can disrespect me? By heavens, I warned you not to touch that thing, and you dare give it away? He was seething, fury boiling over. He had never anticipated such a foolish act from her. An affront to all reason. Since arriving in this world, he had realized that while the dual sanctuaries were accessible to all, certain actions did not require consensus. Wang Fei loathed this reality. Just days ago, 2 wolves had entered, and He Yin had unilaterally disabled the sanctuary's concealment feature, causing the energy of the stone tablet to be diminished by over 30. That Wang Fei had been able to tolerate this, as it was a free resource. However, when Yi Fan approached him, expressing interest in He Yin, proposing that if Wang Fei delivered her to him, he would ensure Wang Fei's lifelong prosperity, he found himself tempted. To rid himself of this burden and secure an ally was an enticing proposition. They had agreed to abduct He Yin that very day, and Wang Fei had acquired a transfer scroll, ready for their escape. But Wang Fei's scroll had been given away. Given away? Was this something a rational person would do? This was not merely a matter of self-interest. It was clearly a reckless act that jeopardized him. Yi Fan intended to take He Yin, which would necessitate shattering the stone tablet. Without the stone tablet, how could he survive? Wang Fei, exhausted from kicking, feared that if he injured her, Yi Fan would hold him accountable. He crouched down, clenching He Yin's hair, his face twisted in a snarl as he bellowed. Go find Xuechou. No matter the means, retrieve it for me. He Yin glared at him, seething with indignation if it's so important. Why didn't you safeguard it properly? Why didn't you inform me beforehand? Wang Fei shouted back. Did I not tell you how crucial this was? Did you not heed my warning? He Yin, now dirt-streaked yet resolute, rolled her eyes in defiance, unperturbed by her earlier beating. Then why didn't you keep it in your own hands? If you couldn't manage your belongings, whose fault is that? Should I be blamed? Wang Fei's teeth ground together, barely containing his fury. That he understood that if he killed He Yin, he would inevitably face Yi Fan's wrath. Damn it, it was precisely because it was significant that I stored it in the sanctuary. I told you not to touch it. Can you not comprehend human speech? He Yin regarded him with a look of utter incredulity. Yes, I gave it to Xuechou precisely because it was valuable. He blacklisted me. It's his problem if I can't retrieve it, not mine. Moreover, if it were truly valuable, he wouldn't have blacklisted me in the first place. You must bear the consequences. Damn it. Wang Fei raised his fist and struck He Yin squarely in the face. Initially, she maintained her bravado, insisting she had done nothing wrong. However, as she sensed Wang Fei's escalating seriousness, her defiance crumbled. That I'm sorry. It's all Xuechou's fault. If he hadn't blacklisted me, none of this would have happened. Wang Fei felt himself teetering on the brink of madness. He suddenly found sympathy for Xiao Ruo, realizing that she had endured 3 years with such a fool. Meanwhile, a man clad in a black coat sat quietly on a sturdy branch surrounding the sanctuary. Observing, Xiao Ruo, adorned with scales around his neck, lit a cigarette. Marvelous, simply marvelous. The chuckle escaped him, nearly causing his cigarette to slip from his grasp. Fortunately, they were far enough from the sanctuary that they could not hear him. At this moment, he felt no anger, only a sense of relief and joy. Were it not for Wang Fei's assault on He Yin resulting in her scream, he might not have located them so swiftly. It seemed as though fate itself conspired against these two. Chapter 41. Stealthily preparing a crossbow for Yi Fan. He Qiuyan was the type of person who would stab someone and then blame them for not dodging the blow. She would never admit fault in the civilized world. It was manageable. A simple essay could garner countless supporters. But in this world, did she truly not fear being beaten to death? Xiao Ruo observed the scene before him. Calm and collected, feeling a sense of incredulity. There was no violent desire in his mind, only an overwhelming disdain, akin to the refuse left by a stray dog on the street. After a moment of contemplation, he keenly sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Wang Fei's obsession with the scroll seemed to surpass the mere loss of an item, indicating something more significant at play. This situation resembled an exam where, unbeknownst to you, a relative had become ASPY. It was highly unusual. Typically, scrolls were used for transfer, yet Wang Fei seemed aware that the sanctuary would face danger. Just then, Xiao Ruo heard a notification sound. You have been located, Kingslayer. No seat. Xiao Ruo looked up at the marked point, furrowing his brow. The marker was moving towards his location. Undoubtedly, this sudden appearance of the Kingslayer was connected to Yi Fan and his companions. He had been observing them, considering the possibility that they might attempt a sneak attack. He hadn't anticipated their slow arrival. Wasting an entire afternoon. Wait. Xiao Ruo sensed something amiss. Had they brought the Kingslayer with them? Then, recalling Wang Fei's intense fixation on the transfer scroll, he felt as though he had unearthed a grave secret. His expression shifted as a disbelieving thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Yi Fan intended to seize He Qiuyan to make her his captive? If that were the case, He Qiuyan and Yi Fan would indeed make for a formidable pair. Extending his conjecture, everything began to align. Initially, he believed Yi Fan was coming for him, but now that possibility seemed to diminish greatly. The Kingslayer was moving in a direct line, heading straight for He Qiuyan's sanctuary. Clearly aware of its precise coordinates. Although He Qiuyan was not a typical individual, she was not foolish enough to disclose her exact location. Thus, it was evident who had betrayed her, Wang Fei. It appeared he had sold He Qiuyan out. In the previous life, he had colluded with her, yet in this life, they had turned against each other. A cold smile crept across Xiao Ruo's lips. What a delightful turn of events at this moment. Yi Fan and his companions arrived at the vicinity of He Qiuyan's sanctuary. They strolled along the path, oblivious to the pair of eyes watching them from above. Wang Shiyun, how are things? Yi Fan asked, playfully patting the shoulder of the man beside him. The slender man, identified as Wang Shiyun, chuckled and replied, Brother Fan, watch closely today. The final companion, a burly man with a face full of flesh. Mocked Yi Fan. Yi Fan, you short-sighted fool. Many transfer scrolls. All for a woman. Is it worth it? Yi Fan, unfazed by the taunts of the burly man, regarded the individual he had recruited, Yukaiga, as a formidable troublemaker. This man had a life on his conscience and was wanted by the civilized world, with his name prominently displayed on the official wanted list in the hierarchy of miscreants. He was a cut above the rest. He was like the first son of heaven. While others were mere drifters of society, the trio each harbored their own thoughts. Yukaiga, in particular, held Yi Fan in contempt, yet he could not resist the allure of the abundant rewards Yi Fan offered. Wang Shiyun, on the other hand, was resolutely intent on clinging to Yi Fan's coattails, vowing not to depart until he had consumed every last morsel of his provisions. In contrast, Yi Fan was rather naive. Driven solely by his desire for women, his progress had outstripped that of his peers by leaps and bounds. Armed with a firearm, he strode through the forest with newfound confidence. Feeling invincible, the hierarchy of power, he was unconcerned. After all, having consumed high-quality food, his physical condition had markedly improved, and he felt like a Superman. Meanwhile, perched in a tree, Xiao Ruo observed as the trio passed beneath him. As he watched their retreating figures, he quietly readied his crossbow with the power of stealth. The tree he occupied was merely a stone's throw from their shelter. Thus, it did not take long for the three to reach the outskirts of the refuge. Wang Fei, too, approached with a sycophantic demeanor, ready to assist. The four huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. That moment, He Qiuyan, even if she were a mere pig, would have grasped the situation. Wang Fei, you scoundrel, you sold me out. The four disregarded He Qiuyan's fury, and upon learning that Wang Fei had lost the teleportation scroll, Yi Fan was beset by frustration. Damn, What a useless fool. Wang Fei, open the shelter for us to enter. Wang Fei hesitated, and Yi Fan noticed the indecision etched on his face. That Yi Fan felt like a modern-day Zhuge Liang. With strategies aplenty to prevent Wang Fei from changing his mind, he called upon 2 aides. Fortune smiled upon him as he found Wang Shiyun, a regicide. Such a person could bypass the shelter's protective barriers with ease, rendering them virtually moot. Upon hearing of this ability, Yi Fan's curiosity was piqued. But upon realizing he would have to relinquish his steel, he hesitated. Fortunately, this regicide was one of his lackeys, even a mere echo of his commands. Thus, Yi Fan signaled to Wang Shiyun and issued Wang Fei one last warning. Are you going to open it or not? Wang Fei replied, Brother Fan, I have my own troubles. Give me a scroll, and I will open it immediately. Yi Fan chuckled. Wang Shiyun nodded, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he reached for the barrier. Initially, Wang Fei was oblivious to Wang Shiyun's intentions, but upon witnessing him extend his hand into the barrier, he was left utterly dumbfounded. What kind of ability is this? It's too monstrous. Yi Fan pointed and laughed heartily, relishing Wang Fei's astonishment. What do you call this? Ah yes, shock value. You thought I was incapable. In truth, I possess a trump card. Wang Fei panicked. Brother Fan, I was wrong. I will open it right away. He Chuyin, battered and bruised, gazed vacantly at the 4 in the distance, a tide of despair swelling within her. How wonderful it would be if someone could save her. Yet she knew such a thing was impossible. It was all due to Xueqiu's treachery in stealing her scroll, and if only Xiao Ruo had approached her earlier with supplies, none of this would have happened. And Wang Fei, she had merely seduced him, and he fell for it. Truly, he was unable to control himself. As for Yi Fan, he was a fool as well. Had he clarified that he was not Xueqiu, she would not have exposed herself in front of him. Flaunting her prowess, Qiuyin watched Wang Fei stumble towards the steel, feeling utterly resigned. This world had turned upside down. She could have had a splendid life if only the world had cooperated with her. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh pierced the air. A bolt from a crossbow struck Yi Fan squarely in the back, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. In that moment, he mirrored Wang Fei's shocked expression. Who the hell was it that ambushed me? Chapter 42. Yi Fan's bountiful spoils. The forging of a soul weapon. Xiao Ruo swiftly incapacitated Yi Fan and quickly reloaded his crossbow. To his astonishment, Yi Fan was clad in some unknown gear that astonishingly prevented a large hole from being blasted through his chest. This was a Leica crossbow. Any equipment that could withstand such an assault must be of exceptional quality. At this juncture, Wang Shiyun and Yu Kaiga exhibited starkly contrasting reactions. Wang Shiyun darted into He Chuyin's shelter, while Yu Kaiga, grinning maliciously, lunged towards Yi Fan. He recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, with Yi Fan gravely wounded. He was akin to a child clutching a gold brick, ripe for the taking. He reached for Yi Fan's waist, having observed his movements for quite some time. The handgun was just there in a swift motion. He extracted a lavishly decorated M1911. His face lit up with ecstasy. Suppressing his urge to admire the firearm, he began rifling through Yi Fan's possessions for the portable terminal. That was the real treasure. While Yi Fan, having consumed high-quality food for several days, could still barely hold his ground against gazing at the crossbow bolt set before him, Wang Shiyun swallowed hard. Fortunately, he had probed the situation first. Had he ventured out directly, Yu Kaiga would have served as his cautionary tale. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruo set down the Leica crossbow he had been holding, shaking his head. It seemed that luring out an adversary was futile. Never mind. It was better to search the corpse directly. Thus, Xiao Ruo leaped down from the tree, landing with grace. His dark hooded cloak obscured his face as he approached the shelter, carrying the Qiqiong and Leica crossbow. Standing before Yu Kaiga, he picked up a nearby fallen handgun and proceeded to store everything from his portable terminal into the. This scene caused both of them to redden with emotion. After all, it contained all of Yi Fan's possessions. Yet, seeing the straight blade and well-strung bow in his hands, they lacked the courage to attempt a theft. After taking what he wanted, Xiao Ruo swiftly vanished from sight. Only then did the two of them breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Ruo examined the contents of his .4 transfer scrolls, an M1911 handgun, good quality. A blueprint for handgun ammunition, common quality. A blueprint for soul-slaying bullets, good quality. A one-time blueprint for a greenhouse, good quality. A blueprint for pure white lining, good quality. and 87 pieces of pure white rat king's exquisite meat, good quality, along with various materials from the pure white rat king. Goodness, this was akin to having slain a boss. What a delightful stroke of fortune. Moreover, he had even acquired the greenhouse blueprint, a cornerstone for survival in the days to come. The accelerated growth it offered was indispensable. One could hardly expect to place a planting box outdoors, subject to the ravages of natural disasters. Xiao Ruo smirked, retrieving the soul weapon scroll, the anti-evil gem, and the energy-storing gem. His hands trembled with excitement. He had never engaged in such a bountiful battle in his life. As previously stated, the spoils during the Golden Week were exceptionally rewarding. However, to be able to embed 2 gems into a soul weapon right from the start, and in the novice phase no less, was akin to using an aircraft carrier to swat a mosquito. Furthermore, this handgun astonishingly came with a blueprint for soul-slaying bullets. At this moment, Xiao Ruo felt an immense gratitude towards Yi Fan, thanking him for traversing such a distance to bestow upon him these invaluable treasures. He tore open the soul weapon scroll, and a golden light enveloped the firearm in his grasp. The golden glow swept across the handgun before merging into Xiao Ruo's very being. The soul weapon had been refined as the system's voice echoed. Xiao Ruo sensed a profound connection with the M1911 in his hand, even stronger than that with his. Subsequently, he inserted the 2 gems into the firearm, and they slid in as smoothly as a hot knife through butter. The soul weapon is fused with the anti-evil gem. The soul weapon is fused with the energy-storing gem. Xiao Ruo waved his hand, and the magnificent handgun vanished, only to reappear in his grasp when he gestured again. Suddenly, he felt an odd sensation. Given the scale of this soul weapon, he realized he could refine another. The grin spread across his face. A rebirth benefit. Chapter 43. I am Xuechou. While Xiao Ruo concealed himself to refine the soul weapon, Wang Shiyun quietly circled around the back of the shelter. However, to Xiao Ruo's astonishment, this individual did not leave. Instead, he hid in a nearby thicket. Xiao Ruo was no stranger to such scenarios. Wasn't he this merely an ambush? But from his vantage point, it felt like cheating. The proximity allowed him to witness every movement of this unknown usurper, including actions such as scratching his head and cleaning his blade. It was as if he had activated a human highlight reel, every action laid bare. Xiao Ruo stepped out from the side. Wang Shiyun's face brightened with joy. His gamble had paid off. This person had indeed not departed. Wang Shiyun sighed with relief, for he had no other options to escape. He needed to seize a scroll from this individual. Otherwise, he would have to spend the night in Wang Fei's shelter, a prospect he dared not consider. As he watched Xiao Ruo reveal his full figure, a cold smile crept onto his lips. This person surely hadn't witnessed his transition. He would think he had escaped. If he launched a sudden attack, the other would undoubtedly be caught off guard. Drawing closer, Wang Shiyun gripped his spear, excitement coursing through him. Suddenly, he noticed Xiao Ruo's actions, his expression shifting to one of confusion. What was he doing with a handgun? Wait. It was at this moment that Wang Shiyun noticed the Wanderer's ring on Xiao Ruo's hand. His eyes widened in disbelief. This person was also a usurper? Bang! Before his thoughts could fully unravel, his head was the first to disperse, and a mix of red and yellow splattered everywhere. This sight rendered Wang Fei's face pale, as the killing machine did not even glance at Wang Shiyun, but instead fixed a piercing gaze upon him. To put it bluntly, Wang Shiyun had been casually dispatched, akin to swatting a fly. The expression of the killer showed no sign of tremor. Through the dim light filtered by the hood, Wang Fei felt the face of the person before him was somewhat familiar. Meanwhile, He Chuyin was scrambling up, frantically pointing at Wang Fei. You! Hurry up and kill this man! Quickly! Xiao Ruo furrowed his brow, a cold smile gracing his lips. This foolish woman was still oblivious to the situation even at death's door. Such an imbecile could not even find Mondstadt while playing Genshin Impact. Heaven had granted him a chance for rebirth, and he intended to grasp it firmly. Xiao Ruo removed his hood, revealing a visage that left Wang Fei and He Chuyin utterly stunned. Impossible! You are Xiao Ruo? Wang Fei exclaimed in shock. Yet, what astonished him further was that Xiao Ruo, like Wang Shiyun, disregarded his barrier. He was left dumbfounded. Was this thing made of paper? After a brief moment of shock, He Chuyin's anger ignited. Xiao Ruo? How could it be Xiao Ruo? This person has been lurking around my shelter, clearly acting as my protector, a knight in shining armor. Yet, after I was beaten so badly, he didn't even come to my aid? Huh. What a scoundrel, Tichuyan pondered. Unless Xiao Ruo handed over that handgun, she would not speak to him for a week. No, a month, for someone like Xiao Ruo. A love-struck fool. This would undoubtedly be effective. With this thought, Tichuyan disdainfully shook her head. Why are you only just arriving? I've already been injured. Useless thing that I. In contrast to Tichuyan's mindlessness, Wang Fei was far more composed. Brother Xiao Ruo, I shan't intrude on your reunion. I shall take my leave now. I shall take my leave. Ha ha ha. Xiao Ruo drew his handgun, aiming a shot at Wang Fei's leg. He didn't even need to disengage the safety. The handgun was now his sole weapon that if he didn't wish to fire, he could simply hold the trigger down without consequence. Conversely, if he did wish to shoot, engaging the safety was of no use. Wang Fei collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Xiao Ruo pressed the handgun against Wang Fei's head, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth as he shifted the gun's barrel to fire a shot beside his ear. The loud report left Wang Fei stunned, causing him to soil himself in terror. He was taken aback. Was this really Xiao Ruo? How had he become so ruthless in just 5 days? Tichuyan looked at the handgun in Xiao Ruo's hand with trepidation. But soon her anxiety subsided. This infatuated fool must be stepping up to protect her. How infuriating. Why had he not intervened earlier? There was no point in remedying the situation now. She had already been beaten. And Wang Fei must be dealt with. Why are you wasting bullets, you spendthrift? Just shoot him already. Wang Fei, enduring the excruciating pain, attempted to say something but felt a metal object pressed against his head. He looked at Xiao Ruo's expressionless face, and his previously empty bladder squeezed out a few more drops. Xiao Ruo, I was wrong. I shouldn't have. He trembled, casting a furtive glance at Tichuyan. Filled with regret, why could he not control himself? Why did Xiao Ruo know their location? And how had he progressed so remarkably? Not only did he possess transfer scrolls, but he also wielded such powerful weaponry. This handgun was even something Yi Fan had obtained after defeating a boss. Suddenly, a realization struck Wang Fei, as if something explosive had detonated in his mind. Boss? He is Xueqiu. Xiao Ruo must be Xueqiu. Wang Fei exclaimed in terror, his voice trembling uncontrollably. You are. Bang! The gun fired, leaving no opportunity for him to speak. Instantly obliterating his head, Xiao Ruo wiped the damp tissue that had splattered on her face. This scene sent a shiver down Tichuyan's spine. She felt as though Xiao Ruo had transformed into an entirely different person. No, she must take the initiative. She cannot allow Xiao Ruo to seize control. Hand over the gun. You are unfit to wield such a weapon. Heh! Xiao Ruo delivered a precise kick to Tichuyan's abdomen, swiftly following up with 2 shots aimed at her legs. Tichuyan collapsed to the ground, disbelief etched across her face, wailing in pain as cold sweat streamed down her body. That you've gone mad. How dare you shoot me? Xiao Ruo crouched down, grasping Tichuyan's hair, and said with a smile, Do you know who I am? Tichuyan gritted her teeth and replied, You're Xiao Ruo, damn it. Xiao Ruo shook her head. Incorrect. I am Xueqiu. Tichuyan froze in shock. This is impossible. You cannot be Xueqiu. How could you possibly be Xueqiu? Xiao Ruo reveled in Tichuyan's reaction. How did Tingting die? At the mention of this name, Tichuyan trembled. Why was she suddenly asking about that? The chill within her heart overshadowed her physical pain. What are you talking about? Tingting fell down the stairs. Xiao Ruo produced a low-quality dagger obtained from the dungeon and lightly grazed it across Tichuyan's face. The coldness on her skin paled in comparison to the icy dread within her heart. She did not fall down the stairs. You threw her down. Tichuyan was drenched in cold sweat. You speaking nonsense. What evidence do you have? What do you want from me? To kill me. Go ahead. Xiao Ruo laughed, her heart remarkably calm. That's what you said. With sudden ferocity, she plunged the dagger into Tichuyan's hand. Chapter 44. Rebirth. An encounter with Xiao Ruo toiled until the early hours of the morning. This was not Xiao Ruo's limit, but rather Tichuyan's. After confirming that Tichuyan had indeed breathed her last, Xiao Ruo dug a hole and buried her. Following an extreme rush of excitement, an overwhelming fatigue washed over her. The unattended stone tablet would slowly dissipate. However, enduring through this night posed no challenge. Thus, it could be said that this was perhaps the best sleep Xiao Ruo would have in these 7 days. She arranged the mattress and cooked snake meat, simultaneously opening the bottle of white liquor that Tang Cheng had gifted her. Eating and drinking simultaneously, she laughed heartily. At this moment, Xiao Ruo felt an unparalleled sense of ease, as though she had cast off a 1,000-pound burden. After a while, with half a bottle of white liquor consumed, Xiao Ruo, possessing a good tolerance for alcohol and having undergone physical enhancement, surprisingly felt the effects of intoxication. Exhaling deeply, she lit a cigarette. With the cigarette in her mouth, she lay back on the mattress. Allowing her mind to drift, she had truly killed someone. Xiao Ruo felt a sense of surrealism, the ash falling on her lips without her noticing. The nightmares that had haunted her were now vanquished by her own hand. From this day forth, she would be reborn. Suddenly, Xiao Ruo felt a wave of heat coursing through her body. Initially taken aback, her face soon lit up with elation. A breakthrough. I've actually broken through. Nourished by the snake meat, she had advanced to the first level of the ordinary. She was officially stepping onto the path of the extraordinary. Swiftly, Xiao Ruo removed her clothing. Experience from her past life taught her that during a breakthrough, the body expels impurities, resulting in a foul stench. Wearing clothes would inevitably taint them. With a swift motion, as she shed her garments, a faint gray sweat erupted from her body. She exhaled deeply, feeling the transformation within her. A warm current surging through her. Despite the chilly weather, she felt no hint of cold. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she marveled internally. It truly was astonishing, no matter how many times one breaks through. The breakthrough lasted for half an hour, and the impurities within her body were nearly expelled. Thus, she went to the trading post, purchased a bucket of fresh water, and poured it over her head for a bath. As she washed, a slight steam rose from her body. Upon finishing her bath, Xiao Ruo felt completely refreshed. She had truly been reborn. Both her mind and body had undergone a profound transformation. Ha! Xiao Ruo laughed skyward before collapsing onto the bed. Falling into a deep sleep. A night passed, and Xiao Ruo slept soundly. Just as she had anticipated, it was the best sleep she had experienced. Free from the fear of ambush, she did not need to clutch a knife while sleeping. This slumber replenished her spirit, leaving her invigorated. However, she was slightly dismayed to find that, having slept too soundly, it was already 9 a.m. Nevertheless, replenishing her energy was paramount. A little indulgence won't hurt. Xiao Ruo stretched, feeling the abundant energy coursing within her. Excellent. If I encounter a bear, I could even wrestle with it. With 2 days remaining until the end of the novice period, she had only 1 day left for herself. She needed to reserve the 7th day to find a suitable shelter. Originally, her planned refuge was not with Yiqian, but with Xiao. This posed quite a dilemma. Xiao Ruo glanced at the treasure chest searcher and shook her head. Whatever will be, will be. Perhaps she might just come across an unattended stone tablet in Area 2. With a few taps on the screen, Xiao Ruo discovered a promising dungeon. A dungeon. Farm defense battle. The reward was a medium-sized planting box and a bag of good quality black soil. The planting box was quite decent. With an area of 3x1, the black soil was even better. Possessing it would be equivalent to having a permanent supply of ordinary-grade fertilizer, and it could also be used for fertilization. 1 bag of black soil was just enough to fill a medium-sized planting box. It would be a waste not to acquire it. For this A-level farm defense battle, Xiao Ruo was quite eager. This was one of the rare dungeons where portable terminals could be utilized. Without hesitation, Xiao Ruo entered. In an instant, her figure vanished from the spot. This dungeon was a defense type, point-based, and prohibited internal strife. Its danger level rivaled that of bloody dungeons. While waiting in the lobby, Xiao Ruo observed the steady stream of people, scrutinizing them carefully. Compared to those in bloody dungeons, these individuals exuded slightly less murderous intent, but appeared more competent. Suddenly, Xiao Ruo noticed several people gazing off to the side, piquing her curiosity about what held their attention. Following their line of sight, she spotted a girl wearing a mask. This silhouette seemed remarkably familiar. Damn, what a coincidence. Xiao. She was somewhat cautious, donning a Mickey Mouse mask. However, it was of little use. Amidst a sea of nearly 90 men, the sudden appearance of a curvaceous woman was hard to ignore. At that moment, someone approached her. Hey, beautiful, are you alone? Xiao ignored him, turning her head away. The man felt a bit embarrassed but said nothing and walked away. After joining his companions, he was promptly mocked. What era is it? Still trying to pick up girls? The man was somewhat unconvinced. This is strictly prohibited, you know. Nearby, a man with yellow hair grinned mischievously. Though internal strife is banned, a little touch shouldn't count as internal strife. Right? The man wore a disdainful expression. That is utterly despicable. The individual with yellow hair scoffed at the lofty ideals of his companions. Consequently, he abandoned them and made a direct approach towards Xiao. This conversation was overheard by Xiao Ruo, who found it rather amusing. There is a hint of cleverness after all. Thus, Xiao Ruo stood up and made her way towards Qiu Mingshui at that moment. Qiu Mingshui was engrossed in studying the mechanics of the dungeon. Her brow furrowed. This dungeon essentially entailed logistical tasks, transporting ammunition to the wooden barricades to earn points. However, relying solely on these points would not suffice to acquire the black soil and planting boxes. Suddenly, Qiu Mingshui noticed a note. Killing beasts could yield points. Could it be? Just then, a shout disrupted her thoughts. Your figure is quite nice. How about you play with your brother? Upon turning her head, she saw a yellow-haired man approaching her with his hands rubbing together. She felt a headache coming on. Why were these pests so bothersome? Get lost. Unperturbed, the yellow-haired man replied with a grin. Your voice is quite pleasant. Let me see what lies beneath that mask. He reached out towards Qiu Mingshui's face, attempting to grab her mask. Seeing this brazen move, Qiu Mingshui lowered her center of gravity and placed her hand on the dagger at her waist. Preparing to sever the intruder's hand at that moment, she found herself reminiscing about Xue Chou. Throughout her numerous dungeon runs, there had always been someone attempting to take liberties with her. Yet, Xue Chou was an anomaly. Even when she was bound by him, he remained unbothered. Just as Qiu Mingshui was lost in thought, a hand suddenly seized the yellow-haired man's wrist. Initially angry, the man attempted to wriggle free, only to realize that the grip felt like a vice. Tightening more with each struggle, pain shot through him, and his expression changed dramatically. This person possessed immense strength. Qiu Mingshui's gaze shifted to Xiao Ruo, locking eyes with her. Did you? She exclaimed, surprise lighting up her face. Chapter 45. What could I do at that moment to please you? He nodded inwardly. The yellow-haired man's guess was astute. Minor contact would not trigger penalties. Xiao Ruo gradually released her grip on the yellow-haired man. But with considerable force, the impact was just right, leaving him dazed without injury. Now on the ground, the yellow-haired man winced as he rubbed his sore wrist, which was slightly red and swollen, that he was utterly astonished. Just moments ago, he felt as if he had been gripped by a hydraulic clamp rather than a mere person. Is this even human? To crush my hand with bare hands. Xiao Ruo cast him a sidelong glance. Softly uttering, get lost, the yellow-haired man, nursing his wrist, stole a glance at Xiao Ruo before departing without a backward glance, even refraining from uttering any harsh words. After watching the yellow-haired man's retreating figure, Xiao Ruo turned to Qiu Mingshui, who wore a beaming expression. You seem quite popular. Qiu Mingshui chuckled. Do you think everyone else is like you? A monk? Xiao Ruo laughed. What's the matter? What could I do to please you at that moment? Qiu Mingshui was momentarily taken aback, her face beneath the mask flushing slightly. Puffed. Shameless. Yet, Qiu Mingshui sensed something amiss. She was not as oblivious as her sister. Xiao Ruo appeared more cheerful, less brooding, and her skin seemed to have improved slightly. Looking as though it had been covered with a layer of concealer, with pores barely visible, that in the civilized world, such skin would be a coveted goal for many girls, including herself. What good fortune have you encountered? Why are you so happy? Xiao Ruo replied with a grin. Is that so? Do I look particularly happy? Qiu Mingshui, somewhat speechless, pulled out a mirror for Xiao Ruo. Take a look. At the very least, you weren't this relaxed when I last saw you. Xiao Ruo gazed at her reflection in the mirror, momentarily stunned. Indeed, she appeared remarkably radiant. Previously, her demeanor resembled that of a labor camp inmate. Now, she exuded the charm of a sporty idol. Xiao Ruo chuckled. I have indeed encountered some fortunate events. She glanced around at the gathering crowd. Let us find a corner and strategize how to clear the dungeon. With a partner, we can earn even more points. Both understood the essence of this dungeon. Xiao Ruo was familiar with the specific details, while Qiu Mingshui had meticulously reviewed the dungeon rules. In essence, the goal was to find a way to slay the beasts. Whether through auxiliary NPCs or direct engagement, higher efficiency was paramount. If the NPCs were compensated based on the amount of ammunition moved, any kills made using that ammunition would grant additional points. However, kills made by the players themselves would count purely by head count. Without restriction, just be cautious not to die. Qiu Mingshui nodded. All right, I'll follow your lead. Hee, still holding a grudge. I see. As Xiao Ruo lifted her revenge coat. She added, you stand out too much. You sneak in, and I'll cover your retreat. Qiu Mingshui was momentarily taken aback, never expecting such words to come from Xiao Ruo. Ew. Are you joking? Xiao Ruo smirked. letting her coat fall back down before turning to leave. Xiao Mingxue stared blankly at Xiao Ruo's departing figure. She is gone. Realizing Xiao Mingxue had not followed, Xiao Ruo called back to her, prompting Xiao Mingxue to hasten after her. Isn't she just a normal person? She didn't even strike. Her standards were surprisingly high. The time for the beast's assault drew nearer, yet Xiao Ruo was astonished to find that they had not gathered enough people. Only about 80 individuals. Apart from that previous yellow-haired man, most were relatively amiable, at least on the surface. At this juncture, Xiao Ruo and Xiao Mingxue had devised a plan. They would form a team, with Xiao Ruo handling the kills while Xiao Mingxue managed the logistics. This strategy had struck Xiao Ruo the moment she saw Xiao Mingxue. There existed a unique NPC within the dungeon, a cripple wielding a makeshift pistol. In the previous life, everyone believed this individual to be a big shot, as he was the only NPC equipped with a handgun. However, after transporting ammunition for him, it became evident that he couldn't hit anything. Observers noted that even when beasts came within 10 meters, he still missed. But that wasn't the main point. The focus was on the type of ammunition he used. In this game, bullet classifications were not so rigid. Although the firearm models and appearances varied, they all utilized handgun bullets. This meant that Xiao Ruo could use his ammunition. Had Xiao Mingxue not been present, Xiao Ruo would have considered carrying her own supplies while also engaging in combat. However, with a free laborer at her disposal, she would make the most of it. Thus, Xiao Ruo found a spot a short distance from the warehouse, far enough not to be overrun, yet close enough to maintain a clear line of sight. This way, they could effectively attack the beasts outside, while Xiao Mingxue transported the ammunition with ease. After 4 or 5 minutes, all survivors heard the countdown. In 1 minute, the beasts would commence their assault. 59, 58. The once boisterous barricades quieted as everyone took their positions, preparing to fend off the impending beasts. Not just Xiao Ruo, but many others shared the same intention, gathering resources to accumulate points. It was far more reassuring than simply waiting around. Xiao Ruo surveyed the surroundings. Most were armed with bows and crossbows, with not a single firearm in sight. It seemed firearms remained a rarity. 3, 2, 1 roar. A deafening roar erupted from beyond the barricades. Someone peered outside and saw a tide of black rushing toward them, too numerous to count. They're here. They're here. The logistics team has unlocked. Quick. Gather supplies. Damn, why are there so many? What the hell is this? Stop complaining and start hauling. Amidst the chaos, a multitude of individuals hurriedly transported boxes of crossbow bolts towards various NPCs, with the sole exception of Xiao Mingxue, who cradled a small box containing merely over 30 bolts. She felt exasperated. Such a meager quantity meant she would have to make several trips back and forth, in addition to assisting Xueqiu with loading bullets. It truly felt as though she was being treated like a pack animal. However, there was no alternative. Initially, Xiao Mingxue had harbored some dissent, but when Xiao Ruo conjured a handgun from thin air, she was utterly rendered speechless. Moreover, she sensed something amiss. While she was aware that Xiao Ruo possessed otherworldly equipment, after all, he had deftly relieved her of her bracelet from her wrist. His method of producing the handgun was certainly not characteristic of such equipment. Typically, otherworldly gear would manifest with a whoosh, appearing abruptly out of nowhere. In contrast, Xiao Ruo's handgun emerged from a sphere of energy, gradually expanding into the shape of a firearm before instantly solidifying. It appeared remarkably sophisticated, something Xiao Mingxue had never encountered before. Could it possibly be some extraordinary artifact? Consequently, her curiosity toward Xiao Ruo intensified. Chapter 46. Brother, you are truly fearsome. At that moment, the walls were abuzz with noise. Naturally, the monsters were not limited to close-quarters combat. These rat-like creatures, adorned with spikes upon their backs, could launch them as projectiles. Nearby, a hapless individual was brutally pierced through the skull, meeting their demise on the spot. This horrified the surrounding onlookers, who dared not show their faces, fearing they would be next. Just then, an NPC's crossbow discharged, a formidable siege weapon, and with a whoosh, it pinned one of the large rats to the ground. Yet, it proved futile. The number of crossbows was far too few. At this juncture, Xiao Ruo crouched behind the wall's cover, raised his handgun, and fired in rapid succession. Bang, 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 bang. His aim was slightly off, missing all 4 shots. Xiao Ruo felt no frustration. Given the distance of over 100 meters, it was understandable that he missed, especially since he had yet to fully inhabit his enhanced form, which diminished his perceptual abilities. However, the others around him were not concerned with whether he hit or missed. Their focus was solely on the weapon in his hands. Firearms were banned in Huaxia, and they had never laid eyes on such a weapon before, especially one as resplendent as this handgun. Brother, where on earth did you acquire this? Is that an M1911? The crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to take a shot themselves. Yet, one individual stood frozen in disbelief. Wasn't he that the handgun belonging to their mutual aid association's leader, Yifan? How could it possibly be in the hands of this person? Yifan seemed to have been targeting someone. Yet now there was no sign of him. Could it be that he had perished? If so, what purpose did the mutual aid association serve anymore? They had initially joined for the sake of the rat meat in Yifan's possession. And now that even his handgun had been taken, the rat meat was undoubtedly in this person's grasp. Amidst the gazes fixed upon him, Xiao Ruo sensed an unusually intense stare that he turned in curiosity. Locking eyes with a shifty-eyed individual, their gazes met, and a scowl formed on Xiao Ruo's face. What a coincidence! It was that yellow-haired fellow, the yellow-haired man, upon recognizing Xiao Ruo, was momentarily taken aback. But then he understood. This person must have consumed a considerable amount of rat meat to possess such strength. Cursing under his breath, the yellow-haired man chuckled nervously before turning to leave as the yellow-haired figure distanced himself. Xiao Ruo shrugged and turned back, fastening his hood, revealing his face adorned with dark scales that he inhaled deeply. Then, bang, 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 ding, you have slain. Gluttonous demon rabbit, non-tier. Points 10 with a long sigh of relief. Xiao Ruo felt satisfied. Although he had only hit one rabbit with a single magazine, he was quite pleased with his performance at such a long distance. For an untrained individual, hitting a target at this range was an unrealistic aspiration. Yet, relying solely on his perception and formidable physique, he had successfully struck the gluttonous demon rabbit from over 100 meters away. Not bad at all. Xiao Ruo replaced the magazine and tossed the empty one to Qiu Mingxue. Here, it's your turn to work. While Qiu Mingxue struggled to load the bullets, her gaze flickered towards Xiao Ruo. Was it just her imagination, or did Xiao Ruo's demeanor suddenly exude an ominous chill? It felt as though the figure crouching there was not a mere human, but rather a venomous serpent, sending shivers down her spine. Time progressed steadily. The once defensively weak wall was now besieged by gluttonous demon rabbits. Though they were non-tiered, their size, comparable to that of wild dogs, and their sheer numbers allowed them to wreak havoc upon the survivors once they leaped onto the walls, causing considerable casualties. Steady, steady. Damn it. Let us fight these beasts. I have elders above me and juniors below. I'm out of here. Xiao Ruo observed the commotion and recalled something. If the demon rabbits scaled the walls, the survivors would be thrust into close-quarters combat. The NPCs would use these survivors as bait to directly assault the mother beast. The more survivors they had assisted in killing previously, the easier it would be for the NPCs to reach the mother beast. Once the mother beast was slain, all the demon rabbits would lose their source of power and perish instantly. Thus, these death-seeking NPCs were crucial to completing the challenge. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Ruo called out to Qiu Mingxue, who was still busy loading bullets. When you see some NPCs leave, shout for me. That will follow them out. Qiu Mingxue was momentarily bewildered. They were planning to flee? Xiao Ruo shot a demon rabbit less than 10 meters away, shaking his head. No, they're going to kill the boss. Qiu Mingxue was even more perplexed. How did he arrive at that conclusion? Just as she was about to inquire, she noticed several NPCs rising to leave, arming themselves with melee weapons and shields. How do you know? Xiao Ruo withdrew from his enhanced form and removed his hood. Dante asked, let us go. Since the number of death-seeking individuals did not exceed 10, it did not incite panic among the crowd. Furthermore, the absence of some siege weapons allowed others to have their fun. However, their merriment was short-lived. As the siege weapons were primarily targeted by the demon rabbits, in no time, they were overwhelmed, crying out for help. In contrast, Xiao Ruo's smaller group faced relatively few demon rabbits. As they had an entire fortress serving as bait, the encounters were mostly sparse, with only a few rabbits appearing at a time. Even without Xiao Ruo's intervention, the NPCs would engage. Before departing, Xiao Ruo instructed Qiu Mingxue to take 3 packs of bullets, totaling 90 rounds. It was that she was unwilling to take more, but any further acquisition would necessitate combat. Why be so stingy? Taking the bullets would merely aid you in slaying monsters. Xiao Mingxua muttered to herself. The two trailed behind the NPCs. Although it was perilous, it was within Xiao Ruo's expectations. In fact, there were significantly fewer monsters than he had anticipated, despite only 80 individuals remaining. Xiao Ruo had simultaneously practiced shooting at the demon rabbits while accumulating points, successfully eliminating a considerable number of them. He had amassed a total of 310 points, having single-handedly dispatched nearly 30 demon rabbits. At this point, he was undoubtedly in first place, while Xiao Mingxua had garnered 62 points, placing her among the top 5. However, Xiao Ruo informed her that due to the demon rabbits breaching the farm, opportunities to kill them had increased significantly. Thus, if she wished to rise further, she would need to take up arms. Xiao Mingxua, not one to be overly sentimental, nodded and retrieved her spear. This prompted Xiao Ruo to shake his head and hand her Wang Jinlong's good-quality machete. Though it was merely a machete, it was of good quality. Clearly, Xueqiu had lent it to her as they fought their way forward alongside the NPCs toward the mother beast. Xiao Mingxua began to feel a strain. Having never consumed high-quality food, she was, after all, just an ordinary person despite her decent skills. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruo showed no signs of fatigue. I'm truly impressed, Xiao Mingxua gasped, leaning back against Xiao Ruo, panting heavily. You are too formidable. Xueqiu, are you even human? Are you not some kind of humanoid dinosaur? Xiao Ruo donned his gauntlets and swiftly dispatched 2 demon rabbits with a couple of punches. It's nothing special. It is somewhat awkward to call the character Xueqiu. My surname is Xiao, so please refer to me as Brother Xiao. Chapter 47. Is this not the very bow I crafted for Xueqiu on my own? The closer Xiao Ruo approached the maternal beast, the more he could sense the resistance of the wild creatures. At that moment, the demon rabbits surged forth in droves, and the suicide squad began to show signs of injury. These NPCs were like a sharp dagger, charging fearlessly into the throng of beasts. There were no earth-shattering howls, only the sound of weapons and bows being wielded as they advanced to slay the demon rabbits. Observing the massive influx of demon rabbits, Xiao Ruo furrowed his brow. There were simply too many. If this continued, casualties were inevitable. To conclude this dungeon, it was essential to ensure the survival of these NPCs. However, their strength was insufficient to overpower the demon rabbits. They could only rely on their tacit cooperation to eliminate the approaching foes. Just as Xiao Ruo pondered a strategy, an NPC was tackled by 4 or 5 demon rabbits. Eliciting a cacophony of anguished cries, the demon rabbits tore at flesh and limbs, causing the assaulted to suffer immensely. Help me! Save me! The companions nearby were powerless, struggling to save themselves, helplessly watching as their comrade was ravaged by the demon rabbits. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the demon rabbit atop the victim was struck in the head by a bullet. Instantly, the other demon rabbits nearby recoiled in shock. Seizing the opportunity, the man, driven by a fierce desire to survive, grasped a machete and swiftly dispatched the demon rabbit. He cast a complex glance at Xiao Ruo and Xiao Mingxua behind him, astonished that a survivor had come to his rescue. How dramatically ironic. At that moment, Xiao Ruo, having fired a shot, attracted a considerable number of demon rabbits towards him. Xiao Ruo was relatively unscathed, but Xiao Mingxua was feeling rather fatigued. Her arms ached terribly, nearly unable to lift. Xiao Ruo, with a powerful punch, sent a demon rabbit flying and tossed a square piece of meat to Xiao Mingxua. Hurry, eat this. It will restore your stamina. The meat Xiao Ruo offered was a piece of roasted snake. Prepared the night before to replenish energy, he had come to a realization. If a method for food storage was not found in the coming days, such high-quality food would spoil. It would be better to use it to win over people's hearts. Yi Fan had managed to establish a mutual aid association with rat meat. He himself did not require as much, just a small team would suffice. Xiao Mingxua, possessing sufficient adventurous spirit and quick reflexes, was worth recruiting. Upon receiving the snake meat, Xiao Mingxua's eyes brightened. She had previously received a piece of snake meat from Xiao Mingyu, and after consuming it, felt invigorated. Thus, she naturally recognized the value of this offering. Thank you, she shouted at Xiao Ruo. However, he paid her no heed. Although Xiao Mingxua's left hand bore minimal blood, it was hardly clean. She did not hesitate, directly stuffing the snake meat into her mouth. The texture was unpalatable, cold and hard, yet the taste was delightful. Upon consuming the snake meat, Xiao Mingxua felt her limbs brimming with energy. Just a single bite, and her previously aching arms felt as if they had been thoroughly massaged. Now remarkably comfortable. After casting a grateful glance at Xiao Ruo, who was fiercely battling the demon rabbits, she too joined the fray. With the two of them sharing the burden, the suicide squad noticeably regained their momentum. Yet, this was by no means Xiao Ruo's limit. With the enhancement from the skills and his movements were lightning fast. He sidestepped the demon rabbit's charge and countered with an uppercut that sent it flying. His gaze swept towards the distance, where he could already perceive the colossal form of the maternal beast and the newborn demon rabbits swarming like a tide. It was time to conclude this. I do not possess any record of your transaction. I cannot repair your bow that I have mentioned before. I can only repair items I have crafted myself, and moreover, this is a compound bow, which cannot be repaired. Tang Qing felt a headache coming on. At that moment, he was engaged in a tug-of-war with someone. Upon waking, he discovered a treasure chest near the shelter, and to his astonishment, it was of excellent quality. Upon opening it, he found a repair wrench capable of mending items or weapons. It felt as though the heavens had delivered a feast to him. After informing others that he could repair items, he found few customers seeking repairs for bows and arrows. Instead, many brought items acquired from elsewhere for him to mend. Like this one, this individual, clearly having obtained a compound bow from a treasure chest, had caused it to explode due to improper storage, yet insisted on having him repair it for free. Tang Qing was thoroughly vexed by this person. That bow was a high-tech product, and the materials required for its repair were exorbitantly expensive. Did they expect him to repair it for free, as if he were some sort of saint? What nonsense! Was it really just to sell their worthless wooden bow? Did they lack resources that much? Fix it for me, quickly! Tang Qing was incensed. Speaking to someone who could not grasp the language was truly exhausting. He could no longer tolerate it, and unleashed a torrent of curses upon the individual and their entire lineage. The other party stood in shock. Tang Qing's profanities were not only vivid but also deeply resonant, raising one's blood pressure with just a glance. The person's face flushed with anger, preparing to retaliate, only to find they had already been blocked. Their frustration was palpable. After venting, Tang Qing felt significantly relieved that he sighed. He wondered how Xueqiu was faring. He had mentioned something about a scroll, and now he had blocked him. If he treated ordinary people this way, how might he treat him? Currently, Tang Qing was surviving reasonably well, yet he had not managed to acquire a suitable weapon, perpetually feeling a sense of impending crisis. He always sensed that matters could not be this simple. Previously, several pieces of rat meat from Yi Fan had flooded the market, and everyone praised it. However, Tang Qing remained unconvinced, feeling increasingly uneasy, with the boss of Xueqiu in the past and Yi Fan's rat meat on the horizon. What would happen once the novice period ended? Would such monsters be commonplace? The thought sent shivers down his spine. He had no intention of seeking refuge with Yi Fan. Compared to him, Xueqiu was barely a decent person. Suddenly, Tang Qing received a message. "Big brother, can you repair items?" He furrowed his brow. This was a new conversation. This meant the person was not one of his customers. Frustrated and fatigued, he thought, let it be destroyed. Though vexed, he still replied courteously, "I can repair. However, if it is not an item purchased from me, a repair fee will be required, as there is a cost to my repairs." The other party responded promptly. Understood, understood. This should not be something you sold me. How much will it cost to repair?" Tang Qing took a sip of water and replied, "You need to tell me what item you wish to repair first." Thank you. It's a black wooden bow," came the reply. Tang Qing stroked his chin. "A wooden bow should be fine. No problem. Here's the deal. You can rent the weapon to me. Is a pay-before-delivery arrangement acceptable?" The other party agreed. Soon, a wooden bow appeared in Tang Qing's hands. The rental period was 30 minutes. Suddenly, Tang Qing felt a sense of familiarity with this bow. Wait a minute. Is this not the very bow I crafted for Xueqiu the first time? Chapter 48. The NPC with a peculiar mindset. Tang Qing's first reaction was to think of He Chuyan. However, upon further reflection, he realized that this was incorrect. He Chuyan had conversed with him, and this person was far more polite than her. It could not possibly be her. His curiosity was piqued. "This bow is quite impressive. Where did you acquire it?" The other party was equally astonished that it was left to me by someone. Quite a coincidence. Isn't it? Xiao Mingyu was slurping from a bowl. Tang Qing paused for a moment. That it must be Xueqiu. "How did you know?" Xiao Mingyu exclaimed in surprise. "That I crafted that bow. How could I not know? Since I made it, I won't charge you for the repair. It requires minimal materials. If you need arrows, I can offer you an 80 discount. Tang Qing, while wielding a wrench for repairs, engaged in conversation. The bow was not severely damaged. The bowstring had merely come loose, and the body remained intact. The two exchanged pleasantries, primarily revolving around the topic of Xuechou, for aside from that, they had little else in common to discuss. It seemed that their shared interests were limited to this singular topic, as they had not forged a deeper connection beyond it. Since being bound by Xiao Ruo, Xiao Mingyu had begun to employ her intellect in her endeavors, albeit sparingly. Tang Cheng skillfully steered the conversation, attempting to extract more information regarding Xuechou from Xiao Mingyu. He subtly probed, inquiring if she had ever encountered Xuechou. What more could be said? Certainly, he was not a villain. Within the instance, Xiao Ruo and Xiao Mingxue followed the NPC to stand before the mother beast, a grotesque mass of flesh that writhed incessantly. Surrounding them lay numerous unhatched meat eggs, which were promptly destroyed by the group before they could emerge. At a glance at the remnants made Xiao Mingxue's stomach churn, an overwhelming nausea rising in her throat. Not only did Xiao Mingxue feel this way, even Xiao Ruo experienced a wave of physiological discomfort upon witnessing the creature. They stood alongside the NPCs, and aside from Xiao Ruo and a prominent NPC, everyone bore injuries. Presently, only 4 NPCs remained alive. It was a challenging situation, yet the NPCs believed that their mere presence would suffice to maintain controlled IT that moment. Their faces were devoid of excitement, lacking the thrill of breaching the mother beast's defenses. Instead, appearing relieved, this unease stirred a sense of foreboding within Xiao Ruo. He possessed some knowledge, though not the entirety of it, particularly regarding the NPC strategies for defeating the boss during previous skirmishes with lesser monsters. He had discerned the NPC's varied capabilities, with the leader being roughly of average third-tier strength, while most others barely surpassed first tier. With such a crew, the notion of slaying a formidable mother beast was nothing short of a fantasy. It was likely they could barely defend themselves. The sudden surge of danger gripped Xiao Ruo, not emanating from the mother beast itself, but from the nearby NPCs. Suddenly, a long knife lunged towards him with lethal intent. Since sensing the murderous intent, Xiao Ruo had not released his possession and swiftly evaded the attack by sidestepping. The abrupt turn of events startled Xiao Mingxue, yet she reacted with commendable swiftness. A flash of white light emanated from the anomalous gear on her wrist, and a simple wooden bow materialized in her grasp. She swiftly knocked an arrow and aimed it at the assailant. Xiao Mingxue's aim was precise. The arrow struck the opponent's arm. What was happening? What was the meaning of this? Xiao Ruo drew his handgun. Was it not obvious? For some reason, these individuals sought to eliminate them. He cast a glance at the mother beast. This was not an assault by the mother beast, but rather a rampage of the demonic rabbit mother beast. Hence, they had not brought an overwhelming amount of firepower or personnel. Fully confident they could manage the situation upon arrival, this was no mere boss. It was a creature they had domesticated. As the attackers charged towards Xiao Ruo, their bodies emitted a red steam, clearly indicating they had taken some sort of stimulant, revealing their hidden strength. Their combat capability had increased significantly, now matching the speed of his possession. Faced with their enhanced prowess, Xiao Ruo knew he could not engage them head-on and promptly fired 2 shots. Striking down the leading NPCs he eliminated the last bald-headed leader. The opponent brandished an anti-explosion shield. The sound of clashing metal echoed as the bullet ricocheted off the shield. Xiao Ruo's expression darkened. It was impossible for equipment of the same grade to withstand the power of his high-caliber handgun. If it could, it must be of superior quality. This posed a significant challenge. The bald leader, shield in hand, charged at Xiao Mingxue with considerable force. She was sent flying by the impact, disbelief etched on her face. Who were these people? They seemed almost inhuman. Blood spurted from her mouth, a clear indication of internal injury. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ruo raised his weapon for another 2 shots, but the NPC intercepted him. You flank him, surround him. That shield is too sturdy. Though Xiao Mingxue was in distress, she understood the urgency of the moment. The shield could deflect bullets, and a direct assault would yield little effect. She needed to find an opening. Thus, she gritted her teeth against the pain and swiftly maneuvered behind the leader. However, the leader, having just charged through her, was well aware of her capabilities and did not regard her as a threat. Xiao Ruo's strength was evident to him. Among the group facing the demonic rabbits, only he and this dark-clad survivor remained unscathed. Moreover, the handgun posed a significant threat, nearly overwhelming even his superior quality shield. Xiao Ruo noticed that the leader's attention remained fixated on him, filling him with dread. We survivors merely wish to fulfill our mission objectives. Your intentions hold no interest for me. Even if you were to blow this place to smithereens, it would not concern me. The bald leader lowered his gaze, fixating intently on Xiao Ruo, and with his free hand, drew a long knife. The best secret keepers are those who remain silent in death. This man was truly deranged. Yet, it heightened Xiao Ruo's vigilance. The instance was indeed not as straightforward as it appeared. Whether it was the last encounter with the goblins, or now with these NPCs, they seemed to possess lives of their own. The two continued to stand off. Xiao Mingxue drew her bow and aimed at the bald leader, targeting his back. Should he attempt to evade, he would inevitably expose a weakness. With a swift release of the arrow, it flew towards him. Suddenly, the leader erupted in a burst of red steam, propelling himself at Xiao Ruo with fierce momentum, his blade aimed directly at him. Xiao Ruo instantly shifted into possession mode. His hands covered in scales and met the leader's attack head-on. The impact was like being struck by a cannonball, sending him hurtling away. He regained his balance mid-air, landing firmly on his feet, though a tingling numbness spread through his arms. Yet, as he lifted his gaze to the injury on his opponent's arm, a smile crept onto his face. It was working. Chapter 49. Eliminate the leader and strike the mother beast. The bald leader examined the wound on his arm, quickly discerning its peculiar nature. The blood flowed too swiftly. It was undoubtedly the work of the survivor before him. He needed to conclude this swiftly. A surge of red steam erupted from the leader, propelling him towards Xiao Ruo once more. Xiao Ruo, having previously clashed with this leader, could assess his capabilities. After the sudden burst of power, the leader's strength was likely at the ordinary 4th tier. In contrast, Xiao Ruo, now in possession mode, barely exceeded the 2nd tier. Engaging in direct confrontation would be perilous, but since he had already inflicted a bleeding buff, all he needed to do was hold on to claim victory. With a swift motion, Xiao Ruo intercepted the leader's descending blade with his own, delivering a powerful kick to his lower body. That a successful strike could buy him precious time and potentially expose a significant vulnerability for a decisive kill. However, to his surprise, the leader swung the edge of his shield directly into Xiao Ruo's abdomen, propelling him backward once again. Seizing the moment when Xiao Ruo faltered, the leader, face contorted in agony and malice, lunged for Xiao Ruo's midsection with his blade. Xiao Ruo raised his weapon to block the strike, absorbing the impact of the horizontal. Suddenly, the bald leader's movements came to an abrupt halt, his body trembling as he froze mid-action. An arrow had firmly embedded itself in his lower back. He paused momentarily, gritted his teeth, and summoned his strength once more to strike at Xiao Ruo. Without needing to look, Xiao Ruo knew who was responsible for this blow and silently expressed his gratitude to Xiao Mingxue. Seizing the fleeting moment of stillness, Xiao Ruo rested the Qiqiong on his shoulder and braced himself against the descending long knife. At the same time, he surged forward towards his opponent, his weapon rapidly coalescing into a resplendent pistol, which he pressed directly against the adversary's chest. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 shots in quick succession. The opponent, severely injured, staggered and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Clenching his blood-soaked teeth, he yearned to deliver a fatal blow to Xiao Ruo in his dying moments. Yet, in the next instant, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air coincided with the gunfire. He was struck in the back of the head by an arrow while Xiao Ruo fired another shot into his chest. The long knife slipped from his grasp, his once raised arm fell limply, and he staggered backward before collapsing heavily. Xiao Ruo gazed at the leader's lifeless body and let out a long sigh of relief. That was exhilarating. He quickly approached Xiao Mingxue and helped her up. Thank you. How do you feel? Xiao Mingxue leaned on Xiao Ruo's arm, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Not great. I think a few ribs are broken. You should rest for now. Let me see if there's anything on this man that can control this pile of flesh. With that, Xiao Ruo settled Xiao Mingxue comfortably and handed her his last remaining high-quality ointment. This is from your sister. Consider yourself lucky to have encountered me. Xiao Mingxue, upon hearing this, wore a perplexed expression. Is it possible that if I hadn't run into you, I would have suffered such severe injuries? Xiao Ruo smirked. Without himself, Xiao Mingxue might have been tormented to death by He Chuyan. However, that was a matter of a past life, and Xiao Ruo could not reveal to Xiao Mingxue that he might be her savior. How could he explain? In my previous life, my ex-wife tortured you to death, so in this life, I saved you. He might be thought of as insane on the spot, Stay here for a while and rest well. This ointment is quite effective. I will deal with this meat mound first. Xiao Mingxue held the ointment, looking somewhat confused. How do I use this? Xiao Ruo found it strange. Just apply it to your skin. Wait. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he exclaimed. He turned away and waved his hand. Don't worry, I won't look. Hurry up and use it. You don't want to lose your life due to procrastination. After saying this, Xiao Ruo ignored Xiao Mingxue and began searching the bald leader's body for anything useful. After a while, he found nothing of value. He instinctively turned and called out to Xiao Mingxue. Did you see if he dropped anything? At that moment, Xiao Mingxue was crossing her arms, pulling off her shirt, revealing her southern hemisphere, staring blankly at Xiao Ruo. She was stunned, her face visibly flushed red as she shouted at Xiao Ruo. Turn around. Okay, Xiao Ruo replied, grinning, muttering under his breath, quite ample. Shut up. Being near the mother beast felt significantly safer than being outside. Firstly, the mother beast laid eggs, which required time to incubate. Those that had not hatched and the dead NPCs were all destroyed. Xiao Ruo also smashed the latest meat eggs one by one. However, this left him quite vexed. 3 hours had passed, and he still could not find a solution to clear the dungeon. What if he killed it? Xiao Ruo now had ample experience in defeating immobile large bosses. Both the Tide Shadow Serpent King and the Bitter Acid Giant Lizard had succumbed to his Qiqiong's bloodshed. At this moment, he and Xiao Mingxue's scores were undoubtedly first and second. However, he was uncertain if there would be any additional rewards after defeating the Mother Beast, just like in the Bloody Dungeon. There might be extra purchasing points as a reward. With this thought in mind, Xiao Ruo wasted no time. He drew his gun and aimed it at the Mother Beast, startling Xiao Mingxue, who was still resting. What are you planning to do? Xiao Ruo took a deep breath. Instantly, scales appeared on his hand, tightly gripping the pistol, as some scales even spread up his arm, for the pistol was his sole weapon. The luxurious gun body paired with the dark scales appeared quite otherworldly. This Mother Beast is a creature raised by these natives, and I cannot find a way to control it. We have lingered in this dungeon for too long. We have no other options left. Kneeling on one knee, his firearm radiated a dazzling light as his arm trembled and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Xiao Ruo had initially intended to use the energy-storing gem to deliver a heavy blow to the Mother Beast before using the Qiqiong to widen the wound. However, he did not expect the energy extraction to require so much power. He had contemplated employing this skill during the intense battle with the leader, but the preparation time was too lengthy, causing him to abandon the idea. As the gun's luminescence reached a critical point, Xiao Ruo felt as though he was not holding a pistol but a piece of red-hot coal. He gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger. Boom! A beam of white light shot towards the Mother Beast, creating a large hole in its indistinguishable head or rear. With one successful hit, Xiao Ruo suppressed his weakness and charged towards the Mother Beast with the Qiqiong in hand. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingxue was left bewildered. What had Xiao Ruo just unleashed? A dynamic light wave. Chapter 50. Wasn't it just a handshake? What is this? Half an hour passed, and the Mother Beast was just as he had imagined. A mere production machine, without any means of counterattack. Xiao Ruo observed the gaping wound, reminiscent of a collapsed dam, and sighed. The vitality of such a colossal beast was truly terrifying. Even after losing nearly half its body, it still clung to life. However, Xiao Ruo could sense its life force gradually diminishing. It should perish soon. Ding! Congratulations! You have met the hidden condition. Kill the magic rabbit Mother Beast. Congratulations! You have obtained high-quality black soil, excellent level. 10 large planting box blueprint, good level. Contract chain, excellent level. One-time construction blueprint for the smoked meat workshop, good level. Magic rabbit Mother Beast white skin, good level material. 400 magic rabbit Mother Beast. Strong bones, good level material. 20 magic rabbit Mother Beast tough tendons, good level material. 180 magic rabbit Mother Beast white meat, good level food. 900 dungeon reward. Points 99.99. Your points have reached the limit. Excess points will be converted into monument energy. Calculating, total, 1403 monument energy. Xiao Ruo was suddenly taken aback by the notification. What was going on? Killing a boss in the dungeon had resulted in rewards. Moreover, he had amassed 9,999 points after defeating the boss, an additional 1,000 monument energy, especially that smoked meat workshop blueprint. This was an excellent item for long-term survival. What a delightful surprise. Originally, Xiao Ruo had been frustrated by the time wasted. But upon seeing these rewards, he could only think. More. Pleased if a 3-hour effort could yield an immobile boss, he would gladly forego sleep at night at that moment. Xiao Mingxue also received a notification. Dungeon requirements met. Points calculation in progress. Your points. 5 points ranking. 2 ranking reward issued. Black soil, good level. 5 medium planting box, ordinary level. 5 few. Xiao Mingxue let out a long sigh of relief. It was over. She could finally return to recuperate. Glancing at Xiao Ruo, her expression was complex. She had no idea how a small pistol could produce effects akin to an electromagnetic cannon. It was utterly against reason. Watching the evidently thrilled Xiao Ruo, she knew he must have obtained many valuable items. How was your haul? Xiao Ruo shrugged. The rewards for killing the boss, along with 10 black soils and 10 planting boxes. Xiao Mingxue hesitated, wanting to ask Xiao Ruo how he achieved that strike. That electromagnetic cannon. How did you do that? Can you share? Xiao Ruo glanced at Xiao Mingxue and then at the soul weapon in his hand. What was there to hide? This is a soul weapon. He pointed at the Nepali weapon in Xiao Mingxue's hand. If you use a weapon for a long time, you can refine it. It's best to choose a weapon that you are comfortable with. Xiao Mingxue revealed a look of confusion. Are you saying that with prolonged use, one can become like you? Xiao Ruo holstered her pistol and nodded. Indeed, as for my ability to amplify power, it stems from the gems I have embedded. Pay close attention. With a stroke of luck, you might encounter someone ignorant enough to sell this item. At that moment, a voice echoed in their ears. The leaderboard has been released. Countdown to departure. 10, 9. Hearing this, Xiao Ruo extended her hand towards Xiao Mingxue. Pleasure collaborating. Xiao Mingxue smiled. Yet her words were sharp. Not at all pleasant. Every encounter with you has brought nothing but trouble. Xiao Ruo chuckled awkwardly. Choosing not to respond, they shook hands, and a blinding light enveloped them, transporting them away. Within various sanctuaries, some individuals emerged, utterly bewildered. What just happened? Did I hallucinate? They accessed the previous dungeon's settlement to confirm their perception was intact. First place, Xiao Ruo, 99.99 points. Second place, Xiao Mingxue, 510 points. Third place, Zhao Yin, 230 points. 99.99. Is this real? The average is barely 2 digits, with a few barely crossing 3. How does one achieve 4 digits? The gap between first and second is staggering, as is that between second and third. Is this dungeon designed for such play? Who is Xiao Ruo? Where did this powerhouse come from? Following the initial kill of the boss and the announcement by Shui Chou, next came Yi Fan's establishment of the Mutual Aid Society, and now, another Xiao Ruo appears. This seems absurd. Are there any brothers who went to the dungeon earlier? Does anyone recognize this Xiao Ruo? I don't know. Isn't this the one with the gun? Very likely. Seriously? Aside from Yi Fan, someone else's firearms. I've opened several good-grade chests and never found one. Do you expect to find a gun in a good-grade chest? Have you seen an excellent-grade chest? They contain rare items, likely sourced from such chests. Huh. Are excellent-grade chests that rare? I've opened 3 in 6 days. I thought that was ordinary. Damn. Are you showing off? Brothers, spit on him. Spit. Spit. The building swayed slightly before stabilizing. Someone had leaked information. That gun belongs to Yi Fan. I'm an insider, I know. Elaborate. Just a few days ago, Yi Fan mentioned he was going after someone, selecting 2 skilled individuals from the Mutual Aid Society. And since then, there has been no news that I saw that person's weapon today. It absolutely belongs to Yi Fan. There's no way I could mistake it. The crowd was taken aback that Yi Fan was exceptionally well known. Everyone knew he had been taken out by a mysterious individual, yet somehow, he experienced a sudden rise to prominence, possessing a vast amount of high-grade food. He had gathered a band of outlaws around him. If he were to perish, it would be cause for celebration. Good riddance. Last time, this person swindled me out of 2 herbs. Look, brother, you trust others too easily. By the way, is Yi Fan targeting Xiao Ruo? Since Xiao Ruo eliminated the blueprint, he must have obtained her coordinates to seek retribution, only to encounter failure. That is possible. Another possibility is that the mysterious person, Xiao Ruo, and Shui Chou are the same individual. Not everyone can produce 999 wolf meat in one go. Very likely. The discussion in the channel was exceptionally heated, yet the main characters appeared utterly bewildered, standing by the stone tablet of Xiao Mingxue. They exchanged wide-eyed glances. Xiao Mingxue attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Xiao Ruo. Do not speak. I am contemplating. Xiao Mingxue fumed. You can think all you want, but could you please let go of my hand? And stop squeezing. Chapter 51. Miss, your palm is reddened. It surely foretells misfortune. In the previous life, there were also instances of camaraderie during settlements, yet they never appeared simultaneously in a single sanctuary. However, after a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ruo discerned the crux of the matter. Firstly, the issue of identity as a wanderer without a personal stone tablet, and being a kingslayer who transcends the barriers of stone tablets. The system had no reason to concern itself with where he would be transported. In contrast, Xiao Mingxue was a bona fide survivor, possessing her own territorial stone tablet. Thus, her transportation was entirely reasonable. Secondly, the nature of skin contact. Merely touching clothing should not be construed by the system as a unified entity. Therefore, they had to hold hands. Both conditions were indispensable for the transport to occur. Initially, the act of shaking hands during transport was a rare occurrence, although Xiao Ruo had coincidentally encountered 2 kingslayers. They were exceedingly scarce in the previous life, not to mention the wanderers. There were hardly any. The stone tablet is the cornerstone of survival. It is not a mere statement that T.O. think that in this new life, he would uncover new revelations. After squeezing Xiao Mingxue's hand, Xiao Ruo was astonished to realize he still held it. He quickly released her grip. Xiao Mingxue shook her wrist, regarding the unruffled Xiao Ruo with a query. Was it nice to touch? Xiao Ruo nodded. Not bad. It would be better if you washed your hands, though. They're covered in blood. Xiao Mingxue was incensed, extending her hand. Would you like to feel again? Xiao Ruo naturally accepted, bending down to scrutinize the lines of her palm, seriously fabricating nonsense. Miss, your palm is reddened. It surely portends bloodshed. Xiao Mingxue yearned to punch him in the gut. Yet, simultaneously, she mentally reminded herself, I cannot defeat him. Do not lose your cool. After a brief squabble, they each took a moment to rest. Xiao Mingxue, though bandaged, was significantly injured and would require at least 2 days to recuperate. Xiao Ruo, having expended much energy using the energy-storing gem, was also in a weakened state. Xiao Ruo glanced at the time. It was now noon. Although the treasure detector had not signaled, he decided against further searching. Initially, he had planned to use a transfer scroll to arrive in this area the following day. Yet here he was, having arrived simply by shaking hands with Xiao Mingxue. Perhaps this was fate. Rising, Xiao Ruo prepared to process the meat of the magical rabbit matriarch and the pure white rat king. He hoped it would not be as unpalatable as the icy acid giant lizard. Yi Fan had a knack for enjoyment, amassing a wealth of spices and seasonings to effortlessly create a pot of exquisite stew. However, Xiao Ruo opted for caution, to avoid wasting these seasonings should the meat of the rat and rabbit prove distasteful. He took out the pot and began cutting the meat. Xiao Mingxue lounged in the chair. Her complexion considerably improved. That pot of yours, my sister would adore it. She loves such dainty items. Half squatting on the ground, while cutting, Xiao Ruo replied, You guessed correctly. It belongs to your sister, but I snatched it. He turned to Xiao Mingxue. I thought she had told you. Xiao Mingxue fell silent, sighed, and turned her gaze elsewhere. The 2 sisters were truly at the mercy of this person. While cooking, both received messages. Xiao Ruo received a greeting from Yu, while Xiao Mingxue's message was from Xiao Mingyu. Yu had seen the speculations about Yi Fan in the channel. Given his extensive contacts, he could easily weave a narrative from the threads of information that as Xiao Ruo read the excited messages from Yu. He pondered a pressing question. Had Yi Fan truly met his end? He had never laid eyes on Yi Fan's corpse. Xiao Ruo considered himself a cautious individual. He would not conclude that Yi Fan was dead without having seen the body. This was also the reason he refrained from informing Yu. After a brief conversation, Xiao Ruo was dismayed to realize that he was now using his real name online. Almost everyone was aware that a person named Xiao Ruo had eliminated Yi Fan and acquired 9,999 points. To some, he was a pillar of support, while to others, he was merely a tempting target. Although he was not afraid of being preyed upon, the constant attention was unsettling. At this point, there was no remedy. He decided to let it be and adopt a carefree attitude. The time was ripe. The 2 pots of meat were ready. Upon tasting the rabbit meat broth, Xiao Ruo's eyes lit up. It was quite delightful. Though the meat was not fully tender, he could tell with just one bite that rabbit meat was indeed a prized delicacy. Next, he decided to sample the rat meat. After scooping a spoonful and tasting it, his brow furrowed. Goodness, it felt akin to sipping a can of 10-year-old inferior beer. Sour, astringent, and bitter. After a moment's contemplation, he deemed that this should not go to waste. He rapped on the side of the pot and called out to Xiao Mingxue. There's something delicious. Don't let it go to waste that it's highly nutritious. Considering Xiao Mingxue's limited mobility, Xiao Ruo made a point to bring the pot over to her. After taking a bite, Xiao Mingxue grimaced and stuck out her tongue. Did you make this? The taste is quite... Xiao Ruo shrugged. It's good grade food. Are you eating or not? With a fervor, Xiao Mingxue wielded her spoon, fearing Xiao Ruo might change his mind. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruo glanced at the pot of rabbit meat and nodded in approval. Not only had he avoided wasting food, but he had also effectively silenced Xiao Mingxue, preventing her from competing with him for the meal. A twofold success. This dish could only be consumed at noon, for he would face consequences by evening. Xiao Mingxue set down the pot, observing Xiao Ruo devouring his food with an intense expression. Puzzled, wasn't this supposed to be rather unpalatable? Why was he so enraptured? Something felt off. Overwhelmingly so, she seized a spoon and quickly scooped a mouthful from Xiao Ruo's pot, thrusting it into her mouth. Upon tasting it, she was taken aback, having experienced the flavor of expired, inferior beer. The encounter with rabbit meat now unleashed an unbelievable deliciousness. The contrast was striking. Xiao Mingxue raised her fist and struck Xiao Ruo's arm. You! This person! Xiao Ruo shielded the pot, having already prepared his retort. What? I'm offering you food, and you're not pleased? This is good grade food. People outside would line up for it. I noticed you were injured, and I made you a meal, and yet you're still dissatisfied. Xiao Mingxue had no counter-argument, only able to eat the rat meat with tears in her eyes. However, having consumed half a piece of snake meat during the instance, although it had depleted her energy, her ordinary human constitution could only handle so much. After devouring half a pot, she found herself unable to eat any more. Nonetheless, she couldn't let the rest go to waste. It would be a shame to discard something prepared with good intentions. Suddenly, a bright idea struck her. Of course, she could give it to her sister. She immediately grabbed her portable terminal to send a message to her sister, but in the next moment, a distress signal arrived. Shuejia, save me. Her brow furrowed. This was a friend she had made in the area, a girl. What had happened to her? Chapter 52. What is this? Was this part of the plan? At this moment, Xiao Ruo noticed Xiao Mingxue's unusual demeanor. Why did she suddenly appear so melancholic? What's wrong? He inquired. Xiao Mingxue raised her portable terminal. A girl is in danger. She's calling for help. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruo narrowed his eyes. Xiao Mingxue continued. She's a good person that we met in the wild. She was being chased by a wild boar, and I saved her. We often kept in touch before I added my sister as a friend. She frequently sent me some basic resources. She is someone who knows how to repay kindness. I don't want her to die. Xiao Ruo probed further. What kind of danger is she in? A brown bear is scratching at her shield. It's already clawed through most of it. She's not far from here, just about 10 minutes away. Xiao Ruo pondered for a moment, sensing something amiss. Although her reasoning seemed sound, he could not shake the feeling of discomfort. Observing Xiao Mingxue's current state, although her complexion had improved, she still appeared weak. He scoffed. You're not even fully recovered yourself. Are you planning to sacrifice yourself to save her? Xiao Mingxue touched her chest, where some medicine had yet to be absorbed. Indeed, she had been severely injured after a collision with the bald leader. Her condition was far from ideal. She looked at Xiao Ruo with pleading eyes. Though she said nothing, he understood her intentions. You want me to accompany you? Xiao Mingxue nodded. I feel a bit guilty asking this of you, but I hope you can help me. Xiao Ruo sighed. During the instance, Xiao Mingxue's crucial arrow had saved his life. At the very least, he still had the opportunity to use the voodoo doll. To be honest, ever since he met her, he hadn't exactly had an easy time. Initially mistaking her for He Qiuyan, he nearly struck her down. The second time, he had captured her to fight the boss, resulting in broken bones. Xiao Ruo's impression of Xiao Mingxue was not entirely negative. Her swift execution of the crucifix hold had made a strong impression on him. All right, I'll help you. Moreover, he secretly anticipated that the girl would pose a threat to Xiao Mingxue. Ideally, she would set a trap. It wasn't that Xiao Ruo harbored dark intentions. Rather, he currently lacked a sanctuary. He needed a justification, a reason to act decisively. If the other party was indeed up to no good, he would have every right to intervene. The two walked along the forest path. Xiao Ruo pointed to himself. Let us proceed as we discussed. You go ahead first and see what mischief she is concocting. Having previously voiced his suspicions, Xiao Mingxue nodded, quietly keeping her guard up. They approached the shelter of a girl named Zhang Qinqin, weapons in hand. After a brief walk, as the outline of the shelter came into view. Xiao Ruo halted. All right, I'll stop here and see if she harbors any ill intentions. Xiao pouted. Hopefully, she is a good person. Less trouble is better. That is not guaranteed at this point. Xiao Ruo recognized the location. To be precise, it was where he had attacked the shelter as a slave. He recalled being in a relatively stable mental state at the time. He had been on the outskirts when he heard the furious roar of that person. He Qiuyan, without me, would you have this day? A mere dog dares to bite its master. This was the first battle of the line-filling type that Xiao Ruo participated in, thus it left a profound impression on him. He could never mistake it. Ah, indeed, Xiao Ruo smacked his palm. Yes, the clues have aligned. Zhang Qinqin's position was remarkably advantageous. Situated on a lakeside peninsula, Qiuyan had previously mentioned how wonderful it would be to occupy that spot. At the time, Xiao Ruo found it puzzling. After all, weren't survivors able to use relocation scrolls? Though rare, they were not so precious as to be unattainable. While he himself could not acquire one, Qiuyan's resources were abundant, and she surely could trade for it. Thus, it was evident that Qiuyan had already revealed her murderous intent. Alas, had he discovered this sooner, he could have avoided much unnecessary trouble. Xiao Ruo's gaze shifted to Qiu. It seemed that in the previous life, Qiu had indeed fallen victim to the ambush orchestrated by Qiuyan and Zhang Qinqin. After encountering Qiu, he had always found it strange. Her skills were commendable, capable of forming a crosshold swiftly. Her willpower was formidable. Even with a fractured bone, she could still unleash 2 arrows. How could such a person be easily slain by Qiuyan alone? If she had assistance, it all made sense. Although Xiao Ruo recognized Zhang Qinqin's identity, he had no intention of alerting her. Let her suffer a bit first. Suddenly, Xiao Ruo had a premonition and lifted his gaze towards the perimeter of the shelter. Wait, something seemed amiss at that moment. A woman of decent appearance was bound outside the shelter. Her tattered clothing revealed 2 prominent features, indicating she had already been dealt with. Despite her bindings, she exhibited no signs of panic. Merely glancing around intermittently. Fool, they should be arriving soon. Lower your head, or you'll give yourself away. A man hiding in the bushes beside her hissed. Zhang Qinqin shot him a glance, but complied, lowering her head. In a voice only the two could hear, she whispered, 64 points. I give you 60, and you 4. The man spat softly. I give you 60, and you 4. Zhang Qinqin cursed under her breath. Chen Hao, do you have no shame? Haven't you already tasted me? Do these 2 ounces of flesh not satisfy your appetite? The man named Zhang Hao fell silent, keeping a wary watch on their surroundings. Zhang Qinqin glanced at Zhang Hao, then lowered her head, a smirk tugging at the corner of her mouth, concealed from his view. Fool, you think with your shabby gear, you can kill Qiu, although I appear as bait on the surface. The true bait is you. You think you're so impressive? Just because you wield a decent quality baton, you dare to boast? Such an ignorant toad. The bait is small, and I feel nothing. Bah. Useless man, you might as well die. Suddenly, Zhang Qinqin sensed someone approaching stealthily. She was quite familiar with this area, and was certain her instincts were not mistaken. Her expression shifted instantly from calm to anxious as she scanned her surroundings. With a swish, a wooden carving was tossed in front of her. Zhang Qinqin's eyes brightened at the sight of the wooden sculpture. This was a handmade prop she had acquired from someone else. Pretending it was her own creation to express gratitude to Qiu. The opposite party was quite naive, and the effect was remarkably good. Now that this item was here, it was certain the incoming person was Qiu. With that thought, Zhang Qinqin raised her voice, squeezing out a few tears. Sister Shui, don't come over. Run away. There is someone hiding in the bushes to my left who wants to harm you. Chen Hao, who had been toying with his baton, preparing to showcase his prowess, was momentarily stunned upon hearing her shout. What is this? Was this step in the plan? Chapter 53. Keeping warm and knowing etiquette. Leaning against a sturdy tree branch nearby, Xiao Ruo held his Leica crossbow, observing the dramatic scene through his scope. His neck was covered in scales, and his senses were heightened to the maximum. Quite ruthless, Zhang Qinqin. What a clever ploy of self-inflicted injury. Qiu, let us see how well you can defend yourself. At that moment, Chen Hao was filled with rage. He aimed to eliminate the troublesome Zhang Qinqin first. Thus, he charged towards her. Although Zhang Qinqin appeared terrified, she was secretly overjoyed. Yes, just like that, the wild boar that attacked her met a gruesome end, shot in the eye by Qiu during its charge. The mere thought of Qiao Mingshue's archery sent chills down Zhang Qinqin's spine. With her hint, Qiao Mingxue would certainly be aware of Chun Hao's direction, as long as there was any disturbance. With that archery skill, she would hit her mark, Chun Hao shouted angrily, bursting forth from the bushes. His decent quality baton swung down towards Zhang Qinqin. Whooshed, an arrow struck Chun Hao's leg, causing him to tumble and howl in agony. Zhang Qinqin let out a cold laugh. She had indeed mentioned how exceptional Qiao Mingshue's archery was. If she were foolish enough to forget, she had no one to blame but herself. Serves her right. Soon after, Qiao Mingxue emerged cautiously from the forest, arrow knocked, and moving with great care. Zhang Qinqin. Is there anyone else? Zhang Qinqin replied with genuine delight. Sister Shui is gone. There's no one else at that moment. Zhang Qinqin's joy was sincere, for she knew that Qiao Mingxue now trusted her. Gripping a dagger tightly, her fingertips turned white. The moment Qiao Mingxue approached to untie her, she would swiftly break free and strike. Just as Zhang Qinqin had anticipated, Qiao Mingxue sighed in relief. She cast an angry glance at Chun Hao, who lay on the ground clutching his leg, and shot an arrow straight into his throat. After a brief struggle, he quickly succumbed. After shooting, she felt the need to pause for a moment. Killing a wild boar was one thing, for it was not human. Slaying an NPC within the quest could numb her mind. But now, a real human life had been taken by her hands. The shock, combined with the mouse meat, made her vomit. Ugh! After regaining her composure, Qiao Mingxue approached Zhang Qinqin, stating, I'll help you untie it now. Zhang Qinqin observed Qiao Mingxue approaching her, slightly uncomfortable, and her heart swelled with joy. Heaven is aiding me. At this moment, having already vomited, Qiao Mingshue's focus would surely be scattered. This strike would surely succeed. Qiao Mingxue stood before Zhang Qinqin, sighed. You've suffered. Zhang Qinqin remained silent, suddenly lifting her head with a sinister expression. The one who will suffer is you. The ropes that bound her hands suddenly loosened, and a dagger lunged towards Qiao Mingxue. It worked. It worked. As long as she broke the skin, she could control Qiao Mingxue. Ha ha ha. All the rewards from her quest would be mine. Qiao Mingxue, taken aback by Zhang Qinqin's sudden aggression, froze momentarily. It was this brief instant that brought Zhang Qinqin's attack within reach. She attempted to retreat abruptly, but stumbled over a stone, landing hard on the ground. Ha ha, heaven is assisting me. Zhang Qinqin laughed maniacally and lunged at Qiao Mingxue. Bang! A gunshot rang out, followed by the sound of air being cut through. Zhang Qinqin's arm was pierced by a bullet, the excruciating pain causing her to drop the dagger, falling helplessly towards Qiao Mingxue. She stared in disbelief at her wound, her face a mask of shock. Gunfire? Was that really gunfire? Seizing the opportunity, while Zhang Qinqin was stunned, Qiao Mingxue could not let such a prime moment slip away. As Zhang Qinqin lost her balance, Qiao Mingxue swiftly pulled her leg, sending her crashing to the ground, then used jujitsu to immobilize her. She twisted Zhang Qinqin's arm, applying force until it contorted at an unnatural angle. At that moment, Xiao Ruo approached, holding the Leica crossbow and an ornate M1911. Upon seeing Xiao Ruo, Qiao Mingxue felt immense gratitude and admiration for him. He had indeed guessed correctly. Had it not been for that shot, she would have certainly suffered a grievous injury from the dagger. This person was utterly despicable, repaying kindness with malice. How to deal with her? Xiao Ruo did not glance at Qiao Mingxue, but instead moved to the dagger. Picking up the uniquely shaped blade, he spoke softly. How to deal with her is your choice. She sought to harm you. Not me. Xiao Ruo carefully examined the dagger, her lips twitching slightly. The dagger, known as Mo Jiao, excellent grade, a beautifully crafted weapon, essential for acts of murder and theft, accompanied by a paralyzing skill. Paralysis inflicts a 3-second immobilization effect post-cut, significantly impairing mobility. He was all too familiar with this item in his previous life. Due to his exceptional skills, he had always managed to survive in line battles. Even while shackled, he recalled how He Chuyin had attempted to kill him by stabbing herself with one of these. That was how she met her demise at the hands of Wang Jinlong. To his astonishment, he discovered that this particular dagger had originated from Zhang Qinqin at his side. Reflecting on the serendipity of fate at this moment, he had come to terms with his past death, the mastermind, the perpetrator, and the weapon had all been dealt with by his own hand. Feeling a gaze upon him, Xiao Ruo turned to meet the anguished expression of Zhang Qinqin. He smiled and greeted her. Hello. Zhang Qinqin was taken aback. her defenses crumbling. You bastard! Xiao Ruo remained unfazed, gesturing to Qiu Mingxue. Let me show you the treacherous nature of this dagger. In his previous life, Qiu Mingxue had likely fallen victim to this very weapon. With that, Xiao Ruo approached Zhang Qinqin, dagger in hand. Zhang Qinqin's face paled in horror. What are you going to do? What else could he do but return the favor? Xiao Ruo crouched down and plunged the dagger into Zhang Qinqin's leg. In the next instant, she convulsed as if electrocuted, akin to a seizure. Qiu Mingxue felt an overwhelming sensation. It was as though she was struggling to control not a person, but a fish that had just been caught. A pig destined for slaughter, and no matter how she tried, she couldn't restrain it. She was taken aback by the intensity of the dagger's reaction. How could it be so powerful? Anger surged within her. She had saved Zhang Qinqin from the tusks of a wild boar. Yet now, she sought to harm her instead. Why would you want to harm me? I saved you, Qiu Mingxue shouted through gritted teeth. Yet, Zhang Qinqin remained unresponsive. Xiao Ruo shrugged and withdrew the dagger. Naturally, she couldn't speak while under the influence of paralysis. After a moment of recovery, Zhang Qinqin trembled and finally spoke. I was wrong. Qiu Mingxue, I truly was. Xiao Ruo regarded the furious Qiu Mingxue and remarked, she doesn't realize her mistake. She knows she is about to die. If you wish to know why, I can enlighten you. One must keep warm while understanding propriety. Not everyone can enjoy 3 meals a day. Chapter 54. The perfect sanctuary. The two granted Zhang Qinqin a swift end, subsequently disposing of the 2 bodies into the lake. After covering the bloodstains with earth using the red sky, Xiao Ruo surveyed his surroundings. During his last visit, he had not realized how beautiful this place truly was. He found himself on a peninsula. Despite being a peninsula, the elevation was sufficient to prevent flooding. Before him lay a forest, behind him a lake, and he stood upon elevated ground. The entire area was rich in resources, and he possessed countless blueprints and high-quality items. What more could one desire for a splendid beginning? If he had to voice a minor grievance, it would be that he had arrived on the 6th day. If he wished to avoid wasting another day, he would have to use a cross-border scroll. However, if he aimed to conserve his scrolls, this exceptional sanctuary would be lost to him. Unclaimed sanctuaries gradually dissipate, consuming the energy of their stone tablets at a rate of 1 unit per minute. Once the energy is depleted, the stone tablet would turn to ash in an instant. There was no need to weigh the pros and cons after killing He Chuyin and achieving his revenge. The cross-border scroll became a non-essential item for Xiao Ruo. However, he realized that it was far more useful than a dungeon. It had no cooldown, as long as he moved swiftly. The harvest on the 7th day could be astonishing. At that moment, Xiao Ruo possessed 5 scrolls, all supplied by Yi Fan. Had Yi Fan not escaped, he would likely have 6 by now. Xiao Ruo entered the modest sanctuary. An outdoor table, a bed without a mattress, and a campfire were all that awaited him. He found it hard to believe that Zhang Qinqin had been so lazy, relying solely on the lake's resources. Surely, subsisting on fish alone could not have led to such dire circumstances. He reached out and caressed the stone tablet. Qiu Mingxue reclined in a chair, surveying her surroundings, and felt that this place surpassed her own by a significant margin, with its splendid scenery. Upon seeing Xiao Ruo touch the stone tablet, she was taken aback. What are you doing? Xiao Ruo glanced back at her with a smile. Establishing residence. Establishing residence? Qiu Mingxue was momentarily taken aback. Is this how one occupies an unclaimed territory's stone tablet? Of course. Energy replenished at the stone tablet, consuming 82 units. Congratulations, your status as a wanderer has been revoked. Your wanderer's ring has been saved. If the stone tablet is destroyed, you will never be able to return to the state of a wanderer. Please continue striving for survival. In the next moment, a soft glow emanated from the barrier. Much to Qiu Mingxue's astonished gaze, Xiao Ruo felt a faint connection with the stone tablet. He clenched his fist, a grin spreading across his face. Ha ha ha. It worked. As the afternoon wore on, a significant quantity of food appeared in the trading post, all exchanged for basic resources. Among these provisions were the high-quality meat of the acid giant lizard and the pure white rat king. In this world, only a few could afford such luxuries. The trading post buzzed with excitement. While the food was noteworthy, the primary attraction was the newly introduced high-quality giant lizard meat. This indicated that yet another fantastical creature had been quietly slaughtered. Xiao Ruo declined any private messages, as he was quite occupied. Exquisite stone house one-time construction blueprint. Good grade. Requirements. 100 energy, 200 wood, 400 stone, 30 metal fragments, 5 glass, good grade, 6 bolts, good grade. The first 3 materials were easily obtainable. But glass was somewhat challenging at present. However, Xiao Ruo had a plan. He would barter good quality food for these relatively rare materials, and he would also collect sand to refine using his excellent grade furnace. The sand traded was almost immediately snatched up. He exchanged 2 pieces of acid giant lizard meat for 2 pieces of glass, which he considered a significant loss. Yet, Xiao Ruo was unwilling to wait any longer. He had been exposed to the elements for too long to in just a week. He felt as though he had been wandering for a month. The sooner he completed his tasks, the more secure he would feel. Smoked Meat Workshop One-Time Construction Blueprint. Good grade. Requirements. 100 energy, 300 clay, 100 wood, 100 stone, 50 sulfur. Good grade. 20 exquisite fiber greenhouse One-Time Construction Blueprint. Good grade. Requirements. 100 energy, 200 glass, 20 fine iron. Good grade. 10 metal fragments, 6 bolts. Good grade. These blueprints shared a commonality. They all required a particularly rare material: the glass for the house, the exquisite fiber for the smoked meat workshop, and the fine iron and bolts for the greenhouse. Looking at these missing materials, Xiao Ruo felt a wave of nostalgia. This was how it should be. Survival and adventure had led him to experience thrilling escapades, battling in dungeons, farming, and mining, a realm entirely distinct from others. Now it felt right. In addition, Xiao Ruo possessed a blueprint for a basic wooden house of ordinary quality. This item had far less stringent requirements. Wooden house one-time construction blueprint, ordinary grade. Requirements: 30 energy, 200 wood, 50 stone, 10 metal fragments. He could easily construct this now, but with better options available, Xiao Ruo was unwilling to squander resources. This item was Wang Jinlong's legacy, and he pondered whether to sell it for a wealth of precious materials. Listening to the delightful chimes of transactions, Xiao Ruo smiled contentedly. Beside him, Qiu Mingxue sat on a newly acquired piece of furniture, sipping warm water. She wore a puzzled expression. So, you mean to say you have never had your own sanctuary? Is that even possible? Xiao Ruo nodded. After acquiring resources from the trading post, he created the smoked meat workshop. As he set it up, he turned to her and said, "What?" Surprised, Qiu Mingxue took a sip from her cup. "It's quite strange. You don't seem like the type to be careless enough to let your stone tablet slip away." Calculating the time, it seems it has only been a day or 2 since the beginning. She glanced up at the clock. It was getting quite late. "I must return." Xiao Ruo nodded. "Go back, stay safe, and let me know when you get home." Qiu Mingxue stood up, made an okay gesture, and then carried her longbow back. Xiao Ruo turned and continued to lean against the stone tablet. Currently, the price of wolf meat is 80 basic resources, while stone is even more expensive due to its difficulty in extraction. She is now capable of upgrading the stone tablet, but she has no intention of doing so for the time being. Upgrading the stone tablet would render it unusable, and she must race against time to complete all her tasks, at least the most essential ones. The smoked meat workshop allows processed meat to be stored in extreme weather conditions. The greenhouse, as one can imagine, is crucial for cultivation. After a while, Xiao Ruo harvested some rare materials. The consumption of high-quality food made her feel a twinge of pain. However, there was no alternative. She currently possesses an abundance of resources, but is severely lacking in time. It wouldn't be impossible to burn the ores, yet the sheer volume of glass and refined iron required is daunting. It seems she is merely spending money for peace of mind. Xiao Ruo placed down the 3 structures and nodded in satisfaction. Enduring hardships in the early stages leads to prosperity later on. Chapter 55. The boss of the Yuyo region. Time swiftly passed into the evening. Xiao Ruo leisurely sipped warm water while occasionally digging into a superbly crafted rainbow cake. She gazed at the few most important blueprints in her hand. 1. Disruption Enchantment Potion. Good quality blueprint. Requirements: 1 spirit essence, 2 sulfur, 1 purified water. Good quality. Blood of beasts. 2. Healing ointment blueprint. Good quality. Requirements: herbs, resin. 3. Handgun bullet blueprint. Common quality. Requirements: 1 copper ingot, 1 gunpowder, 1 lead block. 4. Soul banishment bullet blueprint. Good quality. Requirements: 1 disruption enchantment potion, 1 fine silver. Good quality. 100 handgun bullets. These blueprints are the foundation of her future prosperity. As for the materials needed for the disruption enchantment potion, Xiao Ruo knows exactly where to acquire them. Spirit essence is harvested from undead creatures, and purified water can be obtained using a filter, with her filter being of good quality, perfectly meeting the requirements. The blood of beasts is self-explanatory. Once fantastic creatures appear, she can obtain it by defeating them. The only variable is the sulfur, which is in high demand. Not only is it required for the disruption enchantment potion, but also for the gunpowder needed for the handgun bullets. Although Xiao Ruo does not possess the gunpowder blueprint, she can deduce its necessity through common sense. This area is vibrant, with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. There is not a barren spot in sight. As for where sulfur mines are abundant, Xiao Ruo has a glimmer of insight. The Yuyo territory. That place is sufficiently desolate, and sulfur veins must be plentiful. She can commission someone to work for her there. Xiao Ruo picked up the healing ointment blueprint. This task is both simple and complex. She has yet to cultivate herbs herself. Collecting them requires considerable effort. Currently, she has placed 4 large planting boxes in the greenhouse, filled with excellent quality black soil. Although no fertilizer has been applied, the beneficial sunlight lamps are hung above the crops. Herbs take a standard 20 days to mature. The good quality greenhouse reduces the time by 20 days. The excellent quality black soil reduces it by 30 days, and the excellent quality sunlight lamps reduce it by another 20 days. This time, her crops can mature in just 9 days. With the addition of fertilizer, they would mature in a week. She is now far ahead of Dawn's planting capabilities. Simply with the greenhouse and quality black soil, she can achieve a 11-day maturity. This excellent quality black soil was obtained by defeating a boss within a dungeon, a considerable feat compared to her opponents. As for the handgun bullets, that poses a significant challenge within her domain. Both copper and lead mines are present. Using an excellent quality furnace and good quality coal obtained from the mine dungeon, she is certain she can produce high-quality ingots. The ingot issue is easily resolved. But gunpowder remains a conundrum. It seems she has come full circle back to the sulfur mines. Currently, Xiao Ruo is left with just 13 bullets. She expected to coat them with disruption enchantment potion and confront the undead and anomalies head-on. In close combat, ranged advantages are far superior. Why wield a knife when she has a gun? How could she call herself a master of the first generation? After some contemplation, Xiao Ruo decided to exchange 5 pieces of good quality lizard meat for a gunpowder blueprint. Under generous rewards, valiant souls are sure to emerge. Xiao Ruo does not believe that there is anyone without a gunpowder blueprint. She would also collect sulfur, but it troubles her that her supply of common food is dwindling. However, offering good quality food would certainly reveal her urgent need for it. Xiao Ruo can already foresee others raising prices afterwards. Therefore, she refuses to complicate her situation. Resources, regardless of their nature, are best kept in her own hands. She sent a message to Yuyo. Yuyo, what are you up to? Are you busy? Xiaogu, I'm chopping wood. What do you need? I'll certainly help. Yuyo replied promptly. Why now? Most of the mutual aid group had dispersed, leaving only a handful of miscreants to conspire together. Yuyo had managed to extract information about one person's territory and planned to eliminate him once he obtained a cross-border scroll. If the heavens offer no justice, then he shall take it upon himself. Thus, he remained vigilant about the messages on his portable terminal and the Wanderer's Ring, fearing he might miss critical intelligence regarding Yuyo referring to him as Xiao Guo. Xiao Ruo felt no surprise. The good quality food he provided included not only rat meat and lizard meat, but also snake meat in exchange for numerous glass bolts and similar items. It would be foolish not to recognize that Xiao Ruo is indeed Shuechou. Xiao Ruo inquired, "Is there no particular reason? I was merely wondering if there are sulfur mines in your vicinity." Sulfur mines? Yuyo pondered for a moment, then hesitantly nodded. I know of a place, vaguely. Not far from here, there is a highland, though it's more akin to a mountain. There's a cave halfway up. The last time I visited, I detected an acrid sulfur odor. As I was about to enter, I was blown out by a strange hot wind, and I haven't dared to return since. However, I am certain there must be sulfur inside. Xiao Ruo was taken aback. A cave. If it were merely a cave, she wouldn't feel much excitement. But since Yuyo mentioned the hot wind, it sparked her imagination about a potential boss. A single boss could yield far more than 3 or 4 excellent quality treasure chests. Xiao Ruo marked Yuyo's territory as a must-visit place for the following day. Going there today would be too costly. 2 scrolls for a round trip. She planned to wait until the beast attacks were over, then sleep directly, arming herself with Qiqiong to take down the boss. By the way, Xiao Gu, are you in dire need of sulfur? If so, wait here, I'll go mine it for you. Xiao Ruo quickly stopped him. She had her own motives. Resources, regardless of their type, are best held within her grasp. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you that we can mine faster together. Yuyo laughed. Xiao Guo, my life belongs to you. Why would you be so polite? You saved me, and Xiao Wan, killed Yi Fan, avenged me, and I have nothing to repay you with. I am a man of my word. If I say my life is yours, then it is yours. Xiao Ruo took another bite of the cake. Feeling a twinge of melancholy, it seemed her heart had grown rather dark. If she cannot trust others, how can she expect them to trust her? Humanity is a coarse and fragile thing. Xiaoming Xue could join her on adventures due to her connection with her sister, despite suffering broken ribs. In the end, she saved her life. Yuyo, on the other hand, was a pitiable soul. She had rescued herself, so similar to her past self. They could all do something for others, yet since her rebirth, she had become entirely self-centered, prioritizing her own interests above all else. With a sigh, Xiao Ruo lent Qiqiong to Yuyo. Yuyo was taken aback. Xiao Guo, what is this? He looked at Qiqiong in his hands, unable to believe it. This knife is actually of excellent quality. Indeed, it is no surprise that Xiao Guo wields such sophisticated weaponry. There is a creature lurking within the cave, that much is true. But it remains sealed away. My blade possesses certain unique qualities. A mere glance will reveal them to you. You should go and eliminate it. Trust me, it will not harm you. I have already dispatched 3 monsters of this kind. It is high time you enhance your own strength as well. Yu was momentarily taken aback, grappling with disbelief. Is this truly the information he has received? Chapter 56. Yes, we must look forward. That evening, Xiao Ruo reclined in a lounge chair, opting not to enter the house. Beside him on the wooden table lay an empty cake plate and a pot of cool, crystal-clear tea. Outside the sanctuary, an unknown venomous snake lay pinned to the ground. He furrowed his brow, sensing that too much time had elapsed, and yet Yu had not sent him any messages. Could he be in trouble? As the temperature dropped, Xiao Ruo felt a slight chill. Nevertheless, he disregarded it, lifting the now cool tea and drinking it down in one go. With a push of his arms, he sprang to his feet. Clenching his fists, he felt the surge of energy within him. The peak of the ordinary first tier, a breakthrough seemed imminent. Once he absorbed the energy, he could directly ascend to the second tier. Xiao Ruo sensed an abundance of energy coursing through his limbs, and the exquisite cake remained uneaten. He had divided it into 8 portions, and even a mere 8th would enable a rapid breakthrough. Such a delightful treasure. After rising, Xiao Ruo shed his clothing and began performing burpees, steam gradually rising from his body as he exercised. Before long, he felt an overwhelming warmth. He seized the chilled teapot and gulped down its contents. The moisture entered his body, swiftly evaporating from his skin. He exhaled. Realizing he hadn't felt its potency while eating, he was fortunate that the energy was so fierce. Xiao Ruo felt grateful for 2 things. First, that he had already advanced a tier. Second, that he had consumed his food at a leisurely pace. As he expelled a breath of stale air, he understood that his efforts had borne fruit. Though unclothed, he felt no chill. There were no impurities within him, as he had only just broken through yesterday, preventing any significant accumulation. Nonetheless, he poured a bucket of fresh water over his head, longing for a proper bathing facility to avoid such inconvenience each time he wished to cleanse himself. Suddenly, a video call came through. To his surprise, it was that foolish healer, Xiaomingyu. He couldn't help but wonder what this simpleton wanted from him, especially through a video call. Glancing at the half-full bucket of water beside him, a mischievous grin crept onto his face, and he adjusted the screen to accept the call. I have a question for you. Why are you bathing? At that moment, Xiao Ruo's muscular physique, honed by his exceptional talents, was on full display. He poured a spoonful of water over his head. Speak quickly. Viewing a male streamer bathing comes at a cost. 1 herb per second. Xiaomingyu shielded her eyes, leaving a narrow gap between her fingers. Trying to deceive herself, she found herself momentarily lost for words. What was it she wanted to ask? Right. Do you know of any way to relocate a monument? I wish to be close to Xiao Shui to better care for her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruo tilted his head, leaning closer to the screen, his long eyelashes glistening with droplets of water. I have settled in the area of Qiumingxu. Did you not miss me? Xiaomingyu was momentarily stunned, struck by lightning. Is this truly the snow rival? How has he become so suave? No wonder Xiao Shui claimed that the snow rival's personality had undergone a dramatic change. as if he were an entirely different person. Xiao Ruo chuckled at the sight of Qiao Mingyu's bewildered expression. He was about to inform her that he possessed a relocation scroll, capable of moving the monument to where he stood, and that he needed to ask her for some herb seeds, as his greenhouse was far too expansive and the seeds he had previously acquired from her were insufficient. Yet, in the next instant, he received a message. His expression turned serious as he addressed Qiao Mingyu. I must call you back shortly. There is a matter at hand. Qiao Mingyu was taken aback. Huh? With a click. The video call ended, leaving her in a state of disarray. She had failed to inquire about what she intended, and her mind was now consumed with images of Xiao Ruo bathing. His eyelashes are so long. His physique so fine. She wiped away the blood from her nose. No. Who is this person? Xiao Ruo donned a short-sleeved shirt and reconnected the video call. The screen appeared dim, yet a certain glow emanated from peculiar quartz-like stones, through which he could barely discern Yu's figure. He spoke not a word but exhaled deeply and opened the treasure chest. In an instant, a beam of light shot forth, nearly blinding Xiao Ruo in the darkness of the screen. Spirit earth salt, good quality. 10 superior large bed, good quality. Tactical cargo pants, excellent quality. One-time construction blueprint for chicken coop, excellent quality. Level 4 monument upgrade core spirit earth noxious insect king's black shell, good quality material. 400 spirit earth noxious insect king's white flesh, good quality material. 90 Xiao Ruo slapped the armrest and shot upright. Excellent quality. What? An excellent blueprint dropped from a good quality boss. How outrageous. Although it was merely a chicken coop, it could not mask the fact that it was an excellent quality structure. Xiao Ruo realized he had lost his composure and promptly sat back down, calming his racing heart. Fortune favors the bold. What is lost is simply fate. Yu is one of his own. He shall not suffer for it in due time. He would simply collect a few eggs. Just as Xiao Ruo contemplated this, the items were instantly transferred to his possession. He was taken aback. What is happening? Has Yu given everything to him? Thank you, brother. He patted the gradually vanishing treasure chest beside him. I wanted to trade this chest to you, but I discovered it was impossible. Thus, I wish to live stream the unboxing, as I fear I may not be able to control my own greed. I need you to witness and supervise me. Xiao Ruo remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Why? Yu, perplexed, replied. Why what? Why give everything to me? As Yu walked towards the cave entrance while manipulating the holographic screen, he responded, Brother, the information is yours. The weapons are yours. My life is also yours. Therefore, once I acquire something, it becomes yours as well. What is so strange about that? You treat me sincerely, and I shall reciprocate in kind. Xiao Ruo sighed and divided 10 portions of rabbit and insect meat to Yu. Thank you, brother. I will treasure your life. He lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a faint cloud of smoke. Brother, you have no idea what I have been through. I find it hard to trust someone, or rather, to accept someone, though I saved you and helped you when you said your life was mine. I must admit that I did not take it to heart at the time. I was more satisfied with your attitude, but now I genuinely consider you a brother. Why you stood at the cave entrance, pulling out a cigarette. I could see it too. Your state regarding Wang Jinlong was off at that time. He placed the cigarette between his lips and lit it. Brother, I'll share one with you. He took a deep drag. The past is the past. Xiao Wan is gone. Wang Jinlong is gone. All are lost. We must look forward. Xiao Ruo chuckled softly. Indeed, we must look forward. Chapter 57. 1 sulfur, 2 nitrates. 3 charcoals, 1 spoonful of sugar over 2.5 years. Xiao Ruo donned his trousers, feeling the comprehensive protection enveloping him, and let out a heavy sigh. To treat others sincerely. He recalled the day he had deceived Qiao Mingxue into preparing rat meat soup and playfully teased Qiao Mingyu while bathing. These actions felt somewhat inappropriate. Furthermore, there was also Tang Cheng. Tia believed that a deep bond had formed with Tang Cheng, yet he still concealed certain matters from him, leading to a misunderstanding. Why not just clarify that Qiao had a grudge against him? What are you hiding? Up until now, he hasn't even taken the time to converse with himself. It's somewhat regrettable, after struggling for 3 months in this apocalyptic world. The wounds he inflicted upon himself have run deep, leading him to instinctively distrust anyone. This thought, Xiao Ruo took a drag from his cigarette and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Humph, how hypocritical. After a moment's contemplation, he sent a message to Tang Cheng. Busy? After a brief wait without a reply, Xiao Ruo shrugged and prepared to chat with Qiao Mingxue. Yet, In the next instant, Tang Cheng responded, I was just fixing something for someone. He continued, by the way, should I call you Shuech or Xiao Ruo, cigarette in mouth. Typed back, call me whatever feels natural. Shuecho feels a bit distant, too much bloodlust. I'll call you Xiao from now on. What do you need me for? The atmosphere was quite relaxed. However, Xiao Ruo did not dwell on it for long that I wanted to discuss the matter concerning He Qiuyan. Tang Cheng quickly replied, about that, Xiao your friend has clarified things for me. Don't overthink it. Xiaomingxuan knows He Qiuyan, and naturally, Xiaomingyu does too. After all, girls can chat for 4 to 5 hours on a single phone call, discussing everything. Upon hearing the name He Qiuyan, Xiaomingyu was taken aback and expressed her suspicions. When Tang Cheng learned the details, he immediately called to apologize to Xiao Ruo. However, since Xiao Ruo was in a dungeon, he missed the call. Once he emerged, his reputation soared, and his fame reached new heights. Tang Cheng thought it unwise to approach Xiao Ruo at that moment, fearing he might seem fickle, so he decided to wait. Yet, unexpectedly, he became busy until evening. Had he not glanced at his screen to check for new messages, he might have missed Xiao Ruo's message altogether, leading to a significant misunderstanding. That was close. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Tang Cheng muttered to himself, unsure if it was from exhaustion or fright. Xiao Ruo felt somewhat puzzled by Tang Cheng's words. Friends? When Tang Cheng mentioned a girl with the surname Qiu, he quickly understood. He had conversed with Xiaomingxue, but since she was in the dungeon with him, the person he had been communicating with must have been Xiaomingyu. He never expected to be indebted to Xiaomingyu. Now that the misunderstanding had been cleared, Xiao Ruo had little more to say. He did not wish to fall out with his first friend over such a trivial matter. That would be rather unfortunate. Oh right, Xiao I've managed to acquire something quite valuable that I believe you could use. Tang Cheng initiated a trade with Xiao Ruo. Initially, Xiao Ruo did not think much of it. However, upon seeing the item, he was completely taken aback. What the hell? A gunpowder blueprint, ordinary level. He checked the crafting requirements on his portable terminal. Requirements: 1 sulfur powder, 7 niter, 1 charcoal. The saying goes, the more sulfur, the greater the smoke. The more niter, the greater the explosion. 1 part sulfur, 2 parts niter, 3 parts charcoal, a spoonful of sugar, and 2.5 years. This was precisely what he had been desperately in need of. He replied to Tang Cheng, did you really get this from a chest? Tang Cheng responded, I haven't opened a good level chest in days. Getting about blueprint has already exhausted all my luck. I received this from someone else. Speaking of which, it's related to you. That person, came to me because of my snake meat. But since I added you as a friend, I hadn't traded the snake meat yet. And then someone came to me with this blueprint for a trade that I imagine he must be regretting his decision now. After all, who would have thought that a good level food item could be exchanged for just a few hundred basic resources? Xiao Ruo pondered for a moment, and then sent Tang Cheng 5 pieces of rabbit meat. This truly helps a lot. Tang Cheng accepted it without hesitation. The two exchanged some casual chatter before bidding farewell. Xiao Ruo gazed into his dimensional ring, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction at a gunpowder blueprint. How could one even begin to describe the exhilaration coursing through him? It was as if a sleepy person had finally found a pillow. Both Tang Cheng and Yu had solved a significant problem for themselves. Now, with the added security of his pants defenses, Xiao Ruo need not worry too much about ammunition. The only limitation lay in the raw materials. Charcoal was easy to come by, and Yu was mining sulfur. However, the demand for niter was proving to be a headache. The quantity required was excessive. Thus, Xiao Ruo immediately listed all his good-level meat back on the trading market, specifying that they could only be traded for niter. Nighttime was when everyone became most active. As soon as Xiao Ruo made the trade adjustments, he was quickly spotted. Why does Big Brother Xiao need niter now? Last time it was sulfur, and now it's niter. Could it be that Big Brother Xiao is planning to craft the Big Ivan by hand? Craft by hand? He must have a blueprint. Indeed, knowing that the big shot had a gun. It was only natural that someone would seek to trade resources for the gunpowder blueprint. Everyone was envious, wondering how many pieces of good-level meat could be exchanged. At least 3 pieces. 3? That seems a bit low. I wager 5.5 isn't worth it. For is more reasonable. The discussion shifted from niter to speculating how much good-level food one could acquire in exchange for gunpowder. Meanwhile, one individual, with red eyes, stared intensely at the channel discussions. 3, 4, 5 pieces? Damn it, I only have 1. At that moment, he had been prepared to trade his gunpowder blueprint with Yi Fan, who had been adamant about the price for the Mouse King meat, resulting in a deal that included only one piece of meat along with some other resources. However, he had to reveal his area code. Everyone knew what sort of character Yi Fan was, so he simply refused. The next day, he discovered someone selling good level Tide Shadow Snake King meat. He thought to himself, the Snake King is surely more formidable than the Mouse King, and it didn't require revealing his area code. He jumped at the chance and traded for a piece of snake meat. Upon consuming it, he felt a surge of energy, and he initially thought he had struck gold. Little did he know, he ended up losing everything. Within just a day, good level meat had flooded the market. What were they trading it for? Wood, stone, bolts, metal scraps. And what had he traded for? Gunpowder, blueprints. This simply wouldn't do. He had incurred a massive loss. He needed to find Xiao. Oh wait, he should now be called Xiao Ruo, and he needed to negotiate some compensation. After all, it was he who had opened the chest. Without him, no one would be using the blueprint. Thus, he initiated a private chat with Xiao Ruo. Ding. The other party is unable to engage in private chat. Damn it. Chapter 58. The Prophetic Dream. The last day of free purchase, Xiao Ruo glanced at the construction blueprints for the chicken coop. The blueprint for the chicken coop, excellent level, required 500 energy, 100 wood, good level, 50 stone bricks, good level, 30 red tiles, good level, and a thermostat, excellent level. He realized he possessed none of these materials. The minimum requirement for good level materials was beyond his current capabilities. Surveying his surroundings, he felt that there was little left for him to accomplish at this moment. The smokehouse had commenced the curing of meats, and the greenhouse had already been fully planted. Although he held a plethora of blueprints, he lacked the necessary materials to proceed. That it was time for rest, and it was growing late. Notably, he had exchanged 4 pieces of good level acid lizard meat for 2 transfer scrolls, bringing his total to 7. This was sufficient. If fortune favored him, he might even encounter a boss, and the potential rewards were tantalizing. Xiao Ruo entered the house and placed the wood in the fireplace that was an integral part of the stone dwelling. With the weather turning cooler, this would provide some comfort. Additionally, the change in climate had caused the prices of certain warm items to rise. He currently lacked a blanket. He traded 2 loaves of bread for a set of bedding. The wooden bed was now set up. The high-quality bed was remarkably sturdy, being of good level, and it remained silent regardless of any movement, complemented by the mattress he had previously procured in this environment, which he once deemed unimaginable. He drifted off into a deep slumber. Xiao Ruo found himself in a dream, a profound and eerie dream. He stood beneath a dimly lit podium, gripping the hard edge with both hands. His gaze fixated on a girl. This was not his intention. He felt immobilized, unable to move. The next moment, the girl leaped from the high platform with resolute grace. Her body traced an arc through the air. Head first, instantly, her half-shattered skull embedded itself into her own chest. The spot where she landed was directly before Xiao Ruo, the remnants of her head a gruesome sight, blood and flesh in disarray. That moment, he felt as if he were a controlled boss, paralyzed, unable to evade the splattering blood. Suddenly, a chilling notification echoed in his mind. Do not make eye contact with her. This phrase cut through his consciousness like a cold blade. He jolted awake, gasping for breath as if expelling the terror from his dream. His chest heaved violently, and sweat drenched the sheets. He swallowed hard. Disbelief etched across his features. Was this a harbinger of the uncanny? Why was it manifesting in his life? Clutching his soul weapon, he felt a semblance of safety. The pistol, embedded with a gem of dispelling evil, was sufficient to inflict damage upon the supernatural. All fear stemmed from the unknown and insufficient firepower. Unknown? Xiao Ruo was acutely aware of the color of the girl's underwear. Insufficient firepower? That was a gross underestimation of his soul weapon and the dispelling jewel. He need not rely on prophetic dreams. His memory was vivid. In his previous life, the otherworldly being was the fallen girl. The conditions to trigger her were that the head must be lower than the body by a third, and one must not gaze at the ground for extended periods. The criteria for this supernatural occurrence to claim lives were not overly stringent. Yet, in his previous life, this entity had claimed only a handful of victims. This was due to someone having a prophetic dream, analyzing it, and revealing the triggers. The dream's warning against making eye contact was explicit. Since the girl fell headfirst, her gaze would be directed downward. While he was positioned beneath the stage, peering at the back of her head, the means of avoidance were now evident. Unless absolutely necessary, do not pick up items from the ground. Do not sleep on the ground. Open your eyes only after rising. Xiao Ruo shared this revelation with his 4 close friends. Tang Cheng and Xiao Mingxue were already awake. Upon learning of the situation, they were profoundly shocked and assured him they would remain vigilant. Yu Yu had not responded, and it was certain that Xiao Mingyu was still asleep. Xiao Ruo glanced at the time. It was already 6 o'clock. It was time to rise. He stepped outside to the smokehouse to collect the freshly cured meat, then watered the greenhouse with a spray that he picked up the treasure chest detector, noting that only 1 bar of power remained. This indicated that today was the final day for his benefits to expire. Ding! Treasure chest located. Dressed in an outfit that could only be described as splendid, Xiao Ruo set off in search of the treasure chest. Upon exiting the barrier, he hesitated before retracing his steps. Nearly forgetting that he was without a shelter, he approached the stone tablet to operate it, investing 70 energy points to render all buildings invisible. Initially, only 10 energy points were required because there were not many structures within the shelter. Now, with 3 buildings, an exquisite stone house, a greenhouse, and a smokehouse, the energy requirement had understandably increased. That it seemed the game continuously encouraged players to plunder rather than cultivate and produce. After completing this task, Xiao Ruo confirmed that there was nothing further he required before stepping out of the barrier once more. Shortly thereafter, he stumbled upon the first treasure chest not far from the shelter. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore open a transfer scroll and swiftly entered Area 1 to in a flash. Xiao Ruo vanished. This time, he intended to explore a previously unvisited area, hoping for unexpected delights. He chose to venture into Area 0. Upon arrival, he found the resource scarcity akin to that of his starting zone. However, unlike his area, this one boasted excellent level treasure chests. Covering his legs with scales, he accelerated towards the chest, snatching it up before teleporting away. A moment later, a frantic individual arrived at the chest's location. Upon discovering it empty, he seethed with rage. Damn it, so close. Clenching his jaw, he gripped the excellent level treasure chest detector, his anger palpable. He had waited a full week, an entire week, for this opportunity. He had believed himself poised for a breakthrough upon acquiring this miraculous artifact, only to find the area devoid of treasure chests. How infuriating. He was on the verge of a breakdown. It had been ages since he had enjoyed a restful night. Each morning began with a glance at the treasure chest detector to see if there was any sign of activity. For 6 consecutive days, this had been his routine. Finally, when the detector responded, it was snatched away by another. He felt his chance for ascension slipping away. With a heavy fist, he slammed it onto the treasure chest. Cursed it all. In stark contrast to this individual's fury, Xiao Ruo's luck was extraordinarily favorable. Upon entering the new area, he immediately spotted a good level treasure chest. Oh wow, this luck is truly remarkable. Chapter 59. The Scarecrow of Agriculture, the terrified Xiao Mingxue. As noon approached, Xiao Ruo had exhausted all the scrolls in his possession and returned to his designated area. He felt exhilarated. 2 of the regions were impoverished, devoid of any treasure chests. However, 2 others were exceedingly affluent, each housing a pair of chests. In total, 6 regions yielded 6 exceptional grade treasure chests. Not only that, but he also stumbled upon 2 good grade chests along the way. Xiao Ruo was now in a daze. The bounty was overwhelming, and it was time to return home. Upon reviewing his haul, he noted the following: exceptional grade treasure chests, Poseidon's down jacket, exceptional a remarkably warm garment, Blackstone sour plum cake, exceptional a jar of superb food containing 30 pieces of sour plum cakes, otherworldly ring, exceptional features of built-in space of 5x10, which can be enhanced with otherworldly stones to increase its capacity, agricultural scarecrow, good a self-operating scarecrow capable of understanding simple commands and can be manually manipulated. Unique bait blueprint, good used to craft bait to attract beasts, but caution is advised to avoid drawing in other unwanted creatures. Good grade treasure chests. Moo Moo milk, good a 4-liter barrel of milk that, when consumed, will bolster one's health. Customizable weighted dumbbells, a pair of remarkable dumbbells that can be adjusted to weights between 5 kilograms and 50 kg, perfect for expending excess energy. Xiao Ruo picked up the new otherworldly ring and compared it with his existing one. Remarkably similar, both rings possessed the same capacity and name, differing only in the color of their intricate designs. Had they been discarded together, he might have mistaken one for the other. After some contemplation, he decided to keep it. While it was feasible to break it apart for otherworldly stones, wearing it would certainly enhance his overall capacity. After all, who wouldn't he want to be a Lord of Rings? Among these items, his curiosity leaned more towards the agricultural scarecrow. He released it from its confines, revealing a rudimentary figure standing over 2 meters tall, with legs fashioned from wooden sticks that a pumpkin adorned its head. Topped with a witch's hat, its tattered clothing appeared patched and worn, and its branch-like claws grasped a large scythe. Xiao Ruo was taken aback, had he not known it was his own puppet. He might have thought some peculiar apparition had descended upon him, but it was rather terrifying. He attempted to communicate with it mentally, and in an instant, his perspective shifted. He distinctly felt his viewpoint elevate. In that moment, Xiao Ruo's body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. Goo goo goo. He felt a curious sensation that rendered him speechless. Stepping beyond the barrier, he swung the scythe with a flourish. Whoosh! A tree the thickness of a person was severed cleanly in half, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, sending clouds of dust swirling. After a brief calculation, he estimated the puppet's combat ability to be at least first-tier good grade, which was quite formidable at present. However, as the survivors leveled up, it would likely become rather ordinary, given its fixed tier. Xiao Ruo playfully scratched the scarecrow's chin, emitting a series of peculiar chuckles. He had been overly concerned. After all, this was an agricultural puppet, meant for farming. Once he established a few greenhouses, he could leave the labor to it. That was its true purpose. Engaging in combat was secondary. Speaking of its appearance, it was indeed rather effective for scaring others. Just as Xiao Ruo maneuvered the scarecrow to wield the scythe, he heard rustling from the bushes. Rustle, rustle, rustle. He turned, puzzled, to find Xiao Mingxue, her face pale with fright, holding a mountain chicken in her hands. What the heck? Was this scarecrow's perception so poor? She was so close, and hadn't he even noticed? Meanwhile, Xiao Mingxue was nearly paralyzed with fear. She had caught a mountain chicken that morning, intending to bring it back for a delicious meal. After all, her own shelter lacked sufficient seasoning, unlike Xiao Ruo's bountiful supplies. However, upon her arrival, she was confronted with a monstrous sight. Recalling Xiao Ruo's mention of a peculiar dream earlier that morning, she instantly connected the dots to the bizarre occurrence. Her gaze flickered, catching a glimpse of Xiao Ruo collapsed beyond the barrier. Shock coursed through her. This was the first time she had seen him in such a vulnerable state, and he bore no visible wounds. The culprit was glaringly obvious, the very monster before her. No way. She had to save Xiao Ruo in the blink of an eye. Xiao Mingxue drew her bow and retrieved her specially crafted arrows. These arrows, freshly acquired from a good-grade treasure chest that day, numbered 10 and boasted incendiary effects. Xiao Mingxue understood perfectly. The monster, much like the scarecrow, would surely fear fire as she prepared to shoot. She witnessed the scarecrow dart into the thicket. Her expression grave, she edged closer to the barrier. Fixated on the spot where the scarecrow had vanished, her concentration was unwavering. Moments passed, yet the scarecrow's presence remained elusive. Xiao Mingxue's anxiety grew. The unknown was the most terrifying aspect of all. What are you doing? Suddenly, Xiao Ruo's voice broke through from behind her. Ah! Startled, Xiao Mingxue jumped, her skin prickling with goosebumps as she spun around, delivering an elbow strike towards Xiao Ruo's head. Smack! Xiao Ruo deftly caught her elbow with a firm grip. Xiao Mingxue was left bewildered, questioning the situation. That you're okay? Xiao Ruo responded with a hint of exasperation. Why are you here now? Besides, the arrow she held, if he wasn't mistaken, was a flaming arrow. Although he was uncertain if the puppet would fear fire, he wasn't willing to take the risk. If his newly acquired scarecrow was destroyed before it could be fully utilized, where would he seek justice? Thus, he commanded the scarecrow to charge into the thicket, revealing his true self to communicate with Xiao Mingxue. However, it was evident that she was still startled by his sudden appearance. Xiao Ruo slowly released his grip on her elbow, aiming to mitigate her distress. It's all right, it's me. Xiao Mingxue, clearly overwhelmed by her fright, had tears welling in her eyes. Are you all right? You scared me to death. Xiao Ruo felt a pang of guilt for having frightened her. An instinctive urge led him to gently pat her head. It's fine. It's fine. Why did you come looking for me? Xiao Mingxue clung to him like a frightened kitten. I wanted to come and use your seasonings to prepare a meal. But then I found you down there, and there's a monster outside the shelter. She pointed at the mountain chicken lying nearby, still breathing, but her eyes widened in horror at the spot where the chicken lay. A strange creature materialized, only to vanish an instant later. There's a monster. Without needing Xiao Mingxue to elaborate, Xiao Ruo had already seen it. That a chill ran down his spine, disbelief gnawing at him. Though it had only appeared for a fleeting moment, he could never mistake the creature that moved with its spine and ribs exposed, head downward. This was the first manifestation of the bizarre. Chapter 60. I have milk. Would you like some? Xiao Mingxue, now thoroughly rattled from the twin shocks, dove into Xiao Ruo's embrace, clinging tightly. Her head buried in his chest, she resembled an ostrich hiding from danger. Despite the chill in the air, she had donned a sweatshirt, yet he could still feel the contours of her figure at that moment. Xiao Ruo was too preoccupied with gravity of the situation to pay attention to such details. His expression was grave that it was now the 7th day to by all accounts. Bizarre occurrences should not manifest at this point. What could have precipitated such an early emergence? Xiao Ruo, do you think I'm imagining things? Xiao Ruo gazed down at Xiao Mingxue, who clung to him like a koala, and sighed softly. This world demands resilience. To refuse acceptance is to forfeit one's life. He spread his revenge coat open. Enveloping her within its folds he sensed her emotions gradually stabilizing. He tenderly stroked her head. You haven't misjudged. This entity will continue to haunt us for at least a month. You must adapt, or else death will be the consequence. The emergence of the uncanny is exceedingly bizarre. Moreover, its power escalates in accordance with the strength of the survivors. If you are of ordinary 1st tier, then what appears will be of ordinary 2nd tier. If you are of ordinary 6th tier, then what manifests will be of commendable 1st tier. Although this entity appears to possess a physical form, it is, in truth, more akin to an illusion. Physical attacks are utterly ineffective against it. Only by exploiting its vulnerabilities, specific to each anomaly, can one hope to extricate themselves from its grasp. In summary, you are far from being able to vanquish it with ease. Furthermore, regardless of how formidable the anomaly may be, its defeat will yield nothing but ordinary essence, rendering the cost-to-benefit ratio exceedingly low. Xiao Ruo's gaze fell upon the half-dead wild chicken. Logically, anomalies should not attack animals. Yet, why had one appeared in proximity to the wild chicken? And then, it vanished in an instant, leaving not a trace behind, which is entirely inconsistent with the behavioral logic of such entities. Wait a moment. Rather than an attack, it might be more accurate to describe it as a test. The 7-day protection period is drawing to a close. After midnight tonight, it will come to a definitive end. The rules that safeguard the survivors are gradually waning. Could it be that the anomaly has been lurking nearby all along? Perhaps it has refrained from manifesting solely due to the protective measures in place. A chill ran down Xiao Ruo's spine. He had no intention of touching the wild chicken, and he believed Xiao Mingxue felt similarly disinclined to eat it. Upon noticing Xiao Mingxue's trembling legs, Xiao Ruo promptly lifted her into his arms and carried her into his shelter. It was time for a meal. As time passed, Xiao Mingxue lay upon a chair, draped in the excellent quality down jacket that Xiao Ruo had just procured. Startled multiple times from the previous events, Xiao Ruo did not wish to exclude her from the dwelling. Rather, she was reluctant to enter alone since the cooking area was outside. This girl was genuinely terrified. Xiao Ruo set the pot down on the table. Eat up. This meal consisted of stewed rabbit and snake meat, prepared especially for her at this juncture. Xiao Mingxue's demeanor had stabilized significantly. She regarded Xiao Ruo with the politeness of someone meeting him for the first time. Thank you. Just as Xiao Ruo prepared to rise from the dining table, Xiao Mingxue grasped his arm firmly. Don't go, I'm begging you. Observing her like a drenched kitten, Xiao Ruo sighed. He pried her fingers from his arm. I need to fetch the smoked meat. Xiao Mingxue timidly withdrew her hand. Xiao Ruo proceeded to retrieve the smoked meat made from insect flesh. This delicacy resembled the translucent quality of freshwater fish meat. But after smoking, it transformed into a hue akin to amber. The smoking chamber could accommodate 50 pieces of meat at once, consuming minimal wood. However, the higher the quality of the wood used, the better the taste. Xiao Ruo had exchanged a considerable amount of commendable grade wood, reserving only enough materials for constructing the chicken coop, while utilizing the rest for the smoking chamber. Suddenly, Xiao Ruo recalled that he had also produced commendable grade moo milk. I have some milk. Would you like some? Xiao Mingxue's face flushed red as she lightly spat. Pa. Shameless. Xiao Ruo looked at her in disbelief, feeling a surge of frustration. How infuriating. He had simply inquired if she wanted milk. Yet she perceived it as an indecent advance. Who could he turn to for justice? This meal marked the most sumptuous feast Xiao Ruo had enjoyed to date. Having reached ordinary 2nd tier, he could now digest 2 pieces of commendable grade meat in a single day. The two savored their meal, relishing in the delight of it all. Once they had finished, Xiao Ruo contemplated sending Xiao away. But she remained fearful, so he allowed her to stay for the time being. Xiao Ruo sat in a chair, reflecting on his premonitory dream. The original channel was quite tranquil, with discussions revolving around the imminent conclusion of the novice period and strategies for survival thereafter. The atmosphere was somewhat peculiar. I am Xiao Ruo, also known as Shuecho. I wish to share something with you all. Yesterday, I experienced an exceedingly strange dream, and I encountered the very creature from my dream in reality. It is no ordinary monster, but rather an anomaly. Based on the hints provided in the dream and its subsequent appearance before me, I have deduced a pattern. Do not let your head come too close to the ground. Believe it or not, at that moment, this information detonated like a bomb in the depths of the water, surfacing those who had been submerged. Big boss, is that true? No. Big boss, your argument is riddled with holes. If you encountered a monster, how did you survive? What kind of dream did you have? Please don't frighten us. While some expressed deep concern, others dismissed it nonchalantly. It's just a simple scare tactic. What is there to fear? Oh dear, did I get so frightened that I started hallucinating? If my guess is correct, something like a bed or a picker might appear shortly. Xiao Ruo will close the channel. Realizing he was indeed ill-suited for such undertakings, were it not for his concern over the potential loss of life affecting overall resource acquisition, he would have remained entirely silent. Suddenly, someone spoke up. I also had that nightmare, last night as well. What my brother Xiao Ruo said is true. Upon his arrival, many began to question him. Who are you? Just because you claim to have had the dream. Does that make it true? Do you have any evidence? Is Shuecho trying to pull a fast one? Oh, Xiao Ruo was genuinely surprised. He had thought he was the only one to have experienced that dream. Yet here was another. It seemed that the dream was not unique. The newcomer was quickly besieged with skepticism, yet a number of people rallied to support him. This is our area's righteous brother. Others might deceive you, but he certainly will not. Indeed, righteous brother is a good person. In this world, is there really anyone who wouldn't lie? Believe it or not, I trust righteous brother. He has shared information. And he stated clearly that if you wish to believe, then believe. If not, then so be it. Would you be pleased if your goodwill in informing others was met with hostility? Righteous brother? Isn't that the one from the previous life who disclosed his premonitory dream? Zhongyi. It turned out to be Zhongyi. A rare smile graced Xiao Ruo's face. This person truly embodies goodness. Chapter 61. Can I sleep here tonight? Xiao Ruo took the initiative to contact Zhongyi. The fact that Xiao Ruo reached out first left Zhongyi somewhat elated. In the 100 districts, Xiao Ruo was universally acknowledged as the one faring the best, with an abundance of commendable grade food. Having scored an astonishing 9,999 points in a single instance, and even possessing firearms, to be approached by such a top-tier individual left Zhongyi feeling flattered. Brother Xiao Ruo, what do you wish to ask? Xiao Ruo silently reflected on the good man he had known in his previous life, lamenting how tragically he had perished. Zhongyi, 29 years old, male, of unknown origin and profession. During the uprising of the Lian Swan giant lizard in Zone 24. He had come to assist upon receiving news, sacrificing himself to save others, ultimately falling victim to the lizard horde. The people of Dawn held him in high regard, and after his demise, they even erected a tombstone in his honor. The once great figure from the past was now just a small karami. Xiao Ruo replied to the righteous brother, I mean no offense, I merely wish to inquire about your thoughts on this dream. I am curious as to why this dream has sought us out. Zhongyi responded, I too find this dream to be most unusual, but while I pondered its significance, you had already revealed the answer. Quite impressive. Zhongyi's mind was straightforward, lacking any convoluted notions. When he praised someone, it was a true expression of admiration. The two exchanged thoughts, and Xiao Ruo was somewhat surprised to learn that Zhongyi also possessed a soul weapon. Though it was not entirely unexpected, it appeared that the condition for this premonitory dream was indeed the presence of soul weapons. Perhaps there would be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Xiao Ruo found he had no further inquiries for Zhongyi, as he possessed far greater knowledge regarding the anomalies than Zhongyi did at present. Well, big boss, if you have any requests, just call on me. Just as Xiao Ruo was about to close the communication window, Zhongyi added, Big boss, do you know about reality instances? Within the sanctuary, an atmosphere of tranquility enveloped the surroundings. At this moment, Xiao Ruo was simultaneously upgrading the shelter while contemplating the reality instance that Zhongyi he had mentioned that it was puzzling where that fellow had acquired such information that if memory served correctly. Reality instances were only introduced after the novice period had concluded that in essence, a reality instance represented a unique event occurring within a specific area, duly recognized by the system. Xiao Ruo had only heard of such instances in passing and was unaware of the specifics. However, one thing was certain to Xiao Ruo. These reality instances promised substantial rewards coupled with unparalleled dangers. Curiosity piqued. Xiao Ruo found himself wondering where Zhong Yi had learned about this matter. With a sigh, he resolved to focus on upgrading the monument, for the initial stages required only common materials, and the functional enhancements were minimal, primarily limited to territorial expansion, progressing effortlessly. Xiao Ruo upgraded to the third-tier monument. Yet, even with high-quality food at his disposal, trading within the 100 districts proved to be a strenuous task. Third-tier monument, fourth-tier monument upgrade requirements. Third-tier monument upgrade core, 100 high-quality wood, 50 high-quality stone. 20 high-quality metal sheets functional enhancements, improved barrier protection, enhanced resistance to natural disasters. Just moments ago, Xiao Ruo had managed to gather these materials, which had cost him dearly and weighed heavily on his heart. Particularly irksome was the third-tier monument upgrade core, which that fortunate individual had demanded 10 pieces of high-quality meat from him. Xiao Ruo felt a surge of anger. It felt as though he had been taken advantage of. Yet, with no alternatives available, he begrudgingly acquiesced. Despite the substantial expenses, it was undoubtedly worthwhile. He placed all the materials into the monument and pressed the upgrade button. The ground trembled. Xiao Mingxue, though somewhat apprehensive, remained composed, for Xiao Ruo had forewarned her about the process. The sanctuary's barrier expanded visibly, significantly increasing the operational space. The once cramped area, constrained by 3 buildings, now felt remarkably spacious. Xiao Ruo dared to assert that very few could achieve a third-tier monument upgrade at this juncture. Setting aside the outrageous demand for high-quality materials, even acquiring the monument upgrade core was no trivial feat. Third-tier monument, fourth-tier monument upgrade requirements. Fourth-tier monument upgrade core, 500 high-quality wood, 200 high-quality stone. 200 high-quality metal sheets functional enhancements. Enhanced barrier protection, improved resistance to natural disasters. Air filtration additions. The prospect of upgrading from 3 to 4 left Xiao Ruo feeling somewhat exasperated. The requirements were simply exorbitant. 500 pieces of high-quality wood. It would take ages to amass such a quantity. After all, this was not meant for the current survivors. The third-tier monument's protective barrier could withstand floods, making it sufficient for the time being. Exchanging more food for materials would only lead to further exploitation. With the novice period drawing to a close, the following day would bring an onslaught of undead creatures. At that point, Xiao Ruo could acquire spirit essence to craft anti-evil potions, which would be far more valuable for bartering. Would that it over? Xiao Mingxue inquired with curiosity, gazing at the expanded territory of Xiao Ruo. The area, which had once felt crowded, now appeared significantly more spacious. She gave Xiao Ruo a thumbs up, exclaiming, "So many resources." Xiao Ruo shrugged. Resources in hand but unused are no different from having none at all. At this moment, Xiao Mingxue appeared somewhat shy, fidgeting as if hesitant to speak. I was wondering if. Xiao Ruo furrowed his brow. Spit it out. Why are you so hesitant? With a sigh, Xiao Mingxue finally spoke. I'm sorry, but can I stay here tonight? I can sleep in the greenhouse. Xiao Ruo was taken aback. Are you sure? Xiao Mingxue nodded earnestly. That I feel rather embarrassed to admit it, but I was genuinely frightened by that creature. I find a sense of safety being around you. That I noticed there's ample space in the greenhouse, and I promise I won't be a bother. Xiao Ruo waved his hand, interrupting her. I have no objections, but that's not what I meant. He pointed towards the scarecrow that had returned as a result of the monument upgrade. What I mean is, are you certain you want to sleep next to him? Xiao Mingxue paused, following his gesture, and then froze in shock. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air. Xiao Ruo chuckled softly and promptly added Xiao Mingxue to the white list of the monument. After a moment of contemplation, he pressed an additional button on the white list. Would you like to form a blood alliance with the survivor? Xiao Mingxue? This blood alliance was not to be taken lightly, apart from beloved family and close friends. It was rare to extend such an offer to strangers. Not to mention, even a mere white list was seldom granted. By offering a blood alliance, it signified immense trust, allowing the other person to come and go through the barrier without needing consent. Xiao Ruo glanced at Xiao Mingxue, who was now vigorously kicking the scarecrow, and smiled before confirming the alliance. Chapter 62. The novice period concludes that evening. Xiao Ruo took out high-quality plum cakes and steeped them in tea infused with earth spirit salt. Due to the salt being a high-quality food, it transformed the otherwise bland tea into a rich and fragrant beverage. Are you staying at Xuechao's place tonight? Sister, he has a name. It's Xiao Ruo. Yes, I know, but wait, that's not the point. The point is, you're going to sleep in his sanctuary. Xiao Ruo listened to Xiao Mingxue conversing with Xiao Mingyu on the phone, feeling somewhat helpless. It felt as though he were attempting to abscond with Xiao Mingxue. While he busied himself with the tea, his ears remained attuned to their conversation, even employing a form of possession. Sister, he is not a bad person. I know he is not a bad person, but it's just too. I'm scared if you're frightened. I can stay on the line with you, but being in a strange man's house. Sister, please don't call me that. It's annoying. Hearing the escalating tension on the other end, Xiao Ruo instinctively recoiled and turned off the possession. What a predicament it was. After a while, he observed Xiao Mingxue in the call. Finished? It seems your guardian disapproves. Should I escort you home? At his playful remark, Xiao Mingxue huffed in exasperation. With the protection period nearing its end, sleeping on the ground was ill-advised, as it could trigger bizarre rules. Originally intending for Xiao Mingxue to rest on a chair, he reconsidered, deciding instead to pull an all-nighter. Time gradually crept towards midnight. Xiao Ruo took a piece of plum cake and sipped the tea. Relishing a moment of leisure, Xiao Mingxue attempted to feign calmness, but the unsettling visage from earlier lingered in her mind, leaving her quite anxious at tea precisely midnight. Xiao Ruo, Xiao Mingxue, and everyone else simultaneously heard a melodious chime. Ding! The novice period has concluded. Warriors in their cradles cannot withstand the storm. From here on, the difficulty may slightly increase. You may have noticed the weather growing progressively colder. The upcoming days will see temperatures drop further until the 7-day extreme cold period comes to an end. The barrier will be affected by adverse weather. To maintain it, energy from the monument must be expended. Food will begin to rot. Without proper preservation methods, everyone will face starvation. In the wild, you've gained some new companions. But beware, for these companions may not be so friendly. Should you need to eliminate them, certain measures may be required. The basic instance has been removed. I hope you have gathered sufficient resources within it. As your daylight hours will become exceedingly brief, please calculate just how brief for yourselves. Good luck to you all. Xiao Mingxue was left in a state of shock. Is this what it means to slightly increase the difficulty? She sprang to her feet, intent on checking outside. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingxue flung open the window. Instantly, a bone-chilling gust assaulted her, causing her to shiver. Dazed, Xiao Mingxue gasped. This temperature must surely be below freezing. After shutting the window, disbelief washed over her. How many lives would be lost in such weather? Wait a moment. Xiao Mingxue suddenly realized that her sister still did not have a house in this kind of weather. She could perish. With this thought, Xiao Mingxue called Xiao Mingyu. Sister, how are you? Whoa, I'm freezing to death. I'm currently wrapped in a blanket trying to warm up. After casting a glance at Xiao Mingxue, Xiao Ruo also messaged Tang Cheng and Yu Yu. How's it going? Do you need any assistance? Tang Cheng replied, no worries. I have a wooden cabin that I sensed something was off with the weather earlier and stocked up on plenty of firewood, the Yu added. I'm alright. Xiao Good, I'm currently staying in a straw hut built by Wang Jinlong. I've lit a few bonfires, so I'm managing. Xiao Ruo chuckled. Among the 5 of them, Xiao Mingyu had led a relatively better life in her previous existence. Being a healer after all. Yet now, she was the one faring the worst. Even if Xiao Mingxue wasn't with her, she had a wooden cabin to rely on. Xiao Ruo observed Xiao Mingxue, who was frantically trading supplies with Xiao Mingyu, and inquired, is there anything you need help with? Xiao Ruo still possessed a standard wooden cabin, which he had seized from Wang Jinlong to his surprise. He later acquired a well-crafted stone house of superior quality, which he had yet to utilize. Xiao Mingxue felt troubled. She had given all her warm clothing to Xiao Mingyu. However, upon hearing that there was still snow in her sister's vicinity, her heart ached for her. Although there had been some disputes regarding their stay at Xiao Ruo's shelter, Xiao Mingxue did not consider it a significant matter. With a sigh, she initiated a video call. You need this. It's quite warm. I'll send you a raincoat. And I still have some firewood to spare for your fire. On the other end, Xiao Mingyu was crying profusely, which made Xiao Ruo chuckle. Xiao Mingyu's nose twitched, and when she saw Xiao Ruo, her eyes widened in disbelief. What is going on? Why is Xiao Ruo wearing a short-sleeved shirt? Is it really that warm in their shelter? At that moment, Xiao Mingyu's gaze fell upon a blueprint displayed in Xiao Ruo's hand, causing her eyes to widen even further. Xiao Mingyu was managing relatively well among those without a home, as she had a sister with a promising future who could provide supplies. However, others were not so fortunate. Brothers, I can't hold on much longer. I'm about to freeze to death, and I've lost feeling in my feet. The temperature has plummeted below -10 degrees. My goodness. What kind of calamity is this? We need to start a fire. I have stored plenty of firewood to barely make it through that. I can't go on. I have no means to start a fire, and I've sold all my warm clothing. But I feel all right. Just need to endure the cold for a bit, though I'm burning up now. Brother, you're suffering from hypothermia. Take care. Take care. Shortly thereafter, some individuals expressed their despair. Family, I can't hold on any longer. Goodbye. I've left supplies at the trading station for you to take. That I can't survive. The sooner I die, the sooner I'm reborn. That I was scratched by a beast a few days ago, and now I feel that wound is becoming infected. Observing these messages in the channel, Xiao Ruo felt a wave of melancholy. That it was just like the previous life. After the novice period ended, the extreme cold struck first. This wave would take a considerable number of survivors if too many people perished. It could affect his own resource acquisition speed. His early momentum had already begun to gather, rolling down the hill. Everything needed to progress in his most advantageous direction. After some thought, Xiao Ruo sent a message in the public channel. I am Xiao Ruo. I have a lighter in my possession. That I will be renting it out at a fiber price for 1 minute at the trading station. Those in need may take it. And please return it promptly after use to avoid delaying the next person. Upon sending the message, Xiao Ruo could hardly believe he had said those words. Yet, it seemed he had set an example. The unity of humanity was unmistakably revealed at that moment. I have a fire starter. I possess a torch blueprint. Provide me with the materials, and I can craft torches for you. I also have a source of fire. Thank you, Great One. I survived, and it feels wonderful to be warm. The lighter has been returned. Thank you, Snow Enmity. Haha, I've managed to craft 4 torches. I can survive. Chapter 63. Wait, where will Xiao Mingxu sleep tonight? In the previous life, the initiative to rent fire sources was initiated by Zhong Yi. However, Xiao Ruo had acted ahead of him. Of course, Xiao Ruo understood why Zhong Yi had waited until so late to rent fire sources, because he had no house. Not even a straw hut. When they were chatting in Area 24, Xiao Ruo was astonished. Now, he had solidified his role as a savior. The channel was filled with voices expressing gratitude towards him. Aside from a few moralists who foolishly insisted on him distributing meat, the others were quite reasonable. Those few moralists were quickly silenced by the tide of criticism. Xiao Ruo ignored them and blacklisted them without a second thought. Since he had helped them, he might as well see it through. He typed in the channel, "Do not let your guard down." The notice is stated to be wary of new friends. If you find them unkillable, then break their limbs. These creatures were unlike the previous beasts. They would relentlessly attack your barriers until they exhausted your energy. If you feel you cannot handle them, you must conceal your barriers. The crowd erupted in confusion. What is happening, Great One? Unkillable? What kind of beings are they? Zombies? At this moment, without Xiao Ruo needing to elaborate, someone in the channel shouted, "They're here, humanoid creatures, white in color. My goodness. They were skeletons draped in white flesh. Ha ha, I must still be dreaming." Xiao Ruo set down his portable terminal and sighed. There was little more he could do. The extreme cold followed by the wave of snow ghoul skeletons would drastically reduce the population. In the previous life, the area that originally had 9,000 people would dwindle to about 4,000 after these 2 waves. The casualty rate was indeed terrifying. However, Xiao Ruo had given them a warning. The rest was up to them. He then heard some rustling sounds. He drew his soul weapon, took the remaining bullets, and headed outside. Although these snow ghouls were skeletons, they were particularly fearless. Their strength was formidable. Xiao Ruo recalled nearly being toppled by a snow ghoul. While his shivering was a factor, the snow ghoul's power was more significant. Someone in the channel later tallied that most of these snow ghouls were of ordinary, first-tier strength. When facing ordinary people, they did not need to rely on numbers. Their sheer strength could cause considerable trouble for the survivors. Fortunately, their movements were relatively slow, offering a glimmer of hope for the survivors. However, for Xiao Ruo, it was quite simple. He was currently at ordinary 2nd tier. Even facing these skeleton monsters head-on was no challenge for him. Moreover, the skeletal race was far inferior to humans, even at the same tier. These monsters would be easily crushed by humans. Not to mention, Xiao Ruo was at a higher level than them, gripping a knife in his left hand and a gun in his right. Xiao Ruo, with his shelter at a higher level, faced a total of 11 snow ghouls attacking him. Taking a deep breath, he ventured out to lead them in circles, striving to gather them together. There was no other way. His bullets were too scarce. Once the snow ghouls were clustered, Xiao Ruo dashed away to a safe distance. After some distance, he drew his gun and charged up. Boom! A beam of light shot straight toward the pile of snow ghouls, creating a magnificent spectacle. After shaking out his arms, he switched the gun to his left hand and meticulously picked off the remaining snow ghouls. After this battle, Xiao Ruo was left with only 9 bullets. Alas, nitroglycerin was indeed a problem. Returning to his room, he found Xiao sitting awkwardly on a stool. How did it go? Xiao Ruo nodded slightly, resolved, as Xiao activated invisibility upon leaving her shelter. Xiao Ruo felt at ease. My sister, thanks you. Xiao Ruo grunted in acknowledgement, and Xiao continued. We all know how precious this item is. So, we pooled our resources to see if we could offset your losses. Xiao Ruo received a transaction from Xiao, which consisted primarily of basic supplies. After casting a glance, she noted that it was all meager resources. With a sigh, she promptly closed the trading window. It was quite satisfactory. Although the items lacked monetary value, the attitude was commendable at the very least. She was not one of those girls who took others' assistance for granted. Xiao Ruo found such individuals quite bothersome. Noticing Xiao Ruo's indifference towards these resources, Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She was all too aware of what a house represented in such frigid conditions that Tio put it plainly. This house could easily be exchanged for 3 or 4 blueprints with others. Yet, the two sisters had only provided Xiao Ruo with some basic supplies, leaving them with a sense of obligation. Just as Xiao was about to speak, Xiao Ruo, with a look of astonishment, interrupted her. Wait a moment, Xiao Ruo exclaimed, her gaze fixated on a notification before her. The gunpowder blueprint, common level. You marked has gathered the necessary materials. Please proceed to the monument for crafting. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ruo dashed out of the room, leaving Xiao concerned about what calamity might have arisen outside. Grabbing her bow, she hurriedly followed. However, upon witnessing Xiao Ruo retrieving something from an impressively advanced furnace and then busily operating at the monument, she became perplexed. What on earth is she doing? Then, she watched as Xiao Ruo burst into laughter. Ha ha, I've done it. In her hands was a glistening golden object, which was swiftly absorbed into a ring. Without delay, she rushed over to Xiao, spinning in circles while embracing her. Initially taken aback, Xiao's face soon flushed with embarrassment. Once Xiao Ruo's excitement had subsided, she brandished a bullet towards Xiao and inquired, Where did your sister acquire the saltpeter? Xiao gasped, I'll ask her. She then pulled out her portable terminal and started a conversation with Xiao. Moments later, she turned to Xiao Ruo and said, My sister mined it. She mentioned a mine near where the Wolf King perished and dug for a couple of hours. What's the matter? Do you need some? Xiao Ruo was elated. She replied to Xiao, Tell her if she can continue mining, I can exchange good quality food for it. Xiao responded, My sister said yes. She wants to work for Boss Xiao until she drops to repay her life-saving grace. Unexpectedly, who would have thought that Xiao, the comedian, would stumble upon a saltpeter mine? This was splendid news. With sulfur from Yuyo and saltpeter from Xiao, she no longer had to worry about ammunition. Xiao Ruo suddenly recalled when Xiao had asked her if she knew how to relocate the monument. Thankfully, Yuyo had messaged her at that time. Otherwise, she might have inadvertently exchanged relocation scrolls with Xiao. It was all fate. Xiao Ruo removed her revenge cloak and stored it away. What a relief. Time for sleep. But wait, with the eerie presence outside, sleeping on the ground was not an option. Where would Xiao rest? Chapter 64. I told you. I am not a unicorn. Good night. Xiao turned her back to Xiao Ruo, unable to muster the courage to face her. With the eerie presence lingering, they had no choice but to share a bed. However, the situation was somewhat awkward. After extinguishing her cigarette, Xiao Ruo pressed the butt into the ashtray she had carved from a small piece of wood. Good night. Although she had said it, sleep eluded her. Her eyes remained wide awake, in the dead of night. Uncertain of the hour, Xiao turned her body and gazed at Xiao Ruo. You're quite handsome, you're also a good person. Xiao Ruo glanced at her portable terminal. My physique isn't too shabby either. Would you like to touch? Xiao Mingxue let out a soft scoff, but still raised her hand. Xiao Ruo smiled, and suddenly leaned in closer to Xiao Mingxue's face. In the moonlight, their eyes met, and their breaths mingled in the air. Let me be clear, I am not a eunuch. Xiao Mingxue pouted. I know. Xiao Ruo lifted his shirt, revealing a chiseled set of 8-pack abs. So, do you want to touch? Xiao Mingxue bit her lip, hesitating momentarily before placing her hand on Xiao Ruo's abdomen. Her hand felt cool, and she thought, let us warm it up, be gentle. As the night passed, morning arrived, and Xiao Ruo stretched lazily. Feeling the biting cold of the weather, he shivered involuntarily. Good heavens, it's freezing. Turning to see Xiao Mingxue sleeping soundly, he tucked her in more snugly. His robust constitution had certainly overwhelmed her. He had kept her quite restless the night before. Even the good quality bed had nearly given way, let alone hers. Xiao Ruo donned his insulated suit, then layered it with his revenge cloak and high-grade gear. He was about to receive a very significant guest, one of considerable weight, both in mass and status. Upon stepping outside, Xiao Ruo's eyes immediately fell upon a 2-meter-tall green figure standing across from him. He could only wonder how long it had been there, perhaps all night, or maybe it had just appeared. Regardless, this creature was far more uncanny than anything else. Indestructible and immortal, it appeared to weigh around 400 pounds. Resembling a giant ball simply resting there, the tiny merchant's jacket draped over its form looked utterly ridiculous, exposing a large belly in stark contrast, in a past life. Some had viewed it merely as a merchant, albeit a corpulent one, which led to ill intentions from others. However, in the blink of an eye, those who attempted to act against it were reduced to mere pulp. This rotund figure was certainly more than just a mere merchant. Hey, survivor, I hope the survival currency in your pocket can fill my coffers. May the god of trade bless you. The green figure greeted Xiao Ruo, crossing its arms over its chest and bowing slightly. May the god of trade bless you. Xiao Ruo mirrored the gesture. Adopting a more reverent tone, the green figure erupted into hearty laughter. Clearly amused, Tai Ti had never encountered anyone as courteous as Xiao Ruo. I am called Harold. Well, perhaps it's not just me. Yes, we are called Harold. That's so. Survivor, what do you require? It produced a list, confident that it would pique Xiao Ruo's interest. Harold appreciated polite individuals, hence he offered a 20% discount. Xiao Ruo bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude that I am familiar with the goods on the list. I wish to procure a matter essence converter. The green figure tilted its head in confusion. Is that all you desire? Indeed, Harold grimaced, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Harold detests stingy individuals. However, Harold is a man of integrity, so I shall still grant you the discount. Xiao Ruo was aware that the best item Harold traded was the matter essence converter, priced at 100 survival currency. Currently, Xiao Ruo was in a financially secure position, having earned 100 survival currency for placing third in a bloody instance, and supplemented by various trades. His total had risen to 183. Even without the discount, he could afford it. The matter essence converter was essential for transforming matter essence into inferior, fragile energy blocks. Aside from that, everything else was subpar. Well, not entirely. Some food, novice gear, and cotton clothing were also available. Yet, Xiao Ruo had no need for any of these, so he bid farewell to Harold. Stingy friend, the generous Harold shall await your return. Snowflakes drifted from the sky, and Harold stood outside the barrier like a sentinel. Meanwhile, the channel had already engaged in conversation with merchant Harold. To his surprise, this individual even sold coats. Yet, the prices were exorbitant. A piece of subpar quality thick clothing cost 50 survival currency. Indeed, a single food item also sells for 20. These items are hardly different from those in our novice kits. How do you know? I bought one. I'm a fool. Does anyone know what the matter essence converter is for? I currently have just over 100 currency. What's the point of purchasing this? I say, something expensive must have its merits. Just buy it.do. I look like I would trust you. I trust Snow Cho and Justice Brother. Xiao Ruo noticed the messages in the group chat and sent a reply. She expressed her urgent need for clothing to stave off the cold and food to quench her hunger. Glancing at her balance in the essence converter, she felt satisfied with her purchase. Believing it to be a worthwhile investment, not merely worthwhile, it was a tremendous gain. This item would become a golden goose in the long wouldn't be long before they realized the energy output of the stone tablets had significantly decreased while their consumption had surged. Without this device, one would essentially be relinquishing their protection to others. Xiao Ruo had already become a prominent figure in the 100 districts. Whenever she spoke, a multitude echoed her sentiments. The influential declared the item to be invaluable. I've made the switch. If those on the brink of freezing to death had not made it this far, I would have exchanged for the essence converter too. I did switch as well. I can't believe it. After grinding for 6 days in the dungeon, I've only managed to accumulate 120. My heart aches. You should try the bloody dungeon. It offers greater rewards. Are you joking? It's not just about the money. I can't withstand the beating. My frail body would be left in tatters amidst that chaos. Xiao Ruo scanned the messages in the channel, feeling disinterested in most of them. Yet, one detail captured her attention. UI 239-01. That is to say, within her own region, the death toll was alarmingly high. Xiao Ruo pondered this, realizing that as prosperity increases, so too does the frequency of attacks. Indeed, the survival pressure in affluent areas is far greater than in barren ones. If one can persevere, they can create a snowball effect, growing ever larger. However, if one falters, they risk becoming another diminishing statistic. Xiao Ruo replaced the meat in the cured meat shop, glancing into the room. Wow, you're awake. Chapter 65, The Subsidiary Stone Tablet Project, the fantastical creature. The wide-eared wolf breakfast consisted of stewed meat once again. Xiao Ruo preferred this over roasted meat. The pot contained only high-quality ingredients. The water was good quality, thanks to the purifier. The seasoning was earth spirit salt. Had it not been for Qiao Mengshua's intervention, Xiao Ruo might have added milk as well. After slightly heating the bread at the bottom of the pot, a lavish breakfast was ready. Xiao Ruo tore off a piece of bread and tossed it into her mouth, teasing Qiao Mengshua, who was ladling out meat soup. Eat more, so you can withstand the trials ahead. Qiao Mengshua's face flushed instantly, nearly spitting out the soup she had just sipped. She glanced at Xiao Ruo, lightly spitting in jest. Shameless dough, come now. Xiao Ruo laughed. Who was it that touched me last night? Qiao Mengshua was too embarrassed to respond, merely taking a hearty bite of her bread. Observing the bread, Xiao Ruo instinctively covered her shoulder. Your teeth are impressive. Don't say that. Ha ha ha. Let us not dwell on that. Noticing Qiao Mengshua's embarrassment, Xiao Ruo shifted the conversation to more serious matters. Compared to your place, mine is more livable. Qiao Mengshua nodded in agreement. There are mountains and rivers. We are situated on high ground. My side is indeed a bit eerie. My suggestion is that you come stay with me. Qiao Mengshua had her doubts. But what about my stone tablet? I can't keep consuming stone tablet energy to remain invisible. Yet she refrained from interjecting. She trusted that Xiao Ruo was aware of this issue and would address it later. However, your side has more ores. Having a stone tablet could also serve as a foothold. Xiao Ruo hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. After a moment, he spoke. Do you trust me? Qiao Mengshua nodded. Then let me outline my plan. As Qiao Mengshua listened to Xiao Ruo's strategy, she was taken aback, not due to the plan itself, but because of Xiao Ruo's depth of understanding regarding the stone tablets, including details that were completely absent from the manual. Had he figured this out on his own? Xiao Ruo's plan entailed that Qiao Mengshua would relinquish her stone tablet, allowing him to occupy it and bind it as a subsidiary tablet. The primary advantage of this would be the ability to utilize stone tablet energy for rapid transfers, along with the capability to remotely replenish energy to the subsidiary tablet from the main tablet. Even in the event of an attack, they could retaliate by transferring through stone tablet energy. It was incredibly convenient. Furthermore, Xiao Ruo would grant Qiao Mengshua access to his permissions, ensuring that even if she wished to return to her original stone tablet, she would incur no losses. However, a concern lingered. Since Qiao Mengshua would have forfeited her stone tablet, she would no longer be considered a wanderer. If Xiao Ruo harbored any ill intentions, he could lock her permissions entirely, leaving her vulnerable and at his mercy. Much like his previous life, he wondered if she would accept such a proposal. After finishing his meal, Xiao Ruo revealed his plan to his surprise. Qiao Mengshua agreed without hesitation. You're in agreement already? Xiao Ruo asked, observing her as she tidied the table. That I laid out all the risks. Haven't you considered them? I have considered them, Qiao Mengshua replied, stacking the bowls and turning to Xiao Ruo. I'm on board. When do we leave? Xiao Ruo stood up and planted a firm kiss on Qiao Mengshua's lips. Wait for me a moment. I need to prepare something before we head out. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ruo discovered that Qiao Mengshua possessed over 100 survival credits. Consequently, he advised her to purchase a set of essence converters from Herald as well. The weather was unbearably cold, and the air was exceedingly dry. The ground, covered in snow like gravel, felt akin to traversing a desert. The wind sliced through the air like a knife, stinging painfully, observing the bare trees in the forest. Xiao Ruo felt indifferent, while Qiu Mingxue appeared astounded. Just as Qiu Mingxue was about to speak, Xiao Ruo interrupted her. "Don't say a word. Something's off." Instantly, Qiu Mingxue drew her bow. The bow in her possession was the superior black wooden bow crafted from quality wood and materials from the Tide Shadow Serpent King. Its lethality was significantly greater than her previous bow. However, due to its weight, she had been unable to draw it until recently, as her physique had slightly improved from better nutrition. Xiao Ruo, covered in scales, closed his eyes to sense his surroundings. He then pointed to the right, not a snow demon, but a quadruped animal, 3 of them. Excitement gleamed in Xiao Ruo's eyes. It's a fantastical creature. "This is perfect. We can acquire the blood of the 100 beasts. 80 times when using a gun was impractical. The breaking evil enchantment potion could prove invaluable." With a swift rustle, an animal resembling a fox sprang forth. Its large ears and tail were unmistakable. Xiao Ruo recognized it immediately. Wide-eared wolf, a fantastical creature, of average strength. Be cautious. This creature is not easily dealt with. Xiao Ruo warned Qiu Mingxue as soon as the creature moved. Qiu Mingxue kept her hand poised on the bowstring, and upon sensing its intent, she released an arrow. Her aim was precise. If the wide-eared wolf failed to react, it would be shot directly through the neck. Although the wide-eared wolf was a standard second-tier creature, it was among the weaker in that category, and Qiu Mingxue wielded a quality weapon that a hit would surely cause severe injury. Clang! In the next moment, Qiu Mingxue's jaw dropped in disbelief. The wide-eared wolf's neck was adorned with a glimmering shard that effortlessly deflected the arrow, sending it veering off to embed itself in a nearby tree. Qiu Mingxue was astonished. "Am I seeing things?" She swiftly knocked her bow, preparing for a double shot, when the wide-eared wolf lunged right before them. With a swift slash, Xiao Ruo's Qi-Chung blade cleaved the wolf in two. Noticing Qiu Mingxue's apparent helplessness against these creatures, she wasted no time. It was imperative to make haste. With 2 resounding gunshots, she dispatched the 2 concealed wide-eared wolves with ruthless efficiency, armed with bullets. One could afford to be audacious. Qiu Mingxue, bow in hand, regarded Xiao Ruo with a complex gaze. She was formidable. Just moments ago, it felt as though the entire sequence had unfolded in a series of rapid frames. Too swift to comprehend. She exhaled a sigh of relief. What were these foxes? Xiao Ruo collected the beast blood from the wolves. These are not foxes. They are wolves, known as wide-eared wolves. They can condense energy to nullify certain attacks. Typically, they strike in packs, with one wolf adept at energy control serving as bait while the others lie in wait. They are naturally a bane to ranged attacks, though that is inconsequential with your arsenal. Xiao Ruo raised her handgun, then picked up her knife. This thing still requires a blade. Chapter 66. The Subordinate Monument. Was Qiu Mingxue's ID grayed out? Xiao Ruo displayed little reaction to the newly appeared wide-eared wolves. These creatures merely serve to heighten the difficulty in resource-rich areas. With every gain, there comes a loss. Having secured resources early on necessitates facing greater dangers. These creatures are not particularly strong, even weaker than the snow demon skeleton. Their frail physiques would not have misled Qiu Mingxue into mistaking them for foxes, given the stark difference in size that a physically healthy individual, when confronted with such a situation, could certainly prevail with the mindset of trading injury for victory. However, these creatures excel in ambush tactics. Even Qiu Mingxue resorted to shooting an arrow upon first sighting one. After all, a longer reach signifies reduced danger, having gathered the remains of 3 wide-eared wolves. Xiao Ruo and Qiu Mingxue proceeded towards the monument. The distance was short, and thus, they encountered no unforeseen obstacles. The 2 arrived at the vicinity of her monument with relative ease, observing the well-developed territory around Qiu Mingxue's monument. Xiao Ruo felt a wave of nostalgia. Having traversed numerous regions during her novice phase and witnessed many sanctuaries, it became evident that Qiu Mingxue's development was indeed impressive, rivaled only by Tangcheng. Upon her arrival, Xiao Ruo noted the cozy arrangement of Qiu Mingxue's small abode, brimming with life. In contrast, her own modest quarters contained merely 2 chairs and a bed, the latter only added after Qiu Mingxue's arrival. Now, as a monarch slayer, Xiao Ruo could enter regardless of permissions. Yet to her surprise, she discovered she had already been whitelisted by Qiu Mingxue. Upon entering the monument's territory, Xiao Ruo received a notification. You have entered a friendly territory, woohoo. She mused at how elusive Qiu Mingxue could be. Adding someone to the whitelist required being within their territory, and she had done so without informing Xiao Ruo. This was indeed a heartfelt exchange. After navigating through the neatly arranged courtyard, Qiu Mingxue arrived at the monument How do I proceed? She pondered, uncertain as the manual offered no guidance on relinquishing a monument. However, Xiao Ruo, well acquainted with the process, instructed her, place your hand on the monument and press down. A hidden menu will appear. Just select relinquish. Qiu Mingxue followed her instruction, and indeed, the hidden menu manifested. She felt a genuine appreciation for Xiao Ruo's vast knowledge. After relinquishing the monument, Xiao Ruo placed her hand upon it. In an instant, a window appeared before her. Would you like to claim the unowned monument as a subordinate? Naturally, this was the purpose of their venture. Occupying estimated time, 30 minutes. Watching the countdown, Xiao Ruo gently ruffled Qiu Mingxue's hair. Once we return home, I will grant you the permissions to. The two settled into a comfortable silence. With the monument unclaimed, the protective barrier had dissipated. So they remained vigilant, guarding against any unforeseen disturbances. Now, amidst the emergence of fantastical creatures, the wide-eared wolf was merely the most basic of species, with subsequent monsters posing a significant threat to ordinary survivors. If the snow demon skeleton represented a straightforward numerical adversary, high in strength yet invulnerable, those fantastical beings embodied intricate mechanics, each presenting unique ambush tactics. After a brief wait, Xiao Ruo received a video message. Her curiosity piqued. It was from Qiu Mingyu. Why had she sought her out? Where's Xiao? The urgency and accusatory tone were palpable. Xiao Ruo pulled Qiu Mingxue closer. Here she is. Upon seeing her sister, Qiu Mingyu sighed in relief. Though her expression quickly shifted to one of confusion as she pointed at the duo, her mouth agape. You too? Xiao Ruo nodded. Yes, just as you suspected. Qiu Mingyu was taken aback. I thought you were a good person. Xiao, if you've been kidnapped, blink. Qiu Mingxue chuckled. Sister, why did you video call? Qiu Mingyu retorted, I saw your ID grayed out, and I thought you had been taken down by some villain. Xiao Ruo shrugged. What's this about me being a villain while you're living in my house? You're the real villain here. And what does it mean for an ID to be grayed out? Xiao Ruo queried, perplexed. You came to inquire because Qiu Mingxue's ID was grayed out? What does that imply? Qiu Mingyu sent over a screenshot. Here it is. Xiao Ruo's eyes widened in surprise. Among her three friends, only Qiu Mingxue's ID appeared grayed out. An uninformed observer might conclude she had perished. Xiao Ruo empathized with Qiu Mingyu's earlier anxiety, yet she pondered the cause of this predicament, sitting at a nearby picnic table. She lit a cigarette and contemplated deeply. She was unaware that relinquishing a monument could lead to an ID being grayed out, yet the wanderers whose monuments were destroyed did not suffer the same fate. Observing Qiu Mingxue, who was engaged in a video chat with Qiu Mingyu, Xiao Ruo noticed her empty hands and suddenly grasped the situation. Indeed, it was the portable terminal that had vanished. Xiao Ruo recalled the portable terminal distinctly. Relinquishing a monument would not yield a portable terminal, which essentially served as a mobile monument. The portable terminal would bind to a person, linking their ID with the terminal. Losing the monument was inconsequential since wanderers still possessed the Wanderer's ring, a stripped-down version of the portable terminal. Xiao Ruo felt she had uncovered some underlying mechanism but struggled to articulate it. Ultimately, she decided to set it aside as they awaited the occupation of the monument. No monsters interfered, and fortune smiled upon them. They successfully claimed the monument, which now stood as Xiao Ruo's subordinate monument. Placing her hand upon the monument, Xiao Ruo greeted Qiu Mingxue, preparing to use the monument's teleportation to return to the main monument. Only within the main monument could she grant Qiu Mingxue the necessary permissions. After bidding Qiu Mingxue farewell, she swiftly teleported back. Once she had granted the permissions to Qiu Mingxue, she teleported back to the subordinate monument. She still needed to instruct Qiu Mingxue on how to utilize the teleportation feature. As before, a long press on the monument would reveal a message. In this menu, there would be an option for teleportation. Presently, it was the only option available, so returning was straightforward. After Xiao Ruo completed her explanation, Qiu Mingxue followed suit. The two of them subsequently vanished, transported back to the main stone tablet. Upon returning home, Xiao Ruo introduced her architectural creations to Qiu Mingxue, who proactively requested a share in the workload. However, Since the shelter had yet to develop significantly, there was little to be done. Thus, Xiao Ruo directly entrusted the task of curing meat to Qiu. Within the greenhouse stood a scarecrow, which still instilled a sense of fear in Qiu, given its supernatural nature. The process of curing meat was not particularly technical. It primarily required hanging each piece individually, which was rather labor-intensive. As Xiao Ruo observed the industrious Qiu, her mind wandered. This mechanical task was exceedingly strenuous. It would be wonderful if they had some locals to assist. They should be arriving soon. She thought. NPC attack. Chapter 67. I'm selling. It was now 9 a.m., yet Xiao Ruo felt as if it were perpetually dawn. The light was dim and overcast, as though the sun had yet to rise. She retrieved 3 blueprints. Wolfskin trousers, common level, requirements. Wolfskin 1, fiber 4. Lantern blueprint, inferior level, requirements. Oil 1, metal sheet 3, wood 1. Wolfskin coat, good level, requirements. Wolfskin 3, quality fiber, good level, 10. These blueprints had been lying at the bottom of her box, forgotten due to the late hour at which she acquired them. Although Xiao Ruo wished to sell the wolfskin garments, she possessed only slightly over 40 of them. If she intended to expand her business, she could certainly procure more wolfskin, as some individuals must have a surplus. As for why she hadn't sold the wolfskin garments the previous night, the answer was simple. She had forgotten. With so many blueprints, who could possibly keep track? Today, she ventured out and discovered that the sky was not particularly bright. She decided to sell a batch of wolfskin garments for warmth, along with a selection of lanterns, essential for illumination. If only she had produced the wolfskin garments sooner, perhaps some of her comrades wouldn't have perished from the cold. Hey, why is this wolfskin coat so expensive? 100 survival currency or equivalent materials. Did you misprice it? Boss, I can't afford that. Can you give it to me for free since I'm a student? Seriously, can't you see the suffix on the item? It's good level armor. This can keep you warm and provide protection. If the boss had released this earlier, I wouldn't have had to venture out in my good level vest to battle skeletons and freeze half to death. This lantern is a wonderful item. I'm trying to stay warm in a dark cave, and I need a lantern for light. Boss, do you have any good weapons? It feels much more dangerous in this world now than before. The wolfskin coats Xiao Ruo had listed were snatched up in an instant. The lanterns sold, albeit at a noticeably slower pace. However, Xiao Ruo paid little mind to this. Instead, she examined what other blueprints she still possessed, checking for any oversights, as forgetting something valuable would be truly unfortunate. The burdens of wealth. Did anyone else have any? Xiao Ruo meticulously reviewed all that she had previously acquired, and indeed, she discovered some overlooked items. Life Capture Scroll 4. This item is used for capturing animals and locals. Dark Tide Dagger, good level blueprint. Requirements. Fine Steel 1, quality wood good level, 1. Tide Shadow Snake Scale 4. The Dark Tide Dagger seemed decent, yet Xiao Ruo felt a twinge of concern. This item was unlikely to be affordable for the average person. Although it was classified as good level, it dropped from the Tide Shadow Snake King. Not only was it a blueprint, but it also possessed a special effect, water poison. This item was akin to a paralysis dagger, capable of bestowing a buff upon hitting the opponent. While its effect might not rival that of the paralysis dagger, it was still a good level weapon. Crafted from a blueprint. What more could one ask for? Xiao Ruo scanned the crafting materials and felt a wave of disbelief. The cheapest material among them was actually quality wood. Where was the logic in that? Still, she had some on hand, so she crafted 5 of them. She decided to give one to Tang Cheng for him to assess its effectiveness, allowing this seasoned merchant to determine its value or set a reasonable price. After sending the Dark Tide Dagger to Tang Cheng, he was taken aback. How much could this thing be worth? At that moment, Tang Cheng examined the dagger and, feeling its exquisite craftsmanship, contemplated before slicing his finger with the blade. Xiao Ruo, watching from the video call, was astonished by Tang Cheng's audacity. She could hardly intervene. After a brief moment of dizziness, Tang Cheng steadied himself. Brother Xiao, this item is priceless if you're short on supplies. Just let me know. True strength lies in one's own power. Although you possess firearms, you still need a melee weapon for self-defense, right? In case someone gets too close, you need something to protect yourself. Xiao Ruo chuckled and replied to Tang Cheng, this is crafted from a blueprint. Crafted from a blueprint? Oh my, brother Xiao, don't scare me like that. Xiao Ruo nodded. Indeed. Would I deceive you? Tang Cheng was utterly astonished. Xiao Ruo's resources were even more abundant than he had imagined. How on earth had he acquired such formidable blueprints? His luck was simply extraordinary. The dark tide dagger was posted for sale. The swift would seize it, while the slow would miss out. At this moment, Xiao Ruo listed the dark tide dagger in the trading post, patiently awaiting responses. After a brief period of calm, the channel erupted with activity. What is going on? A good level weapon is priced so high. 200 survival currency or equivalent materials. Boss, it's just a good level weapon. It's not worth that much, is it? Boss, I can't afford it. Please give it to me for free. I'm a student. Some individuals began to sense something amiss. Boss, can we have a private chat? I want that dagger. I have several blueprints for you to choose from. Boss, would 170 currency work? That's all I have. Boss, I have an iron ore. I can serve as your laborer. Please, I beg you to give me the dagger. Boss, I'll give you an extra 20 survival currency. Let me gather some more, and I'll buy it. Can you hold it for me? Brother Xiao, I can do it all. I'm skilled in the kitchen and can warm your bed. Image. Please, I beg you to give it to me. A girl chimed in, showing remarkable ingenuity. The tide of interest shifted dramatically. At this point, some had begun to recognize the exceptional nature of the dagger. Xiao Ruo sat in his chair, stroking the Qi Qiong in his hand, reflecting on his good fortune. Were it not for his acquisition of the Qi Qiong, he might have found himself in the same position as these individuals, desperately seeking a reliable weapon. Yet, a few caught Xiao Ruo's attention. Is it true that a good level weapon is worth this much contention among you? Look at how naive you all appear. Let me show you some true strength. Long spear, windbreaker, excellent level. Surely, there can't be anyone without an excellent level weapon, the king of weapons. This individual was merely seeking trouble, yet some recognized him and held admiration for him. After all, those who possessed excellent level weapons certainly lived in comfort. Xiao Ruo had no particular impression of him. He hadn't made much noise compared to Bloodblade and Death Doctor. However, his arrogant words reminded Xiao Ruo of an old acquaintance. At that moment, he clenched his palm, and the engraved M1911 appeared in his grasp. Gently caressing the pistol, he fell into contemplation. Indeed, he had shot Yi Fan in the back with a crossbow bolt. Yet he hadn't been mistaken. He had indeed blocked the shot with one of his pieces of equipment. Now, everyone believed Yi Fan had perished. Xiao Ruo, who previously held some doubts, was no exception. As Yi Fan's friend claimed his ID was gray, Xiao Ruo glanced at Qiu Mingxue, who was still hanging meat. There remains some uncertainty. Chapter 68. Are you serious? Xiao Ruo's supplies have been completely sold out at the trading post. Yielding an incalculable abundance of resources, setting aside other matters, he has amassed over 1,000 survival currency. Additionally, he possesses a rather advantageous blueprint, a one-time construction blueprint for a giant self-propelled water wheel, common grade, which requires 300 units of wood, 5 units of fine steel, and 10 units of leather. This blueprint was obtained by Xiao Ruo in exchange for a dark tide dagger. The seller mentioned that the blueprint had been lying and used for quite some time, as it was of no use to them. Others either found themselves deep in the forest or in mountainous terrain, rendering the blueprint impractical, while some were situated by rivers or lakes, where it was also unnecessary. However, for Xiao Ruo, the situation was quite different. His terrain was a highland peninsula adjacent to a lake, necessitating a lengthy detour each time he needed to fetch water. This made the task of collecting water exceedingly cumbersome for him. Moreover, this water wheel is self-propelled, meaning it can rotate independently without the need for river currents. Once placed, it can continuously supply water to the entire shelter. Xiao Ruo rose to commence its construction. The materials for this blueprint were trivial to him. With a mere flick of his finger, the water wheel was complete. However, upon its completion, Xiao Ruo felt a pang of regret. The blueprint did not indicate the size of the water wheel, and he was taken aback to discover that it towered even higher than his house. The 300 units of wood seemed insufficient. Upon estimation, dismantling this water wheel could yield as much as 1,000 units of wood. Once positioned, the water wheel began to rotate autonomously, with wooden barrels affixed to its periphery. Observing the barrels filled with icy water, Xiao Ruo nodded in approval, noting that the force was ample and the movement was efficient. After Qiu Mingxue finished hanging the meat, she marveled at the colossal water wheel that Xiao Ruo had set in motion. "It's quite large," she remarked. Currently, the demand for water in Xiao Ruo's shelter was not particularly high. The primary need was for purified water, seizing the opportunity while the lake's surface had not yet completely frozen. He aimed to purify as much as possible. The resources for a water purification filter only required some good-grade wood and charcoal, making it an affordable investment for Xiao Ruo. Besides, when comparing good-grade wood to good-grade water resources, the value was abundantly clear to facilitate the process. Xiao Ruo exchanged for some wooden troughs, connecting one end to the water wheel and the other to a wooden barrel. When water was needed, he merely had to tilt the barrel. The advantage of this setup was that fetching water became far less laborious. Generally, he would only need to nudge the wooden barrels brought up by the water wheel, and the water would flow seamlessly into the large barrel he had prepared. Given their current water consumption, the setup was more than sufficient. As noon approached, Xiao offered to showcase her culinary skills to Xiao Ruo, that he consented, admitting that as someone who struggled to incorporate milk into stews, he would be pleased if the dish turned out edible, were it not for the superior quality of the ingredients. Xiao Ruo feared his culinary endeavors might result in something akin to dark cuisine. Upon her arrival, Xiao transferred her supplies into her dimensional equipment. To Xiao Ruo's surprise, she possessed a portable kitchen, complete with an iron bucket stove and an array of pots. Xiao prepared to saute some meat. Given the scarcity of vegetables, creating a delectable meal from the limited ingredients was a true test of skill. Xiao Ruo, lacking in finesse, could only resort to adding water and ingredients directly to the fire for stewing. The two of them busied themselves around the iron stove, with Xiao Ruo chopping vegetables while Xiao cooked. After a while, a plate of sautéed meat was ready. "How about it? Give it a taste," she urged, offering him a chopstick full. After sampling a bite, Xiao Ruo found it to be remarkably good. "Wow, this is delicious. Impressive," he exclaimed, stuffing chunks of meat into his bread and savoring each bite. The smoked meat from the magical rabbit and the lamb were expertly cooked, with a slightly charred exterior and a tender interior, cooked to perfection. The flavors of both meats melded beautifully with the aroma imparted by the good-grade wood used for smoking. Delightful," he remarked, though he noted a lack of vegetables, which diminished the dish's complexity. In essence, the meat resembled barbecued fare, merely missing the addition of some cumin. The absence of vegetables was a source of frustration for Xiao Ruo. Others had hoarded the seeds tightly. During the novice period, no one was selling them, and once survival became precarious, they were no longer available for sale. It was understandable. When life was not overly difficult, acquiring seeds would naturally lead one to plant them. However, with the arrival of the harsh winter, many of those unplanted seeds had succumbed to frostbite. This was a common plight. Glancing at his own barren greenhouse, Xiao Ruo felt a twinge of wastefulness. Thus, he called out in the group chat, "If anyone has seeds, I am willing to purchase them. I assure you, the price will be satisfactory." The previously bustling channel erupted once more. Discussions ensued regarding the warmth and protective qualities of wolf fur garments. Praise was heaped upon the rugged appearance of these primitive outfits. While they jested that only wild men would don such attire, it was evident that those who could afford them possessed resources far superior to modern individuals. Now, their attention was drawn to Xiao Ruo's declaration. "Boss, I have seeds. Would 2 tons suffice?" "Boss, I don't have seeds, but if you do, we'd be happy to share." "Boss, I enjoy watching Western dramas. Please maintain some decorum." "Boss, would you like a domestic automatic Fiji cup? Just 1 piece of meat for 24 hours. Sister, you are quite extraordinary." Xiao Ruo regarded the chaotic banter of his group chat companions with a bemused expression. "What on earth are they talking about?" he mused. "Are they referring to the seeds I mentioned? Let us not digress." "Boss, I have a pack of strawberry seeds. What can I exchange for them?" Xiao Ruo grimaced. Strawberry seeds were a bit of a conundrum, neither particularly enticing nor completely without value. He pondered whether it might be better to plant some on Xiao neck. Wait a moment, he realized he had been led astray by the channel's chatter. After some contemplation, he decided to pursue the trade, setting aside the fact that he was the first to discuss legitimate seeds in the channel. Xiao Ruo felt he owed the individual this consideration. He sent a private message. "I am interested in any seeds for planting. Please state your price." The other party did not provide a direct price, but instead elaborated on the difficulties encountered in acquiring the seeds, attempting to leverage their hardship to inflate the price. "Boss, this pack of strawberry seeds was hard-earned. I'm asking for 2 pieces of good-grade meat." Xiao Ruo nearly erupted with laughter. "How much? 2 pieces? Do you take me for a fool?" He had no intention of granting the other party 3 chances. "Think carefully about what this is truly worth." After a moment of silence, the other party offered an unexpected response. "Boss, I want 3 pieces of good-grade meat." Xiao Ruo chuckled, ready to close the chat. But in the next instant, he noticed an additional message from the other party. Of course, it's not just strawberry seeds. I also have a bag of carrot seeds. Chapter 69. Hard words fail against the damn ghost. Xiao Ruo squinted, pondering if it were carrot seeds, then 2 pieces of good-grade meat would be a fair exchange. Fitting within his expectations, carrots are nutritionally rich and suitable for stir-frying or stewing. Moreover, trading 1 piece of good-grade meat for strawberry seeds wouldn't be a loss, as strawberries can be harvested multiple times. With a scarecrow in place, they would be relatively easy to manage. Furthermore, if planted now, they would mature in the extreme heat, allowing for delightful strawberry juice to be made later. What a treat that would be. As Xiao Ruo remained silent, the other party grew anxious, fearing he had lost interest. Boss, if you think the price is unreasonable, I can throw in a portion of chili as well. Thus, Xiao Ruo exchanged 3 pieces of meat for 2 portions of seeds and 1 finished product, which brought him immense satisfaction. Immediately upon acquiring the seeds, he called upon Xiao to plant them in the greenhouse. Given the considerable spacing required for the carrots and strawberries, they filled the entire greenhouse to capacity. After an hour of diligent work, the seeds were successfully sown, and a profound sense of security surged within Xiao Ruo. For him, nothing was more reassuring than the sustainable acquisition of food. Once Xiao completed her tasks, she found herself with little else to do and decided to head to the lakeside for some fishing. Xiao Ruo thought little of it and allowed her to go. She had a fishing rod. And indeed, there were fewer tasks to attend to at the shelter. Securing some food was certainly a positive outcome. Primarily, Xiao Ruo had grown weary of red meat. He desired insect meat, although it was challenging to prepare. It was time to improve their meals. After a while, Xiao managed to catch a fish weighing 2 to 3 pounds, using the lamb meat Xiao Ruo had provided as bait, which was rather extravagant. However, she would not rely on lamb for long. After landing a fish, she promptly slaughtered it and used its entrails as bait. Just as Xiao Ruo had anticipated, the lake was teeming with resources. Even though a thin layer of ice covered its surface, the pace of fishing was remarkably good. With a glance to the side, Xiao Ruo could see Xiao. Should danger arise, he could leap down to her aid without hesitation. Ensuring her safety, sensing that Xiao was occupied, he engaged in conversation with Yu and Xiao, primarily about sulfur and saltpeter. He had gathered a considerable amount of copper and lead, which he was currently refining in the furnace. After previously crafting numerous bullets, he wondered if he could now produce higher-grade ammunition that a well-crafted handgun paired with high-quality bullets would surely yield formidable power. Among the ores Yu had given him, there was not only sulfur but also iron ore, some of which was of good quality. The resources on Xiaoming's side were even better, with nearly 1/3 of the saltpeter being of good quality. Xiao Ruo collected all of it. He also bestowed upon each of them a dark-tied dagger and 2 pieces of rabbit meat. Xiao Gu, I have a claw. I don't need this, Yu said, looking at the dagger with heartfelt emotion. However, Xiao Ruo did not share his sentiment that it was precisely because Yu used the claw that his effective attack range was shorter, posing a greater danger. This dagger is not merely for inflicting harm. Look at its description. It possesses water poison, providing a means of control that if a swift monster catches up to you, do not hesitate. Plunge this dagger into its body as a consumable. Not only does it serve as a means of escape, but it can also be used to counterattack with ease. Upon reflection, Yu agreed with this reasoning and, no longer feeling sentimental, thanked Xiao Ruo and accepted the dagger. As for Xiaoming, she genuinely had no need for it. Ever since she repaired her bow and arrows with Tang Chong, they had become a formidable weapon. However, after repeated insistence from Xiao Ruo, she reluctantly accepted it, as he felt her close-range defense was lacking. Should she encounter an ambush by a fantastical creature, she would be defenseless as the leader. It was only appropriate for him to provide some support. Otherwise, a female archer could easily fall victim to a sudden attack. The world remained perilous. Of course, this was more applicable to others at that moment. Within the regional channel, someone cried out, I tried it. I was truly mistaken. Boss, I should not have questioned you. Xiao Ruo, please save me. The plea for help stirred curiosity among the others. Brother, what happened? The boss is busy. Share with us. Let me have some fun. You're in danger. And you're asking for help? What did the boss say? Not enough. Let us see what this person is saying. I'm confused. Without hesitation, the person uploaded a video. Sensing something was amiss, the crowd eagerly clicked on the video. Upon viewing its content, their faces turned pale. Inside a somewhat shabby shelter, a roaring fire burned brightly, beside which was a makeshift resting spot made of stacked wood, covered with a blanket and a layer of fireproof material. It was evidently a place where he had spent the night. Though lacking a proper building, any discerning eye could see that this individual was actually faring quite well. Without resources, he had constructed a small shelter, using blankets and fireproof materials that likely provided better insulation than a grass hut. However, that was not the main focus. The crux of the matter lay in the direction he was pointing. A girl, walking on her head, was rhythmically pounding on his barrier with her feet, her mouth embedded in her chest cavity, incessantly mumbling, "Open the door, Mama. It's me, Xiao Ruo." Those witnessing this scene felt a chill run down their spines. The channel erupted in chaos. "What on earth is that? This must be the strange occurrence the boss mentioned. I'm getting goosebumps all over." The most absurd part was that despite the monster's head being embedded in its chest and its ribs protruding, its face remained unscathed, epitomizing the uncanny valley at that moment. The individual recording the video was engulfed in despair. "Shuecho, Justice Brother, save me. I'm still young. I don't want to die." The crowd could only respond with resignation. "Brother, one could say your demise serves a purpose. At least we now know the truth behind the boss's warnings to farewell, I in your next life. Perhaps avoid being so curious." The individual appeared to come to terms with his fate and began analyzing the actions of the fallen girl. "Though this monster is blocked by the barrier, from my observations, it seems to lack a physical form that I shot an arrow at her, and it passed right through the monster." The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. "What is happening? This boss is no health bar. What kind of nonsense is this? Just restart already." Meanwhile, Xiao Ruo finally noticed the messages in the channel. After glancing at the individual, he felt a sense of relief. This person had previously fallen victim to his own skepticism of Justice Brother's warnings, testing fate, and ultimately being consumed by the bizarre entity. Chapter 70. I know who stole your handgun, boss. Save me. Xiao Ruo indeed had a means to rescue him. The purifying enchantment potion. With the blood of the 100 beasts in his possession, he had gathered the necessary ingredients for this potion. Purifying enchantment potion, good quality blueprint. Requirements: 1 spirit essence, 2 sulfur, 1 clean water, good quality. Blood of the 100 beasts. The spirit essence was obtained yesterday from defeating a snow ghost skeleton. And there was no need to mention sulfur. Yu was quite adept at mining. Clean water referred to the water purified by his filter, which happened to be of good quality. The blood of the 100 beasts was acquired just today from a wide-eared wolf. With all materials at hand, Xiao Ruo swiftly crafted 11 bottles. Yet, despite having made the potions, he chose not to respond to the plea for help. The mere mention of the distress call reminded him of the ingredients he had gathered for the purifying enchantment potion. He had already informed everyone, even detailing the precautions. Yet, the individual still sought to tempt fate, demonstrating that he was not merely exaggerating, but a kind word is wasted on the damned. Xiao Ruo prepared to close the channel and assist Xiao with her fish. Boss, save me. I have an item you'll definitely find intriguing. In an unknown area, the light was dim and withered trees were scattered with sharp thorns. The world was engulfed in eerie silence. I am the chosen one. I will not die. I will not die. I won't die. Yifan sat on the ground, his expression filled with terror. At that moment, he heard a rustle from afar, instantly heightening his vigilance. He quickly retreated into a corner. After he concealed himself, the rough bushes nearby were pushed aside. In the dim light, 2 muscular men emerged, stark naked. Yifan dared not even breathe. Gigi Gulu. Gugu Gigi. 2 men. Resembling wild savages, briefly exchanged words before embarking on a cursory search for their objective, which yielded no results. They prepared to depart. Concealed, Yifan cautiously emerged, peering at the vanishing figures of the 2 wild men. A wave of dread washing over him, he swallowed hard, the weight of recent absurd events flooding his mind. After being ambushed by an unknown assailant, he had managed, at the last moment, to utilize the herbs he had deceitfully acquired from others and a teleportation scroll, allowing him to escape. However, an unforeseen twist occurred. Instead of returning to his own realm, he found himself in a world reminiscent of a surreal, alternate dimension. This bewildered him greatly. Fortunately, upon encountering the human inhabitants, he exercised caution and refrained from approaching them, as their language was incomprehensible to him. Leaving him to observe from a distance, in his attempt to hide, he stumbled upon a shocking revelation. These people were cannibals. The realization terrified him. During his frantic escape, he inadvertently caused a commotion, drawing the attention of the entire tribe of cannibals, who turned in unison to fix their gaze upon him. That a group of nearly 2-meter tall, muscular men adorned with masks stared him down, amplifying his anxiety. In a state of sheer panic, he fled, had it not been for the considerable amount of rat meat he had consumed, which had bolstered his stamina. He might have been captured by the cannibalistic horde. Suddenly, Yi Fan perceived a glimmer of light in the distance, igniting his curiosity. As he approached, his eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of a creature walking on its ribs and spine, its head facing downward, emerging abruptly before him. Stunned, he felt a wave of terror wash over him, causing him to lose control of his bladder. He noticed that the creature seemed fixated on something. And then, without warning, it began to tear a rift, preparing to enter another world. Through the widening crack, he recognized something familiar. A barrier. It was a stone tablet barrier. Yi Fan swallowed hard, a bold idea forming in his mind. He needed to return. He absolutely had to return. Within Xiao Ruo's sanctuary, he gazed in disbelief at the item presented by another. The individual possessed such a remarkable treasure, a soul weapon scroll. Xiao Ruo was astonished that this person would not utilize the soul weapon scroll for themselves. Did they lack any worthy weapons? Regardless of the reason, the fact remained that they possessed a valuable item. Xiao Ruo was more than willing to exchange a soul weapon scroll for a potion of dispelling malevolent enchantments. The transaction was completed in an instant. That moment, messages flooded the channel. What was happening? Where had this individual come from? How had they appeared from behind the monster? Was this person even human? Someone shouted for others to eliminate this individual, expressing a sense of foreboding. Could this be Yi Fan? Is there anyone who can confirm? Upon hearing the call, those originally in the mutual aid group began to surface. Since their entry requirements included video verification, they recognized one another's faces. The return of this once reckless individual, coupled with Xiao Ruo's strange claims of his sudden appearance, created an unprecedented buzz. As word spread, the members of the mutual aid group converged. A single glance was enough for them to confirm. This was indeed Yi Fan. Yes, without a doubt, this was Yi Fan. Yet, he appeared so haggard. How peculiar. Why was he in the company of a monster? Yi Fan, oblivious to the unfolding events, wondered why a creature seemed to be knocking at the barrier. This was exceedingly strange. He felt a pressing urgency to flee, fearing dehydration. Without a portable terminal, which he had left near Heqian's sanctuary, he realized he could not retrieve it. To make matters worse, he had now become a wanderer. After several days, the energy he had used for stealth had long since depleted. Thus, an unguarded sanctuary inevitably fell victim to the attacks of snow ghouls and skeletal creatures. It could be said that shortly after midnight, his sanctuary was breached by the snow ghoul skeletons. He received notification of the breach, but was powerless to intervene. Redirecting his rage towards the unknown ambushers, the individual who had exchanged the soul weapon scroll for the dispelling potion cast a shrewd glance. Although he did not recognize Yi Fan, he was well informed through the channel that he intended to take advantage of this situation. After extinguishing the live stream, he called out to Yi Fan. Startled, Yi Fan had been stealthily preparing to escape when the voice jolted him. If you help me, I shall offer you a reward. Yi Fan cast a confused glance at the strange creature still pounding against the barrier and then at his own defenseless hands. Was this a joke? Did this person truly believe he would comply? However, the other individual had his own agenda. He possessed a leverage that Yi Fan would find irresistible, a leverage that would soon become apparent to him. For now, though, he could use this leverage to compel Yi Fan into action. I can tell you who possesses your handgun. Yi Fan halted, his heart racing. He whipped around, his eyes blazing with fury. Who is that bastard? Chapter 71. The Disassembly of Soul Weapon Entries. My luck has finally turned. I never anticipated acquiring such a rare item from a mere passerby. Xiao Ruo glanced at his equipment, having been reborn. His soul strength was astonishing. He had already realized this during his initial fusion with a soul weapon. However, the subsequent absence of a soul weapon scroll had temporarily stalled his plans. Gazing at the weapon before him, Xiao Ruo pondered. The bloodletting blade, Qiqiong, the powerful crossbow, Leica, could rend a person in twain with a single shot. The dagger, Mo Jiao, had been the instrument of his demise in his previous life. After contemplation, Xiao Ruo decided to bestow the soul weapon scroll upon Mo Jiao. Setting aside other considerations, the ease of handling this dagger, despite limited use, made it a perfect fit for him. Furthermore, he had already refined Qiqiong for a week. With a bit more time, it would refine itself. Thus, employing it again would be somewhat wasteful. As he grasped the dagger, a sudden epiphany struck him that he felt an innate connection to this weapon, with no rational explanation. Trusting his instincts, he tore open the soul weapon scroll. A golden light enveloping the blade in his hand. The golden glow flowed over the dagger and then fused into Xiao Ruo's very being. The soul weapon has been refined. This system notification rang out. Xiao Ruo felt a profound bond with the dagger in his hand that it felt as though it was an extension of his own finger, and he could perceive its wear and tear. Exhaling deeply, Xiao Ruo tightened his grip, summoning the dagger into his palm. With another squeeze, his handgun materialized. After a brief experiment, he was astonished to discover that his soul still possessed capacity. It was akin to an interdimensional bus. Although it appeared compact, it could accommodate an entire platoon. Astonishment washed over Xiao Ruo. This enhancement was substantial. Yet, what shocked him even more was the realization that the two weapons within his soul could actually disassemble entries. Xiao Ruo was utterly astonished. From his perspective, beneath the luminous sphere symbolizing the dagger ink corner lay a small, pale gray orb. His intuitive perception made it abundantly clear that this orb represented the ink corner's entry. Xiao Ruo was overwhelmed with excitement. What did this signify? It meant that as long as he possessed sufficient weaponry and soul weapon scrolls, he could forge an almost invincible piece of equipment. He meticulously extracted the ink corner entry and proceeded to feed it to his handgun. The process was quite laborious. He was oblivious to the discussions happening in the channel, where everyone was fervently debating Yifan's miraculous resurrection. The buzz was outrageous. However, Xiao Ruo was in no mood to care. With his fists clenched tightly, eyes shut, beads of sweat as large as pearls cascaded down his face. The sweat that drenched him was incongruous with the ambient temperature. Suddenly, Xiao Ruo opened his eyes wide. He had failed. He refused to accept this outcome, that he was so close. If only he could embed this paralysis entry into the gun, he would possess a weapon that could both control and strike. Taking a deep breath, he plunged into the realm of souls once more. A moment later, he was ejected from it. That moment, a throbbing headache assaulted him, akin to wearing a tightening headband. Yet, had it not been for the glimmer of hope for victory, he would have certainly given up immediately. This agony was beyond human endurance. It was a torment of the soul. Xiao Ruo inhaled deeply once more. This was his final attempt. If he failed, it would be the end. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. On the other side of the shelter, Qiao Mingxue skillfully gutted a fish, splitting it in two. Observing the pile of 7 or 8 fish nearby, she felt a twinge of curiosity. What was Xiao Ruo so busy with? She stowed away her fishing rod and strung the fish together. As she continued to gut the remaining fish, a particularly large specimen yielded an unusual scale that tumbled out of its belly. Although it was called a fish scale, it resembled a piece of transparent plastic due to its remarkable sturdiness. Qiao Mingxue found it puzzling. This scale was unusually large. However, she dismissed her thoughts, and since her portable terminal was not with her, she could not analyze it. Perhaps it was best to return. These fish were quite hefty, each weighing around 5 to 6 pounds, and collectively, they weighed over 50 pounds. Yet, having consumed a fair share of high-quality food, Qiao Mingxue effortlessly lifted the catch. The only discomfort she felt was that her clothes were now saturated with the pungent odor of fish. Upon entering the shelter, she noticed Xiao Ruo lying on a recliner with his eyes closed. Qiao Mingxue sighed. He was probably just exhausted. After hanging up the fish, she picked up the portable terminal from the table in front of Xiao Ruo, purely out of curiosity to scan the fist-sized scale. Thunderous eel shedding, excellent grade. Upon seeing the result, Qiao Mingxue was left dumbfounded. Excellent grade. At that moment, Xiao Ruo sprang up, a look of sheer joy on his face. I did it. I actually did it. He pulled out his handgun and fired a shot into the air. The suddenness of this event startled Qiao Mingxue. Xiao Ruo, realizing her presence only afterward, questioned her. What are you doing? And what are you doing? Qiao Mingxue asked, bewildered. Xiao Ruo holstered his handgun, noticing that she was holding something brimming with energy, which sparked his curiosity. What is that? As Qiao Mingxue felt his gaze on her hand, she placed the shedding into Xiao Ruo's palm. Take a look. Try not to be too shocked. Xiao Ruo cast a puzzled glance at Qiao Mingxue, then picked up the portable terminal to scan it. He was astounded. Excellent grade. Where did you get this? Xiao Ruo felt his question was redundant. As Xiao had been fishing and had not ventured out, there was no need to ask where it came from. From the lake, Xiao Ruo rushed out of the shelter. Arriving at the edge of the elevated ground, gazing at the lake's surface, which was coated with a thin layer of ice, he swallowed hard. He had unknowingly built a home next to an excellent grade boss monster. He truly had a knack for selecting locations. The current bosses were no longer the soft targets of the novice phase. If he intended to confront them now, he certainly wouldn't measure up. As he pondered, he recalled that Zhang Qinqin had remained in this area for over 2 months. Generally, bosses would not go berserk unless provoked. Thus, as long as he kept his cool near the lake, he was unlikely to encounter trouble. Once his strength increased or the shelter upgraded to withstand an excellent grade boss, he could then deal with it. Xiao Ruo sighed that it would have been better not knowing. Now that he was aware of the excellent grade boss lurking nearby, the prospect of a peaceful night's sleep seemed like a distant dream. Suddenly, his portable terminal buzzed. He checked it to find a message from Yu. Xiao Gu, there's been a development. Yi Fan has revived. Xiao Ruo was taken aback. What development? Chapter 72. Xiao Ruo's plan. In a certain area, near the barrier surrounded by dense forest, Yi Fan gazed down at the remains of a shattered corpse. A wave of trepidation washing over him, he recalled the events that had just unfolded. He sought to uncover the identity of the assailant who had stolen his firearm and rat meat. Thus, he acquiesced to the man's demands. With the man's support, he was provided with an ordinary grade-long knife to ambush the creature. Both of them soon discovered a peculiar fact. The anomaly seemed to target only the summoner. Summoning all his courage, Yi Fan cautiously approached, but nothing occurred. However, when the man applied a dispelling potion to his weapon, preparing to launch a 2-pronged attack alongside Yi Fan, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The creature abruptly turned, charging toward the man with an unmatched speed for its size. With astonishing agility, it seized the man's shoulder, and in a moment of horror, 3 intestines pierced through his body. This sudden scene left Yi Fan in shock. He dropped his weapon and fled. After covering some distance, he turned back in panic, only to find the creature's form gradually fading away, connecting the dots with his experience in the inner world. Yi Fan realized what had happened. The creature had returned home. Its sole purpose had been to eliminate the man. Once the anomaly departed, Yi Fan's courage surged. Tentatively, he approached the scene again. He crouched down to inspect and confirmed that the man had indeed breathed his last. Subsequently, Yi Fan seized the opportunity, as the energy of the barrier had dwindled under the creature's attack. Otherwise, the man would not have rushed out to confront it recklessly. Remarkably, despite the dire circumstances, Yi Fan's fortune held out. Uncertain of how much energy remained, he struck the barrier a few times, and it cracked open. Moreover, when he breached the barrier, no monsters appeared to disrupt him. Phew. So cold, Yi Fan wrapped his clothing tighter around himself. Then, using the man's resources, he started a fire to warm himself. Phew. Much better. At this moment, Xiao Ruo was engaged in a video call with Yu. He harbored a deep-seated loathing for the culprit who had left Yu with nothing. Yu insisted that he would handle the situation himself this time, sparing Xiao Ruo the trouble. His primary concern revolved around 2 teleportation scrolls, both essential for his return, and the coordinates of a certain individual, both of which posed significant challenges. While the current output rate for teleportation scrolls was high, the prevailing environmental crises had led people to band together. Some may have found reliable allies, while others simply clung to the powerful. Take Tang Chung, for instance. He had received numerous requests from attractive women, all willing to do anything as long as he provided passage. The coordinates of that individual, however, were nothing short of absurd. Everywhere one looked, people were debating the location of this mysterious area. Aside from his own designated Zone 1, this was the first anomalous area to surface publicly. Ominous indeed. Some individuals had become quite superstitious after entering this world. It was advisable to minimize interactions with anything linked to that area. This posed a dilemma. No one knew where that person's territory lay. Not a soul was aware, despite Yu's insistence on resolving the matter independently. Xiao Ruo felt compelled to assist, not by eliminating Yi Fan, but by providing material support. She presented Yu with a dark-tide dagger and a vial of anti-evil enchantment potion. Both items could be exchanged for resources or utilized as consumables at his discretion. Xiao Ruo retained confidence in Yu's abilities. After all, he wielded an exceptional grade weapon and was a formidable contender among the 9 seats of King's Layers. There was little reason to believe anything could go awry. After concluding their call, Xiao Ruo turned to glance at the lake behind her. The pressure had now shifted to her shoulders. Xiao Mingxue sat opposite Xiao Ruo, gently breathing onto her palms. What should she do? Should she relocate? Xiao Ruo shook her head and sighed. I have no opportunity to move. However, I do possess some knowledge about these creatures. As long as we do not provoke them, they will not emerge. My current concern is whether there are others present near the lakeside. If that individual stirs up trouble and awakens the boss, we could find ourselves in an unwarranted disaster. The mere thought of the boss's level sent shivers down her spine. Exceptional grade. She feared she might not be able to breach the creature's defenses. Only her charged soul firearm might inflict damage. It was astonishing that in such a resource-rich area, the boss's strength was so preposterous. Xiao Ruo shared her plans with Xiao Mingxue. The first step was to circle the lake, searching for any other sanctuaries. The second was to prioritize training, accelerating energy absorption to enhance her strength swiftly. Speaking of which, she had yet to make full use of the customized weighted dumbbells she had acquired. Now was the perfect time to employ them. In her previous life, Xiao Ruo had contemplated this matter. But due to limited resources, even securing a meal was a challenge. She also worried that an excess of energy could lead to diminished efficiency. That it was a universal truth. Those who are financially impoverished often find themselves physically strong. In that world, without robust logistical support, even performing a push-up required utmost caution. In this frigid environment, Xiao Ruo no longer needed to fret about catching a cold from perspiring and being exposed to the wind. Nor did she have to worry about food shortages. There were so many bosses that they could sustain only her. Even a pig could ascend to the heavens under such circumstances. And she must not forget to collect soul weapon scrolls and weapons with unique effects. The greatest advantage of her rebirth was the ability to craft formidable weapons at will. If she could amalgamate the effects of a dozen different weapons into one, her power would soar to unprecedented heights. The possibilities were exhilarating. That if she had surplus soul weapon scrolls, could she not apply the same principle to her own equipment? While Xiao Ruo was busy charting her future course, Xiao Mingxue observed the messages on her portable terminal. Her brow furrowing. Xiao Ruo, Yifan knows you were the one who ambushed him. What should we do? Xiao Ruo shrugged. What can we do? Everyone is aware I seized his handgun. The verbal sparring is beyond my control. Even if he knows it was me, he has no idea where I am. Moreover, this predicament is entirely of his own making. Has he not sown enough discord? He instructed his subordinates to abduct another's spouse, and, upon losing interest, discarded her to his men for torment. He has amassed coordinates of innocent individuals and possesses a plethora of teleportation scrolls. Surely, he cannot be expected to deliver warmth to the community. Besides, I had previously eliminated an important blueprint from his grasp. Our enmity has long been established. Xiao Ruo glanced at the 800+ energy stones she had amassed. Let him come. The more the merrier. The novel could be downloaded via the open source Freestar string downloader developed by Xingyu. That if you obtain this novel file through a proxy download and the vendor has not provided the software source code or open source address, please seek a refund immediately and report the vendor. Author's email. xingyvoutlook.com. Authors QQ 201-759-3710. Official QQ group 149050832. Official TG group https t.me FQ tool chapter 73. Hey, brothers, I have an idea. Who wants to get rich? Xiao Ruo felt emboldened. Her energy stone reserves were substantial, along with the essence and essence transmutation devices, which could continuously supply energy to her barriers. Furthermore, her energy stones had been upgraded, far surpassing the flimsy cardboard that could be easily scratched by a wild beast. Xiao Ruo felt that even striking it repeatedly would take several days, even if he were extraordinarily lucky and became a Kingslayer. If he managed to breach her barrier, Xiao Ruo would only find greater joy in that prospect. In her presence, any Kingslayer would appear as nothing more than a conspicuous point of light. He would arrive and then perish. That would be his fate upon arrival. This was not arrogance. Her current resources positioned her as a standout among the powerful who would emerge in 2 months. If her personal strength kept pace, she would become invincibly formidable. A day passed. Xiao Ruo spent the entire afternoon training in the sanctuary. After a while with the dumbbells, she found them unwieldy. Instead, she opted to lift Xiao Mingxue directly. Standing at 170 centimeters and weighing 60 kg, she outweighed the dumbbells. Yet, Xiao Ruo perceived her as lighter than the weights, perhaps a psychological effect. After an afternoon of rigorous training, Xiao Ruo felt she was one step closer to leveling up. Tomorrow might be a stretch, but the day after would certainly see her advancement. As night fell, the two prepared a spicy stir-fried rabbit dish. Finding the room too warm, Xiao Ruo cracked a window to let in a breeze. The insulation in their dwelling was excellent, and she had ample high-quality timber. Not to mention, she also possessed good-grade coal, and the chili peppers added a delightful kick. Both of them were drenched in sweat from the meal. Such a dilemma was unique to them, truly a blessed annoyance. In this brutally cold world, having a small abode to enjoy a spicy meat stew was nothing short of blissful. It was sheer delight. Xiao Ruo wiped away a bead of sweat and took a sip of juice, while others were embroiled in fierce struggles for mere morsels of food. Xiao Ruo had already begun to focus on the quality of life. At this moment, he felt that his decision to shatter the stone tablet was exceedingly wise. Of course, what enabled him to act in such a manner was not merely his identity as a wanderer, but also his 3 months of experience. During the initial novice phase, Xiao Ruo had indeed endured considerable hardships. He had fought for his life against a pack of wolves, slept in foul-smelling caves, and even gleaned some insights, eventually opting to sleep in trees. Xiao Ruo would not dare claim to have seized every opportunity, yet he bore no regrets from his novice days. This current lifestyle was well-deserved. The only drawback was that he had chosen to establish his shelter near the slumbering boss. However, Xiao Ruo had no regrets. An elite-level boss posed a threat, yet it also represented an opportunity. Seizing this chance would allow him to elevate himself once more from his original heights. Failing to grasp, it would mean death. The formidable Li Su NJ lizard could easily decimate the already weakened Dawn team. The elite-level Thunder Frenzy eel was beyond his imagination in terms of strength. Xiao Ruo sighed and set down his chopsticks. Xiaoming Xuan noticed Xiao Ruo's slightly downcast mood and astutely deduced that it was due to the elite-level boss nearby. She too set down her chopsticks and offered comfort. Did you not say that if you don't provoke it, there will be no issues? Rest assured, we shall face any challenges together. I will always stand by your side. With a flourish akin to magic, Xiaoming Xue produced a small, square bottle from her dimensional gear. This was the liquor she had previously acquired. Would you care for a drink? Xiao Ruo waved his hand dismissively. No need, I am not one to drown my troubles in alcohol. Resorting to drink only deepens sorrow. Picking up his chopsticks, he took a bite of rabbit meat. Tomorrow, I shall take a stroll by the lakeside. Hopefully, there will be no one around. Xiao Ruo had prepared a substantial meal this time. And he even sent portions to Tangqing, Yu, and Xiaomingyu, all of whom had their own places to stay. Yu had spent the entire day scouring the channel, eager to obtain Yifan's regional number. Moreover, the cross-border scrolls currently in circulation were exceedingly rare and priced steeply. Yu had managed to exchange for one using his dark tide dagger. The other remained elusive, and thus he had little time or inclination to cook. Were it not for Xiao Ruo sending over a serving of spicy rabbit soup, he might have settled for mere jerky. Yu felt immense gratitude towards Xiao Ruo for his assistance. He had not only saved him, but had also severely wounded his enemies, reducing Yifan to a lower tier, while providing him with an elite-level weapon. Now, to have prepared a delicious meal and thought of him, Yu felt as if he might willingly offer himself in gratitude. As for Tang Cheng, his quality of life was also commendable. However, compared to Xiao Ruo, it paled significantly. For ordinary folk, mealtime meant mere sustenance. For Tang Cheng, it was about flavor, but for Xiao Ruo, it was a delightful experience. This encapsulated the difference between mere survival and a life well lived, since the emergence of the bizarre events and their manifestation in public view. His wooden bed trading volume had skyrocketed, nearly exhausting the energy from his stone tablet. Tang Cheng's fortune had begun with the stone tablet energy Xiao Ruo had traded him on the first day, allowing him to amass wealth. Tang Cheng possessed a clear understanding of himself. He was not cut out to lead. He was cautious, weighing the pros and cons of every action. In ancient times, such individuals were referred to as advisors. Tang Cheng believed his personality aligned with this archetype. Xiaomingyu, on the other hand, was refreshingly simple, delicious, so very delicious. Within Yifan's territory, he had become slightly more composed after these events. Originally, he had been among the top in his district. Yet now he found himself with nothing. He was unwilling to accept this fate. Should I take a gamble? He muttered to himself. Shueqiu, or Xiao Ruo, knowing I am still alive, must be restless. He obtained so many teleportation scrolls from me. He must have no use for them. He hasn't sought me out, likely because he does not know my whereabouts. Once he knows, he will certainly come for me. What if I were to kill him and reclaim my handgun? Yet Yi Fan was also aware that Xiao Ruo possessed formidable weapons, and thus he knew this matter required careful deliberation. Moreover, having tasted good quality rat meat, Yi Fan understood that Xiao Ruo's starting point was significantly higher than his own. A daily serving of snake meat could elevate even a pig to great heights, not to mention Xiao Ruo's abundance of high-quality food, indicating that he had not merely slain the tidal Shadow Snake King. Since quality was not on his side, perhaps quantity would suffice. That Yi Fan smacked his clever head, believing he had conceived a brilliant idea. He opened the previously muted chat group of the Mutual Aid Society. Brothers, I have returned. There is a significant matter I wish to discuss with you. I have a lucrative opportunity. Chapter 74. Loud Conspiracy. The so-called Mutual Aid Society was now merely a shell of its former self. With the sudden emergence of Yi Fan, there were a total of 7 members. Brothers, I have an idea. Who wants to get rich? As soon as Yi Fan uttered these words, the group erupted in chaos. Isn't that Yi Fan? There's a chance to get rich, and he still thinks of us? Yi Fan, just a heads up, don't come asking to borrow something, but if there's no benefit, we want to help you. Have you cleaned your own mess first? Haha, don't say that. Yi Fan, I believe in you. How about sending me 10 pieces of rat meat to broaden my horizons? 10 pieces of rat meat. Yi Fan couldn't even sell a single piece for that. Yi Fan, I have a piece of giant lizard meat. If you show me your backside, I'll share a bit with you. Ugh, bro, that's just too much. Observing these messages, Yi Fan felt a surge of anger. These individuals who had previously fawned over him, calling him Brother Yi, were now addressing him by his full name, rubbing salt into his wounds. This was tantamount to a death sentence. After losing his handgun and rat meat, they revealed their true, petty natures. The root cause of all this was Xiao Ruo, that damned Xue Chou. That I will not let this go. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and typed on the screen. I have a way to get rich. Those interested should private message me. The group chat fell silent. No one responded to him. It was clear that everyone suspected Yi Fan had no good intentions. Everyone had their wits about them. How could they possibly share a lucrative opportunity? It could either be a hard labor trap or a scheme. Both were plausible, considering Yi Fan had nothing left. Seeing that no one in the group was paying him any mind, Yi Fan slammed his fist down in frustration. He was unwilling to accept that a life once filled with reverence and fear had been snatched away from him by Xue Chou. He was filled with rage at that moment. Someone sent him a private message. This sounds interesting. Tell me your thoughts. That evening, Xiao Ruo lay resting in bed. Inside the room was Xiao, clad in nothing but a small tank top. She had just broken through to the first tier of the ordinary class that moment. She was using a towel to wipe herself down. In this weather, taking a bath was a luxury. Xiao raised her hand to sniff, incredulous. Is this the impurity on my body? It smells awful. Xiao Ruo, lying down, replied. The first breakthrough can be quite foul. After all, impurities are expelled. It will improve from here on. Xiao nodded, feeling the strength coursing through her body. She recalled the first time she met Xiao Ruo, when he had lifted her effortlessly with one hand. That a realization dawned upon her. She had never inquired about Xiao Ruo's strength. During an afternoon of training, while she sat on his back doing weighted push-ups, he had shown no signs of strain, even when she sat atop him with dumbbells. He remained unfazed. She turned her head and asked, by the way, were you already at a higher tier when we first met? Xiao Ruo chuckled softly. Not at all. Xiao was taken aback. She was aware that Xiao Ruo had not deceived her. This was quite absurd. Xiao Ruo undoubtedly had a trump card, yet further inquiries would encroach upon privacy. For instance, there was that arm covered in black scales, as well as the neck, although they lived together. Certain privacies had to be maintained. That if he chose not to speak, she would refrain from asking. Just a moment, a message has arrived that if conditions permit, let us construct a bathing area, for it is rather inconvenient to clean our bodies in the current setup. He remarked while scanning the channel. When utilizing the alien fetal tide shadow serpent, he had not concealed anything from Xiao. It was Xiao who had not thought to inquire. This was quite agreeable. Upon opening the message, he discovered it was from Yu. Brother Xiao, I have managed to contact Yi Fan. Xiao Ruo contemplated for a moment and quickly grasped the situation. That Yu was currently within the Mutual Aid Association, extracting information from the territories of those pests. However, Yi Fan possessed nothing at present. What business did he have at the association? After conversing briefly with Yu, he learned of Yi Fan's intentions. Yi Fan planned to use himself as bait, collaborating with the members of the association to launch a surprise attack against him. Indeed, if it were him, he would likely do the same. Moreover, with nothing but a worthless life to lose. Yi Fan was unafraid of an assault from the association, as it simply was not worth it. Reaching Yi Fan's territory would require a teleportation scroll, and they were well aware of how exorbitant those scrolls had become. Yet, Xiao Ruo felt an unease. Did he truly intend to target him? How did he plan to deliver the message into his hands? Should he publicly disclose his territory, he would undoubtedly offend many. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many rejoicing at his demise. After some contemplation, Xiao Ruo replied to Yu Yu. How many of you are planning to head to his territory? Yu Yu responded, just me. The others are unwilling to rise without profit. Yi Fan now resembles a familiar person suddenly reaching out to you, either announcing a wedding or seeking a favor. Xiao Ruo queried. Is he asking you to go first? Yu Yu affirmed. Indeed. A smile crept across Xiao Ruo's face. This individual had undoubtedly intended to deal with him from the outset, thus seeking help from the Mutual Aid Association. However, at this moment, Xiao Ruo was 90% certain that those who would assist Yi Fan were his primary targets. Yi Fan would never suspect that within the association he had founded, there lurked a Yu Yu who was fervently wishing for his demise. Xiao Ruo then inquired, when are you going over? Once I gather the scrolls, it would be better to resolve this sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, wrapped in a blanket, was digging a pit near the shelter. As he dug, he felt a surge of secret delight. These individuals would certainly not anticipate that he was masquerading under the pretense of dealing with Xuecho to confront them instead. There's no one here, just one. Brother, do not blame me. Blame those who did not come to assist. Presently, most individuals kept their important and valuable belongings on their persons. Yi Fan decided to take a gamble. What if this Yu Yu possessed some treasure? At the very least, he must have a teleportation scroll to return, and no matter how one looked at it, he stood to gain. Furthermore, a mere ordinary person was certainly easier to handle than Xuecho. And Yu Fan was no helpless individual. He had consumed his fair share of rat meat. He held ample confidence in his ability to subdue an ordinary person with one hand. Digging a pit here served as a precaution. Yi Fan trembled with cold. It was too late, and he needed to return to warm up. He was quite satisfied with his labor's outcome. In addition to the traps around the shelter, he had also excavated a deep pit sufficient to accommodate one person. This was the grave he had prepared for Yu Yu. Since you, brother, are delivering something to me, I cannot allow you to be left to rot in the wilderness. I am indeed a benevolent person. Alas, good people do not live long. While calamities linger for a millennium. Yi Fan squatted by the fire, gritting his teeth. Just wait. Once I gather enough strength, Xiao Ruo, await your demise. Chapter 75. Lakeside Journey. Illusory, White Fox in the Morning. Xiao Ruo opened his eyes. After stretching lazily, he sat up. Xiao Mingxue curled up in a corner, resembling a small cat. A corner of the blanket was lifted, allowing a chill breeze to seep in. Causing her to shiver, Xiao Ruo tucked the blanket around Xiao Mingxue, recalling her haughty demeanor from the previous day. You are finished. I have already leveled up, and you are certainly no match for me. What use is high critical damage when the key to victory lies in a short cooldown? Xiao Ruo pinched Xiao Mingxue's sleeping face, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Indeed, your cooldown is short. But you cannot withstand my critical hits. Approaching the third tier, Xiao Ruo had even utilized the alien fetal possession technique last night. Although Xiao Mingxue's physique had improved, she still rolled her eyes helplessly before Xiao Ruo, who had maxed out his critical damage. After a fierce battle, Xiao Mingxue had begged for mercy, completely shedding her previous arrogance. After dressing, Xiao Ruo poured himself a glass of milk. High-quality milk was still a substantial boost for him. Yes, he referred to the protein. Breakfast consisted of a simple serving of fried meat patties. Xiao Ruo did not venture outside to cook, but instead prepared the meal by the fireplace. After finishing, he approached the bed and pulled back the blanket. Time to rise. The cold air swept in, causing Xiao Mingxue to shudder, her sleep-heavy eyes fluttering open. Is at dawn. Xiao Ruo chuckled, we have returned to the real world. Really? Xiao Mingxue instantly perked up. However, upon realizing that Xiao Ruo was merely teasing her, she wrapped herself in the blanket and playfully bit his arm. You tricked me. After spending time together, it seemed that Xiao Mingxue had shed her aloof demeanor. Revealing herself as a charmingly innocent girl, the two did not open the door. Xiao Ruo added more firewood to the hearth, ensuring the room remained comfortably warm. Xiao Mingxue, clad in a loose sweatshirt, displayed her long, snowy white legs, a truly pleasing sight. At the dining table, Xiao Ruo outlined the day's plans. First and foremost were the shortcomings of the shelter. They required a kitchen and a bathroom. Xiao Ruo sensed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough and yearned for a proper bath. Since he intended to take a leisurely stroll around the lake today, he entrusted these tasks to Xiao. She agreed readily. Regarding the kitchen, it would be best to set it up. Xiao possessed an iron barrel stove, which could be expanded upon. However, the bathroom posed a more troublesome challenge that it needed to be insulated and waterproof. If possible, a sanitation system would also be necessary. For the past few days, Xiao Ruo had been resolving his bathroom needs outdoors, and Xiao had done the same. Such facilities were urgently needed to significantly enhance their quality of life. However, doing it themselves would be labor-intensive and yield suboptimal results, and a building that was both warm and sealed would not attract transactions in such extreme weather. What? Do you find my warmth excessive? This issue gave Xiao a headache, prompting her to suggest, if there are any developments, just use the portable terminal to message me that I have the Wanderer's ring to receive it. Xiao Ruo donned his revenge cloak, loaded his firearm with bullets, and bid farewell to Xiao before stepping outside with the Qiqiong in hand. Xiao, draped in a wolf fur coat, stood at the door waving goodbye to Xiao Ruo. Safe travels. When you return, tell me what you wish to eat. I will prepare it for you. The hour had arrived at 8 o'clock. Xiao Ruo strolled along the lake's edge, glancing around while loading bullets into the firearm he held. Beneath his feet lay 2 wild buffalo, each towering at 2 meters. This sight brought Xiao Ruo considerable delight. Though these buffalo were not fantastical creatures, their robust and well-fed forms suggested they could yield a significant amount of pure lard. With lard and chili, a small copper pot could easily be prepared for a hot pot meal later on. Xiao Ruo retrieved his treasure-seeking device, now devoid of power, and felt a pang of nostalgia. How delightful it would have been to have a functioning device in this moment. Currently, people were aware that the outside world had become perilously dangerous after a day of experiences, and the climate was unsuitable for exploration. Thus, treasures remained abundant outside. With his formidable strength and exceptional insulation gear, his thermal suit and revenge coat, he maintained his body temperature without hindering his movements. Xiao Ruo had a premonition that this outing would yield unexpected rewards. He began to gather the 2 buffalo carcasses, his mind already contemplating the culinary possibilities in recent days. Rabbit meat had been his only semblance of normalcy. Snake meat, lizard meat, and insect meat were hardly staples for any reasonable person. Even with rabbit meat alone, he was nearing saturation. Stretching his body and yawning, he noticed a slight rustle in the bushes across from him that a flash of white was stirring, akin to a snow spirit. In an instant, he drew his weapon, the Qiqiong, his left finger resting on the trigger of the ornate M1911 at that moment. The bushes trembled violently, and Xiao Ruo understood the message from across the way. An attack was imminent. Suddenly, a slender fox with an enormous tail burst forth. Its large, snow-white body was elongated, and particularly its tail, which was strikingly lengthy yet proportionate. This creature's demeanor, combined with its smooth, pristine fur, rendered it rather otherworldly. The tail swung towards Xiao Ruo like a sweeping blade. For reasons unknown, Xiao Ruo's instinctive reaction was to flee, devoid of any thought of resistance. He did not even prepare a defense. Something was amiss. Xiao Ruo felt as though his limbs were no longer his own. The massive tail approached with alarming speed. With a resounding crash, the tail swept him away, embedding him into a tree with tremendous force. Through this excruciating pain, Xiao Ruo comprehended the fox's unique ability. It seemed capable of briefly projecting illusions that dissuaded others from harboring thoughts of aggression towards it for its strength. It was roughly equivalent to a typical third-tier creature. Had it not been for the protective qualities of his revenge coat and the scales he covered himself with post-impact, the damage would have been significant. After all, Xiao Ruo was on the verge of third-tier strength, not fully attained yet. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth with his thumb, he reflected on the multitude of fantastical beings from his previous life. Such information could be monetized. However, this fox was not even listed among the intelligence brokers. Its initial attack was overwhelmingly fierce. Even Xiao was only first tier, while this fox was third tier that a normal person would have perished from a surprise attack of that magnitude. Were it not for Xiao Ruo's own formidable power, his anomalous birth, and his superior equipment, he would have succumbed. The white fox, realizing its strike had not succeeded, appeared quite astonished. It crouched low and let out a fierce growl at Xiao Ruo. Slowly retreating, Xiao Ruo chuckled. Did it think it could escape? Though he was unaware of this creature's full capabilities, he understood one principle. A mage's own strength was invariably limited. That tail was likely its primary means of attack. With his current pain and awareness of the illusion, the white fox would find it exceedingly difficult to strike again. Xiao Ruo raised his handgun, aiming at the fox, just as he was about to pull the trigger. A brilliant idea struck him. What if he attempted to capture it? Chapter 76. Illusion, Intermediate Housing Expansion Scroll. Xiao Ruo possessed a chain of contract, a reward obtained from slaying the mother beast of a magical rabbit. This item was rumored to appear in excellent-grade treasure chests. Though its drop rate was exceedingly low, he had overlooked it at the time. But now, encountering a suitable fantastical creature, he suddenly recalled its existence. Chain of contract. Excellent grade contracts a creature that develops a sense of submission towards you. Your words will leave an imprint on it, and the contracted creature will never betray you. Quite literally. However, it first required subduing. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ruo recognized that while defeating it might be simple, subduing it would prove challenging. He recalled a humorous anecdote about a person who, despite acquiring a chain of contract, could not find an appropriate creature to bond with, ultimately settling for an ordinary weasel. Gripping his knife, Xiao Ruo charged towards the white fox to whooshed in an instant. The scenery before him transformed dramatically. He halted his advance, his face a mask of disbelief. The lakeside forest had morphed into a well-developed shelter. The once dim sky now radiated with light. The only constant was the frigid temperature. Xiao Ruo shivered, glancing down at himself. He found nothing but a long, tattered maternity gown and a revenge coat, no thermal suit. However, his exposed skin bore numerous wounds that a wave of confusion washed over him. Where was he? Xiao Ruo felt an urge to act, but could not recall what that action was. Yes, he remembered now. He had to endure this bone-chilling temperature to mine for ores. Several slaves had already succumbed to the cold. Yet failure to extract would result in hanging at night, and by morning, he would become a frozen corpse. He turned back to the brightly lit wooden cabin, where shadows moved within. Gritting his teeth, he touched his wounds and frostbite. That wretched woman. He ching. 9 o'clock. Xiao hummed a tune as she began constructing a kitchen based on the stove. She felt utterly at a loss regarding the bathroom, but the kitchen was entirely feasible to build manually, as long as she could vent the smoke outside. She chose a spot beside the fireplace. Where the stone was squared and the wooden board smooth, the building materials were quite accessible, but the outcome depended solely on her handiwork and aesthetic sensibility. After a while of labor, she felt satisfied and took a seat to rest momentarily. Picking up her portable terminal, she checked for messages. Discovering no private chats waiting for her, she sighed. Who would possibly share a warm building in this climate? Nevertheless, a proper bathroom would significantly enhance her quality of life. She resolved to work diligently to complete both structures by the time Xiao Ruo returned. Glancing at the supplies available in the trading post, she suddenly spotted something, though not a warm building. It could serve for bathing. After her breakthrough yesterday, she had only managed to wipe herself down with a damp towel, and she still felt quite uncomfortable. What she saw was strikingly simple, a wooden bathtub measuring 2 meters in length, 1 meter in width, and 1 meter in height. Setting aside her own needs, Xiao Ruo had mentioned that his breakthrough was imminent if she couldn't manage a bathroom. This could suffice for a wash. With this thought, Xiao quickly initiated a private chat with the seller. Upon seeing Xiao Ruo's ID, the seller instantly perked up. This was a big name, a lucrative deal. Big shot, what do you want? Xiao inquired. How much for the bathtub? The seller's eyes darted, and he hesitated. 1 piece of good-grade meat. Upon hearing this offer, Xiao huffed in indignation, rolling her eyes. What use was this item? She was acutely aware of the current state of the world, where everyone was suffering from the biting cold. Who would want to take a bath in such frigid conditions? Besides those fortunate enough to have shelter, who else needed such a thing? To demand a piece of good-grade meat was truly treating her as a fool. You have 1 chance to revise your offer, she stated firmly. The seller gulped nervously. Big shot. We're running low on food here. Please, have mercy. Though a mere piece of meat may hold little significance for you, it is indeed a matter of life and death for us. Moral coercion? Xiao is not one to fall for such tactics. Not blocking him on the spot was already a concession. The opportunity has been granted. With a swift motion, she blocked him. Meanwhile, the other party sent a lengthy message. believing that Xiao Ruo was a good person, that a good person would not turn a blind eye to those in suffering. And yet, he considered himself part of a marginalized group. He was convinced that Xiao Ruo was merely making empty threats. Message sent. You have been blocked. The other party was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Xiao Ruo's decisiveness. Now, in a state of panic, he realized that although food was scarce, there were still some resources to be found. However, quality meat was exclusively available from Xiao Ruo's establishment. Being blocked by this big shot meant his future prospects were bleak. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself twice for his greed. After the self-inflicted punishment, he immediately addressed Xiao Ruo in the channel. Big shot. I was wrong, truly wrong, that I shouldn't have been greedy. Please don't block me. I have something valuable, something truly valuable. The crowd began to gather, eager to witness the spectacle. Wow, it's my first time seeing a big shot block someone. What kind of sin did this kid commit? I don't know, bro. Do share. Let us have a good laugh. Xiaomingxue stated that she had, with considerable effort. Xiao Ruo expressionlessly produced the contract chain. Although his countenance remained calm, his heart was brimming with joy. This ability was extraordinarily powerful, with its illusions operating stealthily and imperceptibly. That it was truly a formidable support. Had he contracted the illusory white snow fox as his companion, Xiao Ruo chose affirmatively that moment. His hands trembled with excitement. Its imposing size and exquisite form were a sight to behold. Future excursions would no longer be a source of concern. As Xiao Ruo confirmed his choice, the contract chain lunged towards the illusory white snow fox. Time passed second by second. Xiao Ruo felt an inexplicable strain. Had it not already submitted, he gently patted the fox's head, urging it to relax and cease its resistance. The illusory white snow fox had already lowered its head to the ground. The man and the fox remained in tranquil silence. Xiao Ruo focused intently on establishing the contract with the illusory white snow fox. That moment, a bespectacled figure emerged, drawn by the sound of gunfire. He had not anticipated witnessing such an exhilarating scene upon his arrival. What was this individual doing? Was he not cold dressed so lightly? The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, then a realization struck him. No, this person was extraordinary. The large white fox exuded an aura of formidable power, unmistakably a creature of great strength. The fact that such a being was submitting to this man was astonishing. Moreover, it seemed that, whether by his own perception or not, some translucent chains were swirling about them. The bespectacled man squinted, noticing the gun clutched in Xiao Ruo's left hand. That in an instant, he grasped the implications. It was Xueqiu. Xiao Ruo was in the same vicinity as him. He glanced towards the direction of the faint footprints by the lake, and then at the busy Xiao Ruo. A wild idea took shape in his mind that if he followed the footprints back, he would surely find Xiao Ruo sheltered. He intended to steal from Xiao Ruo's home. Chapter 78. Something awry at the shelter. Time had progressed to the afternoon. The once bright sky had turned overcast and dull. Though it was merely 3 in the afternoon, it resembled twilight. At long last, Xiao Ruo completed the contract with the illusory white snow fox. He began to piece together why it had taken so long. Firstly, it was a matter of spirit. The illusory white snow fox excelled in illusions. He had threatened it with his life to compel its submission. Even if it harbored inclinations of obedience, there would inevitably be some resistance. What astonished Xiao Ruo the most was that this illusory white snow fox was merely of ordinary second-tier status. This was somewhat absurd that a warrior had nearly been slain by a mere flick of a staff from a mage of the same tier. Who could he turn to for justification? Clearly, the lineage of the illusory white snow fox was quite elevated. He had struck gold. Indeed, through his own experiences, Xiao Ruo discerned that a pet bound by the contract chain felt entirely different from one that was hatched from an egg. There was none of that profound soul connection. Yet, Xiao Ruo was certain of one thing. This creature was far more obedient than as he caressed the fox's sleek fur. He realized it was getting late, and he needed to return. He had completed the majority of his perimeter checks around the lake, at the very least. There were no shelters in close proximity to the lakeside. Furthermore, it was unlikely that individuals deep within the forest would carelessly toss explosives into the lake. Xiao Ruo mounted the towering illusory white snow fox, preparing to lead the way home. Though he referred to it as leading, it essentially meant following the lakeside path. Along the way, Xiao Ruo contemplated a matter. Which name was more melodious? Xiao Bai or Xiao Wan? He found himself somewhat conflicted over the name of the illusory white snow fox. Ultimately, he resolved that the fox should choose for itself. A slender, snow-white fox with a long tail sprinted alongside the lake. As a man riding upon its back leaned down to whisper something to In the next instant, the fox came to an abrupt halt. With a sudden jolt, Xiao Ruo was unceremoniously thrown off. However, just before he hit the ground, he was caught in the fox's jaws. Sighing, Xiao Ruo patted the illusory white snow fox's head, saying, "If you find the name unappealing, just say so. I am not insistent upon having you called that. We are currently bound by a contract. Just let out a cry, and I will understand your sentiments. But if you break so suddenly and fail to catch me, what would become of my face?" The illusory white snow fox released him, allowing Xiao Ruo to land safely, then lowered itself to let him mount once more. Xiao Ruo suddenly felt that having a pet with such intelligence could be a double-edged sword. Unlike his own Mo Lin, who was rather dull-witted, merely a tattoo that could possess him. Even if it were to provoke Xiao Ruo, it wouldn't utter a word of complaint. After a resigned sigh, the man and fox continued towards the shelter. Just as the illusory white snow fox began to move, Xiao Ruo's wanderer's ring unexpectedly buzzed with a message that it was from Xiao. "Something has happened. Urgent." Moments later, Xiao Ruo hurriedly arrived at his shelter. Outside, he beheld his agricultural scarecrow seizing a man. Xiao stood nearby, her face etched with worry. Upon spotting the illusory white snow fox, she initially panicked. Then, upon drawing her bow, she saw Xiao Ruo and immediately relaxed. Approaching him, Xiao Ruo leaped down with a thud. After patting the illusory white snow fox, he addressed Xiao. "I will introduce you to this creature later. First, tell me the details. Start from the beginning. I need to hear every detail." Xiao nodded and began recounting the events that transpired within the shelter that day. After a while, Xiao Ruo grasped the situation. Xiao had acquired an exceptionally valuable item known as the house expansion scroll. This item could painlessly resolve their lack of a kitchen and restroom. Upon hearing of this item, Xiao Ruo's eyes lit up. He was eager to see what it entailed. Yet, he understood the importance of context and chose to listen to the entirety of the story first. Although the house expansion scroll was powerful, space could not be conjured from thin air. Some reorganization was required. Thus, Xiao had temporarily relocated the greenhouse and smokehouse adjacent to the exquisite stone house to the periphery. Naturally, she had ideas for constructing a small kitchen since this item was dismantleable. However, it was evident that expansion could not be reversed. Therefore, Xiao planned to prepare lunch for Xiao Ruo in the house. Upon his return, they would discuss how to proceed with the expansion. Originally, the matter should have concluded there. However, an unexpected turn of events arose. While retrieving stones from the smokehouse, Xiao suddenly spotted a sneaky man. The moment he laid eyes on her, he displayed a moment of panic. Yet, upon realizing she was a woman, and a beautiful one at that, he immediately grew brazen. "This is Xiao Ruo's shelter, is it not? Ha. Seeing how well this place is developing, you clearly have the means to keep a woman." He then spewed forth a string of lewd remarks, which Xiao found utterly repugnant. The situation then took a dramatic turn. Due to the greenhouse being placed at the edge, the scarecrow, having completed its farming duties, strolled out from behind him. The man's reaction was exceedingly frantic. He mistook it for some bizarre entity. Running, his limbs flailed in disarray, and he was swiftly captured by the scarecrow. Subsequently, Xiao messaged Xiao Ruo, who soon returned. Upon hearing the account, Xiao Ruo stepped past Xiao to confront the bespectacled man. The man gulped nervously at the sight of Xiao Ruo. Without uttering much, Xiao Ruo pressed his gun against the man's head. Feeling the cold metal against his forehead, the man nearly lost control of his bladder. Please, let's talk this over calmly. Xiao Ruo smiled. "That depends on your performance. Now, tell me, how did you know about my shelter? Do not feign coincidence. From your tone, it is evident you came here with intent." The man slightly tilted his head, attempting to avoid the gun's muzzle, his voice trembling from excessive anxiety. "I was searching for treasure outside when I heard gunfire by the lake. I came to investigate and saw you taming that fox that I thought you might be occupied for a while, so I came to steal from your home. Then I discovered footprints by the lakeside and traced them back." Xiao Ruo let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the location of her hideout had not been compromised. If her sanctuary were to be exposed, it would certainly spell trouble. Presently, she was quite the coveted prize. And if her refuge were revealed, she could wager that the value of the teleportation scroll would double. This man was of no use. Xiao Ruo prepared to pull the trigger. However, the man seemed to sense her intent, and immediately begged for mercy. "You can't kill me. If you do, the location of your hideout will surely be exposed." Xiao Ruo paused, then tightened her grip around the man's neck. "You had better provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, you might find that a swift death is a rather fortunate fate." Chapter 79. Under surveillance. The power of illusory snow demon skills. "When I arrived here, I told my wife, if I die, let her reveal your address," the man stammered. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruo's anger flared. This man had a sharp mind, albeit misapplied. How could he have left such a repulsive contingency? With her handgun pressed against the man's chin, she demanded, "Where is your hideout?" The man nearly cried. "Xiao Guo, I was momentarily blinded by foolishness. Please let me go. Did I swear I won't say a word about this?" Xiao Ruo contemplated her movements. If she searched around the area where she had slain the bison, she might uncover something. Yet, she was reluctant to gamble. Despite the current hardships faced by the populace, there would always be those who resorted to unscrupulous means, bringing trouble upon themselves. After all, thieves may thrive for 1,000 days, but the vigilant can only guard against them for a day. Xiao Ruo needed to nip this potential threat in the bud. With a cold glare, she fixed her gaze on the man. "I'll give you one last chance. The location." The man's straightine flatulence. Since the intelligence has been revealed, this person has become redundant. With a swift motion, Xiao Ruo took aim and executed him with a shot to the head. Deservedly so. Chapter 80. The perfect pairing of extreme cold and hot pot. Night fell. Xiao Ruo meticulously arranged the positions of the bathroom and kitchen. However, he was taken aback to discover that a significant amount of high-quality materials was still required. Fortunately, he had stockpiled quite a few during his previous sale of wolf fur coats. The remaining materials could also be exchanged for what he needed. Upon surveying the area, Xiao Ruo realized that the house expansion scroll not only allowed for the construction of a bathroom and kitchen, but also provided options for bedrooms, a lounge, a tea room, an entertainment area, and even a gym. Nevertheless, after careful consideration, he concluded that the bathroom and kitchen offered the most cost-effective choices. The bathroom came equipped with a dimensional toilet and bathtub, featuring a separation of wet and dry areas. Along with toiletries, the toilet was particularly impressive, as it transformed accumulated waste into inferior fertilizer after flushing. As for the bathtub, Xiao Ruo felt that the wooden tub replaced by Qiumingxue was far superior. The kitchen boasted a row of cabinets filled with various cooking utensils, including frying pans, boiling pots, frying pans, and steamers. There was also a commendable selection of knives, including a bone cleaver of good quality. What astonished Xiao Ruo the most was the discovery of a plethora of seasonings in one of the cabinets. This was a delightful surprise. A buy-one-get-in deal. Qiumingxue mentioned that the scroll had only cost her 2 pieces of good quality meat. Surely, its previous owner never anticipated such an outcome. Once inside, the two of them explored every nook and cranny, akin to naive savages discovering a new world, marveling at every item they picked up. The originally elegant stone house, which had a rectangular layout, was now transformed into a T-shape, appearing more layered and spacious. What pleased Xiao Ruo the most was the toilet in the bathroom. With this convenience, he no longer had to brave the cold outdoors. For toilet paper, that was easily resolved, as its blueprint had been unlocked on the first day. Xiao Ruo promptly stockpiled an entire box, ready for extensive use. After enjoying a bath together, they prepared to dine in the new kitchen's dining area, which featured an antique table and 6 chairs. However, Xiao Ruo felt a headache coming on at the sight of the massive table. Would it truly accommodate 6 people? Perhaps even doubling that might be more fitting. They decided to indulge in hot pot, but the kitchen lacked a copper pot, although it was available for purchase at the trading post. Despite the absence of a copper pot, the kitchen did provide hot pot base ingredients. Xiao Ruo extravagantly added good quality charcoal to the copper pot. They began slicing the bison meat Xiao Ruo had hunted. To be cautious, Qiumingxue first pan-fried a piece to taste, and to her delight, it was quite flavorful with a hint of creaminess. Honestly, Qiumingxue was quite the cook, and her knife skills were commendable. After letting the bison meat freeze slightly to firm it up, Xiao Ruo delivered it to Qiumingxue, who skillfully sliced the meat into thin strips with precision. Xiao Ruo arranged the slices on a plate, displaying the vibrant red oil and hearty pieces of meat that were sure to make anyone salivate. But that wasn't all. Xiao Ruo had flour on hand and intended to make noodles. Initially, he considered using instant noodles, but given the current circumstances, it felt disrespectful to the rare hot pot base ingredients. Hence, With a heart full of gratitude, he resolved to make hand-pulled noodles. The two collaborated in the kitchen, with Xiao Ruo calling over Tang Cheng and Yu Yu. Xiao Mingxue was engaged in conversation with Xiao Mingyu, asking them to bring out any fresh vegetables they had. Unfortunately, Xiao Mingyu and Yu Yu had little to offer, as they were quite impoverished. However, Tang Cheng had a bounty to share. He had even brought tofu, which thrilled Xiao Ruo to no end. Finally, they had some vegetables. Once the hot pot was ready and the meat boiled, they each filled their bowls to the brim with meat, for there was no need for small plates. This hot pot was robust enough. Xiao Ruo also provided them with some raw meat chunks, assuring them that the texture rivaled that of good quality rabbit meat. Though rabbit meat lacked fat and was tasty, it simply couldn't compare to normal meats, with just a sprinkle of salt and a quick sear. The bison meat became a gourmet meal that as soon as Tang Cheng and the others received their meat, they disregarded the heat and stuffed it into their mouths, reveling in the rich layers of flavor and the tender beef texture. Tears streaming down their faces. How far they had come, for even a hot pot had once been a luxury. After serving everyone their meat, Xiao Ruo added some water and another piece of hot pot base to the pot. Contemplating whether it was enough, he turned to Xiao Mingxue and asked, "Can you handle spicy food?" With sparkling eyes, Xiao Mingxue eagerly nodded. Add more, add more. That was precisely what Xiao Ruo had been waiting for. He had received a packet of chili peppers when he bought the seeds. They were ready to go all out. As the water boiled, the two eagerly tossed the meat into the pot. Once the meat turned slightly opaque, they quickly fished it out and popped it into their mouths. Xiao Ruo leaned back slightly and exhaled a long breath, feeling utterly relaxed. After one bite, Xiao Mingxue paused with her chopsticks. Lost in thought, she felt as though she had returned to the real world, free from the relentless battle against nature. With slightly reddened eyes, Xiao Mingxue produced a bottle of strong liquor and gestured to Xiao Ruo. Care for a drink? While chewing on the meat, Xiao Ruo nodded. Of course, but diluted a bit. We have a battle to prepare for tonight. Xiao Mingxue's face flushed. My back hurts. Xiao Ruo chuckled. Isn't that what you said about the cooldown period? Didn't you say crits were ineffective? Why are you backing down now? The two enjoyed their hot pot and sipped on liquor, sharing laughter and tears, while also capturing numerous moments with their portable terminal. At that moment, Xiao Mingxue appeared slightly tipsy. Her cheeks flushed, looking exceedingly adorable. By the way, how do you plan to deal with those thugs? They are aware of our shelter. After tonight, I might truly be facing the prospect of perishing with the shelter. How about we take the initiative and eliminate them directly, since we know their location? In order to preserve our current way of life, I am willing to do anything. Xiao Ruo picked up a piece of tofu and shook his head. That is not feasible. Xiao Mingxue propped her chin on her hands, appearing quite languid. Why not? Tell me. After swallowing a piece of tofu, Xiao Ruo explained. Firstly, these individuals are scattered across various regions, while it wouldn't be difficult for us to exchange for 11 transfer scrolls. We cannot capture them all at once. If anyone notices that their comrades have suddenly disappeared one by one, they will surely realize we are behind at that point. They might retaliate by exposing our coordinates. Xiao Mingxue took another drink, laughing mischievously. So what is your plan? Just wait for them to come. And wait until when? Xiao Ruo shook his head, feeling that Xiao Mingxue's tolerance for alcohol was rather low. However, he made no attempt to stop her, treating it as a housewarming celebration. Yet, concerning Xiao Mingxue's question, Xiao Ruo indeed had an answer. He genuinely wanted them to come over. By the way, how are the photos you took? Chapter 81. Is it just a hot pot, or are some people truly breaking down? In the forum, there exists a category known as lifestyle posts. No one wishes for others to fare better than themselves. However, they secretly desire to surpass others significantly. The source of this simple thrill is precisely these lifestyle posts. Originally intended to showcase ways to enhance one's life, they have devolved into mere displays of ostentation. Yet, there are still individuals who are particularly eager to peruse them, not for the bragging, but for the amusement, as there will always be those who become defensive in the comments below. Currently, a lifestyle post has suddenly garnered considerable attention. Haha, I managed to acquire some tofu and even sold a portion of it. Paired with the sauerkraut in my possession, simmering a sauerkraut tofu stew is simply a culinary delight. Alas, I must confess that I am not particularly fond of this dish in the real world. In the accompanying image, a delicate bowl cradles a serving of sauerkraut stewed with tofu. Though it appears somewhat watery, it is indeed a rare and delectable meal. Tofu and sauerkraut. These are vegetarian delights that can only be unearthed from a treasure chest. Setting aside the origins of this dish, the vitamins alone are enough to make onlookers envious. I am in need of food. Could you spare some? I truly find myself questioning the value of such posts. Is it merely a display of vanity? Some individuals become quite arrogant upon achieving even the slightest success. Indeed, I have yet to witness the esteemed Xiao Ruo boast about any food. What sort of dwelling do you suppose such a figure inhabits? Perhaps a wooden cabin or a thatched hut? Surely a wooden cabin. For being a prominent figure, residing in a thatched hut would seem rather unseemly, wouldn't it? However, I beg to differ. Justice Brother is also a notable figure, yet he has only just moved into a thatched hut. The matter of one's dwelling is dictated by fortune rather than prowess. The discussion seems to have veered off course. Perhaps the sauerkraut and tofu have indeed incited a bit of jealousy. It appears that people are intentionally avoiding mentioning it. Yet, in the next instant, the post is inundated with comments. Wow, quick, check out the most popular post in the lifestyle section. It's outrageous. Aren't you curious about what the esteemed figure's life is like? Well, here it is. Goodness, I'm so envious. I want to die of acid envy. Am I seeing things? Is that a hot pot? Could I perhaps have a taste of that hot pot base? Initially, those in the post were puzzled as to why a sudden influx of comments about other posts appeared. Esteemed figure? Which esteemed figure? Don't you have your own posts? Indeed. Why are you leaving comments here? Came the prompt reply. There's no choice. The esteemed figure's post prohibits comments, right? You have no idea how absurdly popular that post has become. It's beyond comprehension. Without comments, just based on 2 sentences and 2 pictures, its view count has skyrocketed beyond the second place by several multiples. The onlookers, bewildered, exited the current post and clicked into Xiao Ruo's post. At first glance, they were utterly dumbfounded. After a refreshing bath, enjoying a sumptuous hot pot meal was the only regret. The absence of air conditioning made it unbearably hot, causing one to sweat profusely, rendering the bath somewhat futile. The first accompanying image was taken by Xiao. She posed with a peace sign, while Xiao Ruo, only showing his torso in a black short-sleeved shirt, sat across from her. The table was piled high with an array of meats and tofu. The next image was captured by Xiao Ruo, who raised his glass in a toast with Xiao. The perspective was from above, showcasing the bubbling red oil in a copper pot, which appeared incredibly enticing. Everyone gulped audibly. What is this? A copper pot? And why is Xiao Ruo wearing a short sleeve? Isn't he cold? And whose hand is that? Wait a moment. What kind of background is this? Why does it look so modern? Is there photo editing involved? A barrage of questions overwhelmed the viewers, since commenting on this post was not permitted. They had no choice but to return to the second most popular post. Thus, another wave of individuals surged into the sauerkraut tofu post, beginning to denounce Xiao Ruo's actions. Shortly thereafter, the sauerkraut tofu post mysteriously vanished. The crowd, puzzled, soon grasped the situation. Damn it. The owner of the second hottest post deleted it in a fit of rage. Impressive. After Xiao Ruo posted, he simply left it be that he believed that at this juncture, those individuals must have been unable to contain themselves. Meanwhile, in a group chat, one member remarked, "Brothers, take a look. Isn't this Shuiqiu a bit too arrogant? Yet, he's living the good life, while I'm left gnawing on beast meat. And he's feasting on hot pot." That I initially thought that 4 eyes had fallen victim to Xiao Ruo, but looking at Xiao Ruo's condition, it seems unlikely that I've said it before. It wasn't Xiao Ruo who did this. 4 eyes simply had bad luck that he had already departed, while Xiao Ruo hadn't returned home. How could they possibly encounter each other? Right, Xiao Ruo isn't the type to indiscriminately attack people in the wild. Is that the key point? The real issue is that this guy is living extravagantly. If Xiao Ruo were to overhear the conversation between the bespectacled man and his companions, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. This individual not only deceives himself but also his associates. Originally, Xiao Ruo intended to showcase his lifestyle in order to incite the greed of these individuals. Resources are finite. Once consumed, they are gone. Particularly rare items like spices. Now, everyone's mouths are watering for something as simple as salt. The quantity of spices consumed in a single hot pot meal by Xiao Ruo could suffice for several days' worth of food. How could this not evoke envy among those who view Xiao Ruo's supplies as their own reserve? When the bespectacled man arrived at Xiao Ruo's sanctuary, he scrutinized several areas. He informed his companions that he was leaving and planned to breach the barrier to snatch some supplies before fleeing. However, he was unexpectedly discovered by Xiao and subsequently caught by the scarecrow. At this moment, They were utterly unaware that Xiao Ruo was already aware of their intentions and that he had a clear understanding of their territory. They still thought they could launch a surprise attack while Xiao Ruo was distracted. Their leader began to speak. Brothers, look, there's a woman in Xiao Ruo's sanctuary. Do you think a woman chosen by Xiao Ruo could be anything less than stunning? Of course, the woman was merely an addition. The most important resources were the abundant high-quality meats. Everyone knew the power of the weapons in their possession. At that moment, they would charge through his barrier, wary of handguns, and directly eliminate him. The supplies, along with that woman, would belong to them. Now, who among us doesn't possess a teleportation scroll? Let us distribute them evenly for the time being. I have a friend in Yi Fan's mutual aid group. He is privy to certain information. Xiao Ruo has taken more than just rat meat from Yi Fan. He has acquired numerous teleportation scrolls. Once we gather our scrolls, we needn't concern ourselves with the rest. Of course, we must leave a contingency plan. What if Xiao Ruo wipes us all out? We cannot disregard such a possibility. Therefore, we leave one person behind. Should we all perish, he will reveal our location. Press 1 if you agree to act immediately. After a brief moment of silence, each person voiced their response. Point 1. Chapter 82. Naming the White Charm, Crisis of Food Shortage. After the two had their fill, Xiao Ruo joyfully discovered that she had unexpectedly made a breakthrough. Everything felt splendid. What a delightful surprise. If only those foolish individuals hadn't drawn her attention, having just indulged in a hot pot. She was now ready to cleanse herself of the lingering flavors. After washing up, Xiao Ruo reclined on her bed. In her previous excitement over the meal, she had completely forgotten to name the White Charm. At that moment, Xiao, having sobered up somewhat, sat at the bedside. Xiao Ruo discussed the matter with her, recounting how the White Charm had complained about not being satisfied with its name upon their return that afternoon. Just then, Xiao conceived the term Xiaobai in her mind but swallowed it back. Observing the conflicted look on Xiao's face, Xiao Ruo sighed. It seemed she would have to rely on her own ingenuity. The name White Charm was indeed quite appealing and carried a certain prestige. However, it was rather lengthy and would be cumbersome to say. Xiao Ruo rolled out of bed, donned her coat, and stepped outside. There, the White Charm was waiting nearby. As she opened the door, a gentle breeze wafted in, ruffling the thick fur of the White Charm. It noticed Xiao Ruo's emergence and turned to gaze at her, an action that exuded an air of sophistication. Xiao Ruo couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. A creature with such a fine appearance and considerable strength had become her pet. It was practically a king of maps in the outside world. Having settled on a name for the White Charm, Xiao Ruo decided to take a character from its original name, by May. Yet, this sounded too feminine. It could pose a problem if her fox turned out to be male. Thus, with a look of astonishment on the White Charm's face, Xiao Ruo lifted its tail. Not quite right. Then, she resolved to stick with that name. Suddenly, she was kicked away with a swift motion. Night fell, and morning arrived. Xiao Ruo was now invigorated, although she hadn't gotten much sleep during her beginner phase. The excellent quality of her bed offered a hidden advantage. Moreover, while it was frigid outside, her small room remained warm, which was psychologically comforting. The only downside was a cat claw mark on her leg, a souvenir from when she had lifted the White Charm's tail the previous day, which had been quite forceful. Xiao chuckled. A black snake and a cat claw, a stark contrast in tattoos. Xiao Ruo shot her a glare, but the two then got up to prepare breakfast. Xiao halted Xiao Ruo's intentions of making stewed meat, with an array of spices and a variety of cooking utensils at their disposal. Xiao opted to make wontons filled with pure beef. Upon tasting it, Xiao Ruo was astounded and immediately devoured 3 large bowls, which were more akin to basins than mere bowls. Both of their physiques had improved. Xiao had reached the ordinary first tier, while Xiao Ruo had attained the 3rd tier, allowing them to consume copious amounts of food that if it were regular meat, they could easily devour enough for 7 or 8 people. With good quality meat, they could eat more than a chunk each in a single sitting. Xiao Ruo ate, she pondered. This was the 3rd day since the beginner phase had concluded. Everyone would soon notice that the food they held was becoming increasingly crumbly. Those durable food items would grow even more sought after. For instance, the now extremely rare beginner bread and jerky. Xiao Ruo was unperturbed, as she had her smoked meat shop. All the meat had already been processed, leaving her entirely unconcerned. However, those without access to such facilities would find themselves in dire straits. This predicament compelled them to venture out to hunt. Meanwhile, the channel was abuzz with questions. Can someone please explain why the food in my hands is crumbling to dust? I too exchanged for good quality meat from Shueqiao, and now I can't bring myself to eat it as it's turned to mush that I also got my meat from Shueqiao. Could he have tampered with it? Bro, your imagination is wild. If he had that capability, wouldn't he just trick you out of some wood? Those maliciously slandering the big shot were truly foolish. Could this be related to the hint about food beginning to rot? This isn't rotting. It's waxy. You already know it's from the hint, yet you haven't dealt with your food. I've smoked mine. It's just a bit soft, but I feel it can last another 2 days. Those who don't take the hint seriously will face dire consequences. The chilling power of the extreme cold was well understood by all, and now with food scarcity looming, it felt like a knife was being held to their throats, forcing them into a perilous situation be it starving to death or freezing to death. Even if one escaped the cold, encountering a fantastical creature would likely lead to demise. Xiao Ruo glanced at the remaining number of survivors in the 100 districts. 3,707. She sensed that after today, the number would surely drop below 3,000. Contemplating, she decided to speak in the channel. This unseen hand is compelling us survivors to venture out and scavenge for food. If you lack any surplus, you must go hunting. I will share some methods I know for dealing with certain monsters. Broad-eared wolves, a type of wolf roughly the size of a rural dog. With exceptionally long ears, do not attempt to shoot them with arrows. They possess the ability to deflect ranged projectiles. Instead, engage them in groups with melee weapons. Do not fear injury, just fight with all your might. Little goblins, small, purple-skinned gnomes, about the height of your waist. They come in various professions, so be wary of the lightly dressed ones, as they can unleash poisonous smoke. Inhale a couple of puffs, and you're done for. Little trance. If you spot any oddly dark trees, do not approach. These creatures will extend vines from the ground when any life draws near, squeezing their prey to death if you have fire. Simply toss a torch at them. Xiao Ruo nodded, feeling satisfied. That was about right. In her previous life, this information had been revealed by Justice Brother. Even without his input, Justice Brother would encounter these monsters today and share the intel. By providing more detailed information, she hoped to help these individuals survive a little longer. There was no choice. If the number of deaths dropped too low, no one would work for her, and she would have to venture out to chop wood herself, which would be a tremendous waste of time. Furthermore, with sufficient prestige, when the Dawn's people arrived, she could negotiate terms with them at that moment. The channel experienced a brief calm before erupting into exclamations. Big Shot is impressive. Wow, did all these common creatures fall to the Big Shot? It seems the Big Shot knows about some uncommon creatures as well. Can you enlighten us about those? Don't morally bind the Big Shot. Can you just be cautious if you encounter them yourself? Big Shot, your altruism is commendable. This information could save many lives. I feel utterly dark compared to the Big Shot. If I had this information, I'd definitely charge for it. The one above is too dark. I hereby place you on the Big Shot's blacklist. I was just joking. Don't really do that. Chapter 83. Justice Brother's Troubles. Zhongyi. The man known in the channel as Justice Brother smiled as he held his portable terminal. He turned